Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Part 4 Chapter 194 Guo Fei's Faint Smile. Zhang Xiaokang brandished the Jing Y blade with his right hand while wielding the beast horn spear in his left and killing more zombies. In his hand, the Jing Y blade easily beheaded the strong, agile or weak zombies off their shoulders while the beast horn spear penetrated through the eye sockets or foreheads and sent the zombies straight to hell. One zombie appeared from behind a zombie that had just been killed by Zhang Xiaokang. Opening its large mouth and biting towards Zhang Xiaokang, Zhang Xiaokang raised the beast horn spear and stabbed at its claws, then slashed down on its forehead with his Jing Y blade. Ah! A clear rifle shot was heard. A hole appeared on both the zombie's forehead and the back of its head. The power of the shot forced the zombie to fall to the ground. Zhang Xiaokang cursed in his heart. That Shangyuan Qiuyun meddling in again. Shangyuan Qiuyun was like a vengeful spirit that followed close behind him and would stop his thunder every time he was at the peak of enjoyment while killing the zombies. She was always a step ahead of him in killing the zombie that posed the biggest threat to him. To have this feeling taken away made him feel extremely sour, but due to the circumstance, he was unable to turn back and scold her. He slowly cleared the zombies around him and managed to find the lunatic Guo Fei. Guo Fei was surrounded in a corner, his hair disheveled, eyes fanatical red as he gasped for breath. The blade in his hand was constantly used to slash down at the zombies close to him. His windbreaker was long tattered and torn. His movements turned slightly sluggish, but he persevered. One after another, zombies fell at his feet and slowly formed a half-meter-tall wall. He stood on this mountain of corpses and continued killing the zombies around him with not a single trace of despair or struggle on his face. Only fanaticism and excitement. One Type D zombie finally had its turn after the zombies in front of it were dead. With its pathway cleared, it pounced towards Guo Fei. Guo Fei summoned the remaining of his strength and slashed his blade at the Type D zombie's head. With his remaining strength, the speed of his blade was mediocre. When the blade was right at the Type D zombie's head, the zombie stepped onto a corpse, causing it to stumble. The blade slashed onto its shoulder, which did not induce any reaction from it. The Type D zombie continued to slash its claws at Guo Fei. Guo Fei's blade was stuck in the zombie's shoulder blade and he was unable to unlodge it from the zombie. When the zombie pounced on him again, he voluntarily let go of the blade as his sleeves fluttered gentle. Two different size knives appeared in his hands, with the knife in his right hand blocking the Type D zombie's claws and the blade in his left stabbing the zombie in its forehead. The knife pierced into the Type D zombie's head, but the inertia of its pounce still existed, causing the zombie to collide straight into Guo Fei. Both Guo Fei and the body fell into the pile of corpses, and with much difficulty, he finally pushed away the Type D corpse that was on him. Two ordinary zombies pounced towards him from the left and right. Huchai! The zombie on his right had a knife stabbed into its eye socket. After walking for another 2 steps, it fell to the ground. The zombie on the left did not stop at all. It continued to stagger towards Guo Fei. Upon noticing that the hideous zombie wanted to pounce on him, and that he had completely consumed all the energy in his hands, and with no weapons left, he figured that he could no longer do anything. But he did not despair. Unlike ordinary people who would turn afraid or savage right before death doors, he smiled faintly and closed his eyes. That was the first time Zhang Xiaokang saw him smile. A long sword drew light spun a halo in midair, sweeping past the short distance and penetrated the zombie from the left side of its head and out from its right. The sight of the zombie became strange. A sword stabbed into its rotten head made it look like a comedic cartoon character. With the sword stabbed in its head, it pounced at Guo Fei's leg. Guo Fei suddenly opened his eyes and saw the strange zombie by his leg, then saw Zhang Xiaokang standing amongst the zombies a distance away. He sighed gently, then climbed out from beneath the pile of zombies. He pulled out the blade from the Type D zombie's shoulder, looked at the remaining zombies, then started charging at them. A zombie crawled on the ground and advanced forward slowly. Moving along the numerous corpses around, it continued to crawl on the thick, sticky and smelly pools of black blood, drawing out long blood smears behind it. It could only crawl slowly towards the humans moving about in the courtyard where even more zombie corpses laid. A leather boot suddenly stomped on its back. It struggled fanatically and attempted to claw at the leg. It wanted to turn around and take a bite at the owner of the feet. It wanted to tear off a piece of flesh and swallow it to fill its empty stomach. A bayonet stained with black blood stopped it by the back of its head. Ha! The bayonet did not penetrate the head, but with a slight tremble, a rifle bullet was unloaded into the zombie's head. It sprawled to the ground and struggled no more. Wang Chong picked up Zhang Xiaokang's Jing Wei blade and beast horn spear, and even carefully cleaned the blood off the weapons with water before handing them back over to Zhang Xiaokang. Wang Chong's performance was notable. He dared to fight and dared to risk his life. Although he was not that outstanding, but the number of zombies that had died by his hands was by no means a low number. In the combat team, he could be considered slightly above average. The courtyard was not huge. A few hundred zombie corpses covered the entire floor. About 10 combat team members patrolled around the corpses with scattered gunshots heard over time. One after another, the zombies that struggled on the ground all took headshots. Guo Fei took off the windbreaker, revealing the stab-proof vest that Zhang Xiaokang had equipped him with. Although he had been clawed at by zombies multiple times, he did not suffer from any injuries. He remained silent as he used the torn windbreaker to clean the blade in his hand. Inside the supervision area, the fences close to the door were opened. The ground was littered with dried corpses and bones of the dead. The cells were in a mess, with bedding torn to be substituted as cloth thrown all over the floor that were dyed black with blood, flipped over metal beds, broken wooden boards, white bones, black and yellow jail clothes all around, and the occasional Type 81 AR covered in dust hanging around. Zhang Xiaokang took the lead and walked extremely slowly. The other members behind gathered any ammunition and magazines they saw. 3 and his elite team no longer rushed at the front, but instead followed alongside Zhang Xiaokang while giving him directions. After passing through a row of open cells and turning a corner, another row of cells appeared before them. These cells were all sealed shut, with countless of zombie arms extending out of the small food holes trying to get to Zhang Xiaokang. Through the small food holes, they could see countless of hideous and sinister zombies with their mouths wide opened. The combat team members raised their guns in preparation to shoot, but were stopped by Zhang Xiaokang. Although all these zombies looked terrifying, they posed little to no threat. Zhang Xiaokang did not want to waste time and bullets on time, so they formed a single-line file and walked through the center with Guo Fei quietly following at the back. Unlike the others who avoided and dodged the zombie claws, he walked ahead with blade in hand, slashing and cutting the zombie arms off wherever he passed. Arms laid in his wake. Zhang Xiaokang and the group walked through the supervision area and finally arrived at the rear of the prison. The structure at the back of the prison was like the front empty space, without any tall perimeter wall, but with many plots of agricultural land dug, with the central water system extended to the end where a thick wall covered in steel barbed wire stood. There, over a dozen scattered zombies strolled along the slightly open steel doors. Chapter 195 Arsenal. Zhang Xiaokang watched Guo Fei slice the last zombie's head in half. Guo Fei had wiped all the zombies by himself. Zhang Xiaokang led the group into the prison's most mysterious corner, where the structures within the walls were simple. 3 small bungalows were positioned in a formation, where the left and right bungalows had no windows and had thick black brick walls with old-fashioned green doors. The middle house was built with red bricks, with a row of old wooden windows that had mud splattered on the surface of the wall. Behind the houses was a sentry post that was occupied by a zombie wielding a rifle. Upon catching the scent of humans below, it started to look for a pathway down. After the gunshot, the zombie fell from the sentry post down to the ground. A member walked to its corpse and retrieved the rifle. Zhang Xiaokang and his men could not locate the keys to the extremely sturdy steel doors. Aside from the 9 Type 81 ARs found hanging on the gun rack in the soldier rooms, there was only a safe holding 30 fully loaded magazines inside the security post. Zhang Xiaokang did not dare to use explosives on the doors, afraid that it would kill all of them. The members watched Zhang Xiaokang fall in a daze, looking at the steel doors, and started to walk up to the steel doors one at a time. One of them used a bayonet to dig into a crack on the wall, while someone took a metal rod found from somewhere and pried at the door. Another person grabbed onto a rock and started hammering at the steel door. 3 watched a dozen men pit themselves against the steel door, then whispered to Zhang Xiaokang before leading his elite subordinates back to the prison to search other locations to look for more things. Seeing that everyone had racked their brains but were unable to open the steel door, Zhang Xiaokang became impatient and drew the beast horn spear and walked forward. He had thought through it. He could not hide or stand idle in front of his subordinates and had to take action. Zhang Xiaokang felt that the designer of the steel door was a genius. He could sense that the steel door was multiple times harder than a D2's skull. The steel door had a built-in lock or had 3 different locks. Zhang Xiaokang was unclear of which lock to try into. Bluntly, he went ahead with one of the locks. Fine components were spun out by the beast horn spear and fell to the ground. Crack. The last lock was removed by Zhang Xiaokang. He tried to pull but nothing happened. He tried pushing, but nothing happened. He flew into a rage and kicked on the steel door. Boom! The steel door opened. The interior was pitch black and they could not see anything within. Zhang Xiaokang switched on his torchlight and with a cigarette in his mouth, he moved forward. Halfway in, he was pulled back. Shangyu and Qiuyun had stopped him from entering. Without saying a word, she pointed to a warning sign on the wall. Smoking and fires are strictly prohibited. These large words caused Zhang Xiaokang to tremble in cold sweat. He had seen many similar warning signs, but never took them seriously. But at his current location, it was completely different. They were in the prison's arsenal. Zhang Xiaokang got all of his subordinates to throw away their cigarettes before taking their torches to enter the building. Upon entering, they were greeted by a slope that declined and extended inwards, flattened out by cement tiles. At the bottom, Zhang Xiaokang and his subordinates swept the place. From outside, it looked as though the arsenal was small and could not possibly hold too many firearms. But upon entering, everyone realized that they were wrong. Excessively wrong. The house above was just a cover. The space beneath the ground was multiple times larger than the house. The area close to the door was extremely clean with 2 gun racks fully filled with Type 81 ARs. Aside from the gun racks, there was a black and old-fashioned glass display cabinet which held 10 9mm QSC-92 pistols. There were not many ARs, numbering less than 200 of them, but they were maintained well. On one side was an iron workbench with a few AR components laying on top of it. The workbench also had multiple tools and gun oil. Zhang Xiaokang did a hand gesture, to which his subordinate started moving away from all the ARs out. Zhang Xiaokang was disappointed. They were in an arsenal while the other location was an ammunition dump. Seeing that there were less than 200 weapons, Zhang Xiaokang knew that the ammunition dump would not have much ammunition, with the very most 100,000. At that moment, Zhang Xiaokang felt that their harvest was gloomy. He turned and walked out, but not before sweeping the place once more with his torch. In the deepest part of the arsenal, many wooden crates and a few other objects attracted Zhang Xiaokang's attention. He shone his torch and walked in. The deeper he was, the more dust there was. Slowly, he even able to form footprints on the ground. Many long crates were piled up neatly against the corner with black pieces of oil felts folded unevenly covering them. Zhang Xiaokang pulled off an oil felt and after avoiding the cloud of dust, a heavy machine gun equipped with 2 wheels and deck laid right before him. Upon laying his eyes on it, Zhang Xiaokang felt that the heavy machine gun that was beginning to rust was extremely familiar, as though he had seen it before in an old movie. Battle on Shanganling Mountain. A Type 53 heavy machine gun, a variant of the SD-43 Goryunov mass-produced and used by the Soviet Union in WW2. They were equipped on the infantry and were used for suppressive fire, to which China did a large-scale procurement of the weapon and then imitated its blueprints and created the Type 53 heavy machine gun HMG, firing 7 62 mm bullets with barrel speed of 865 ms. These 7.62 mm heavy machine gun bullets shared the same bullets as the Type 85 sniper rifle SR that Zhang Xiaokang found. The HMGs caused Zhang Xiaokang to be stunned. He never thought that he would encounter such antiques in a prison. Furthermore, these antiques were preserved rather well, equivalent to the HMGs that he found hidden by the Chinese army. Opening another oil felt, Zhang Xiaokang was completely dumbstruck. Looking at the bad boy in front of him, Zhang Xiaokang did not know whether to laugh or cry. This gun also had 2 large steel wheels attached to it. It had the same defensive armor deck, just that the wheels were multiple times larger than the wheels on the Type 53 HMG. The armor deck was many times thicker as well. Seeing the short and thick barrel, Zhang Xiaokang turned slightly giddy. He had just witnessed the legendary cannon, Type 92 battalion gun, an outstanding weapon used in WW2 by the Japanese army. With its nickname of an inch short, an inch danger, it was also considered perfect infantry support weapon in the 20th century, especially for countries that had slow progress in mechanization. Furthermore, it was extremely suitable for the complicated terrain. For example, with regards to mountain battle, it was extremely skilled at doing its job for infantry support. Furthermore, it could be limit was all-encompassing. It could almost support every location required for a military camp, adding that its makeup was simple. Not only was it convenient to employ in battle, it was also easy to be used for protection. Type 92 battalion gun, barrel caliber 70 mm, weight 0.212 ton, ball size 70 mm explosive shrapnel smoke, greatest distance 2788 m, shortest distance 100 m. Most importantly, it was extremely mobile and lightweight. A few men were enough to pull it around. These cannons were used often in the war and were the main support of artillery fire in the army. Seeing the battalion gun covered in dust, Zhang Xiaokang looked at the other oil felts. Type 5412, 7 mm anti-aircraft machine gun DSHK 1938. Originated in 1938 by the Soviet Union. Improved by firearm architect George S.H. Bajan and designed by Vasily Degtyaryov. It showed and employed its greatest use in supporting the Korean War. The Type 5412, 7 mm anti-aircraft machine gun was not only equipped to the infantry, it was also attached to the Type 59, Type 69 tanks. Just that Zhang Xiaokang never thought that this prison's arsenal would have weapons used in the previous wars. Although these weapons were older than his father, they were preserved well. Zhang Xiaokang felt that as long as the other ammunition dump had artillery shells and bullets, he had the confidence of igniting their glory once more and fire them as before. After lifting all the oil felts, Zhang Xiaokang stood in the middle of a pile of infantry supporting firepower in a daydream. He saw the recoil-operated Maxim gun, the Type 92 heavy machine gun used by the Japanese. More U.S. recoil-operated heavy machine guns and more that he had never seen before. Dusting off the thick layer of dust on a wooden crate, a yellow seal appeared. Roman 20 County Citizens Army Department. Sealed. Year Roman 20 month Roman 20 date Roman 20. Moving his torch down, Zhang Xiaokang saw words written in white chalk. To be destroyed. Chapter 196 Raging Tide. Zhang Xiaokang understood a few points. All of the weapons laid out in front of him were the citizen army weapons kept by the various county armory. These weapons were stored and prepared to be destroyed, but for some reason, they were left forgotten and kept in the corner to collect dust. Until Zhang Xiaokang found them. The guns inside other wooden crates were Type 53 rifles, some Type 53 rotary machine guns, and equal numbers of new and old Type 56 automatic and sub-AKs. It might have been because they were stored in wooden crates. Their preservation was better than the weapons laid outside. Looking at the mass of crates piled together, Zhang Xiaokang reckoned that the number of weapons was sufficient to equip a few thousand people. A few buff men continued to transport the heavy weapons eyed by Zhang Xiaokang out, while 2 sets of Type 92 battalion guns sat in the middle of the room. Zhang Xiaokang used the bead's horn spear and poked at the steel door of the ammunition dump. As pieces started to fall, he reached the last lock. Da-da-da. A series of gunshots sounded out in the distance. Ignoring the last lock, Zhang Xiaoqing turned and ran out towards the door with Shanggu and Qiao Yun following behind closely. Guo Fei wielded his blade and followed silently with the other members holding onto their rifles and catching up from behind. They got closer to the gunshots. Upon exiting the steel doors, Zhang Xiaoqing saw 3 and his men running towards him while firing behind them. Those ahead provided cover fire for the ones behind to catch up. Zhang Xiaoqing sensed that something was wrong. 3 had left with 10 men, but only 8 came back, whereas the other 2 had not revealed themselves. 3 and his men ran and fired shots while the combat team members behind Zhang Xiaoqing inspected their guns and loaded them and provided assistance. Zhang Xiaoqing took a Type 81 AR from Wang Chong, retrieved out a magazine and loaded it, pulled on the gun bolt, opened the safety and went up to help as well. Zhang Xiaoqing did not see the other 2 elite members appear, but things covered entirely in red prowling on the ground gushed towards 3 and his team like a raging tide. Their bullets flew into the red tide causing spurts of blood to appear, but the red tide was not affected at all and continued to surge towards 3 and his team. Da-da-da. The Type 81 AR in Zhang Xiaoqing's hands unleashed bullets. Ha-pa-pa. Behind him, the rifle started opening fire. Countless of bullets all aimed straight at the red thing and caused a lot of blood to fall, but did not even stop the thing for a second. 3 ran over as he gasped for breath, but did not even reveal a bit of joy upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqing and the rest. Run! Run now! 3 shouted loudly and cut short Zhang Xiaoqing's attempts to question him. Without saying a word, Zhang Xiaoqing turned and ran. This time, all the combat team members who were behind him ran in front of him. Zhang Xiaoqing heard the fear in 3's caution, adding his witness to the unstoppable red tide. He made it a priority to return to the armory for protection. The members of the first combat team were already rushing into the steel doors. Zhang Xiaoqing lowered his head and ran with his arms moving widely, the Type 81 AR sling moving incessantly along with him, right as he was about to run through the steel doors. Ah! A scream came out from behind him. Zhang Xiaoqing turned to look. A few animals that were as big as an average cat had landed on an elite member who was at the rear and bit his cheek. Suddenly, a few more shot forward like arrows unleashed from bows and landed on his body. Upon clinging onto him, they never let go and kept on biting on him. This member tried to shrug the animals away, but no matter how he tried, they were stuck onto him. A few more of these red animals flew up and grabbed onto his shoulders and thighs. Ultimately, he fell. He struggled and rolled on the ground endlessly, managed to pull out the QSC-92 pistol from his thigh and shot at one of the animals on his chest. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, blood spewed out from the animal, but it never let go. After 7 shots, the red tide had drowned him. The heavy steel doors released an ear-piercing screech from the friction as it was closed. A solid steel bar was inserted into grooves in the 2 doors as a door bolt which prevented them from opening. Everyone gasped for breath. Run! Continue running! Up to the watchtower! Zhang Xiaoqing shouted out loud. He knew that the things would enter one way or another and the perimeter wall was still not safe. Hearing his command, everyone continued to run towards the watchtower. Everyone kept moving except for Guo Fei, who stood behind the doors with his blade and his head tilted upwards, looking at the sky as he waited. Zhang Xiaoqing glanced at him, but did not say a word, and brought Shanggu and Qiao Yun towards the watchtower. 1, 2, a pack. More and more completely red animals the size of cats shot over the walls. 2 cats dropped behind the door from the left and right when their bodies were coincidentally aligned in midair. A cold blade swept past their bodies. Their bodies instantly split into 4 pieces and dropped to the ground. Guo Fei leaped upwards and with a slash down, an animal that was flying to him was cut into half from head to tail. Without pulling back his blade, he extended it straight and beheaded one that was pouncing towards his right waist. When he slashed down, 2 corpses dropped to the ground. Another 5 landed on the ground in front of him and pounced towards him. 2 at his right thigh, 2 at his torso and another 1 at his face. The 5 completely red creatures seemed to have sealed all of his escape routes. And in the blink of the eye, They were already on him. Guo Fei jumped and landed on the steel bolt. Borrowing the momentum of the jump, he did a flip in midair and dodged the 5 creatures. Following his turn in midair, he swung his blade and immediately sliced 2 of them in half. As he landed on the ground, his right leg slipped half a step. His blade suddenly extended out while he spun his body to the back. In that moment, 2 of the creatures that had jumped up the steel door and were following closely behind him were cut into 4 pieces. The remaining creature dodged his blade and pounced towards his face. He flicked his sleeve, which contained a small blade that slid downwards to his palm. He looked as though he was swinging his right arm wildly. But a small blade had penetrated into the creature's body, causing it to fall backwards. From the corner of his eyes, he saw 2 more creatures pouncing straight towards him. These 2 creatures did not jump into the air, but stuck to the ground and ran at him. When one of them was before his feet and was about to jump, a foot trampled onto its small triangular head. Ha! Its head exploded from Guo Fei's heavy stomp. The 2 peanut-sized eyes dropped to the ground and rolled away, but the other one appeared by his side, jumped onto the steel door and pounced at his back. Guo Fei could feel the animal biting at his clothes. With all of his might, he smashed his back against the steel door. Squeak, squeak. The animal on his back shrieked in pain but did not die. He changed the position of his blade and aimed it to his back, then leaned against the steel door. The blade severed the animal and it felt as though a water balloon was broken on his back as a warm liquid slowly pervaded through his clothes. He removed himself from the wall, dropping the animal's lower half onto the ground while its upper half still remained clinging onto his back. Zhang Xiaokang led some members to block off the watchtower entrance, while 3 led his men to swap for the Type 81 ARs and stand guard at the top. Zhang Xiaokang took out his Jingwei blade and the beast horn spear as precaution. When the animals jumped in, Zhang Xiaokang finally took a good look at them. They were extremely familiar. No matter how he looked at them, they simply resembled mice. Although they were as big as cats, they were much more similar to rats. One of the rats spun a few times on the ground. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaokang at the entrance, it jumped up, revealing its large incisors as it aimed at his throat. Chapter 197 Between Life and Death. The sword flashed past, instantly slicing the large rat's body into 2. Another 3 big rats pounced at Zhang Xiaokang simultaneously. Zhang Xiaokang aimed the beast horn spear in his left hand towards one of the rat's head, and the sharp point of the spear pierced in like slicing tofu. Applying some downward force, the rat slid from the tip of the spear and hung on the pole. Following a swing, the rat's corpse was flung to the ground. Using the Jingwei blade, he hacked down at the other 2 rats, and right when it was about to strike the rats, ha-pa, 2 gunshots were released. The rats flew backward due to the immense force, causing the Jingwei blade to hit nothing. This damned woman. Zhang Xiaokang cursed at Shangun Qiuyun in his heart. She was constantly putting a stop to his limelight, preventing him from enjoying every time he fought. Did I owe her in our past life or something? Shangun Qiuyun's gunshots were like a signal as it got the people at the top of the watchtower to start firing. Countless bullets converged towards Zhang Xiaokang like a wall of fire that ripped all the rats to shreds. Zhang Xiaokang obtained the time to evaluate the situation. Not many rats managed to enter within the walls with maybe up to a 100. These rats were extremely deformed. Their front 2 legs were perfectly proportionate to their current bodies, but their hind legs were far more muscular and bigger than its entire body, causing them to look like they were in constant, prowling positions. Zhang Xiaokang was sure that if they were able to stand straight, they would look like they came from Australia. Over at the steel doors, Guo Fei was high on killing the rats. Every time his blade swung or danced, rats would either be beheaded or sliced in half. The rats were constantly jumping into his blades. As for those sprawled across the floor, he would stomp on them. In actual fact, his speed was only a thread faster than the rats. But it was because of this marginal difference that made it seem as though the rats was facing against its natural enemy. An insurmountable natural enemy, with the guns above and Guo Fei at the opposite side. Zhang Xiaokang started to idle. Although 100 rats were not little, They could not sustain against the massacre. When Guo Fei hacked the last remaining rat, he looked around with his bloodthirsty eyes, looking for any remaining monsters. The entire place looked as though it had been baptized by blood, with various rat corpses lying everywhere. Just as Zhang Xiaoqing sighed with relief, he heard 3 crying out from above. Following that, the Garen rifles and Type 81 ARs started to fire again. Countless of bullets struck the top of the wall, inciting cement dregs to fall. Small holes formed at the upper surface of the wall. One dead rat fell from the top to the ground. Its entire dark red fur gradually turned bright red. Following the continuous firing from the watchtower, more and more rat corpses fell. Yang Xiaoqing then realized that the rats had started climbing the perimeter walls. Endless swarms of triangular head rats appeared at the top of the wall before they could even complete their climb. They would be shot. There were already many corpses inside the perimeter wall, but there were even more corpses that fell outside. Even so, the rats continued to appear. When Zhang Xiaoqing heard the ceasefires from above, his heart instantly tensed up. They had not opened the ammunition dumps, and the bullets they found and had added together were less than 2,000. According to the speed that they were firing at, the bullets they had would be depleted. Without the suppressive fire from the automatic rifles, how could they simply rely on the rifles to defend against the rats? Zhang Xiaoqing climbed the watchtower very quickly and threw a few of his own magazines to 3. Then pulled a team member using his Garen rifle to fire away aside and looked towards the wall. It was difficult to evaluate the situation from below, but at the top, Zhang Xiaoqing was able to see clearly, and only then realized the severity of the situation. The number of rats outside the wall had slowly formed into a mountain. The dense amount of rats squeezed together squirmed slowly. Countless of them wished to climb the wall, while countless of them wanted to climb to the top of the rat mountain. Although the gunfires had not ceased, the mountain of rats kept growing higher. The bullets were able to draw blood from the rats, but these bullets were considered drops inside the ocean of rats. Regardless of how many rats were killed, their corpses would still form a part of the mountain and become stepping stones for the other rats. Zhang Xiaoqing cursed under his breath and ran down the steps again. He rushed to the bottom of the wall where the rat corpses fell endlessly and took a grenade from his waist, pulled its safety pin, and threw it across to the other side of the wall. He did not count the seconds or had time to wait for the grenade to explode, and threw out another one as insurance when suddenly, boom! A loud explosion caused the sky above Zhang Xiaoqing to darken immediately. He looked up, squealed, and immediately turned to run. Countless of charred rat corpses, countless of half-dead rats, and countless of limbs were thrown into the sky from the power of the grenade. All of these formed an unprecedented cloud that instantly rained down. Although Zhang Xiaoqing was giving his all to run, the endless rain of rat corpses still fell on him without fail. While sprinting, he swung himself left to right in attempts to throw off the disgusting body parts. Only when Zhang Xiaoqing returned to the watchtower did he realize that everyone else had hidden within. Even Guo Fei, who seemed unafraid of the heavens or anything and sought to die, was actually hiding inside the watchtower. Zhang Xiaoqing only climbed to the top to inspect the result of the grenades. After the rain of body parts ended, the other members left the watchtower and combed the courtyard to finish off the remaining rats that were only stunned by the grenade. The stairs that led to the top of the watchtower was completely covered with rat corpses and body parts. Zhang Xiaoqing had to endure stepping on them and resist the urge to vomit to reach the top. The top was also filled with dead rats, blood splatters, and body parts. Zhang Xiaoqing trampled onto a just awoken rat, then looked towards the wall. The mountain of rats outside the wall had been reduced by a great level, but the rats at the bottom were still converging at the same place and slowly forming a brand new rat mountain. Once again, Zhang Xiaoqing sighed, then turned and headed down the watchtower. Zhang Xiaoqing started his third sprint. Following the third explosion, Zhang Xiaoqing no longer bothered to look at the formation of another cloud of rats. He trampled over the rat corpses and ran towards the watchtower when new body parts started to descend. He only stopped to catch his breath after entering the watchtower. He watched the rain of rats fall outside and turned to look at 3. 3 revealed a bitter look, then used a plank and covered his head before climbing up the watchtower. Zhang Xiaokang looked at his blood-stained clothes and shook his head. He removed his gloves, took out a cigarette, lit it up and waited. Halfway through the cigarette, 3 came down. He looked at Zhang Xiaokang and shook his head. A burst of agitation rose in Zhang Xiaokang's heart. He flicked the cigarette on the ground and smeared it out with his feet. He wore the blood-stained gloves once again, wielded the beast horn spear and walked out. Outside of the ammunition dump door, a sea of rat corpses laid all over, while the green steel door had been dyed blood red. Zhang Xiaokang used the beast horn spear and prodded the last lock. No one knew how the lock was made, but Zhang Xiaokang began his persistent destruction of the locks. One lock took him about 10 minutes, but the rats outside the wall did not give him the time. The subordinate stationed at the top of the watchtower warned them of the incoming tide, and gunfire started up again. Zhang Xiaokang turned and looked back. Dead rats were dropping down from the wall again. He increased the strength in his hands and started to move his beast horn spear at a quicker pace. Perspiration trickled down his forehead, from 1 to 2 drops to an endless stream of perspiration. Chapter 198 Crisis Desperation. The Type 81 AR's automatic firing slowly came to a complete stop, and only the Garand rifles were left firing. Countless healthy and active rats jumped into the compound within the walls amidst the gunfires. Seeing the rats scampering about on the ground, Zhang Xiaokang was prepared to remove his beast horn spear and stop his attempts to enter the ammunition dump. Who cares about it? He'll just kill as many as they come. 1, 2, 3 of them. 3 lucky rats scampered and increased their speed upon seeing Zhang Xiaokang. Just as their speed was increasing, a cold and straight blade swept past their bodies. Following the upswing of the blade, 2 of the rats were instantly crippled. Another one managed to slit past and pounced over. Shua. The blade hacked downwards. This remaining rat was instantly split into 2. The hands wielding the blade pulled back, and the blade was instantly retracted from the ground. Guo Fei had rushed over. He stood at the foot of the wall where the number of dead rats was sufficient to form a meter-tall wall, where some of the half-dead rats around twitched their legs. Guo Fei stood guard steadily. Regardless of how many rats came down, they would all be killed by him. But as time passed and following the increasing number of times Guo Fei had to cut down, physical exhaustion took over him. More and more rats fell, but as the Garand rifles could only hold 8 bullets per time and the riflemen were all busy reloading, the sudden increase of rats made Guo Fei helpless. He could only increase the speed at which he was cutting them down. But with the increase in speed, the remaining amount of strength left in him became negligible. Ultimately, 3 rats passed him and headed towards Zhang Xiaokang, who was at the steel door. Ha pa pa. 3 fires were heard. Shangyuan Qiuyun used her M1911A1 and slowly walked over to Zhang Xiaokang's side and guarded his back. Zhang Xiaokang did not look at Shangyuan Qiuyun. He was in an anxious state. The combat team members only had a few hundred bullets with them from the beginning and should be close to depletion already. At that time, they would no longer be facing scattered rats, but be overwhelmed by the surge of them. It looked as though Zhang Xiaokang was about to destroy the lock when the final gunshot ceased firing, and the scattering dozen of rats above the wall turned into a downpour. Shangyuan Qiuyun used her gun to shoot the rats. Ka. Her M1911A1 pistol's 7 bullets were emptied. The holster on Zhang Xiaokang's waist loosened, but it was Shangyuan Qiuyun who took his Desert Eagle. Bang! A leaping rat instantly exploded and turned into blood splatters. Even with both her hands on the Desert Eagle, Shangyuan Qiuyun was forced a few steps backward due to the large recoil and knocked into Zhang Xiaokang, who was working hard on the door. It might have been the final and critical lock to open the steel doors as the steel doors suddenly opened up with a loud boom. Zhang Xiaokang and Shangyuan Qiuyun immediately rolled at the moment they saw an opening. Behind the doors was a slope similar to the arsenal. Zhang Xiaokang moved blindly with his hands waving wildly in front of him, wanting to grab onto something, but the cement floor was too slippery. He managed to grab onto a soft body, but it turned out to be Shangyuan Qiuyun. Due to the shock, he and her rolled down in the embrace until his head knocked onto a large crate. They were in total darkness. In a daze. Dang Xiaokang supported Shangguan Qiaoyun up. He looked at the only light source that came from the doors above him, making it look as though the doors were suspended in midair. Touching the large wooden crates behind him, Zhang Xiaokang immediately released Shangguan Qiaoyun from his embrace and reached out for the torch in his bag. The bright beam of light tore the darkness away. Countless of wooden crates laid quietly in front of him. Zhang Xiaokang ignored the large crate by his side as he looked at the corner at the slope of the entrance. When the torchlight in his hand shone on rows of wooden racks revealing green ammunition crates, a low resounding noise was heard from the outside. Zhang Xiaokang had no idea of what had happened outside and unconsciously grabbed onto Shangguan Qiaoyun's delicate hands and ran towards the ammunition crate. Right when they reached the crates, they felt that the light from the doors had dimmed. A figure with the light behind his back ran towards Zhang Xiaokang. It was Wang Chong in perspiration. Zhang Xiaokang had to use the torch to identify him. What exploded? Zhang Xiaokang was unaware of the situation outside and asked. He knew that when Shangguan Qiaoyun and he stumbled into the ammunition dump, the situation outside was already at its critical point where the tide of rats was surging in. Covered in perspiration, Wang Chong took 2 deep breaths before replying, "Oh, it was the hand grenade that Brother Cockroach gave me. Seeing that the situation was dire, I just threw it out. Somehow, those things are temporarily blocked. Captain 3 have brought his men to cleanse the remaining few, and I came in to check if I could help." Zhang Xiaokang recalled the incident. He faked threw a hand grenade in the cave to scare the occupants out, to which Wang Chong actually picked it up. Wang Chong had wanted to return it to him, to which Zhang Xiaokang never wanted to give to anyone else. But who would have known that at the most crucial juncture, this forgotten grenade would be used to its largest potential? It could also be said that without this grenade, Zhang Xiaokang and the rest were bound to die. Zhang Xiaokang, Wang Chong, and Shangguan Qiaoyun carried 2 crates of ammunition up the watchtower. Magazines fully loaded were handed to every member, while all the Garen rifles were swapped for the Type 81 ARs. With the firepower of 40 ARs locked onto the wall, not one rat was able to enter anymore. Seeing that the situation had been stabilized, Zhang Xiaokang prepared himself to enter the ammunition dump again. Guo Fei sat at the foot of the stairs of the watchtower, holding onto a rat pelt that he carved off from a corpse and cleaned his blade. He cleaned the blade meticulously with extreme focus, to the point that he ignored the bleeding wound on his face. The wound, a scratch made by a rat, stretched from the corner of his right eye to the bridge of his nose. The skin that was flipped up had blood flowing down his face. Drops of blood dripped onto his blade, producing blood flowers on the gleaming surface of the blade, which would be wiped away with the rat pelt. He saw Zhang Xiaokang's feet by his side, raised his head to take a look, then lowered his head again, and continued wiping his blade, as though he no longer sensed Zhang Xiaokang's existence. To him, only his blade existed. Zhang Xiaokang walked back to the pile of wooden crates inside the ammunition dump, to which Wang Chong, who was behind him, would move the crates of Type 81 AR ammunition outside. Zhang Xiaokang placed the rat infestation to the back of his mind. As long as they had sufficient bullets, they were not in any danger. Zhang Xiaokang opened up crates after crates. All the ammunition that was wrapped tightly in oil papers placed neatly in the crates were all revealed. Zhang Xiaokang removed the oil paper, revealing the glossy bronze bullets that shone under the torchlight. He kept on unsealing the bullets, revealing the pointy ammunition that reflected when the beam of light passed them. Zhang Xiaokang discovered that majority of the standardized bullets were placed neatly together. They were all 7.62 mm bullets with the same diameter. The sole difference was their lengths. The longest bullets were heavy machine gun bullets. The mid-length were light machine gun bullets or rifle bullets, and the shortest were pistol bullets. As for the remaining bullets, Chapter 199 Origin. Zhang Xiaokang was somewhat shocked looking at the large bullets in his hands. If such bullets were to hit a human being, would they still remain an intact body? Zhang Xiaokang had big palms and was able to cover Shangguan Qiaoyun's entire hand, but the length of the bullets in his hands was even longer than his palm, nearly as long as cigars. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the shucking Type 5412. 7mm anti-aircraft machine gun DSHK 1938 bullets. He had no idea what would happen if these bullets were to strike a human's body, but he knew that the bullets should be able to penetrate through a Type D2's skin. Looking at the bullets before him, Gang Xiaokang enjoyed the happiness for a while. He found some Type 54 anti-aircraft machine guns in the armory. Although they were not preserved that well and had some instances of rust, Gang Xiaokang had Wangla. Wangla was an expert in repairs and machinery. If he could repair the latest technologies, what were decade-old technologies to him? Moving forward, Gang Xiaokang saw many M191A6 recoil-operated machine guns bullets, which he gave to his machine gun teams. These bullets looked to be less, but that was compared to the heaps of other bullets available. Gang Xiaokang did some simple calculations. Even with the total number of bullets he had opened were 100,000. There were still crates that were unopened. Most probably they were able to retrieve 1 million ammunition. Aside from the M1986 heavy machine gun bullets, Gang Xiaokang saw 7mm bullets for the Type 92 heavy machine guns. But the quantity was few, with less than 10,000. When Gang Xiaokang opened another crate and saw the number of bullets inside, he was truly shocked. Inside, the bullets were wrapped tightly into bundles with craft papers. Gang Xiaokang removed the craft paper and revealed bullets that were distinctly differentiated with 2 colors. One had red circles while the other had yellow circles. 5mm bullets with a length of close to 16 cm and felt like 1/4 kilo held in hand. The tip of the bullets already took up half of the length of the entire bullet. Gang Xiaokang thought about a show he watched before, My Chief and My Regiment. In the show, there was an anti-tank gun used by the Japanese, where their bullets were just slightly larger than the bullets in his hands. Gang Xiaokang looked at the bright copper-nickel bullet head, but could not think of any weapons that were able to shoot the large bullets in his hands. Type 92 battalion guns, but the length feels wrong. Gang Xiaokang walked further in and saw 70mm high-explosive anti-tank warheads for the Type 92 battalion guns. By the time Gang Xiaokang returned to the surface, noon had already passed. Fortunately, his members had brought 3 days' worth of rations. This was Gang Xiaokang's rule, something that he had concluded through all the dangers he had faced before. There are too many uncertain elements in the apocalyptic world. Preparing more means having a higher chance of survival. The gun fires from the watchtower never stopped. The members all took turns to fire and have their lunch. The members on top were split into 2 firing squads. 3 realized that just by using half of the manpower, split into 2 teams to take turns firing, was sufficient to stop the rats on the wall. The rest of the members could rest or reload the empty magazines. Since the appearance of the rats, all the members were fighting intense battles. Regardless of those who had used the M1 Garand rifles first before changing, or those who were using the Type 81 ARs all the way, all of them had suffered under the powerful recoil of the automatic rifle to the point that they were unable to lift their arms while resting. With the situation stabilized, 3 had the time to narrate the cause of the rat tide. The day before yesterday, Deng Huai'an's worry about the food problem in the base struck a chord in 3's heart, especially that Zhang Huai'an actually wanted 3 to stop accepting new survivors. This made 3 extremely unhappy, who had longed to transform the combat team into a large troop, with him being the captain of the troops. When that happened and he truly became the captain of the troops, aside from Gang Xiaokang or He Wenbin, his voice would be the most powerful. With regards to the 2 people above him, he never had the thoughts to do anything against them. It was Gang Xiaokang and He Wenbin who rushed into a horde of 1,000 over zombies to pull him. Without saying, 3 would always remember this in his heart, but he never cared about the others. Furthermore, old Frank, who was in charge of construction, had a few hundred men under him. There was no need to talk about Lu Renyi. In 3's eyes, he never bothered about Lu Renyi. But Zhang Huai'an, an outsider, actually wanted to stop him from accepting survivors. Without the manpower, there was no source for troops. Without a source, when would he be able to accomplish his plan of building an army? Without being a captain, Wouldn't old Frank be forever above him? Who knew when would Zhang Hui and climb over him as well? For this, 3 became worried about the food. He was not someone who would remember grievances and had to resolve them. He did not know how long the food reserve in camp could hold before depletion. He only knew that the number of meals required for a few hundred men in a day was more than enough for him to eat for a year. A year worth of food reserves, to him, was already a large number. They were currently in a prison meant to hold over 1,000 prisoners. The amount of food they required was not a small number as well. And since it was a prison, it was impossible for many trucks to move in and out all the time. So to ensure a stable food source in prison, 3 reckoned that the prison had a storage to hold their food. When 3 informed Zhang Xiaoqing that he wanted to look for supplies, he was in fact looking for the food storage. The process of searching for the food storage went smoothly. Aside from a few skeletons, they never encountered a zombie. In the beginning, they were cautious. But by the time they reached the food storage, they had relaxed. The food storage was large with a huge lock on the doors. They opened the food storage together. But when the light entered, they saw a large rat nest. All the food were bitten into pieces with moldy food scattered all around. Every corner on the ground was littered with rat piss and feces, with rats larger than an adult's fist hoarding food everywhere. The sound of the doors opening surprised the rats, but it only caused them to squeak. Just when 3 found it strange that the rats were not afraid of humans, 10 rats the size of cats with dark red fur suddenly charged at them. 10 Titan 95 ARs fired in unison. Many of these rats bled and fell halfway while chasing after them, while the scattered bullets killed many of the fist-sized rats that were hoarding food. Due to this, all the rats that were considered large before the apocalypse, but seen as mere small rats in here, all squeaked and scattered further into the food storage. Seeing these rats frightened away, 3 no longer cared about them. He looked around and saw that there was no oil to dredge up, led his men away. Before they could walk for long, they heard a strange noise, like countless of leaves rustling in the wind. Following that, this noise slowly came closer. They stood in place and looked around carefully, not knowing where the danger was coming from. Chapter 200 Long Range. When the tide formed by the dark red and large rat surged over, 3 led his men and tried to use their rifles to shoot them. But seeing the endless tide of rats rushing at them, they started to feel the pressure. Seeing the endless streams of rats running towards them from the distance, 3 started to panic. He led his members to retreat while firing at the rats. Before they could run a distance, the ride tide suddenly shot out over 10 large rats that jumped onto the slowest member. The rats bit on whatever they could sink their teeth into, with a few of them stuck onto his face. The rats dug their claws deep into his flesh. Their razor-sharp teeth bit off pieces of his face as he hugged his head and rolled on the ground. Upon seeing that he was in pain, one of the members went back to help, but in this short moment of hesitation, he was also engulfed by the sea of rats. Upon reaching here, 3's eyes turned red. He only had a total of 9 elites who had served the army before, regardless of what kind of soldiers they were. As long as they had gone through the basic military training, they would be seen as elites in the apocalypse. Just from the rats, 3 of them had died. How many people were there in the combat team? Ever since Zhang Xiaoqing had built up the combat team with 11 men, they continued to expand and had a total of 60 men and women. After experiencing so many battles, aside from 2 deserters that were killed by Zhang Xiaoqing, none of them had suffered any injuries before. The newly introduced elite team that was directly under him, equipped with the best equipment, best guns, personal Titan 92 pistols, bulletproof vests and polymer helmets, all of them armed to the teeth, lost to a few hundred zombies that surrounded them, and even lost 3 men to the rat tide. He was ashamed and even felt that he was not fit to be a leader. Zhang Xiaoqing encouraged 3. To him, 3 had already done sufficiently well. Although he and his team acted like dogs with their tails beneath their bodies, and retreated multiple times, that was how they were able to survive. Zhang Xiaoqing was not lacking in supplies or food. He was lacking in men. He did not find a population of 10,000 as a lot. One person as too little. Although 3 did not know of any tactics and could not efficiently direct his troops, he was able to sense danger and could lead his men to retreat. Although they had losses, they were able to preserve themselves completely. If it were some other person who was a tad slower, their entire unit might have been killed. Zhang Xiaokang was sure that the rats were all mutated variants. They lived beneath the floors of the prison, and the food store was their dining quarters and their baby rooms. 3 and his men had alarmed the larger rats, causing them to chase after them to no end until they surrounded Zhang Xiaokang and the rest. They were not lacking in food temporarily. Every person had their own fresh water, so water was also sufficient. One after another, green steel ammunition crates were placed side by side inside the watchtower. They were no longer lacking in ammunition, but no one knew of the exact number of rats outside. They were constantly converging and forming a mountain in attempts to get over the wall. Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates had wrestled with the rats for more than 2 hours. Fear and fatigue were not in their dictionary, but Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates were already at their limits. From the start, they had never gone through high-intensity training or war simulation. The only thing that was making them persist was the pure fear of the rats. The firing rate on the watchtower started to slow down. Zhang Xiaokang looked at his watch, then raised his head and looked at the sky. They were not lacking in anything except the most important thing: time. If the rat problem could not be resolved prior to night time, the rats could take advantage of the darkness to jump over the wall. Without running electricity, majority of the spotlights had turned to decorative items. They had no wood to burn for light as well. Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates were not equipped with night vision devices, and they could very well perish in the night. Shua! Shua! Sounds of arrows piercing through the sky broke Zhang Xiaokang's train of thoughts. He raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound and saw the shadows of some sharp objects flying across the sky into the compound. These sharp objects resemble ancient archers concentrating their fires in one spot. Some of these half-meter long, chopstick-thick spikes stabbed into the zombie corpses, the floor, the black walls of the arsenal, leaving white dots all around, while many more flew and struck the survivors inside the watchtower. Arg! Someone screamed out loud. Zhang Xiaokang jumped up and rushed into the watchtower, taking 2 to 3 steps per time, and rushed up the stairs. 4 of the survivors were dragged to the side. Their bodies had sharp spikes stuck into them. Wang Chong was helping one of them to remove the spike from his body, which was stabbed almost an inch into their bodies. As the spike was taken out, blood quickly dyed his yellow military uniform red. 2 others laid by the side, dead or alive. No one knew. Their bodies were covered with the spikes, looking like hedgehogs. The blood flowing from the numerous wounds on their bodies slowly formed a pool of blood which slowly extended towards Zhang Xiaokang's feet. Zhang Xiaokang handed a bottle of blood-clotting powder over to Wang Chong, then peered out of the window. The platform at the top of the watchtower, which was initially covered with badly damaged rat corpses, had been cleaned by 3 and his men. But when Zhang Xiaokang looked out, aside from the blood traces from the rat corpses, there were countless of spikes, bullet shells, and little bean-sized holes. The uninjured members were in a state of panic. A few of them continued to fire with their rifles, while a few of them quickly shifted the empty ammunition crates to the top to act as cover. 3 constantly shouted at the people around him while occasionally firing at the wall. Seeing that the situation was not as terrible as he expected, Zhang Xiaokang raised his head and looked towards the wall. The rats were still climbing the mountain, their speed somewhat much faster than before, maybe because of the suppression of the rifles being slower. At the empty space beyond the mountain of rats behind the wall, Zhang Xiaokang noticed something and thought that he was seeing things. He quickly retrieved out his binoculars and took a look. In the empty space of 100 m away from the wall, Zhang Xiaokang saw 10 large animals wiggling towards the prison. These things were roughly the size of the large jars he saw in the village. As they were moving together, Zhang Xiaokang was unable to obtain a clear view of their true appearance. But Zhang Xiaokang saw the main culprits responsible for the spikes. It was them. Their bodies had countless of spikes spread out like porcupines. Zhang Xiaokang zoomed the binoculars 10x onto the spikes on their bodies. Looking at them, Zhang Xiaokang inhaled in cold air from his mouth. Are the rats actually mutating to adapt to long range? Chapter 201 Heavy Machine Gun. Seeing the large porcupines in the distance, Zhang Xiaokang's hands trembled slightly. All of their original backup plans were run aground. With the long-distance monsters, the creatures were able to suppress the gun fires and concentrate their attacks. 6 combat team members were already forced to stand down due to injuries. This was only their first round, but seeing the monsters with the dense spikes still on their backs, Zhang Xiaokang knew that it was not their last, including the 3 elites who had died outside the wall. There were a total of 9 men in the team that Zhang Xiaokang who were unable to wield weapons and fight. In total, he had brought out 50 men, leaving Zhang Huai and with only 10 odd men to defend the base. This also meant that Zhang Xiaokang had brought out 80 of the force, and up to date, he had already lost 10 of the men with another 10 no longer able to fight. As for the remaining 40 men, it was not enough for them to just defend the wall against the onslaught of rats and long-distance attacks. They had to destroy and put an end to the uncountable rats. Only by doing so would Zhang Xiaokang be able to return to the arsenal and retrieve the ammunition and weapons. The situation was dire, and Zhang Xiaokang figured that he and 80 of the combat team were forced to stay in the prison. The slow-moving porcupine-like creatures seemed to have received some sort of order. They stopped their swollen bodies in unison and stooped down. Observing their strange actions, Zhang Xiaokang immediately dropped his binoculars and shouted to his back, "Take cover." After shouting, he immediately turned and jumped into the stairwell and hid his body behind the thick cement wall. The other members immediately dropped the empty ammunition crates and ran in as well. 3 ran in with his Type 81 AR and squatted beside Zhang Xiaokang, occasionally raising the rifle and firing out. Shua shua shua. The familiar sounds came out again. Zhang Xiaokang grabbed 3 by his clothes and pulled him in. Due to Zhang Xiaokang's large exertion of force, 3 was flung and fell into a pool of blood. Ding ding. Countless spikes struck the wall. A few even penetrated through the small opening and shot into the interior. The place where 3 was at prior to being pulled down was already covered with countless spikes. Seeing the wall where he was previously it being thinned, 3 shuddered in fear. He was almost the 6th dead member. Upon thinking of what Zhang Xiaokang did, he looked towards him with gratitude and thanked him. Zhang Xiaokang did not have the time to look at him in the eyes. He took up a Type 81 AR leaning on the wall and slowly stood up. He took aim towards the large porcupines and took fire. The rifle throbbed intensely on his shoulder. His right cheek was also able to feel the intense recoil. The muzzle of the rifle spewed out green flames continuously as bullets slowly reached the large target. The weird creature trembled upon being shot at. The dense spikes on its body broke and fell all around it. A full magazine of 30 rounds was emptied on the target, but the creature merely stopped trembling after the firing stopped and gently shook its body, throwing off the broken spikes. After that, it looked as though it had received some order as it stopped shaking and stooped down once more. "Take cover." Zhang Xiaokang shouted out once more and jumped back in. All of the other members routinely stopped their fires and hid. 3 to 4 seconds later, another wave of concentrated spikes flew in. When the sounds of the spikes colliding into the wall stopped, Zhang Xiaokang retrieved a full magazine from the ammunition crate and reloaded. He led everyone out to continue firing, where the combat team members aimed and fired at the wall while Zhang Xiaokang aimed at the creature that he had shot previously. After emptying another magazine, Zhang Xiaokang helplessly realized that the Type 81 AR's 7.62 mm bullets were useless against the creature. Aside from breaking the spikes on its back, it did no damage to the creature, making it feel as though he was using the rifle to tickle the creature. The interval at which the creature shot their spikes was not very fast, allowing Zhang Xiaokang to estimate the duration of their reloads, which was roughly 1.5 to 2 minutes. Furthermore, every time they shot, they had to stoop their body downwards. As long as there was an early warning, the combat team members would have time to dodge and prevent further injuries. But these creatures did not care whether or not they were on target. They merely repeated the motion of stooping down and taking fire, as though they were telling Zhang Xiaokang, "I can't kill you. but I can irritate you to death. Their suppressive fires were of some use. At least the combat team members had to take the time to avoid their spikes, lowering the efficiency of their fires. Without the continuous suppression of the Type 81 ARs, the mountain of rats formed even faster. Although the suppressive fires from the rifles would come on after every minute or so, the speed at which the rats were forming the mountain was able to slightly overcome their fires. Time had passed, and it was already late afternoon. Yang Xiaokang and the combat team members were firing non-stop. Without any idea of how many rats were there, Yang Xiaokang started to worry. No one knew what other creatures aside from the rats and long-range porcupines were there to suddenly ambush them. He unloaded an empty magazine and grasped for another, but realized that there were no longer any loaded magazines. The ammunition crate by his feet was already emptied out, and the magazines inside were all the empty ones that he had thrown with countless empty bronze shells. He grabbed an empty magazine and quickly reloaded it with bullets, his eyes constantly moving around trying to look for an idea. If they could turn the tide, it would be the best possible outcome. If they could not, he had to look for a direction to break out. Suddenly, he spied onto the Type 53-7, 62mm HMG at the bottom of the watchtower from the corner of his eyes. The dense plate installed on it made his heart stir. The current issue was that there were no suppressive fires on the rats because of the long-range porcupine rats. If we install the Type 53 HMG on top, and use the ammunition crates to block off its two sides and use the plate to protect the top, won't that be a completely sealed and safe machine gun fort? Zhang Xiaokang recalled the rusted heavy machine gun on the workstation inside the arsenal, unsure of whether he had the capability of restoring it after dismantling it. Taking one step back. If it could be dismantled, it could be restored. But what if there were additional parts that he did not know of? Zhang Xiaokang knew and experienced this before where he dismantled toys when he was young. From what he knew, everything that he touched would never be restored to normal again. It was the third Type 53 HMG that Zhang Xiaokang was dismantling. Somehow, he entered into a state of mind as that of surgeons in an operation. Inside the arsenal, Wang Chong, Shangdu and Qiao Yun, and two other injured members held on to two torchlights each, and shone the light for him. Under the bright lights, Zhang Xiaokang looked at the machine gun components with perspiration all over his head. He greased all of the components once, then carefully cleaned and inspected the gun barrel once. Components were components, but Zhang Xiaokang was unable to reassemble them back. In his mind, he deeply regretted not bringing Wangla out. If Wangla was here, wouldn't we have already succeeded with these things? Chapter 202 Impasse. 1, 2, 3. Heave. 7 robust men shouted in rhythm as they carefully carried the Type 53 HMG up the stairs. When they reached the top, the HMG was placed on the ground and rolled into the already prepared machine gun fort. The machine gun fort was not tall and could perfectly fit 2 squatted men inside. One of them lifted the Type 53 HMG's 250 bullets bandolier locked on the gun's body, and in no time, the sound of the heavy machine gun firing started up. The constant flow of empty bullet shells dropped on the floor, producing clank sounds. With this, everyone all heaved sighs of relief. They were all able to hear the ding sounds from the spikes that struck the ammunition crates and the protective steel boards installed on the machine gun. But with the machine gun firing at the wall, the originally high rat mountain started to recede. The Type 53-7, 62mm HMG is an imitation of the Soviet Union's Goryunov, produced in 1953 and universally equipped across the army. It was named as the human mower in the Korean War. At the same time, China created their very own heavy machine gun. Of course, it was reformed China. It was only until the 80s of the 20th century that the Type 53 was completely decommissioned and removed from the Army's orbit. Rate of fire 350 rounds minute, which meant that under the circumstance where the barrel does not overheat, it could possibly fire at a rate of 350 rounds minute continuously for long periods of time. As for Zhang Xiaokang's M1919A6 HMG, it had a firing rate of 150 rounds minute, and the barrel would emit smoke after 5 minutes of firing. For it to sustain a consistent fire for half an hour, it could not exceed 75 rounds a minute. Otherwise, the barrel had to be cooled. Furthermore, changing the barrel required 3 minutes of time while changing the bolt required 2 minutes. These timings were done by the women under continuous practice and upgrade and were their best timings. Due to the shortcomings of the M199A6 HMG, the machine gunner and assistant constantly quarreled. In other words, this Type 53-7 22 mm HMG's firing rate was 5 times more efficient than the M1919A6 used by Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates, which also meant that one Type 53 had to be able to provide support as much as 4 M1919A6. Seeing the 3.7 62 mm HMG's firing continuously, elation filled Zhang Xiaokang's heart. It was his first time restoring something perfectly. He watched as the members carried crates after crates of 7.63 x 54 mm bullets along with 6 black HMG barrels. In his mind, Zhang Xiaokang barely recalled the pile of components from 5 to 6 machine guns, then threw them to the back of his head. It appeared that all the Type 53 HMG inside the arsenal had been torn down by him. As time dragged on, the longer the delay between each thorn shot out by the large porcupine-resembling creatures and the less concentrated they became. At long last, the torrential rain of thorns became droplets of thorns. Without the threat of the long-ranged attacks, all the members picked up their guns and returned to formation. The concentrated fires from the rifles and machine guns quickly demolished the rat mountain, reducing the immense pressure on everyone's heads. Zhang Xiaokang led a few men and cleaned the blood and corpses off the Type 92 battalion gun that was left in the center of the compound, then carefully cleaned the inner part of the tube and wiped some of the rigid components with gun oil. When the Type 92 battalion gun was cleaned up and looked as good as new, Zhang Xiaokang rubbed his hands together in glee as he looked at the neatly placed 70 mm high explosive warheads. After testing the battalion gun's highest angle, he inserted the warhead in, sealed the bolt, and bang! The battalion gun jerked backward, and a loud explosion occurred outside the wall. Zhang Xiaokang did not bother about the members who were recovering from the shot. He raised his head and looked at 3 who was inspecting the shot, to which he turned back and shook his head. Zhang Xiaokang did not know how to operate the battalion gun. Furthermore, it had no aiming device for them to take aim, which had been taken down by others a long time ago. Of course, even if they had it, Zhang Xiaokang and the rest still wouldn't know how to use it. Zhang Xiaokang's original intent was to use the Type 92 battalion gun to fry the porcupine creatures that were firing their thorns from a position 50 m away. But when he climbed back up the watchtower to find them with his binoculars, he knew that he was oversimplifying the problem. Although they have shifted the Type 92 battalion gun to its maximum angle, the warhead landed and produced a large hole 100 m away from the strange creatures. Zhang Xiaokang did not know that the Type 92 battalion gun's shortest range was 100 m. With his professional accuracy, to actually obtain a 150 m shot was already considered a good shot. It was what at 613. Zhang Xiaokang and a few of the survivors installed the Type 5412 7 mm anti-aircraft machine gun. It might have been due to the bad preservation of the gun. Some parts were too rusted that Zhang Xiaokang was forced to throw. Looking at the long barrel in front of him, Zhang Xiaokang fell into a daze. His original plan was to repair it, and used its frame to replace the heavy machine gun on the watchtower to scatter all the rats, and wait for them to be dispersed before using the battalion gun. But seeing how corroded the gun was, Zhang Xiaokang felt that he could not repair it well enough. There were 2 Type 5412 7 mm anti-aircraft machine guns, to which the second one had a worse outer appearance. Just when Zhang Xiaokang lit his cigarette, he felt something strange occurring beneath his feet. Rumble! The bottom of the wall behind the rat mountain suddenly caved in, as countless of rats spewed out like a blood-red fountain. The surging red-haired rats quickly scattered and ran in all directions, turning the monotonous black soil ground to red. Red rats continued to surge out from the underground tunnel. Seeing the countless of rats running over to them, Zhang Xiaokang sighed in his mind. Thinking it's over. Ha pa pa. Shingu and Kyo Yun, who was always behind him, stood up and fired off with her rifle. As fires were shot, her body started trembling, seeing the countless of rats running towards her. As a lady, Shangyu and Kyo Yun felt even more fear than the men. Empty bullet shells dropped at her feet as she emptied her rifle. She then unholstered her M1911A1 and continued firing. After emptying the bullets from her pistol, she threw the pistol to the ground and ran over to Zhang Xiaokang, who was busy firing at the rats, opened her arms and hugged him from behind, and gently buried her face on his back. To her, nothing was important anymore. She believed that her remaining days would be terminated by the rat tide. She took a sniff of the cigarette smell on his body and slowly leaned into him, her slender arms hugging his waist tightly. Previously, while firing her pistol, she had thought of saving the last bullet for herself. She wanted to raise her head to look at him one last time. The only man that ever walked into her heart. The man that she felt that she could never leave his side from. The man that let her experience the bitterness and sweetness of love. She wanted to look at him one more time before she died. Chapter 203. I Am Strong. Shangyu and Kyo Yun saw the back view of him with the gun raised and firing. The lonely figure that walked in the middle of the town. The one who hid in the corner and cried. The one who wielded his sword and cut down the rats at the door. All of these back views superimposed into one body. Seeing his back that was not that broad, she wished to dissolve into him. She fired the last bullet at the rats, then threw her pistol and walked to his back and hugged him. She had decided to die with him. Thoughts flashed past her mind at supersonic speed and froze at the moment inside the pitch-black arsenal where he held her hands and ran at the crates. He had long thrown the empty rifle down to the ground and used the large-caliber pistol to fire at the rats. With one last bullet left, he aimed the Desert Eagle at the 70mm warhead stacked neatly at his side. A thin figure wielding a black pistol ran over. It was him. The man with the black frame spectacles that had a thin string hooked behind his head. The man who looked extremely easy to bully. Wang Chong. The one Zhang Xiaokang judged as an otaku. With his thin frame, he hugged onto a 70mm warhead and ran towards the rat tide without even turning back. Zhang Xiaokang's gaze followed Wang Chong as he ran with the 4 kg warhead into the rat tide. Multiple rats climbed onto him and bit him. His yellow uniform became stained with red stripes of blood. He ignored the rats on his body and ignored the intense pain birthed from the wounds of the rat bites. His body spasmed due to the pain but ignored everything. The once cowardice and weak him had his eyes completely fixed onto the underground passage made by the rats. Wang Chong continued to struggle within the rat tide while holding onto the heavy warhead. He could feel pieces of his body being bitten off by the rats hanging on his body. He could feel the warhead in his hand becoming heavier. He could feel the waves of intense pain striking him from within, as though he would be knocked down from the next attack. All of these feelings mixed together could be considered the most despairing emotion. But this despair did not knock the weak Wang Chong. He had decided the moment he stepped forward to grab the warhead. From the beginning, he had always been the weak one in everyone's eyes. Even his parents thought that he was a timid child. Only he knew that he was not. But seeing how his parents had to suffer every possible hardship to bring him up and earnestly taught him how to be a decent human being, he gave in. He kept giving in. Thus everyone bullied him. Even the girl that he had a crush on looked down on him. He wanted to rebel. He wanted to tell the whole world that he was not afraid. He was afraid of no one. But ultimately, he was still afraid. When he saw his father that bent under the pressure of life, when he saw his mother growing white hair, he became afraid. He was not willing to watch his parents become disappointed. He was in love. He liked the girl. Her smile, her eyes, her adorable temper. He gave all of his love and respect to her. He accepted her everything with his open mind. When the girl nodded and agreed to date him, he felt as though he was the happiest man on earth. He wished to tell everyone that he knew about how good the girl she was. How adorable she was. How much he liked her. Yes, everyone. Be it his friends or enemies. It was a pity. The bliss was short-lived. How could the pampered girl truly know what a genuine heart was she yearned to boast? She yearned for glory. She wanted to keep up with the trends and fashion. all of which he could not provide. The girl wanted to break up with him. Seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar face, he nodded his head. The moment he nodded, his heart split into two. He did not wish to stay inside the city that made its citizens feel depressed. He left for the outside world, studied in a university and found work outside. In a flash, 4 years passed. By the time he returned home, the world had changed. When he escaped, he had no clue as to what had happened. He encountered Brother Long and the rest and realized that everywhere else changed. Humankind became zombies and the remaining survivors lived in fear at the edge of the zombie's mouth. Every single day, the pain of losing his loved ones tore at his heart. But amidst the pain, he felt a sense of relaxation. He felt free of the binds. There were no one for him to conduct himself. No one to teach him to endure bully. His heart felt free. An empty freedom. Under other else's distrust in him, he joined the food search team. All of the men who were stronger or looked more ferocious than him hid in the corners and ate chicken feed, while everyone else thought that he should be the one to eat chicken feed. He actually ate rice. There was a once person who wanted to provoke him, to challenge him, without any regards for his life. He hugged that person and exchanged blows with him. He spat out blood as the aggressor had stabbed his heart with a hidden dagger. In that bout, that was the real him. When Zhang Xiaokang dropped down the cave, no one dared to go down. But he did, because he felt that if he were to be afraid, he would no longer be his true self, but the bespectacled Wang Chong that was constantly bullied, and not the one who could stand tall for himself. He always maintained a respectful appearance in front of Zhang Xiaokang. When he saw the D2 colliding onto the wall, he became afraid. He was equally as afraid as the rest. He felt that it was impossible for any human being to kill that monster, especially a monster that could not be killed by Brother Long and his team's rifles. But Zhang Xiaokang did it. Wang Chong resolved himself to follow Zhang Xiaokang, to do what he does, learn what he knew. He set Zhang Xiaokang as his goal because Zhang Xiaokang was sufficiently strong and fearsome. When the rat tide broke through the surface, he was on the watchtower. Upon seeing that, he and the rest were stunned, including 3. They originally thought that they had placed the rat mountain under control, so all of them had relaxed. When they saw the ferocious tide of rats appearing from underneath the ground, they were not shocked, but were instantly filled with despair. Zhang Xiaokang's gunshots woke Wang Chong up. He saw Zhang Xiaokang below firing calmly. His heart was invigorated. Seeing the highly explosive warheads by Zhang Xiaokang's legs, an emotion never before felt surfaced in his heart. He grabbed a Type 92 pistol from an elite's thigh and flew down the watchtower steps. He could not feel the trembles in his legs when he saw Zhang Xiaokang pointing the pistol at the warhead. He ran over and picked one up and made the decision: a single man's death is better than a group. If we have to die, let me be the first. Just a little more. Just a little more. Wang Chong hugged the warhead and kept on moving towards the rat's underground entrance. His body was already completely covered with rats that kept on wiggling on him, nibbling and biting on his flesh. But he was already numb to the pain. At that moment, he only cared to protect 2 things: his hands and his eyes. His hands hugged onto the warhead and held onto a pistol while his eyes remained fixed on the entrance. He did not allow himself to deviate at all. One large rat jumped from his chest to his face, to which he reacted by lowering himself and using his forehead to smash onto the rat's body. When it landed into the tide of rats, he finally made it. Pa! The sound of the Type 92 pistol sounded from the underground entrance. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The blazing red pillar instantly ripped countless of rats up and threw them into the sky. A powerful shockwave spread across the ground and smashed the rats onto the wall. Countless of rats were torn to shreds by the rat while many more had their heads smashed against the wall and died. Charred rat corpses dropped from the sky. The underground tunnel made by the rats was abruptly stopped like a fountain without water. Aside from the green smoke emitting from the ground, there were no other movements. Chapter 204 Red Eyes. When the explosion occurred, Zhang Xiaokang was wielding the Jing Y blade and protecting Shang Yuan Qiao Yun, who was at the entrance of the watchtower. Lunatic Guofei stood at the steel doors and killed the rats with his long handle blade with joy. The shockwave from the explosion caused 2 of them, while Zhang Xiaokang was quickly pulled up by Shangu and Qiu Yun. Guofei was flung to a pile of dead rats. When he finally stood up in a daze, a half-dead rat struggled on his shoulder. He grabbed its tail and threw it to the ground, then stomped it to death. Deng Xiaokang did not care about him. He knew of Guofei's character. Aside from killing, his only otherwise was to find a hole to bury himself in. He did not need care or concern. The only thing he needed was to kill until he was killed. Such people are easy to control. They had a unique naivety to them, did not have many thoughts or concern towards other things like power, women, enjoyment, etc. They had already gone through the despair of life, and the only thing that could satisfy them were the only thing they want. Therefore, they make the most loyal cannon fodder. Originally, Guofei wanted to kill Zhang Xiaokang, but Zhang Xiaokang still fought to bring him in as a subordinate. When battling with him, Zhang Xiaokang immediately realized that Guofei was purely trying to seek ways to die. For a person to even ignore the dangers placed on his life, why would he care about the minor setbacks? But aside from seeking his own death, Guofei had his own bottom line. For one, he never thought about suicide. It was only after the negotiation breakdown that which he took action. That proved he was not completely crazy. He knew the benefits of being in a group. Thus Zhang Xiaokang thought to bring him to his side. The aftermath of the explosion was intense. The highly explosive warhead produced a shockwave that cleansed all the rat corpses littered all around. The ground that was initially covered completely with the rat corpses or the thorns shot by the porcupine-like creature was completely empty after the explosion. The shockwave had pushed everything to the feet of the walls. The tunnel that emitted smoke became extremely obvious to Zhang Xiaokang. Because of the tunnel, his entire team was almost decimated. Wang Chong, who Zhang Xiaokang sought as moving bloodbag, was the one who displayed the most dazzling display at the most crucial moment. The faint prick in his heart reminded Zhang Xiaokang that the bespectacled Wang Chong was gone. When he saw Wang Chong carrying the warhead, he immediately knew what he had thought to do. Deng Xiaokang did not stop him. He had to consider Shangyu and Qiu Yun who was behind him. He had to consider the 10 over members beside who aided him. He had to consider the brothers on the watchtower. Most importantly, Zhang Xiaokang was afraid of dying. As long as there was a thread of hope, he wished to continue living. When Wang Chong ran out towards the rat tide, Zhang Xiaokang pulled the people beside him back to the watchtower. After the explosion, he was alive. The rest were alive, but none of them were happy at all. Wang Chong had died. He had sacrificed himself for them. What are you guys staring blankly at? Reform the perimeter line. 3. Hand me the heavy machine gun. Zhang Xiaokang shouted and broke the survivors' thoughts on Wang Chong. The gun fires of a Type 81 rifle and Type 53 HMG sounded out again. Zhang Xiaokang carried 2 highly explosive warheads and threw them down the tunnel. Then told the people behind him, prepare the battalion gun for me. I want to break this wall. A few of the combat team members clumsily deployed the Type 92 battalion gun and aimed the barrel to the wall above the tunnel entrance. Boom! The shrapnel and shockwave produced from the close-range explosive caused the HMG on the watchtower to cease fire for a moment. A few of the ammunition crate defense was blown apart by the shrapnel. Behind the gun, Zhang Xiaokang felt a large tremor from the ground. Then a hot shockwave blew past from the front of the battalion gun. When the smoke dissipated, a few cracks could be seen on the thick wall. During the construction of the prison walls, the designers had considered being sieged by explosives, so they did not spare anything and built the walls to their maximum capabilities. The kinetic energy produced by the highly explosive warheads was still far from being able to punch through the wall. Zhang Xiaokang loaded another warhead and aimed at the same spot. At the same time, the guns on the watchtower aimed straight for the tunnel. The warheads at the tunnel entrance tore the rats to pieces. Pelts and flesh flew all around. 3 was ashamed of not being the first to react when the tunnel first appeared. When he saw the unimportant person running out with the warhead in hand to suicide at the most crucial moment, his heart felt extreme guilt. If he had discovered it right from the start, He would have used the automatic rifles to fire at the tunnel and would have prevented them from being caught unprepared, resulting in them treading on the line of life and death. He shouted and gave orders to the members below, focusing all of their fire pores on the tunnel entrance, wanting to once again suppress the rats that were popping out. Two dazzling fiery beams converged into one large rumble as the tunnel entrance suddenly exploded, producing countless of soil and dirt to be flung into the sky. Another flaming shockwave also appeared outside of the wall as countless of rats were thrown into the sky. The mountain of rats squirming outside quickly caved in. As the jet black smoke dissipated, the tunnel that could originally fit one person doubled in size, and a hole had exploded on the wall, with countless of spider web-like cracks all around it. HMG, aim at that hole. Following 3's orders, the machine gunners removed the bunker covers around them, and all aimed at the cracked wall with their guns and fired. The power of 2 warheads caused everyone on the ground to roll on the floor. By the time they shook off the daze and stood up, the machine gunners on the watchtower were already firing. Seeing the hole in the wall, Gang Xiaoqing got everyone to focus on it. Boom! The beautiful flames and smoke on the hole caused a large explosion. A heat wave was ignited and assaulted everyone's nostrils, causing them to choke. Zhang Xiaoqing immediately loaded the second warhead into the battalion gun. Boom! A loud rumble sounded out along with black smoke. Bang! This time, there were no explosion or shockwave, just a rain of blood and countless rat limbs dropping from the sky. Whoosh! Dust soared up into the sky, as soil and mud dropped down onto everyone's helmets. Chapter 205 Great Escape. Monstrous creature. A highly explosive warhead had miraculously shot through the hole and exploded inside the rat tide. The power of the 70mm explosive not only fried the converged rats outside, but the power of the shockwave caused the standing wall to fall. The collapse of the wall produced a thick smoke that blocked Zhang Xiaoqing's vision. There was no need to talk about the situation outside of the wall. Zhang Xiaoqing could not even see the HMG on the watchtower that was still firing, and was unsure of what they were firing out at. Zhang Xiaoqing did not dare to have someone to check on the situation above. Near him, there was a combat team member lying on the ground. A large shrapnel from the warhead was lodged in his head. This member was the one who was flung out from the shockwave of the first attack on the wall. Previously, after dying in front of the battalion gun, Zhang Xiaoqing had someone shift him to the side and stopped bothering about him. Zhang Xiaoqing was unsure of the possible casualties on the watchtower. So far, there were over 10 casualties, but he reckoned they were still far from the end of the battle. Zhang Xiaoqing was uncertain how many would be able to make it back to the base after everything. Rumble! Yet another fiery pillar lit up. At this time, it was almost 5 in the evening and the sky had darkened slightly. The flames of the highly explosive warhead were already brighter than the setting sun. Zhang Xiaoqing no longer took note of how many warheads he had fired off. The floor around him had many warhead cases, and when he pulled on the gun plug, another piping hot warhead case rolled onto the ground, produced a clank when it knocked into the other cases. Zhang Xiaoqing used his sleeve to wipe away the perspiration on his head. He looked at the front, where the smoke and cloud of dust had not dissipated, lowered his head and carried another warhead and inserted it into the barrel. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqing realized that the HMG above him had stopped firing for a while. Right as he was about to question them, 3 rushed out of the watchtower with his face covered in soot. He looked at Zhang Xiaoqing with an excited look on his face and stammered scattered. Those things ran away. Under the gloomy evening sky, scattering groups of rats ran away in all directions. Although they were unsure how many were left, they knew that they had killed over a few thousands of the rats. Using the binoculars, Zhang Xiaoqing could tell that the rats appeared to be estranged and no longer had the power and momentum as they had as a crazy tide. The dozen-odd porcupine-like creatures had already turned and were en route towards the prison's food storage. All of their bodies were left with a few thorns. On the road, occasional panicked rats would run under their bodies. But after that, the rats would no longer appear. Seeing these large creatures, Zhang Xiaoqing ordered the gunners on the ground. A regiment of flames exploded on the creatures. 2 of them suddenly overturned, They struggled endlessly on the ground, while the other creatures were so shocked that they squirmed around more intensely. But they were still too slow. Another warhead landed right in the center of them. This time, only one was overturned. As flames erupted beneath it, its large body split into many pieces and flew into the sky. Ta-ta! Countless of 762 bullets shot onto one of the creature's body, destroying the remaining thorns on its back. The creature trembled endlessly under the assault of the heavy bullets. Zhang Xiaoqing led 10 fit members to walk along the outer side of the wall. They saw a pile of dead rats outside that was dyed red with their blood. This perimeter wall was a cut shorter than the outer wall due to the chiseling done in by the countless bullets fired. The dark red felt of the rats and blood had merged together, preventing them from differentiating between flesh and felt. A large pit of a circumference of 500 m appeared in front of them, still emitting spirals of smoke. 2 mounds of bricks and soil could be seen beside the large pit. These 2 mounds were the stones and soil beneath the wall dug out by the rats. The thick wall that could withstand artillery shells was not something the rats could claw and dig their way through. They dug through the ground underneath it and scooped out the bricks buried beneath, allowing them entry and almost forcing Zhang Xiaoqing and his team to die together, regardless of outside the pit. Inside the pit or the ground, the entire place was covered with countless rat corpses. Around the large pit were 10 concentrated bomb craters where even more rats laid layer upon layer. The shots fired by Zhang Xiaoqing at the rats caused great devastation. The number of dead rats in front of them exceeded Zhang Xiaoqing's estimation. Looking at the sea and mountain of dead rats, not a single one of the survivors were able to maintain their calm. Even the lunatic Guo Fei turned pale in fright. The long handle blade in his hand trembled slightly. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Xiaoqing decided to withdraw before talking. One part of the perimeter wall had been destroyed, causing them to be defenseless in the night. Although the rats had scattered, Zhang Xiaoqing was unsure if they would return even stronger. So leaving the prison was the safest choice. The injured people were carried out by others. Behind, 4 strong men pushed the Type 92 battalion gun. 2 pulled the Type 53 HMG, while the rest carried the ammunition crates. Zhang Xiaoqing and 3 stood at the front and watched the 9 porcupine-like creatures. They were unafraid of rifle bullets. HMGs could only inflict pain on them. The only things that could possibly kill them were the high-explosive warheads or the beast horn spear. But to use the beast horn spear, Zhang Xiaoqing had to locate the heads beneath their stomachs. The creatures looked like Chinese chestnuts, without any hairs on their bodies. A layer of black and thick leather draped across their back. The leather was extremely thick and covered with pores, which had been closed tightly. The thick leather draped over their 2 sides and covered their 4 limbs perfectly, as though the leathers did not belong to them but a thick blanket. Lifting these thick leathers, one would be able to see a pineapple-sized head that have no hair, just 2 peanut-sized eyes on the top, making these creatures look extremely wretched. Their mouths were thin with 2-inch-long incisors exposed. No matter how one looked at them, they were the incisors belonging to rats. Furthermore, there are traces of blood by the sides of their mouth. Of course, they were the blood left behind by the rats that they had unintentionally collided into and eaten. These were obviously coward creatures. Once Zhang Xiaoqing and the rest approached them by their sides, they stopped moving. He allowed the members to use their bayonets to stab at the thick leather to test them. Who knew that this creature would tremble in pain, but still remain unmoved? Zhang Xiaoqing used the beast horn spear and killed a few of the creatures that had their limbs exploded. At that time, all of the rats were scattering and only these slow-moving creatures were left. 2 of the creatures were instantly fried while 3 of them had their limbs charred and destroyed as they lay on the ground. Half alive, Zhang Xiaoqing got his rifle and went close range to gun down the remaining 8. 1 magazine of 30 bullets were emptied, but aside from the thorns being cleansed, they did not seem to be injured. With no other choice, Zhang Xiaoqing got the members to flip the creatures with the stock of their guns. Looking at the creatures wiggling endlessly, Zhang Xiaoqing thought of another creature. A tortoise. Chapter 205 Murder in the Night. Brilliant car lights tore the silent night. Everyone held onto their rifles as they sat sleepily in the carriages. Zhang Xiaokang sat in the bumpy off-road vehicle and gazed out into the darkness. The fleet took a different route back instead of following the route that they had come in before. They passed through a few residential areas to reach the prison. These residential areas had not been cleansed of zombies, to which was not a problem in the day but dangerous at night. Zhang Xiaokang gave up on returning to the base and thought of finding a secluded place to stay the night. One of Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates was a local and knew of a safer place. Thus Zhang Xiaokang decided to bring them there for a night before returning to the prison in the morning to retrieve the ammunition. After leaving the prison, the fleet traveled for about a half hour before driving up a small hill, where an extremely old bungalow stood at the top. It was in ruins with weeds growing all around the broken walls and pieces of large rocks littered everywhere. Around the ruins, there were plenty of different sized trees that had shed their leaves. Under the darkness, no one knew what species of trees they were. After everyone dropped from the vehicles, the night wind on the top of the hill roused everyone completely awake. Some of them shifted the cooking utensils down the vehicles while a few held onto torchlights and gathered dried twigs and wood. 2 lightly injured members along with 2 heavily injured were carried to a spot where they sat down to observe the rest. Not long later, a raging bonfire was lit up with a few men propping up a huge pot above the fire and pouring in water and rice grains. Some chopped the salted vegetables into quarters and gave everyone a quarter each. This quarter of salted vegetables was everybody's side dish, including Zhang Xiaokang. He took a mess tin from his bag and placed the quarter of salted vegetables into it and waited for the rice to cook. Aside from 2 subordinates placed as scouts, the rest all sat by the bonfire to keep warm. On one side, 3 looked abnormal. He sat restlessly, occasionally checking the scout team members whether they were hidden well, occasionally checking on the Type 92 battalion gun on the vehicle whether it was tied tightly. Then found 2 large rocks that he placed at the wheels, then inspected on the injured, all the way until the rice was cooked. During dinner, Zhang Xiaokang noticed 2 men holding tree branches with red meat skewered onto them and barbecuing the meat. He became curious seeing the dark red meat and recalled the rats that they had massacred. Isn't the meat split by the warheads look exactly like that? Is that rat meat? Is it edible? Looking at the 2 men happily barbecuing the food, Zhang Xiaokang asked. It is edible. The meat is extremely soft. Our village often eats rat meat and I grew up eating them. In our village, all the rats in the fields were even dug up and eaten. Upon hearing the members' words, Zhang Xiaokang was stunned, not because they were eating rat meat, but because their entire village ate rats, and that all the rats in their fields were completely eaten up. One must know, rats have the reputation of being able to thrive and continue surviving even if the world is to perish. But Zhang Xiaokang actually found out that such a powerful life had actually been wiped out in a village, and right when he felt that it was inconceivable, the smell of barbecue came over. When the rat meat entered his mouth, Zhang Xiaokang did not find it disgusting at all. Maybe because it had been so long since such fresh barbecued meat had entered his mouth, to the point that he could not even remember their taste. Watching Zhang Xiaokang munch unhappily, the others turned their eyes to the 2 men barbecuing while drooling from their mouths. One of the men saw the rest looking at him and laughed out loud, then grabbed onto 2 pelt bags from his bag and revealed 2 rats wrapped in plastic bags inside them. These 2 rats had their limbs, head, and tail cut off, leaving rows of ribs and lean meat that resembled rabbit meat. Everyone walked forward immediately. In the next moment, the rat carcasses were split cleanly with skewers of rat meat extended into the flames. The members watched as the meat got barbecued, while Zhang Xiaokang recalled back the mountain of rat corpses. By the time he regained his senses, he realized that 3 was looking at him as though he had something to say. Zhang Xiaokang walked over and the 2 stood at the side of the bonfire with their back facing the endless darkness. Brother Cockroach, I am afraid I did badly today. Zhang Xiaokang did not say anything. Just hearing 3's initial account, he knew that 3 thought that his own performance was extremely bad. To Zhang Xiaokang, if it were any other person, they would not have done better. Watching the other members dying and injured, he felt guilty. 3 felt that he did not have the capacity to face the injured members, or even the capacity to continue being the captain. Yang Xiaokang patted him on the shoulders. You paid so much school fees today. If you don't continue staying in position, aren't the deaths of the members for nothing. Remember, there will definitely be deaths in a war. With that, Yang Xiaokang turned and left, leaving 3 stunned on the spot. No one knew what was on his mind. As the firewood was exhausted, 3's figure was slowly enveloped by the darkness. After a tiring day, Yang Xiaokang allowed the members to sleep. He found a broken wall and leaned against it. Upon closing his eyes, a soft body slowly leaned onto his left shoulder. He knew it was Shangyuan Qiuyun. He did not move and held the beast horn spear in his hand and fell asleep. While sleeping, Yang Xiaokang felt people moving around. He suddenly woke up and grabbed onto the pistol on his waist. The bonfire was still burning. Thinking that it was the night sentries adding more firewood, Yang Xiaokang looked around. He noticed that many of the members were lying next to the bonfire in deep sleep. Borrowing the light from the fire, Yang Xiaokang noticed that Shangyuan Qiuyun's eyes were opened as well. Seeing that Yang Xiaokang was awake, she pointed to the foot of the hill and whispered, "I have the urge to fire in that direction." Before Shangyuan Qiuyun could complete her sentence, Yang Xiaokang felt a premonition. He pulled Shangyuan Qiuyun up, moved to the bonfire and woke the other members up. 3 already had matters in his mind, thus he was in a much lighter sleep. Yang Xiaokang's whispers to the other members immediately woke him up. "What's wrong?" Brother Cockroach, seeing Yang Xiaokang calling the rest up softly, he asked in a whisper, "There's something below. Be careful and be attentive." Yang Xiaokang whispered to 3. Upon listening to his orders, 3 immediately got the team to prepare their firearms. He groped his way to the 2 patrols. The bonfire had already been doused by cold water. Their surroundings were pitch black, but the combat team members held their Type 81 ARs and stood by the vehicles, quietly listening for movements at the foot of the hill. The Type 53 HMG with 250 bullets was locked and loaded. The thick barrel aimed straight at the trees at the foot of the hill. At this moment, the surrounding was deadly silent. There were no flames sizzling, not a single snore from the members or any of them breathing heavily. All of them waited quietly. Suddenly, a dark figure slowly moved over from the direction of the patrols. Yang Xiaokang called out softly, "Brother Cockroach." "It's me," 3 replied with a whisper. He groped his way to Yang Xiaokang's side, but in the darkness, Yang Xiaokang was unable to see 3's expression. "Brother, the 2 brothers who were deployed as scouts are dead." Yang Xiaokang immediately cut him and whispered back, "Do you know what killed them?" 3 remained silent for a few seconds. They were done in by humans, survivors. Our 2 brothers were strangled to death and stripped naked. Nothing of theirs are left. Even their shoes are gone. Hearing 3's report, Yang Xiaokang actually relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. He was most afraid of encountering beasts or creatures in the dark wilderness, but was not the least bit afraid of humans. He had guns in his arsenal. His brothers had guns. They had HMGs. Who could possibly provoke them and win? He whispered, "As long as they are people, it'll be easy to handle, regardless of who it is. As long as they touch my people, I will get them to pay back double." With that, he took 2 glass bottles filled with alcohol and handed them over to 3. 3 took the 2 bottles over and an intense scent of gasoline assaulted his nose. He groped the 2 bottles and felt the cloth that was soaked in gasoline at the opening and was about to speak. "Yell, stay here, and when you hear any movements, light one up and throw it out. At that time, they will be in the light, while we will be in the dark." Chapter 207 Firefight. Upon hearing Yang Xiaokang's plan, 3 did not say anything, and started groping about with the AR on his back until he reached the intersecting angle of the half walls and hid there. 3 had learned plenty of things, and knew that igniting the Molotov in the corner would prevent him from being the target. The conversation between Yang Xiaokang and 3 had been overheard by the combat team members who were hiding by the side. All of them fumed with rage. The 2 brothers who were sentries and had died were the 2 members who barbecued the rat meat. The 2 of them were originally construction workers and came from the same hometown to seek work together. The two of them were extremely outspoken and straightforward, always willing to share their good stuff. Their straightforward attitude and honesty was something rare in the apocalypse. To be killed by others. How could the rest not be angry after all? They were still brothers who had gone through life and death together. The sound of something crawling broke the silence of the night. After that, a few blades of grass that were originally still started to sway slightly. Although there were no moonlight and vision was bad, the forest and weed in the distance were still slightly visible and any movements were noticeable. Everyone flicked the safety of their Type 81 ARs and aimed at the location where the sound had come out from. A red light lit up from Three's corner. Three suddenly stood up and threw the burning Molotov over and quickly squat back down. Shua shua. Countless arrows shot through the night sky and struck the wall behind him or flew above his head. Three did not move despite the arrows threatening his own position, and instead looked around for any movements and got ready to throw the second Molotov. Zhang Xiaokang watched the bright bottle fly through the air and landed on the grass. Maybe the ground was too soft as the bottle did not shatter. Instead, the cloth at the opening burned the dry grass all around, revealing countless human shadows. Zhang Xiaokang did not shout like a sergeant in the movies. He simply pointed his gun muzzle at the figures and started firing. Zhang Xiaokang's fires were the orders. Over 10 Type 81 ARs engaged in fire. The inch-on flames spewing at the tip of the muzzles revealed the faces of the firers. Screams came out from the grass. Inside the flames, the shadows started to fall under the fire while some others immediately dropped to the ground. Da-da-da. The Type 53 HMG opened fire. Countless of fiery bullets flew straight into weeds that had grown to the waist level, cutting through the weeds like a scythe through crops. Following the fall of the weeds, a person suddenly jumped up as he was lit on fire, and tried to put out the flames on his body. The moment he stood up, the HMG cut him in half. He did not die from it instantly as he rolled about with his upper body, unleashing a horrendous scream of anguish. Three threw the second Molotov, not at the location where Zhang Xiaokang and the rest were firing it. The Molotov flew in an arc and brought its flames behind Zhang Xiaokang. A gunshot fired off inside the darkness behind Zhang Xiaokang and lit up with a green flame. The glass bottle was smashed into pieces from the bullet in midair. Boom! The flames in the air transformed into a fireball that fell to the ground, igniting everything in its path. Countless human figures appeared behind the hill. Da-da-da. Three raised his AR and sprayed, the bullets spinning like shooting stars into the crowd. The enemies that had skirted around reacted quickly, taking cover the moment Three took fire. But how can a person be faster than a bullet? Two of them were struck in the chests the moment they dropped to the ground. Three aimed his muzzle at the group sprawled across the floor and fired. But gunshots suddenly fired out from the ground and countless of flames combusted as bullets sprayed across the wall that Three was taking cover at. Countless bullets shot at the half wall and ricocheted away in all directions. Three felt a blaze on his face as a flesh wound appeared. Three immediately squatted down to hide from the incoming bullets. Clang! A bullet shot directly at Three's helmet. The immense force shocked Three, forcing him to lie on the grass with his rifle. His head rang as he watched the bullets fly across the sky like meteors. He felt as though his brains no longer existed and subconsciously removed his helmet to feel for his own head. It took him a while before the ringing in his head disappeared. Three wore the helmet again and jumped to the side of the wall and engaged in the firefight, where a few men had already stood up from their crawling positions and were walking towards his direction. Three's fire forced them to kneel down and return fire back at him. The enemies had Type 81 ARs as well, and their concentrated firepower prevented Three from popping his head out. All of them aimed at Three to suppress him while the men behind them took the chance to crawl towards Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang had attracted all the enemies in front of him initially with the upfront fire, and only realized that they were deceived when the enemies behind him had engaged with Three. In the entire course of the battle, the enemies in front of him had never retaliated with their rifles and only shot a few arrows. Zhang Xiaokang's immense firepower suppressed the enemies in front of him to the point that they were unable to even raise their heads. Hearing the concentrated fires behind, Zhang Xiaokang knew that he made a mistake. The enemies before him were just a group of bait meant to attract his fires while the real enemies were behind him. Zhang Xiaokang got 5 of his men to continue the suppressive fires on the enemies in front of them while the rest turned and fired at the enemies behind them. The enemies that had blindly climbed up never expected Zhang Xiaokang's firepower to be so ferocious. Firing as though they had unlimited bullets, they no longer dared to continue their assault and sprawled onto the ground and fired back at Zhang Xiaokang's direction. The difference in the firepower revealed itself. Listening to the sound, Zhang Xiaokang and the enemies across him were all equipped with Type 81 ARs, but Zhang Xiaokang's side was spraying everywhere. Even 3's rate of fire was considered lesser, while the enemies were all firing single shots. Although Zhang Xiaokang did not know how many enemies there were, they had completely suppressed them. After emptying the magazine of his rifle, the Type 53 HMG finished its adjustment and the meter-long blue flame spewed out from its muzzle, dazzling the night light. The firepower unleashed by the HMG was far stronger than Zhang Xiaokang and his men, completely suppressing the entire space. With that, the enemies were no longer able to continue their engagement, much less escape. It was Zhang Xiaokang's turn to occupy the initiation. The firepower of the HMG prevented the enemies from doing anything. As long as their guns fired and revealed their locations, the HMG bullets would spray in that direction, much less the enemies. The bullets of the HMG pulverized and cleared all the weed in the area. Seeing that the enemies had already been suppressed, Zhang Xiaokang unholstered his Desert Eagle and made a detour. Although Shangyu and Qiuyun had her rifle aimed at the enemies the entire time, her focus was mainly placed on Zhang Xiaokang. Seeing that he was moving, she followed tightly behind him. Zhang Xiaokang did not rush into the battlefield rashly. He wanted to outflank the enemies and lock them up, and would be able to clear them off easily upon daylight. The Molotov cocktail still burned in the space between the two of them, releasing an extremely bright light. Zhang Xiaokang held his Desert Eagle and moved towards the side, reached the periphery of the light, then disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 208 Initial Victory. Ha! The gunshot from a Garand rifle sounded behind Zhang Xiaokang. Without turning back, he knew that it was Shangyu and Qiuyun. Plop! The sound of a heavy object dropped from within the darkness, and a blade suddenly swung down towards Zhang Xiaokang. The large caliber pistol in Zhang Xiaokang's hand unleashed a dazzling flame, brightening up the man dressed in full black and holding a blade before him. The flame instantly died and the man plunged back into the darkness. Zhang Xiaokang was able to raise his pistol right after the rifle fired off. Following the sudden expansion of the pores on his skin, the blade actually arrived at his head. It was an instantaneous fire off with his pistol, and when the fire was ignited from the muzzle, he watched as the man before him trembled before being enveloped into darkness once again while retracting the blade in his hand. Although Zhang Xiaokang's pistol was aimed at the man's chest, he knew that he did not hit him. In that slight moment, he glanced upon the fanaticism and tyranny in the man's eyes. Right after the man retreated back into the darkness, Zhang Xiaokang sensed an intense danger like a poisonous viper in hiding, staring down at him, as though it could pounce onto him and sink its poisonous fangs into his throat at any moment. Bang bang bang! Zhang Xiaokang unleashed the remaining 6 bullets in the pistol into the darkness, while retreating at the same time. Every time the muzzle lit up the darkness, the man's figure would appear at a different location. He was too quick, making Zhang Xiaokang mistaken him as an extremely fast-moving phantom. Fortunately, the man was unable to invulnerable, and this allowed Zhang Xiaokang and the rest to be able to retreat back to the radius of the light. Zhang Xiaokang reloaded his rifle and aimed at the place where the man had not appeared before. He was sure that the man was the same as Yong Qir and had drunk a lot of the special rainwater. His speed was unreasonably fast and had reached the limit like Yong Qir's immense strength. Furthermore, the man gave Zhang Xiaokang the same feeling like the strange S2 that he had encountered the first time. Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates became more cautious. All the men who were at the forefront of the battle either died from injuries, beaten to death or burnt to death. A few others managed to run down the hill, while the remaining 5 suppressed members were brought to Zhang Xiaokang. One of them with burns and had sustained a gunshot injury. A few makeshift wooden sticks, with sharpened metal tips attached to the top, and longbows were thrown to Zhang Xiaokang's feet. All of these were the weapons used by the cannon fodder to attract Zhang Xiaokang and his team's firepower. Looking at the dispirited hostages, Zhang Xiaokang left 2 men to look after them while he led a few others to the truck parked by the side. The entire battlefield had calmed down. Zhang Xiaokang and his team could no longer find the hidden enemies and could not locate any targets to shoot down. The unknown powerhouse had been completely overwhelmed by Zhang Xiaokang's immense firepower that they dare not reveal themselves, while the mysterious man no longer appeared. After all, no matter how fast he was, in the face of 10 over ARs and an HMG, he too would become a beehive. The flames in the middle of the battlefield had subsided and were about to extinguish. Right when it looked as though the darkness was completely corroding it, the enemies sprawled on the floor became restless. One of them even had something spinning above his head, probing to see if Zhang Xiaokang could see them. After the HMG had destroyed and cleared the area, their sight had turned quiet with the fire turning smaller and smaller. A few newly ignited Molotov landed near the flames and reignited the fire, brightening up the darkness once again. Zhang Xiaokang and a few men were in the midst of carrying Molotov back to the area. He had no plans to let any of the intruders go. To him, they had suffered a huge loss, and to even have 2 of his men die to others. Zhang Xiaokang was furious. Boom! A dazzling light lit up the darkness and a fireball exploded out over 100 meters. The pungent smoke floated with the night wind. The silence in the darkness was broken once more and the enemy's firepower was revived. They started to spray instead of their initial single shots. Countless bullets struck the metal shield of the Type 53 HMG. Zhang Xiaokang's members were stunned and everyone ducked their heads down to avoid the rain of bullets. The machine gunner was no longer firing. Everyone was ducked down as low as possible. Although the Type 53 HMG had a metal shield for protection, there was still an open line as a view for them to aim, which also allowed stray bullets to pass through. The Type 92 battalion gun's armor also received the attack of countless 7.62 mm bullets, producing very small fireworks. Zhang Xiaokang raised his rifle and fired off a shot, then shouted to his team, "Charge! Charge at them! They are escaping!" Even before the echoes of his shout disappeared, a figure wielding a long handle blade had already rushed out. Zhang Xiaokang led a few men and followed behind while 3 jumped out from his hiding spot and rushed over. Boom! Another loud boom sounded out 100 meters opposite them. The darkness across suddenly revealed 10 figures who turned and ran. A flaming Molotov flew out from behind Zhang Xiaokang and ignited in the sky above the crowd. Pa! The loud and clear Garand rifle shot came out, shattering the spinning Molotov cocktail in the air and releasing the sea of fire. The sea of fire descended onto the escaping enemies and lit them up, and some started running around in flames while others dropped to the ground and tried to beat the flames off. One of the burning men suddenly rushed to a companion who was retreating, thinking of having his companion to help him. But no one did. Everyone was only focused on running. When the third explosion exploded before them, their sprints increased in speed. Running on the field that was filled with potholes and bumps in the night caused plenty of them to fall. Some of them crawled back up and sprinted again. Some trampled over their own companions, which caused the latter to scream and shout. And they had no choice but to pull them up to stand once more. One of the more unfortunate guys stood up and immediately encountered a shadow that swept past him with a blade. He was split perfectly from his left shoulder to right ribs and right as his body fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaokang finally caught up. Seeing the unlucky guy die, Zhang Xiaokang felt that it was a pity. They were all robust and healthy men, and every man was considered an additional worker. But he was killed by the lunatic. Capture them alive. Zhang Xiaokang shouted at his subordinates. He needed the manpower to repair walls, to cultivate crops, and to reinforce the defense of the base. No matter what, he'd rather have more men than less. Upon saying that, a person immediately flew out. A robust, bulky but headless corpse fell to the ground. Lunatic Guo Fei retracted his blade and continued chasing, leaving behind a speechless Zhang Xiaokang. Fortunately, The other subordinates obeyed Zhang Xiaokang's orders and started to pull the injured hostages back for detainment. Chapter 209 Background. The lunatic Guo Fei was long gone. Staring into the pitch dark, Zhang Xiaokang decided to stop chasing. He felt that it was extremely dangerous chasing after a group of enemies holding ARs in the dark. Zhang Xiaokang was not willing to lose any more members. He got 3 to command the team members to sort out the aftermath and turned back to the bonfire. The faint sound of metals colliding came out from the darkness. Zhang Xiaokang stopped and listened carefully. The sound kept coming from a distance of 10 m away from where 2 men were fighting with cold weapons. Zhang Xiaokang hesitated for a bit. Being unable to see in the darkness, he was unable to make a decision. Guo Fei's coupled disobedience made Zhang Xiaokang annoyed. Originally, he would not have minded to let him die outside, but for Guo Fei to be able to catch up with the mysterious man with insane speed, the man made Zhang Xiaokang feel uneasy. Zhang Xiaokang was not afraid of having a direct confrontation with him, but he did not want to forever be cautious of the assassin that could sneak behind him and assassinate him at any moment. Now that Guo Fei has him locked down, isn't it the best time for me to kill him? 3 led a few men, and picked up a few rifles that were abandoned by their owners and unclipped their magazines to check on them. Brother Cockroach, all the rifles are empty. These grandsons don't even have enough ammunition. 3's revelation put Zhang Xiaokang at ease. He swapped for a new magazine and after pulling on the safety, he spoke to 3. Leave half of the men to watch the captives. The rest will follow me with torches. Before he could finish his sentence, Shangyu and Qiu Yun took her rifle and stood behind him. Seeing her tired eyes, Zhang Xiaokang spoke to her. It is pitch dark. Why are you, a lady, trying to join and go stand by one side? Shangyu and Qiu Yun remained well-behaved. She could see the concern in Zhang Xiaokang's eyes, which made her heart feel warm. Looking at him, she turned and headed 2 other men who were resting. 10 torchlights moved around the forest behind the hill, revealing the numerous branches and twigs. Zhang Xiaokang and his men walked into the quiet forest. One of the members shone his torch into a shrub, revealing a pair of athletic shoes that had toes coming out of it. There's someone here. Get out of there, or I'll fire at you. The member shouted and pointed his gun at the shrub. 10 torchlights turned and shone on the shrub, brightening up the spot. A man with disheveled hair and shabby clothes raised his Type 81 AR and stood up. 2 members rushed forward and pinned him back down to the ground. The man did not speak or struggle and quietly allowed them to tie his hands up. One of the members took his rifle, pulled the lever and revealed the empty barrel. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the man and asked, how many bullets did each of you receive and hold? Our leader gave each of us 30 bullets and we have spent it all just now. If I still had bullets, I wouldn't have been caught by you guys. Having the captive confirm his guess, Zhang Xiaokang became completely at ease. Every single member of his team had a torch each and were easy targets inside the darkness. But the enemies no longer had any bullets and their rifles were as useful as wooden sticks. He looked at the captive and spoke, none of us can look after you. You can either follow us or die. With that, he turned and led his men to continue looking. Although the captive was tied up, he moved quickly. While walking with them, he shouted for his companions. As he shouted, all of the enemies hiding in the darkness would either walk out with their rifles up in the air or appear with empty hands. Upon seeing that, Zhang Xiaokang became happy. He got someone to untie the knot on his hand. Seeing that he was honest, he asked, what's your name and what did you used to do? The man nodded his head and replied, I'm Lai Zhu. I used to run an internet cafe in the city. The illegal kinds. Now, we follow Liu Tu to get food. Since I learned how to fire a gun back in school, I became one of his main force. Lai Zhu walked with his surrendered companions in the middle of the group and continued to shout and call out his hidden companions while narrating their history and background. Lai Zhu opened an internet cafe in the city and was meddling with the internet when the outbreak happened. Hearing the news, he immediately returned home to hide and waited for everything to be over. He wanted to continue opening his business with the thought that the apocalypse would end. Who would have known that when the virus spread, he became the 10 unaffected. He passed his days in the outskirts of the city scavenging for food and miraculously survived. Upon one scavenger hunt, he encountered their current leader, Liu Tu. Liu Tu was not a good person, or more accurately speaking, he was a completely crazy and ridiculous man. He led his 7 to 8 men who carried rifles and won over all the survivors, then proclaimed himself as the tyrant. Whoever disobeyed him were killed. He separated the survivors into 3 categories. One was the brothers that came along with him. The second was strong men that could scavenge and hunt. The third were women. All the weak men were killed by him. Everyone feared him and no one dared to go against him. There was once a person caught him killing a woman and shouted profanities at him to stop. In the end, the man was chopped into pieces in front of everyone else. It was done in a flash. Liu Tu traversed over 10 m and cut the man in half, then slowly chopped him into pieces. Everyone vomited from the scene, while only Liu Tu stood over the corpse with a smile on his face. The fear of Liu Tu embedded deeply into the people's hearts. Lai Zhu was a well-behaved man, and a well-behaved man had their sense of intellect. Although he could not see eye to eye with Liu Tu's methods, and was afraid of him, he kept everything buried deep within his heart. In front of Liu Tu, he behaved extremely obediently and slowly got accepted by Liu Tu, and even gained the qualifications to wield a rifle. Their camp was not far away and someone saw Zhang Xiaokang's fleet and reported to Liu Tu. Originally, they thought that they were not prepared to stop Zhang Xiaokang and his team, but who would have known that Zhang Xiaokang had decided to stop the fleet at the entrance of their camp. As to what Zhang Xiaokang saw, a few men wielded bows and arrows and attacked Zhang Xiaokang from the front to attract his attention, while a few men wielding rifles sneaked behind him in an ambush attempt. Who would have known that their movements would be discovered by 3 who was behind, although around a dozen of them had rifles. They had limited bullets. They never thought that Zhang Xiaokang's firepower would be so powerful that they could not retaliate. Their initial plan was to wait for Zhang Xiaokang and his team to deplete their bullets until the artillery shell that exploded in front of them did they realize they had attacked a hornet nest. In the end, their empty rifles and fear caused them to turn and run. But due to the darkness, no one knew where they were running, so all of them decided to hide it out until daylight. That was how they were caught by Zhang Xiaokang and his men. The further they walked, the more captives they found. Out of them, 4 or 5 of them tried to resist, which resulted in bullet holes in their body and leaving them to die. That is Liu Tu's old mate. We heard that they were in prison together. Listening to Lai Zhu's explanation, Zhang Xiaokang finally understood the background of Liu Tu and the few others. They had escaped the prison together with Brother Long. He Wenbin had said that there were a total of around 10 of them, but they only saw 7 or 8 of them, either engaged in a firefight or zombie horde. But Zhang Xiaokang could not be bothered to think about it. He led his men and captives with Lai Zhu taking the lead to their camp. Even after they reached the foot of the hill, Zhang Xiaokang and the team never encountered Guo Fei. Lazy to send people to look for him, Zhang Xiaokang turned to Lai Zhu. How many people do you have in the camp? Chapter 210 First sighting of the enemy camp. More than 200 people. We have a total of about 140 men and over 100 ladies. You all stay on the hill. Zhang Xiaokang was confused. The hill looked extremely ordinary without any structures on top. We live behind the hill. As long as you climb over this portion, you'll reach there. If you want to take the main road, it will require you to take a huge detour around the hill. There should be a few scouts at the top. They were the ones who saw your fleet and reported to Liu Tu. That was why he brought us here to try and seize your things. Lai Zhu answered everything honestly and was very cooperative. He even took the initiative to inform Zhang Xiaokang of the hidden sentries. Zhang Xiaokang was unsure if the men at the top of the hill were prepared. He got 3 subordinates to look after the captives while he and 12 other men slowly climbed their way up. The slope was rather gentle, allowing Zhang Xiaokang and his men to scale it easily. They climbed very carefully and even detoured around shrubs that were impassable. More willing to detour than cut through, afraid that the sound of twigs breaking would alert the enemies. Zhang Xiaokang had the best physique and thus climbed at the front. He quietly but quickly moved forward, but unintentionally throwing large rocks and shrubs behind him onto his subordinates. He constantly paid attention to any wind blow or grass movements around him. Although Lai Zhu had already pointed out the ambush points, he did not dare to be careless. He could not trust Lai Zhu wholeheartedly and was willing to be more careful. They had lost too much and had not even figured out what to say to the people back in camp. The night was without moonlight, causing the hillside to be in complete darkness. With the apocalypse, the flora and fauna began to change. Vegetation withered. Animals mutated. Even the ordinary crickets that chirp in the night no longer made any sounds or movements. The surrounding became extremely silent. Zhang Xiaoqing could not hear a single sound except for his own breathing. Zhang Xiaoqing continued to listen on. The surroundings remained extremely quiet and the hill remained unmoving. He raised his head and carefully took a whiff. That's right. There was the smell of cigarette smoke burning. As a smoker himself, Zhang Xiaoqing was extremely familiar with it. There was someone smoking, and that someone was extremely nearby. He moved even more carefully up the hill and slowly approached the top. A figure could be seen looking around. In the wee morning of 5 a.m., the sky was still dark. Zhang Xiaoqing could not see what the man was dressed in, but he could confirm that the man smoking was not him as the red dot of light on the cigarette could not be seen. He slowly looked around, wanting to seek out the man in hiding. The man smoking was a hidden scout. Lai Zhu's report had a mistake. He said that the hidden scout positions were slightly behind the scouts at the top. But if the location was as he said, the smell of the cigarette could not linger so far out. They were at the top of the hill where the wind was stronger than at the base. Looking at the obvious scout ahead, Zhang Xiaoqing did not dare make any random movements. Although he could kill him, what then weren't they carefully climbing the hill to beat Liu too helpless by the need to alert him? Right while he was carefully searching, a hoarse voice came out. How many of them are back? The voice came out right beside Zhang Xiaoqing. The sudden speech caused Zhang Xiaoqing to jump in shock as he helplessly shrunk his neck back and lowered himself. Beside Zhang Xiaoqing was a boulder half the height of a person with its feet buried into the soil. Zhang Xiaoqing's line of sight was on the boulder, but the sound came out from behind the boulder, which also meant that Zhang Xiaoqing was less than a meter away from the hidden sentry. I don't really know. All I know was that 100 odd of them went out and a dozen odd came back. Right. I even saw a man being carried down. Do you think he is ours? If it were ours, Liu too will definitely cut him. The open scout actually looked towards the hidden scout's location and conversed with him. He should be from the enemy team. I wonder where they came from. Might be hunters. To forcible kill off our 100 plus men to a dozen odd. Luckily it's our turn to be scouts today. Otherwise, HMPH. Our lives would have been forfeited. The scout seemed to be happy that he was not the one to have gone out, and his tone of speech even held a tinge of joy in the other people's calamity. That's right. I could hear the crazy gunfires from over here. Seemed to be coming from the 12 o'clock position. Their fires never seemed to stop, and there were lights flickering endlessly like rain. It was to the point that I got dizzy watching those lights flickering on and off. Oh right. Did you hear? Some sort of cannon over there. The scout in the open seemed to have forgotten his task and started to engage in a conversation with the hidden scout. Zhang Xiaoqing did not continue listening to them. He slowly skirted around the two who had been scouting for 2 days and headed towards the hidden scout that Lai Zhu had informed him about. Behind him, his troops were waiting for his command. Upon going over the hilltop, Zhang Xiaoqing saw the bright lights at below, where plenty of supplies burned at the empty ground. The men and women were continuously shifting things into their trucks. By the bonfire were a row of simple houses with thick logs at the sides. On one of these logs was a half-naked man. Zhang Xiaoqing looked at the man and noticed that it was Guo Fei. Seems like Guo Fei can't win that mysterious man. In front of Zhang Xiaoqing was a pile of stones which was covered with tree branches and leaves on the top. He slowly groped his way to the stone pile and drew out his bayonet and entered. The space within the stone pile was extremely narrow, only allowing 2 persons to squeeze inside. It was extremely dark and nothing could be seen inside. Zhang Xiaoqing slowly moved over with the bayonet in his hand ready to strike at any time. Wheezing sounds could be heard. Zhang Xiaoqing stopped moving and squinted his eyes, adjusting himself to the darkness. A faint figure could be seen curled up and asleep as the snores came out from his mouth. Zhang Xiaoqing nudged the man with the handle of the blade, but the man remained asleep without any reactions. Zhang Xiaoqing retrieved out the belt on the man's waist and tied his hands up, then kneed his jacket into a ball and forced it into the man's mouth. Zhang Xiaoqing tied him up like a dumpling, but the man continued to sleep well. Except he no longer wheezed, but used his nose to breathe. There were two left. Zhang Xiaoqing continued to move towards the scout in the open. When he reached them, he realized that his own members had their guns raised and aimed towards him. The two scouts were already tied up and were kneeling on the ground with something stuffed into their mouths. It was chaos at the foot of the hill. The people ran all over the place like headless flies. A man lifting a large trunk had his foot caught with a bag, causing him to drop the trunk and dropping the salt bag contents all over the floor. Before he could climb back up, a long blade covered with flames cleaved his head in half. The bottom half of the head was still stuck on the neck while the upper half fell. The wound spewed blood endlessly, along with the white fluids of his brain. Plop! The corpse still spewing blood dropped onto the salt bag. Under the brilliance of the flaming light, the dark red blood from the body slowly drowned the bags on the floor. Chapter 211 First Draw. The man wielding the blade was dressed in tight black clothes. With a smile on his face, he gently removed the blood on his blade with the clothes of the dead man. This man was not even 30 years old. His face was cleanly shaven with shoulder-length hair that was slightly messy, but neat at the same time, while the blazing fire by his side illuminated his face. With the blade in hand, he raised his head up and looked at the chaotic crowd around him. No one said a word as their heads remained lowered and they continued to shift the supplies into the vehicles. Two women dressed shabbily walked over to the dead person and dragged the corpse to one side, then used their bare hands to dive into the pool of blood and picked up the bags and placed them back into the wooden trunk. Even with their hands stained with blood, they did not even furrow a brow. The two women carried the trunk to the side of the vehicle, and upon seeing that they were out of the man's line of sight, they knelt down in unison and vomited. Not far from them, Zhang Xiaoqing quietly watched everything. He did not look at the dead person or the women, and only thought back about the speed at which the man had brandished his blade. Everyone in the camp was busy while the man was overly trusting over the scouts that he had deployed. Their recent failure with Zhang Xiaoqing's team did not affect him whatsoever. He leaned on his blade and smiled at the busy people, like a man that had not come to a realization that he lost in a battle. By his side, two men with rifles on their backs supervised everyone. They were his die-hard assistants brought out from the prison. Although many of them had died and the two were the only ones remaining, he did not care. He also had a strong faith in the blade in his hand. Zhang Xiaoqing managed to grasp the entire situation below. Aside from the mysterious man and his trusted aides, there were no other forms of security. Zhang Xiaoqing decided to lead his men downwards. He had to get rid of the three men instantly. As long as the three of them were resolved, the people below would become Zhang Xiaoqing's manpower and troops. Since their future had already been decided by Zhang Xiaoqing, he was not willing to see them being worn down for nothing. While moving, Zhang Xiaoqing spied something from the corner of his eyes, and suddenly stopped to carefully inspect the familiar off-road vehicle. On top of the luggage rack laid a large oil tank, and welded on the car roof were two weapons. The car front had a V look to it and was Zhang Xiaoqing's favorite car. This car had been modified and serviced by Wangla to look like a Hummer, which Su Qian had driven off. Seeing the familiar Hummer, complicated emotions rose in Zhang Xiaoqing's heart. Su Qian has most likely fallen under that perverted Liu too. Not most likely, but definitely. He Wen Bin had once lamented that Su Qian was too extreme. The 10 weapons that Brother Long and his team once had were seized by Su Qian. Even the bullets that they had risked their lives and exchanged a few lives for were taken away by Su Qian. In the battle where Liu Tu had led his men to attack Zhang Xiaoqing, they had more than 20 rifles. Zhang Xiaoqing believed that many of them belonged to Su Qian. In China, rifles were hard to find. Upon thinking about it, Zhang Xiaoqing's emotions went into a turmoil, unsure if he was happy or sad. Su Qian was a woman of power, courage, and dared to fight. But luck was definitely not on her side. All the other ladies that followed Zhang Xiaokang survived well. But she, a hard-headed woman that was not willing to rely on men, was most likely a corpse already. The man with the blade turned his head, and was about to say something to his trusted aide when his body suddenly leaped upwards and drops to the ground to roll on his shoulder, before standing up again, and running away. Before the two subordinates could even ask anything about their boss jumping to one side, bullets flew straight at the two of them and formed countless blood holes. The two men never even saw Zhang Xiaokang and his men and were already twitching on the floor. Zhang Xiaokang led his men to chase after the man and continue their fires at him. The random bullets flew behind the man and formed countless of small holes in the ground, producing small sand clouds. But the man seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of the bullets and was constantly avoiding them. When their magazines were finished, the mysterious man did not even lose a single hair. The rest of the busy workers were stunned by Zhang Xiaokang's sudden appearance. It was only when Zhang Xiaokang and his men carried their rifles and chased after Liu Tu with their guns did they scatter in fright. Zhang Xiaokang ignored the panicked crowd and reloaded his rifle with a new magazine. Although the combat team members were able to change magazines and continue firing, the concentration of fire was no longer as huge as before as the man had suddenly turned and rushed towards Zhang Xiaokang. As Zhang Xiaokang pulled on the gun bolt, the man was already in front of him. At this time, the rifle was no longer useful due to the potential risk of friendly fire. The man rushed to one of the combat team members and slashed down towards his head. The member was also a veteran that had followed and worked for Zhang Xiaokang for a long time. Upon seeing the gleaming blade hacking down onto him, he suddenly raised the rifle in his right hand upwards. Clang! With a flash, the member's hand felt the weight lessen. The rifle was cut into two halves. Taking the opportunity where the enemy had not raised his blade, he shouted out loud and smashed the two rifle parts onto the man before turning to run. The man swung his blade twice and repelled the rifle off. When he was about to rush at the other members, a black sword flew towards his glabella. Seeing Zhang Xiaokang wielding his sword, the man raised his blade and swept his sword away. The blade followed the repelled sword, inducing the loud sound of friction between metal and changed his target to Zhang Xiaokang. Noticing the incoming blade, Zhang Xiaokang exerted strength to turn his sword in an attempt to skirt around the man's blade. A pity. The man was like Guo Fei and wielded a two-handed blade. The blade was also cut downwards. Zhang Xiaokang's single-hand strength could not be compared to his. In his eyes, the sword-wielding momentum was as heavy as a mountain as it came down towards his forehead. Clang! A clear metal collision sound came out as Zhang Xiaokang's bayonet split into two. Before engaging, Zhang Xiaokang knew he was not as good as the enemy, and had thus equipped himself with the dagger on his left hand earlier, initially as a trump card. But who would have thought that it could only deflect a blade? But with the broken dagger, it gave him time and resolved the danger. He lowered himself from the guy's blade and raised his leg to kick the guy. If Zhang Xiaokang was fighting an impulsive person like Guo Fei, he might not have missed. But the guy in front of him was too fast. Zhang Xiaokang suddenly charged forward at him. That was when the man revealed a smirk of ridicule as he suddenly exerted force and slid out of the predicament. The force exerted from his leg drew a line in the ground and caused Zhang Xiaokang's leg to kick the air. Before Zhang Xiaokang could retract his leg, the man swung both of his hands, turning the blade down straight for Zhang Xiaokang's neck. Ding! The blade was blocked by Jing Wei's blade. The two of them pulled a distance from one another. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the man carefully. He circled around the man slowly, seeking out a flaw that he could exploit. On the other side, the mysterious man had retracted his mocking smile and had become serious as well. After the mutation of his body, he had never encountered a person that could withstand 3 strikes from him, but he had met 2 in a day. The first was Guo Fei and the second was Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang's skill was superior to Guo Fei. When the man fought with Guo Fei had to rely on his suicidal tendencies without regards for his own life for the both to suffer injuries and could only sustain for so long. The man only had to wait for Guo Fei's physical strength to drop before he easily knocked him out. It was different fighting against Zhang Xiaokang. From the very beginning, Zhang Xiaoqing contested with him in terms of force. Although Zhang Xiaoqing was not as fast as him, Zhang Xiaoqing's adapting skills were superior, so the two of them fought on equal levels. The man looked at Zhang Xiaoqing, who was slowly moving around him. The indifference in his eyes gradually turned into fanaticism. When Zhang Xiaoqing caught sight of the difference in his eyes, he knew that the man had grown impatient. He stopped moving around and stared at the man with a look of provocation. Ah! The man moved. The black tight-fitting clothes on his body brought along a phantom figure as he rushed straight at Zhang Xiaoqing. Chapter 212 Danger Premonition. Everyone else maintained great distances and allowed the two men to engage in battle. Everyone, Zhang Xiaoqing's 12 members and the men's 100-odd survivors, all stood in the corner and looked over. Zhang Xiaoqing's subordinates were unable to intervene. But what about the men's subordinates? No one knew. The two fought so intensely that it caused the spectators in the distance to produce cold sweat. It was unlike the old television shows where the spectators watched the spectacle of one martial artist cleaving a mountain down while another fought like a beautiful crane. The two men did not use any skills. They simply swung and collided their weapons endlessly, competing in speed, ferocity, in strength. The mysterious man was more on assault. His speed itself was too fast for a normal human being. The blade in his hand moved like flowing water, endlessly pouring down on Zhang Xiaoqing. The bright flames on the blade body produced thin lines of afterimages as he swept at Zhang Xiaoqing. In the wake of his torrential strikes, the streaks of white lines formed into a brilliance that resembled satin reflecting moonlight, causing everyone's eyes to be dazzled and feel dizzy. With both of his hands on the handle, he swung faster and faster. The rhythm in which the long blade clashed with Jing Wei blade became faster and faster like a typewriter. With the man heavily assaulting him, Zhang Xiaoqing focused on defense. He knew that his speed was inferior to the enemy, and the only thing he had an advantage in was his strength. He could only barely keep up to the speed of the man's blades. The man's attacks were like a sudden rainstorm while Zhang Xiaoqing defended perfectly. Regardless of whatever angle the blade onslaughts were coming from, Zhang Xiaoqing was able to react to them. Time crawled and the sky turned bright. The two were at their limits. The blade in the man's hands was still as unrelenting while Zhang Xiaoqing's sword was like the reef in the water. Regardless of how high or how fast the attacks were, he was able to defend against them like a majestic mountain. Along with their endless shifts and movements, the two of them kept on changing positions and angles. Slowly, the two of them arrived by the side of a simple house. The front of the simple house had a bundle of thick logs with a half-naked young man tied and hanging from it, with his head drooped down. No one knew if he was alive or dead. Zhang Xiaoqing realized that he was the lunatic Guofei. But he was in a heated battle against the mysterious man and had no time to care about Guo Fei's situation. It was only after he had parried against the man's torrential attacks and wanted to make a spin to counterattack did he realize that Guo Fei was using his toes to draw circles. Zhang Xiaoqing could not understand what Guo Fei was playing at and concentrated on fighting against the man's storm of attacks. The two of them had unknowingly fought up the logs, where Guo Fei was tied up behind the man. Guo Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiaoqing, before turning his vision to a raging bonfire. Zhang Xiaoqing stumbled slightly from Guo Fei's indication, to which the man took advantage of and swiveled his blade and slashed towards Zhang Xiaoqing from a slanted angle. Zhang Xiaoqing subconsciously used his blade to protect him from the side. Clang! The sword body collided with the man's blade and released a strange sound. Zhang Xiaoqing's heart dropped. The sound was different from the usual collision sounds. After receiving countless attacks from the man's blade, Zhang Xiaoqing had memorized the sound of the metal of the Jing Wei blade after being hit. But this sound was completely different. Zhang Xiaoqing retreated half a step and looked at his blade. It's broken. Zhang Xiaoqing saw that the blade that had struck him first was with the use of the back of the blade before swapping and using the blade tip at him. The man actually accomplished two moves with the swing. This style of blade work was used by the broadsword team to kill the Japanese in the war, just that the man used it in reverse. The broadsword team's back of the blade upwards before hacking down with the blade tip, while the man had used the back of the blade downwards before slashing upwards. To speak of all these information sounded slow, but everything happened in an instant. The man's upward slash was already aimed at Zhang Xiaokang's belly. In everyone's eyes, Zhang Xiaokang had his belly open to the man with one slanted slash that contained sufficient strength to destroy Zhang Xiaokang's blade. All of the members raised their Type 81 ARs in unison and aimed straight at the man, ready to fire. But the gunfires never came out. Right as the man was about to rush to Zhang Xiaokang and attack him, Zhang Xiaokang, who was lying on the floor, sat back up and threw the broken Jingwei blade at the man. The man had absolute confidence in the sharpness of his blade. To him, even with the bulletproof vest, Zhang Xiaokang would be sliced through with his own blade, so he never expected Zhang Xiaokang to retaliate upon seating back up. Upon seeing the incoming sword, he lowered his body to allow the blade to fly past him. But by the time he stood up, Zhang Xiaokang was already up. With the Jingwei blade thrown out, Zhang Xiaokang was left with the silver desert eagle. He aimed the large muzzle at the man, to which the man responded with no caution, and the faint smile of ridicule appeared back on his face. To him, Zhang Xiaokang with a gun was less of a threat than Zhang Xiaokang with a blade. Aside from his increase in speed, he also had an ability that no one knew of. Danger premonition. He had the ability to always sense impending danger and from the specific direction. The duration of the sense was not long. A few seconds. But these few seconds matched flawlessly with his ultra speed, making him undying and was an advantage for him to stay safe. Ever since he gained these abilities, he never lost even a single hair in battles. Even when Zhang Xiaokang had over 10 guns aimed at him, he was able to dodge them all. That was why he was not afraid of Zhang Xiaokang's Desert Eagle, because all he needed to do was pay attention to the gun. As for when Zhang Xiaokang fought him at close quarters with a sword, the sense of danger was never ending. This type of danger was more hidden and dangerous. Like 1,000 caddy boulder on his head and you are unsure of when it might fall. He disliked that feeling. He wanted everything to be under his control. Ever since he gained his abilities, he saw himself as a god, and all humans and zombies had to kneel before him. The constant emission of danger coming out from Zhang Xiaokang made him feel uneasy. When Zhang Xiaokang raised the pistol, all the uneasiness disappeared and the sense of control came back again, which intoxicated him. Bang bang. The fires that came out from Zhang Xiaokang's pistol was brighter than a bonfire. As the guns recoiled, bullets sprayed out towards the man. The man slowly retreated, changing his stances while moving. 7 shots came out, and he avoided the last bullet. Just as the man was about to launch his assault, the Desert Eagle that was still hot flew at him. The man felt that it was funny. He thought that Zhang Xiaokang had exhausted all of his means. It was to the point that he did not even use his blade to block the gun. Right after he dodged the pistol and was prepared to continue his assault, 3 black triangles flew at his cheeks and stomach. Ding, dang. 2 of the triangular spikes were struck away by the blade. The man's upper body suddenly slanted backward as he barely dodged the 3rd triangular spike. Without even getting up, he exerted a force at his feet and pushed his entire body up and backward. Not long after he was in the air, yet another 3 triangular spikes in the formation flew past his original position. Halfway in midair, he had to twist his waist and force himself to dodge when an impending foreboding premonition appeared in his heart once again. Chapter 213. Desperate. The sense of danger came from behind him, but he was unable to tell what it was with his body in midair. In his mind, he remembered that there was only a captive that he had beaten so badly that he was left with a dying breath. Upon thinking about the captive, he relaxed. What could a half-dead person do to him? He turned his waist and landed on his right leg. In that instant, he suddenly turned behind with his blade and stabbed at the target behind him. Pooh! A soft sound came out. The blade tip stabbed into the person's body. He turned his wrists, thinking to throw the half-dead person out, but he felt that his blade had been clamped tightly by the half-dead person's chest muscles. Right when he exerted more strength to pull the sword out of Guo Fei's chest, Guo Fei opened his arms and grabbed him, and suddenly garnered a strength and held him down. That was when Zhang Xiaokang's third triangular spike came. The man immediately sensed the danger from behind him, but was locked down by Guo Fei. Bang! He used his forehead and smashed Guo Fei's forehead, inducing pain in Guo Fei. But Guo Fei gritted his teeth and never loosened his strength at all. With Guo Fei not letting go, the man became anxious. He turned his body once more, from his back completely towards Zhang Xiaokang. He became slanted. One of the 3 triangular spikes stabbed into his shoulder while the other 2 lodged onto Guo Fei's body. Guo Fei did not react to them at all. He only had the man in his eyes, occasionally looking towards the blazing fire at the side. Ah! Guo Fei screamed while holding on to the man tightly and rolling towards the large fire together. The man's heart was filled with endless fear. Bang! 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 Guo Fei held onto him as they rolled towards the fire. The man kept on smashing his forehead against Guo Fei, causing blood to flow out from Guo Fei's head. The blood had long blinded him and prevented him from seeing anything. He could only rely on his skin to roll towards the ground where it was hotter. Seeing that they were getting closer to the fire, the man screamed in despair. The blade that had been dyed blood red was no longer in the man's hand. His skills relied completely on his fast speed. But after being held down by Guo Fei, he found himself being unable to struggle free. Even if he had the ability to sense danger, it was useless. The man continued to scream, seeing that they were closer to the flames. His screams were filled with endless fear. Don't think that just because he could smile while chopping a person's head in 2 or just because he could dodge a rain of arrows that he would be fearless. At the end of the road and being helpless, he was actually even more afraid of death than anyone else. The 2 rolling men rolled into a pool of blood. The man continued to use all of his strength to smash Guo Fei's head. A spell of dizziness struck Guo Fei to the point that he almost fainted. He had no idea as to how far the fire was. He did not know how badly injured he was. But he knew that he had to bring the man into hell with him. The more they rolled, the stronger the sense of fainting. He had long lost perception to everything around him. Aside from the increasing sensation of heat from his skin, he could not feel anything else. Even after stopping due to colliding into a corpse, he was unaware of it. While Guo Fei and the man were interlocked and rolling to the fire, Zhang Xiaokang tried to chase after them. With the last weapon in hand, the 3 triangular spikes that he recovered, he ran towards them. He witnessed the 2 of them colliding into a corpse, and Guo Fei laid there unmovingly while the man struggled free from Guo Fei's arms and climbed up. The man was no longer as neat and tidy as he was before. His black and shiny hair was dirtied from the soil and dust from the ground, while the blood had turned his hair into a messy bird's nest. His face was covered completely with blood that belonged to both Guo Fei and him, while his black and tight-fitting clothes were completely infused with blood and soil. After standing up, he gasped for breath while watching Zhang Xiaokang run towards him. His right hand reached out for his back, and a Type 92 pistol appeared in his hand. Pa pa pa. The pistol in his hand unleashed bullets endlessly, while Zhang Xiaokang lifted his arm to cover his face while running. He threw out the 3 triangular spikes in his right hand, and the instant they left his hand, Zhang Xiaokang felt a warmth in his chest. 3 9mm bullets had struck him. The burning bullets just happened to pass through the seams of the beast hide on his chest and got stuck. Zhang Xiaokang could almost hear the skin on his chest sizzling with the heat emitted out from the bullet. The man avoided 2 of the 3 triangular spikes, but was unable to avoid the last one, which he used the pistol's body to defend against. Ding! A loud high-pitched sound came out. The triangular spike collided with the pistol, which resulted in the pistol dropping to the ground. The 2 of them no longer had weapons in hand. Zhang Xiaokang increased his speed and ran at the man, no longer having the same courage to pit against Zhang Xiaokang. The man turned his body towards the door with the intent of running away. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered with blood and soil grabbed onto his left leg. It was Guo Fei. He was abruptly awoken by the blazing heat of the flames. He was unaware that Zhang Xiaokang was already engaged in a final battle with the man. Through his bloodied vision, he saw the man's legs. He subconsciously pounced and grabbed onto one of them, unaware of what use it would do, but he just did it so, tightly hanging onto it. Ha! Gang Xiaokang did not see Guo Fei hugging onto the man's leg. His eyes were fixed onto the man's bloodied eyes. In his run, he leaped upwards and jumped into the air. His upper body leaned backward slightly. His left leg bent and his right leg straightened as he kicked the man who remained stationary. Down! Shang Xiaokang kicked the man's chest ferociously, causing him to stumble backward multiple steps. Guo Fei was still holding onto the man's leg, adding that the man was forced to take a few steps backward. The man tripped and stumbled over the corpse and finally fell down. On the floor, he kicked Guo Fei in the face. Guo Fei rolled away from him, but before the man could stand, a large foot kicked his abdomen. The man went into a fetal position and wailed in pain. He accidentally rolled to the side of the blazing fire. Seeing the man so near the fire, Zhang Xiaokang rushed up and kicked him once more, directly sending the man into the flames. The man struggled like a fanatic inside the flames. Zhang Xiaokang turned and walked over to the silver pistol that was thrown and picked it up. It was at that moment where Zhang Xiaokang realized that the sky was already bright. Looking at the time on the watch, he realized that he had fought the man for more than half an hour, which was also Zhang Xiaokang's most bitter fight against a fellow human. Chapter 214 To lose something and regain it again. Guo Fei was moved over to an empty ground. The blood and dirt on his body were cleaned by others. This revealed the countless wounds on his body. The intersecting vertical and horizontal cuts on his body made it look as though he had gone through the death of 1,000 cuts. 2 combat team members wrapped Guo Fei up, while tying the bandages around his wounds. The muscles on his body trembled slightly, but his face remained expressionless, as though the pain in his body did not belong to him. He continued to stare into the fire with thoughts unknown. Xue Zhang Xiaokang retrieved the Jingwei blade that was stabbed into the log. The blade still smooth and sharp. He had actually aimed and threw the sword at the ropes that bound Guo Fei instead of at the man. When Guo Fei looked at him, he knew that Guo Fei still had strength. Since he could no longer fight against the man, he had thrown the blade out to free Guo Fei. This sword had set the foundation for his victory, which was lunatic Guo Fei. No one else could have done it. Guo Fei was crazy yet calm and collected. He did not care about whether the enemy would live or die, much less himself. Saying that he is crazy did not mean that he is constantly seeking death. Guo Fei is a lunatic that had self-destruction tendencies, and to Zhang Xiaokang, he was the perfect cannon fodder. As proven in this battle, the one injured was Guo Fei, but the winner was Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang stood half naked with his tattered clothes in hand. The interior hide was completely ruined. Aside from the 3 bullet holes, there was a long cut. Although the cut did not break the hide, it was close to breaking. Looking at the deep cut, Zhang Xiaokang suspected that he could use a pair of chopsticks to break through it. Although the combat team members were tired, their spirits were exceptionally high. A few of them held their guns and watched over the captives. A few made inventory of the camp's various supplies, while a few inquired about the strengths of the various captives. A fleet of vehicles drove slowly over. The last vehicle was a truck that pulled a Type 92 battalion gun. The frontmost off-road vehicle had a man standing up and waving his rifle at Zhang Xiaokang. It was 3. And beside him sat Shangyuan Qiuyun, who upon seeing that Zhang Xiaokang was safe felt the large boulder that sat on her heart finally being lifted. Brother Cockroach. We cleared the area around the battlefield, adding the 2 sides together. All of them had abandoned a total of 57 corpses. The captives number to about 50. A quarter of them are heavily injured. Brother Cockroach. Do you think we should? While speaking halfway, 3 did the gesture of cutting them down. 3's considerations were in line with the base's medicinal reserves, which was tight. They did not have any surgical machines as well and basically no doctors. The base had an infirmary. The main person in charge was a girl who graduated from medical school. The 1,718 years old girl was the one who hid inside the cave and was bent on not coming out, but ultimately chased out by Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang had shifted all the medicinal supplies of the town and checked with all the members of the base if they knew of medical expertise. Ultimately, The girl was deemed as the closest to being legitimate, was chosen to be placed as the position as head of the infirmary. As medical equipment and medicinal supplies were hard to obtain, if they were to use it on others, they would have less for their own people. For their own people, 3 encouraged Zhang Xiaokang to kill the heavily injured outsiders. Without even thinking, Zhang Xiaokang shook his head. He looked at the restless captives who were filled with frustrations and dashed hopes. Treat them as they are to be treated. Those who can endure it will survive. Those who can't will just die. Even if they deserve to die, it shouldn't be by our hands. Don't let them become cold-hearted. Zhang Xiaokang scratched his chin as he spoke to 3 while facing the captives. 3 nodded his head, then turned and instructed the combat team members. One after another, the heavily injured people were brought down the trucks. 3 carried an emergency treatment bag and treated a few people. Watching 3 treat their own injured people, the captives eased up and became more cooperative. Lai Zhu vouched for Zhang Xiaokang and the rest, guaranteeing them that they would not do anything bad to them. Observing the crowd of busy people, Zhang Xiaokang pondered about the arrangements. They had to return to the prison with extra caution. Best with the battalion gun and HMGs. Aside from that, he considered the expansion of the combat team. They had heavy losses the previous day. Their elite combat team had lost 3 members. The porcupines had killed another 2 and injured 4, out of which 2 were heavily injured. 1 died to explosions. 2 had died while on sentry duty. And not forgetting the weak-looking Wang Chong. Upon thinking about Wang Chong, Zhang Xiaokang's mood dropped. Wang Chong could be considered his aide in camp. He had a good personality and was steadfast in his work. But Zhang Xiaokang never thought that Wang Chong had a different side of him, to stubbornly hold on to the warhead and suicide with it. Zhang Xiaokang knew he could never be like Wang Chong. No one else could compare to Wang Chong. Not even Guo Fei. Guo Fei was a lunatic and would never do anything for others. He only wanted to die. While thinking, Zhang Xiaokang strolled along the camp. At a point, he raised his head and noticed the Hummer that he lost and regained. It was preserved well. There was not a speck of dust on it. Even the wheels were extremely clean. The windows were sparkling and the doors were unaffected. Seeing the clean Hummer, Zhang Xiaokang called Lai Zhu over. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaokang, Lai Zhu made a small run over to Zhang Xiaokang. Where did you guys get this car from? Who's using it? When Zhang Xiaokang saw the Hummer, he thought about Su Qian, who always performed cleverly in front of him. Thinking about how she threw Yuanyi, Yang Qier and him off when he was heavily injured and drove off. His heart became uncomfortable. But even as so, she used to be under him, so he could not resist but to ask about her. This was found by Liu Tu not long ago, together with dozen-odd women. This vehicle was always used by Liu Tu and driven by his closest aides. Oh yay, the one you killed. Lai Zhu pointed to 2 men that were in a pool of blood and said. Zhang Xiaokang got Lai Zhu to search the body for the keys. He opened the car door and sat inside, then used both hands to grasp about the bottom of the car seat, until he found a bag taped to the bottom with a transparent adhesive. He opened it, revealing 3 sets of bright and colorful undergarments and an AV disc. Looking at the things before him, Zhang Xiaokang's heart beat quickly. At the start, he had to protect Yang Qier and had to hide these treasures. After the Hummer was fixed, he hid these things in the place that he deemed the safest, below the seat of the Hummer. He believed it was the safest place until Su Qian actually took the car and betrayed him. Zhang Xiaokang claimed that he did not care about Su Qian's betrayal, but in fact had been extremely affected by it. Every time he thought about Su Qian, his heart would feel extremely uncomfortable. It was not on Su Qian, but on the treasures that were unintentionally taken away by her. Now that the treasures have been recovered, Zhang Xiaokang's mood was greatly alleviated. He carefully placed the things inside a plastic bag, and placed them inside his bag, then opened the car door and got out. Chapter 215 Su Qian's whereabouts. Lai Zhu stood by the side of the vehicle and waited for Zhang Xiaokang patiently. With lifted emotions, Zhang Xiaokang remembered what Lai Zhu had said, that the car came with a dozen girls. He took a look at the crowd. The ladies were all frail and weak. They were not that beautiful and rather ordinary. He looked over a few times and finally saw a few familiar people. They were the waitresses from the restaurant and used to be with He Wen-bin, but in the end, they ran with Su Qian. Who would have thought that he would encounter them again? When they saw Zhang Xiaoqing and 3, they remembered escaping from them and running away with Su Qian. Now that they were back in Zhang Xiaoqing's hands, they became afraid. When Zhang Xiaoqing took his first glance around, they lowered their heads down like ostriches and buried their faces, afraid that they would be recognized. Zhang Xiaoqing missed them a few times and could only recognize them after 3 tries. Are the women inside? Zhang Xiaoqing pointed to the women who were squatted and asked Lai Zhu. Lai Zhu cast a glance at the disheveled women and shook his head. Out of the dozen-odd women, 2 of them violated the rules and were killed. Their bodies were never found. There were a few who looked ordinary and came with the other women were kept. The remaining few prettier ones were shared amongst Liu Tu and his pals. Those women are the ones that we want see, and are kept inside their houses. Lai Zhu explained the situation of the ladies to Zhang Xiaoqing. Zhang Xiaoqing nodded, and decided to have Lai Zhu bring him to Liu Tu's residence to take a look. Oh yeah. Lai Zhu suddenly recalled something. He looked at Zhang Xiaoqing and continued, I remember that day. Liu Tu led 30+ people out and only 56 of them came back. One of his trusted aides that followed him for the longest time never came back. I'm not sure if the women had something to do with it. I remember that Liu Tu was in an extremely bad mood that day, as though something bad had happened. Upon listening to that, Zhang Xiaoqing nodded his head. He knew that it was definitely Su Qian. Su Qian's ability to kill Chen Yi proved her resolution, adding that she seized Brother Long's warehouse and had no lack of ammunition. Not any person could handle her. It was a pity that Su Qian's life had been miserable since young and had bad luck when she grew older. During the apocalypse, she encountered the man that had perverse speed. Bullets were useless against him and for Su Qian to be able to run from him, it was already considered weird. One after another, the members charged into Liu Tu and his confidants' homes and pulled out all the women in hiding. The women inside did not know who the combat team members were and were extremely terrified. They tried their best to conceal themselves. A pity they encountered experts that knew how to search. The combat team members had followed Zhang Xiaoqing to search countless places. No matter what the place was, they would be able to tell the locations where people could be hidden. Following a couple of screams, the women were all dragged out. Some of them were not cooperative and continued to hide inside the houses. They did not know if their previous masters were beaten to death or burned to death, but they fought with the combat team members. But who were the combat team members? They were people who fought against zombies, against mutated rats, and fought against Liu Tu. Seeing how uncooperative the women were, they gave them one tight slap each and pulled them by their hairs, not giving a care whether or not they would harm the delicate skin of the beautiful women. The rough actions of the members caused the beautiful women to become completely docile. They were pulled and lined up into a row and waited for Zhang Xiaoqing to inspect them. Zhang Xiaoqing acted as though he never saw how rough his subordinates were. He knew that they had suffered plenty. After the cruel battle the previous day, they had barely slept and had to fight through the night once more. After seeing the captives and being surprised attacked on again, having a temper was completely normal. Additionally, Zhang Xiaoqing never served the army and did not know of the army disciplines. In his eyes, his subordinates were already behaving well. As long as they did not violate or assault the women in front of him, he would close his eyes. The women lowered their heads and watched a pair of dirty army boots walk towards them. They had no idea as to what their future would be. Their hearts beat rapidly, yet they did not dare to breathe deeply, afraid that they might cause the man to become unhappy. A few of the more coward ones even started trembling in their feet. Zhang Xiaoqing went close to each and every single woman. He wanted to see the Su Qian who said that she would never rely on a man, what her expression would be. All of the ladies looked beautiful and still had meat to their faces. Unlike the other women who were extremely skinny, their clothes were dirty. Seeing the dust on their bodies, Zhang Xiaoqing knew that their hiding locations were extremely dirty. But compared to the other ladies, they lived rather good lives. Seems like even in an apocalypse, pretty women would have the advantage. Zhang Xiaoqing knelt down and looked at the lady in front of him. When the woman saw Zhang Xiaokang's army boots stop in front of her, she started trembling. The first thing she saw when she took a glimpse was his half-naked body with a pair of military pants, a pistol holstered to his waist, and a sword in hand. She did not dare raise her head. She prayed that Zhang Xiaokang did not see her. But why must Zhang Xiaokang stop in front of her of all the women? A big hand covered with calluses touched her clean chin and lifted her head. She did not dare to struggle and weakly lifted her head along with the hand. And their eyes met. Zhang Xiaokang saw the tears trembling in her eyes and her trembling lips and found it funny. Am I that scary? The lady in front of him trembling in fear was someone Zhang Xiaokang saw at the restaurant before. At that time, for the sake of letting Zhang Xiaokang recover the grain depot, Brother Long had got all the women out for Zhang Xiaokang to pick, and this lady was one of them. Out of the original 4 ladies that followed Brother Long, 2 of them followed Zhang Xiaokang. One of the ladies, who did not follow Su Qian, chose to stay behind and helped He Wenbin out to manage the newly recruited women and even quarreled with 3. The remaining one was the one before Zhang Xiaokang. Looking at her eyes filled with tears, Zhang Xiaokang put his hand down. Whereas Su Qian and the others, Zhang Xiaokang did not see Su Qian, Shan Yi, and the other 3 women and was puzzled. Seeing that Zhang Xiaokang had no intent of blaming her, it pacified her fearful and intense beating heart. She replied Su Qian was taken by the boss. I never saw her again. One of the 3 sisters that followed Brother Yu was shot to death. The other 2 who were deemed unsatisfactory by the boss were hacked to death. I've always been regretting. I should never have. Zhang Xiaokang did not bother listening to her confession and turned to leave. He was annoyed, angry at Su Qian for the fact of bringing death upon other people. To Zhang Xiaokang, women were extremely precious. For her to harm 3 of them directly, Zhang Xiaokang did not know where Su Qian would be hidden by Liu Tu. He could not be bothered to look for her, because of the fact that her ruckus had caused Zhang Xiaokang to lose 3 women. 3 women who could become mothers. Chapter 216 Human Meat Workshop. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the time and realized that it was 8 p.m. He got all the members and captives to shift the supplies. Zhang Xiaokang did not want them to linger in the place for too long. He had other things to resolve. He found 3 that was busying himself and called him over, instructed him on a few things and got him to leave. Not long later, a transport truck carrying the injured personnel and women drove off. The people around him busied themselves. And that was when Zhang Xiaokang suddenly felt a burst of sleepiness. Like the rest, he had fought for the entire previous day and did not sleep in the night, after which he had fought against Liu Tu and exhausted himself. Upon calming down, he immediately sensed the wave of sleepiness hitting him. He slapped himself to wake himself up. I am a leader and I have to be a role model. Upon thinking about his own water bottle left in the vehicle, he walks to the Land Rover and pulled open the door. Shangyu and Qiu Yun laid in the back seat and slept extremely peacefully. As the length was not long enough for her to extend her legs, she slept in a fetal position like a baby, her military uniform still lingering with smoke and dust. Her head was buried into her arm, revealing only a small part of her face. Her originally delicate and sparkling skin had been tainted with smoke and black patches. Her unique Lara Croft hair had already lost its former luster and had been coiled up casually. She was dead asleep to the point that even when Zhang Xiaokang opened the door, it did not even induce a movement from her. Looking at the great beauty that had looks worthy of pride sleeping like that, he sighed in his heart. He gently opened up his bag and took out an army shirt and covered her body, then slowly closed the door. Zhang Xiaokang felt extremely good dressed in new clothes, far better than fighting half-naked. Although it was already June, Zhang Xiaokang felt uncomfortable having many people look at him half-naked. He unscrewed the canteen and had himself a cold drink, then lowered his head and poured the remaining cold water onto his head. The cold water immediately dissipated the fatigue he felt. He shrugged off the water droplets and carried the canteen on his back, not in the least bothered by the dripping water from his hair that made his collars wet. Noticing that most of the supplies of the camp had been moved and a few women and slightly injured men had started boarding the vehicles, Zhang Xiaokang looked around and got everyone to prepare. Before heading up the vehicle and waited for the fleet to move, Brother Cockroach. From behind, Deng Xiaokang heard 3 shouting out for him. Deng Xiaokang turned and saw 3 with another member who was narrating something to 3. By the time they arrived before Deng Xiaokang, the member seemed to have finished his words. 3 spoke to the man you're sighing. This member had a face full of beard and did not look young. He had a robust body, and was someone Deng Xiaokang had a vague impression of. After thinking for a bit, he recalled the time when they recovered a small town and chose a group of temporary engineers. This bearded man was one of them. At that time, the bearded man was dressed in a colorful female outer jacket. It was this jacket that left a deep impression. The bearded man looked at Deng Xiaokang with hesitance before speaking. Although he looked extremely outspoken and straightforward, he was in fact extremely greedy and especially loved to take advantage of others. While recovering the town, other members had bags of loot, but not him, causing him to be envious of them until now. When Deng Xiaokang recruited new members, the bearded man was the most proactive one. Although he was greedy, he was unafraid of death and even had experiences of killing zombies. Adding that he was one of the 30 engineers, Deng Xiaokang had favorable impressions towards the dauntless military engineers. So he was recruited into the combat team. He easily waited for Deng Xiaokang to lead them out for a mission. But his first mission was against the hordes of rats. Inside the prison, he never found anything good. So now that they were at the camp, he did not let go of the opportunity and specifically looked for Lai Zhu and sought out Liu Tu's residence, and quickly ran into it before the others. After rushing in, he realized that it was wrong. Liu Tu's residence had extremely simple things. Aside from clothes and miscellaneous things, there was nothing of importance. He had rifle bullets amounting up to a few thousand, but that was something the bearded man did not dare hide. Ammunition was something to be handed over to Deng Xiaokang, with the thought that the things were hidden. He carefully searched the house, but did not find anything except for a locked and hidden door. Seeing the lock on the door, he became excited with the thought that he had located the secret storage room. Although he could not swallow everything up, he could take the most valuable of things. With that, he started to work on the lock. With great difficulty, he managed to smash the lock open, only to realize that the door opened out to an empty space at the foot of the hill. But this empty space had been tightly surrounded and sealed by the 3 neighboring buildings. This empty space was also at an oblique angle from the top, so outsiders cannot locate this empty space easily. Looking through the empty space, he saw a wall made out of rocks. This wall formed a stone hut inside this depression. Unable to dispel the curiosity in his heart, he walked through the empty space and into the stone hut. Deng Xiaokang brought 3 and the bearded man, and stood on the empty ground and inspected the stone hut. The outer walls of the stone hut were made out of rocks with cement, mortar, and concrete used to fill the spaces in between the rocks. This rock wall had a long history, apparent with the moss all over the wall and gradually dropping cement. A thick smoke emitted out from the top of the stone hut. If they did not hear from the bearded man that there was something inside, Deng Xiaokang would have assumed that someone was inside the stone hut cooking and using firewood. The smoke in front of him gave Deng Xiaokang a sense of disgust and nausea. He took out his torch and entered the stone hut. It was extremely spacious inside with a boiling pool near the entrance. Besides the boiling pool was a large wooden basin used by villagers to kill pigs, and on the side of the wooden basin were stains of blood that had not been cleaned that resembled the moss on the rocks. By the side of the boiling pool, there was a pile of firewood. Looking at the messily stored old, dried leaves, Deng Xiaokang knew that the firewood was long piled up here. Just that the perverse Liu Tu had used it for his own matters. The space above their heads was not much. Above 2 black and horizontal logs, the circular wood had plenty of ropes dangling down from it where the ropes held pieces of charred meat. A streak of sunlight came down from the roof shone on one of the charred meat, revealing the glossy and oily surface. Looking at the piece of charred meat, even Deng Xiaokang could no longer hold it in. He turned back and leaned on the rock wall as he vomited. Deng Xiaokang's actions led to a chain reaction as 3 knelt down and vomited as well. The piece of charred meat was the entire thigh of a lady. The delicate thigh had turned yellow from the curing process over the fire. A layer of human fats flowed down by the side and dripped all over the ground. forming a circle of oil. With the thighs were the calves, and with the calves were the feet. Pieces of human ribs were hung on the other log. Jiang Zhaokang no longer dared to look at it and looked away. He did not know if Su Qian was amongst the charred meat. He wanted to turn and run, while 3 had his eyes fixated on Jiang Zhaokang's legs. As long as Jiang Zhaokang turned to run, he would be the first to run. It was so gruesome that he did not dare take a second look. The bearded man was in a better situation than him. He had merely cast a glance when he realized the place and immediately ran out. With Jiang Zhaokang and 3, he had his eyes glued on the door and appreciated the sun and wind outside, and never looked at the meat the entire time. Chapter 217 Finding Su Qian. Jiang Zhao could no longer look at the charred human meat hanging from above. His torch continued to shine towards the darker and deeper part of the house. Inside stood a tripod made out of logs and pegs on top of a board. The board was made using a thick wooden plank and nails, and the original wooden veins had been completely covered by black blood. Vaguely seen were some yellow and fine powder in the crevices of the board. It was a board previously used by villagers to make food from flour and had been used for plating and sharing purposes. The light from the torch followed down, revealing the damp ground that stored rice straws. The yellow rice straws had turned black with a whiff of feces smell coming from further in. By the side of the patch of rice straws was a stone trough used by villagers to feed pigs. Inside it contained some loose soured slop with a few grain chaffs on top and a few broken bones. There were even moldy grains inside. Looking at the food that even pigs would not dare to touch, Jiang Zhaokang became curious. Exactly what is being reared in here? The light continued to move inwards, revealing a drier space in the deepest part of the room where a bunch of dried and yellow rice straws was placed together. Jiang Zhaokang's torch continued to shine, but there was no irksome presence. It was extremely dark and cooling here, causing Jiang Zhaokang, who was wearing a single layer of clothing, to feel cold. He was about to turn his head and leave when he heard some rustling from inside the grass. Jiang Zhaokang shone his torch towards the area and pulled out his pistol. He advanced slowly, carefully stepping on the clean rice straws that had not been polluted by manure. Jiang Zhaokang looked at the unmoving rice straws, then suddenly kicked at it. His military boots knocked onto something as a figure immediately came out. A woman without a strand of hair with all sorts of dirty things slipping on her body. Her face stained with black spots appeared. She knelt on the ground and trembled incessantly, with faint bruising all over her body. Jiang Zhaokang looked at the woman in front of him and a sense of cold air flooded his insides. It was Su Qian, the lovable girl that massaged his foot. The Su Qian that made him run round in circles. The Su Qian that used the Type 81 AR and shot Chen Yi many times. Looking at her, all the anger he had towards her completely disappeared. The punishments and pain she had gone through was something Jiang Zhaokang could only imagine. He felt deep respect for her as well. Even at such a predicament, she was actually able to persevere to live. If it was him, he would have knocked himself in the head and die. Su Qian never dared to lift her head. She did not know that the person before her was Jiang Zhaokang. Her heart had died a long time ago. She had no idea why she was still living. Maybe towards the hopes and expectations of her family that had long passed. Being abused and watching her own sisters being cut apart to be cooked into meat, and having to look at them every day. She had long fallen into despair. She had been degraded into a walking corpse. She lived on quietly, waiting for the perverse Liu Tu to toy with her then turn her into charred meat. She used to be most afraid of being eaten by others, but she was no longer afraid of it. She ate her sisters as she waited for her own life to end. The bearded man could no longer take it and handed his rifle over to 3 who had a look of rejoice. Then looked at Jiang Zhaokang with some resentment, clenched his teeth, then stepped forward with no second thoughts to Su Qian and carried her body that was defiled with pee and manure and walked out. Jiang Zhaokang and 3. The man rejoicing in Su Qian's calamity followed behind the solemn and bearded man. Jiang Zhaokang was a man who was extremely ferocious towards outsides, but shielded and protected his own, even if the person who used to be in his group but betrayed him. Jiang Zhaokang had no thoughts of killing Su Qian. He was prepared to bring her back to camp, but whether she lived or die after that did not matter to him. He had done everything that he could do for her. Upon leaving the house, the bearded man carrying Su Qian increased his pace and ran to the outside, then threw Su Qian on the ground and screamed in rage while pulling out some clothes from the trunk on the side of the road and rushed into a house. The sun had risen not long ago. The morning sun was not as hot as the afternoon, and the warmth of the sun felt extremely comfortable. All of the ladies who had been recognized by Zhang Xiaokang immediately ran over and gave Su Qian a bath. Some of them cried while bathing her. Su Qian was in the most pitiful situation, not knowing that their other sisters that ran with them had been turned into meat. Looking at the numb and depressed Su Qian, they started to worry about their own future. Su Qian sat on the ground and allowed the women to dress her wounds and wrapped her up. Maybe it was the warmth of the sun. Something temporarily drove the despair in her heart. She looked at the familiar women around her and spoke with a hoarse voice. You guys are still alive. Seeing Su Qian regain her senses made it look as though the other women found their backbone. They all started to narrate the situation, and when Su Qian realized that it was Zhang Xiaokang that had led people to occupy the land, she no longer said anything else. Even when she looked as though she was on her last breath, she never spoke a word. This would continue until right before her death did she hand a piece of paper over to her son and had him hand it over to Zhang Xiaokang. On it, 3 words were written: I was wrong. The fleet that had expanded by 3 times set out once again. Zhang Xiaokang sat back in his own Hummer with Shangguan Qiaoyan as his driver. Zhang Xiaokang slept in the back, and although it would not be a long sleep, he could not help but fall asleep the moment he went in. Shangguan Qiaoyan did her best to drive steadily and gave him more comfort. In less than an hour, the fleet returned to the prison entrance. Zhang Xiaokang did not get off the vehicle and got 3 to establish sentries while got others to prepare to eat while he continued sleeping. Just as Shangguan Qiaoyan brought Zhang Xiaokang his breakfast, he woke up. He accepted the food and looked at his watch, which revealed that it was close to 10. While eating, he looked into the distance and noticed the cloud of dust from afar. Another long fleet of vehicles was driving over. Yong Kier held her mace and rushed down from a large bus and pulled Zhang Xiaokang to the side and inspected him carefully before heaving a sigh of relief. Then threw down her mace and hugged Zhang Xiaokang as she bawled her eyes out. Zhang Xiaokang felt dizzy from her actions. He patted Yong Kier on the back, then turned and stared at Old Frank and Zhang Huiyan. The two of them instantly frightened by his eyes. Old Frank pushed Zhang Huiyan forward to Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Huiyan turned back and cast an angry look at Old Frank, raining curses on Old Frank in his heart, then turned and gave Zhang Xiaokang an awkward laugh, then started to talk with his glib tongue. Chapter 218 Search. When Zhang Xiaokang and his team did not return the previous day, Yang Kier started to become anxious. She pulled He Wenbin and asked him to send people to look for Zhang Xiaokang. He Wenbin became anxious as well but did not dare send anyone. Firstly, it was close to night time and searching for people in the dark was dangerous. Additionally, Zhang Xiaokang had brought out 80 of the camp forces. He did not dare to touch the remaining people, because the base was the most important. The most important point was that Zhang Xiaokang had brought out more than 10 men with rifles, but had not returned. That meant that they had encountered trouble, and He Wenbin believed that Zhang Xiaokang would have no problem saving himself alone. He would rather believe that the reason that Zhang Xiaokang was not back was that Zhang Xiaokang had the situation under control, and would rather wait for news the next day. Yang Kier did not care about He Wenbin's excuses. Not only did she find He Wenbin or Old Frank, she actually went to look for Zhang Huiyan. At that time, Zhang Huiyan patted his own chest and promised that he would find Zhang Xiaokang. But since when did he have the guts? He led a few men, but did not even find a vehicle. So they stayed in the construction site and waited. Zhang Huiyan had advised Yang Kier to stay in the base, but she had her own plans. She found her own servant, the little boy that was constantly dirty, to follow Zhang Huiyan. With that, Zhang Huiyan had nothing to say. While listening to Zhang Huiyan's explanation, Yang Xiaokang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded his head and excused Zhang Huiyan. Wang Chong came down from the bus. He did not see Zhang Xiaokang and instantly sprinted for the Type 92 battalion gun. He caressed it and cursed. cursed the people who cleaned the battalion gun. He knew they were definitely not professionals. The Type 92 battalion gun was not cleaned thoroughly and there were places where rust had formed. Even inside the cylinder, a bit of stain would influence the longevity of the equipment. Once Yang Qier cried, she would direct her anger towards He Wenbin, Old Frank and Zhang Huiyan like Zhang Xiaokang. Talking about Zhang Huiyan, Yang Qier was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, I don't care. You have to scold him badly. If not for Miao Miao, I would not have known that that old man was hiding away and sleeping. He makes me so angry. Who is Miao Miao? Shandiao figured that this said entity was a cat. Yang Qier rolled her eyes and replied, you've been staying with him, and you don't know his name. Miao Miao is Sister X's son. Zhang Xiaokang immediately lost interest. For a guy to actually have a cat's name, why not call him Wang Wang? Zhang Xiaokang began giving out tasks. Zhang Huiyan led a few of his men and brought back the captives and supplies, to which 3 handed over. The men and women were ordered up the bus. Lai Zhu was among them, and when he saw the large number of people welcoming Zhang Xiaokang, he became free from anxiety. Likewise, when the other people saw that even more of Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates coming over and donned in military uniform and helmets, they became well-behaved. 2 men carried the stretcher made out of clothes which held the handicapped Su Kaiyan. Over the process of moving her, she kept on looking at Zhang Xiaokang. From how he carried Yang Qier to how the cold Shangyun Qiao Yun stood behind him the entire time with the Garan rifle on her back. The fleet that welcomed Zhang Xiaokang. Old Frank's prideful face when he led the 100-odd survivors away. Finally, she retracted her gaze, took a deep breath, and allowed herself to be lifted into the vehicle. Old Frank had brought all the trucks and cranes from the base. Seeing the large steel doors of the prison, his eyes gleamed with a light. It was a genuine military product. No matter how he saw it, it was much more reliable than the steel plates door he prepared. 50 men dressed in military uniform stood in 5 rows and waited for Zhang Xiaokang's inspection. All of them were the temporary expansion group, and every single one of them wielded choppers and composite shields. Half of them had fortified sniping crossbows on their backs, and leather quivers wielding 20 short crossbow arrows. He Wenbin distributed all the cold weapons that Wangla had made. Not that they were unwilling to hand guns to them, but that the majority of them had never touched a gun before. If they were given bullets, they would not know where to even put the bullets in. So why not hand them blades and shields? At least these things were useful for them. With everything prepared, Zhang Xiaokang led a robust and expanded group to fight their way into the arsenal. Everything went smoothly, to the point that Zhang Xiaokang was in disbelief. There were no zombies. All of the zombies inside were stuck in cages. There were no rats, but the corpses of the rats they killed were littered all over the places. All of the rats that had escaped were injured and many of them died en route. When they all saw the exploded wall and mountain of dead rats, Old Frank and the newcomers all took in cold breaths. While Zhang Xiaokang, 3 and the ones involved in the difficult battle all heaved a sigh of relief. It was truly a nightmare for them battling the rats. Looking at the dead rats on the ground, Zhang Xiaokang called Old Frank over to his side and whispered to him, causing Old Frank's face to turn ugly. But ultimately, he nodded his head. Zhang Xiaokang split the members into 2. One group picked up the dead rats. Those that were rather complete were skinned and dried over a bonfire. Some of the people were disgusted by it, always revealing twisted faces while working. As for the members who ate the rat meat the previous night, they became ecstatic as their mouths started to salivate with the barbecue meat taste. Seeing all the dead rats, Zhang Xiaokang felt extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, the rats had died not long ago and had no stench. The base did not lack in staple but lacked in meat products. All of the workers had to undergo awfully strenuous manual labor every day, due to time constraint. A few women had to help out by carrying buckets of lime, all of which were physical activities. Although Zhang Xiaokang was able to find meat, it could not stand the number of people. Now, aside from his own private stash, the base had practically no meat to eat. Old Frank and 3 led the people into the arsenal and moved all the weapons to the empty space outside. Looking at the dust-filled large weapons, Jiang Xiaokang was overwhelmed by emotions. Everything belonged to him. As a man who used to be addicted to computer and games and was once a nobody, he could be considered a tyrant now, especially that he had consecutively conquered 2 camps. Calculating all of it, he had close to 700 members now, and all of them were relying on him to survive. Feeling slightly happier, he looked at the fallen walls. The tunnel dug by the rats had been buried beneath the rubble. Upon thinking about the resolute Wang Chong who hugged the warhead and ran into the horde of ants, the happiness in his heart immediately disappeared. The others busied with work. 3 made an inventory of the ammunition. Old Frank and a few others carried a Type 92 HMG out. Wangla and a few others inspected a Type 5412 7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, while the bearded man dressed in a western suit with a rifle slung to his back barbecued the rat meat and bragged to his new brothers about the taste of the rat meat. Jiang Xiaokang did not look at the rest. He walked to the collapsed wall and carried a head-sized rock connected to a reinforced steel bar and threw it to one side. When the rat smashed onto the ground, Jiang Xiaokang carried on with another. He kept cleaning out the rubble by his feet, as he carried another debris and was preparing to walk to the side to throw it away. A pair of delicate hands took the debris from his hands. The owner of the hands being Shengyuan Kyo-yun, she did not ask why and simply took the debris and threw it to one side, then came back and continued to help Jiang Xiaokang clear out another fragment. A dog's bark. Chapter 219 Mutant King Rat. One cleaned while one threw. The 2 of them coordinated as such without talking, quietly clearing the debris away. Unknowingly, Yang Kier joined them as well. Her speed was a few times faster than the 2 of them. She did not make a sound either and did not question why. To her, Jiang Xiaokang had always been crafty and sly with regards to manual activity. As long as there were physical activities involved, he would always find a way to avoid them. To see him initiating a physical activity, there had to be a reason. She did not need to know it, but followed him and helped him. As the pieces of debris were cleared, a deep and hidden tunnel was exposed. Jiang Xiaokang pulled up the flattened rat corpses with hopes of finding a bit of Wang Chong, even if it was a piece of clothing. The longer he took to find something, the bigger the feeling of disappointment. Jiang Xiaokang weakly pulled out all the mashed meat and pelt of the rats. But there was nothing left. All of Wang Chong had been disintegrated by the 70mm warhead. Everything, or any evidence to show that Wang Chong had existed, were wiped clean. Jiang Xiaokang stood up in disappointment, then walked back in. Creak. A strange sound beneath his feet attracted Jiang Xiaokang's attention. He moved his legs away, revealing the temple of a black pair of spectacles. The remainder of the spectacles also had a short string attached to it. He bent down and picked it up and realized that the end of the string had been burnt, and the string had coiled up with bloodstains. Jiang Xiaokang took out Jing Wei blade and cut the corner of his shirt off and placed the spectacles temple into his pocket. He looked back into the deep tunnel, then turned and walked away. As he left the perimeters, 10 large trucks stopped steadily on the empty space in front of the steel doors. 3 led the people and loaded up the crates of Type 53 AR and LMGs onto the vehicles. A smaller crane lifted crates of ammunition onto the back of a truck. Jiang Xiaokang looked at the group of people barbecuing the rat meat and realized that one of Wang Le's subordinate had brought tools and materials and built a few large-scale barbecue stations. On them were many rat torsos, less the legs and heads. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to recognize the rat meat and would most probably mistake them for barbecuing rabbits. Suddenly, the men who were clearing the rat shouted something. Jiang Xiaokang strode over to them, where a few men were standing on the direct spot where Jiang Xiaokang had fired the Type 92 battalion gun. There were more dead rats here than at the wall, piling up into mounds and hills. The countless and numerous dead rat corpses were tangled up together, causing everyone's skin to turn numb. The original black soil had turned dark red from the immense amount of rat blood. These men were the newly recruited members of the combat team, dressed in uniform WW2U's military uniforms and old-fashioned leather boots. Their brown boots and originally clean uniforms had been dyed red while holding rebars to flip through the rat corpses. one of them having an obviously shorter one. Zhang Xiaokang stepped on countless rat corpses and blood-red soil to reach them. He looks towards the location where they were shouting at. A large pile of rat corpses. The dead rats piled layer over layer on each other with a hole at the side. A massive claw revealed itself from inside. There were 4 sharp blades to it that were transparent yellow. They had no luster to them. But what made the survivors surprised was that there was actually not a drop of blood on it despite the messy bloodstains on the dead rats around it, and it looked extremely clean. The claws looked like a rat claw magnified multiple times. The 4 blades of differing lengths. The longest close to 30 cm long and shortest less than 10 cm short. The blades were connected together by a black joint which was almost as thick as the rebars that the team members wielded and looked like bamboos with their short groove joints. The distance between the grooves was short with less than 1 mm per groove. Zhang Xiaokang stared at the strange joint and thought it looked like Yu Gong's silver whip-in. Zhang Xiaokang noticed that beneath the large claws was a large piece of rebar that was about 78 cm. The rebar had been broken apart, and the broken end gleamed under the sunlight. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the broken rebar in disbelief. Zhang Xiaokang did not say a word. He grabbed a rebar from the member beside him and struck the large claw. In the instant that the rebar struck the claw, the rebar was cut into half as though it was tofu. Zhang Xiaokang felt that the rebar was like a bamboo cutting through water and leaving it after the initial sensation of resistance in the water. The bamboo felt lighter upon getting out of the water. Looking at the simple-looking claw and the heavy rebar in his hand, Zhang Xiaokang immediately got the members to pry all the rat corpses away without a second thought. As the corpses were pushed to the side, a large figure was revealed. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the extremely large rat. It was half a meter tall while in a lying position. It was 3 meters long, causing Zhang Xiaokang to be dumbstruck. It was not only him, but the other members were also stunned as well. One of the older members gasped in surprise, "Holy shit. Could this be the rat spirit demon in Journey to the West?" Whether if it was a mutant king rat or it was really a rat spirit demon, it had been reduced to a dead rat. This dead rat's fur was pitch black that gleamed under the sun. Although it was dead, there was not a bit of blood stain or dirt on it. Looking at its glossy fur, Zhang Xiaokang's heart was stirred. Zhang Xiaokang poured clear water out from his yellow-green military canteen bottle. A clear flow of water fell from it and onto the fur of the rat. It continued to flow down the black fur until a droplet of water dripped from the end of the rat's fur. The rat fur remained as fluffy and smooth as before. Zhang Xiaokang kept circling around the dead rat. Its body was intact without any wounds. Zhang Xiaokang looked a few times, but could not find the wound that killed it. He could not even find a small wound, much less a fatal one. Looking at the strange and large rat, Zhang Xiaokang drew his desert eagle and aimed at its head. He watched as the bullet removed a few hairs of the rat. Zhang Xiaokang felt a cold sensation surging from his scalp to the bottom of his feet. The desert eagle is able to wound a D2, but it is only able to remove a few hairs off this rat. When his train of thoughts reached here, Zhang Xiaokang recalled back that the porcupine seemed to have received orders and performed the same actions. Even when one of them was struck by a bullet, it did not dare to move on its own will. After the powerful offensive, the rats had suddenly exploded into escape without any warnings. Could it be because of this rat king? Looking at its fur that could not be harmed by the desert eagle, then at the extremely sharp claws that could cut rebars like tofu, Zhang Xiaokang did not dare imagine what would have happened if the Rat King had actually appeared and took action by itself. The walls were not strong enough to withstand its claws and be easily destroyed. It could have simply led the assault, and they would have died countless times then. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying the rat became. Zhang Xiaokang became even more interested in knowing the reason for its death. At long last, Zhang Xiaokang realized something strange. By the sight of the rat's large and white teeth, there was a trace of blood that had turned black. Due to it turning black, Zhang Xiaokang had overlooked it as fur. https://www.google.com/sd search E5B089E8 BF9 FE 681 ADRLZ 1C1 CHB FEN SG 756 SG 756 Sourcemsmisset XFED 0 AUK UEWUWTUS 1 BD AVMQ 48 KHC3 I CAG KOI DIG BB 1920 B938 IMGARCI HONFZIGO TT SVBM. Chapter 22014 5mm. Deng Xiaoqing got people to open its mouth and shone a torch inside. This large rat was unlike the others that had two typical incisors. Upon opening its mouth, it had sharp carnivorous teeth, with 3 sets of sharp teeth on the upper and lower mandibles that were clenched extremely tightly. Upon looking at this, Deng Xiaoqing figured that it might have suffered from an intense pain right before it died. The clenched teeth made the rebar in Deng Xiaoqing's hands to be useless. At long last, Deng Xiaoqing used the spear to drill and remove one of the tough teeth to be able to form a hole, after which they made use of the pry bar principle to open the unpleasant rat mouth. Deng Xiaoqing found a wound in its oral cavity and understood. A highly explosive warhead had exploded beside it, but the explosion was unable to harm its fur. This giant king rat was careless. It was, in fact, a king rat that regarded class importantly and gave orders through its close subordinates. Coincidentally, everything happened when it ordered the countless rats to suicide rush the survivors. Right as it was giving the order, a shrapnel from the warhead flew into its mouth, which shot through its oral cavity that had no protection all the way to its brain. As a result, it severely harmed the king rat. With the king rat dead, there was no suppression from it. All the innately coward rats naturally would not rush to their deaths. Therefore, all of them scurried away in fear, resulting in Deng Xiaoqing's victory, which had actually heavily relied on his luck. Deng Xiaoqing thought back about in fear as cold sweat trickled down his back. He got a few men to find more helpers and carried the large rat onto a truck while he moved towards Wangla, who was in a buzz of activity. Wangla's face and body were covered in engine oil, working on the Type 54 anti-aircraft machine gun while talking to the few mechanical apprentices around him. He remained unaware of Deng Xiaoqing standing behind him for half a day, and it was only after he had completed his handiwork and that the anti-aircraft machine gun was able to swivel did he realize that Deng Xiaoqing was behind him. Deng Xiaoqing pointed at the few porcupine corpses and spoke, "Did you see their leather? Are they usable?" Wangla glanced at the monster corpses and turned back to Deng Xiaoqing. "They can be used. I took a look at them. Their leather will naturally condense towards the point of impact. It is able to withstand large caliber bullets from a close range, and the leather by itself is bulletproof, giving the leather time to condense and react." He paused for a moment, picked up his water canteen and drank a few mouths of water, looking at Wangla, who was so busy to the point of forgetting to drink water for the whole day. Deng Xiaoqing took out a pack of Nanjing cigarettes and handed Wangla a stick. Wangla, being overwhelmed by the emotions from the actions of Deng Xiaoqing, accepted it and helped Deng Xiaoqing lit the cigarettes. He smoked a deep breath and exhaled, then looked at Deng Xiaoqing with slight embarrassment. "I saw a report once that talked about technology that could be built in the future, one of which is a futuristic personalized soldier armor. A few conjectures on bionic armor, and they even have thick hides that made me think of the similarities. This thick hide, compared to the D2 skin that I had given to you the other time, which is better." Deng Xiaoqing interrupted Wangla's recollection and got straight to the main point. "The two have their advantages. The D2 skin is much easier to work with, but in terms of strength, the leather is stronger." Wangla patted on the Type 54 anti-aircraft machine gun and continued, "As long as this big guy is finished and usable, it can kill off D2s, because D2's skin has a certain limit. So long as you break through its limit, the bullets are able to penetrate through its skin. But the leather is much more difficult. Its innate characteristics prevent it from being penetrated so easily unless we are talking about a 14.5 caliber." His words were interrupted by Deng Xiaoqing. 14.5 large bullets. Why? Wangla drew another puff and continued, "Actually, everything has a threshold, including the leather. The 14.5 caliber's kinetic energy is too strong. The leather can maximally withstand 12 7mm caliber bullets. Which means that even something slightly stronger than a 12.7mm is enough to break through it. 14. 5mm bullets have multiple times the kinetic energy of a 12.7mm. The instant a 14.5mm hits this leather, it will definitely break through. And the unique point about large caliber bullets is that they will explode. Think about it. What would happen if an explosive explodes from inside the stomach? Hearing these, Yang Xiaokang immediately felt that it was a pity. He had countless 14.5mm bullets on hand. Even if he gave out 10,000, he would have plenty left. The thing was, he did not have any barrels capable of using the bullets. Wang Le took a puff and noticed that Zhang Xiaokang looked dispirited and downcast, and immediately sensed something wrong. He was alright just a second ago. Why is he like this now? Brother Cockroach, is there something bothering you? Wang Le carefully probed and asked. Zhang Xiaokang shook his head with a bitter face. Then after thinking about it, he nodded. Wang Le was muddled by Zhang Xiaokang's reaction. It was a shake, then a nod. What was that supposed to mean? I know what you're talking about. I have 14.5mm bullets. They are there. Zhang Xiaokang pointed to the ammunition crates that were just about to be moved. I have more than 10,000 of such bullets. Multiple times in fact. But so what can you make a 14.5mm gun? Zhang Xiaokang rambled on and asked Wang Le. Wang Le shook his head. Even if he could, they did not have the materials to do so. Seeing Wang Le admit that he could not, Zhang Xiaokang completely let go of the idea. He turned and walked toward the dormitories. He wanted to take a look at how the 8 porcupines were doing. Towards this new species of rats, Zhang Xiaokang wanted to rear them in the base and see if they were able to reproduce, regardless of meat or obtaining the leather. It could be considered a local niche. Brother Cockroach. Wang Le's shout came out from behind. Zhang Xiaokang stopped and looked at him, who quickly ran to his side and asked Brother Cockroach, are you worried about having bullets but no guns? Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head. You know that our walls are thick, but God knows if there are any D3, D4 that will run over. You have seen a Type D zombie. It is that one that is slightly strengthened. With that, a rifle can kill it. But when it comes to a D2, even a cannon can't kill it. At that time, I'm afraid our base will not be able to stand against them. With that, Zhang Xiaokang looked at the Type 92 battalion gun behind the vehicle and self-ridiculed. Who knows? Maybe even I will have to hug a warhead and use my life to fight something. Zhang Xiaokang sighed, but Wang Le's expression became excited. He spoke with a vulgar expression. Brother Cockroach, I do know where we can obtain a big gun for such an ammunition. Zhang Xiaokang suddenly turned and looked at Wang Le anxiously. Where? Wang Le started to speak. Chapter 221. Returning home. For such bullets, China only had anti-aircraft machine guns, which did not have many variations, with the Type 56 Quad AA gun being the first. The Type 56 Quad AA gun was an imitation of the Soviet Union's ZPU-4 AA gun. Manufactured in 1956, it was mass-produced and equipped across the army. The reason for the name of the Quad AA gun was due to its 4 connected rapid-fire and precision aim system. The weapon was installed onto a 4-wheeled, dual-axle cart and driven around by being hooked behind vehicles. The precision aiming system was installed onto the weapon along with lighting, allowing for night shoots. The second type was a Type 58 dual AA gun. Type 58 14.5mm dual AA gun was an imitation of the Soviet Union's ZPU-2 AA gun. Manufactured in 1958, it was also mass-produced and equipped across armies. With two 56 14.5mm gun body, the Type 58 dual AA gun also had precision aiming and was installed onto a 2-wheeled cart. The third type was the Type 75 14.5mm AA gun, which was reinvented and improved from the Soviet Union's BYB 14.5mm AA gun by China. Designed and manufactured in 1981, it employed one Type 56 14.5mm barrel and gun base, along with a tripod stand. The sighting device composed of a high-precision lens and sight-fire scope, for which the sight-fire scope was fixed onto the high-precision lens. The high-precision lens had miniature ring-shaped optics while the sight-fire scope allowed direct aiming. Tien, I am not that good and proficient in terms of China gun parts, so forgive me if there are any errors. Oh, China seems to have a few types of 14, 5mm guns. There is also one type, redesigned in 1983, a Type 751. They mainly changed the tripod legs and installed wheels, axles and inflation device. It can be pulled with vehicles, but in the end, it is still a Type 75-14, 5mm gun. Wangla introduced the various 14, 5mm weapons to Zhang Zhiukang. Zhang Zhiukang asked, is the Type 75-14, 5mm gun a higher grade compared to the Type 58 and 56? Hearing Zhang Zhiukang's question, Wangla did not know how to answer. He stumbled with his words. The Type 75 is slightly lighter. The range of fire are the same. They are all able to shoot 2 km in a high angle and 1 km in a straight fire. Zhang Zhiukang expressed his understanding. He thought about his recoil-operated HMG. Regardless of its rate of fire or rate of heat, it could not compare to the Type 53 HMG. He then asked, in terms of firing rate, is the Type 75 faster than the other two? Hearing his question, Wangla's face turned bitter. He looked at Zhang Zhiukang and gave a string of numbers. Type 56 quad AA gun firing rate is 600 rounds per minute. Type 58 dual AA gun, in theory, 1,200 rounds per minute. Actual firing rate is 300 rounds per minute. Type 75-14, 5mm gun, in theory, is able to fire at 550 rounds per minute, but actual firing rate is 80 rounds per minute. Zhang Zhiukang was speechless. The weapons made 30 years later had a firing rate twice as slow as weapons made 30 years before. Even if it had one barrel, its single barrel was still slower than a barrel of the past. Zhang Zhiukang looked at Wangla and spoke cautiously. The place that you know of. Could it be that there are Type 75-14, 5mm guns? Wangla replied loudly, Type 75 are active duty equipment, but the factory that I was previously in will not have such weapons. Inside our factory's defense branch warehouse, all the former rifles and light weapons have been taken away, but all the AA guns were left behind, and I think there are quite a few of them. I remember that the factory actually pulled them out once for a practice shoot. At that time, they brought the weapons into my factory for repairs, and I even became addicted to them for a while. Wangla's factory had a controlled facility holding AA guns, out of which they had 3 Type 56 quad AA guns, 6 Type 58 dual AA guns, which were all preserved perfectly. The factory also had random checks made by their superiors on the upkeep and preservation of the guns. Aside from having no bullets, their weapons were perfectly usable. For our factory, aside from those AA guns, there are plenty of good things as well. Our processing workshop has a few guns. The factory itself holds plenty of unique materials as well. As long as I have raw materials, I can even reinstate the Type 92 battalion gun. Wangla's incessant blabber about the good things in his factory had long captured Zhang Zhiukang's mind and made him go on a mental journey. Zhang Zhiukang had already decided that Wangla's old factory was the next location for them. Zhang Zhiukang looked at the fleet preparing to move out with satisfaction. All the fully cooked or half-cooked rat meat were loaded up a vehicle. All the ammunition in the arsenals had been plundered by Zhang Zhiukang. Even the empty ammunition shells were picked up and loaded up. Who knew that in the future they had the capability of reinstating them back to usable bullets? 8 porcupines along with over 10 constantly twisting bags were loaded up a vehicle. Inside the 10 bags were young rats that Zhang Zhiukang found. He had the thought of rearing them in the base as a great undertaking. The fleet slowly moved out of the prison. Old Frank had employed people to tear down and load up the 78 tall steel doors, and at the same time took the entire electrical machinery and components used to control the large door. Zhang Zhiukang sat in the Hummer and extended his hand out, gesturing for them to move out. All the large vehicles slowly followed behind the Hummer and moved in a straight convoy. The fleet gradually moved towards the base in the spring. Everyone inside the vehicles had a clear view of the scaffolding and half-built brick wall in the distance. As the fleet slowly advanced, they noticed a large crowd standing at the car park outside the valley. Upon seeing the fleet, The crowd cheered out loud, filling the space with cheerful voice and sounds. Zhang Xiaokang and his members had gone through 2 continuous days of battles and were extremely fatigued. But upon hearing the intense cheers from the crowd, their spirits were roused and became excited. They had arrived at their base, their home, and the people calling out for them were their families. All the pain, sacrifice and fatigue were worth it. Zhang Xiaokang looked at Yuan Yi, who stood at the front of the crowd with her old injuries. Beside her stood He Wenbin, while Zhang Huai and Lu Renyi stood behind them. When the fleet stopped, everyone moved in to unload the vehicles. The tired members dragged themselves and walked unsteadily back into the camp with nothing but the thought to have a great and long sleep. Guo Fei was carried down the vehicle. He turned a deaf ear towards the cheers while lying on the stretcher. He looked at the sky and remained quiet as he laid down when a pain from the long sword wound came out from the jolt of the 2 persons carrying him. It started to bleed and stained the white bandages. Guo Fei ignored the pain and quietly looked up at the sky. A girl walked to the stretcher, and she who had never spoken opened her mouth and pleaded for the 2 men to ease up on their pace. Her words were heard by Guo Fei. From the corner of his eye, he glanced onto the little girl dressed in work clothes. Not seeing the familiar red, he closed his eyes and ignored the outside world. Zhang Xiaokang brought 40-odd strong men and carried the 9 corpses, out of which 3 were just bones. Wang Chong did not even have any bones left, and upon thinking about that, Zhang Xiaokang felt melancholy. Are the injured brothers settled in? Zhang Xiaokang looked at He Wenbin and asked, to which He Wenbin nodded. He looked at the 8 corpses and asked Brother Cockroach, where should we bury these brothers, outside the valley or tear down the tower on top of the hill? Get old Frank to build the best cemetery for me and install a monument. In the future, all of our brothers who die in battle will be buried there, so everyone can simply raise their heads and see them. Chapter 222 Yuan Yi's Gentleness. Zhang Xiaokang gave He Wenbin countless requests, to which received no rejection. Whatever Zhang Xiaokang said would pass, and finally, Zhang Xiaokang retrieved Wang Chong's remnant out from his pocket and told He Wenbin he must have the best and at the most front. We are all alive because of him. Right when Zhang Xiaokang had entered his villa, an intense surge of fatigue gushed through him. The little girl's mother had prepared lunch and was waiting for Zhang Xiaokang and the rest to return to eat together. Without even looking at them, Zhang Xiaokang walked to his bed and plopped down. Zhang Xiaokang opened his eyes from the tight feeling in his stomach along with a slight wetness on his chest. The light coming in from the window shot through from an opening between the curtains. Borrowing the light to see, Zhang Xiaokang lowered his head and saw the delicate little girl sleeping soundly in his embrace. The little girl drooled from the corner of her mouth onto his chest, forming a little puddle. It was her movements that woke him, and her movements made him realize she was there. Young Kier's disheveled hair was all around as she buried her little head and slept soundly. Zhang Xiaokang carefully placed her to the side before getting out of bed slowly. It was only after he got out of bed did Zhang Xiaokang realize that he had been undressed, and his military uniform had been taken off, replaced with a pair of shorts. The smoke and stains on his body had been scrubbed off, and a new set of military uniform on the chair by the bedside and a pair of military boots that had been cleaned and polished. Dressed neatly, Zhang Xiaokang walked to the living room. The table had been laid out with delicacies, which was extremely rare. Aside from the unique food that Zhang Xiaokang had kept for himself, there were fried vegetables and a pot of soup. Although the vegetables had been left for a long time and the green had dulled, to be able to see such food instigated Zhang Xiaokang's stomach. Just as he sat down and picked up the chopsticks to grab some food, Yuan Yi came out of the kitchen carrying a pot of piping hot rice. Seeing that Zhang Xiaokang had started eating, she quickly placed the rice on the table, then scooped up a bowl of rice for him. With the rice, Zhang Xiaokang started attacking the dishes on the table. Looking at the empty pot of rice, Zhang Xiaokang became slightly embarrassed. He looked at Yuan Yi, who kept on refilling his rice bowl. You haven't eaten, right? Yuan Yi, who was dressed in simple clothing, looked like a pretty daughter from a humble family, smiled faintly, and shook her head. We have all eaten. All of this food is prepared for you. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the sky outside and could not tell if it was early or late afternoon. He asked, "How long did I sleep for?" "You've already slept for 2 days. Sister Qiao Yun woke up earlier in the afternoon, and you're the only one who slept till now." Zhang Xiaokang was shocked. No wonder I'm able to eat so much despite not having many injuries. It wasn't about any internal injuries, but my stomach had been empty for 2 whole days. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaokang realized that Yuanyi was completely different from before. In the past, she hardly spoke and remained ice cold. Even after Zhang Xiaokang and her had a relationship, she never revealed any intimacy towards him. Even after Yuanyi recovered from her injuries, Zhang Xiaokang remained busy and hard at work. Aside from bringing her along to do work, he never had the time to accompany her. But seeing Yuanyi smile consecutively in the day, Zhang Xiaokang had no clue as to why she was so happy. Seeing her dressing and that she came out from the kitchen, his mind that had not been working finally worked again. "Were you the one who cooked all of these today?" Zhang Xiaokang looked at Yuanyi, who was clearing the table, and asked. Yuanyi raised her head, looked at him and nodded. A faint blush appeared on her white ears and spread across her face. Zhang Xiaokang looked at Yuanyi, who had lowered her head due to her shyness, replied, "Oh, it's no wonder why I feel that the food is so special today." When Zhang Xiaokang was halfway through his sentence, Yuanyi looked at him with her entire face red. Her 2 eyes looked like 2 black gemstones soaked in water. The 2 sparkling eyes began to become misty. With the 2 gentle and beautiful eyes looking at him, a flame ignited in Zhang Xiaokang's heart. Zhang Xiaokang stood up, hugged her, and looked into her eyes. The glazed eyes were extremely enchanting, as though she wanted to absorb Zhang Xiaokang's spirit. Zhang Xiaokang became intoxicated with the pair of misty, clear, pure and deep eyes. No matter how he looked at her eyes, it felt as though he could not have enough of it. A fragrant scent came from Yuanyi's lips, dissipated across Zhang Xiaokang's face. Her pink and delicate lips were like the beautiful Japanese rose that blossomed in his eyes. Looking at the beautiful roses, he gently placed his lips over them. Yuanyi closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly. Her silk hair swept behind her ears. In Zhang Xiaokang's embrace, she could feel his heartbeat. A warm stream of air flowed to her face. It was his breath. The faint smoke taste was the smell that she had kept within her mind for the longest time. The familiar smell and the warmth entered her own lips. Her heart pounded hard and an intense spell of dizziness poured over her. Yuanyi felt as though she had lost all gravity and her body became light. The urge to soar into the air came over her, but her heart was reluctant to part with his warm embrace. She extended her hands out and hugged him back tightly. At that moment, the sensation felt real yet fake. She did not know if she would float away if she let go. Zhang Xiaokang felt slightly choked with Yuanyi's tight embrace around his waist, but his chest could clearly feel her pounding heartbeat. The 2 kissed in each other's embrace. Zhang Xiaokang felt as though the 2 of them had merged into one body. His emotions were Yuanyi's emotions. He slowly tasted the sweetness of Yuanyi's lips. At that moment, both of their hearts were as one, as their hearts were submerged in love. Yuanyi felt herself being lifted up. Zhang Xiaokang carried her in his embrace and walked towards her room. On his sturdy arm, Yuanyi felt like a little bird dancing in his palm. She closed her eyes and let him move her around. She did not think as her mind blanked out as she allowed Zhang Xiaokang to bring her to a faraway place. Chapter 223 King Rat Leather. The 2 tangled themselves in the noon of June. Zhang Xiaokang walked out of the doors with contentment. He turned his head back and looked into the villa, towards Yuanyi's room window, at the window curtains, laughed, then turned and walked towards the valley. After Yuanyi's injuries, Zhang Xiaokang did not get intimate with her. Zhang Xiaokang agreed with the saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder. He felt extremely good. Not any ordinarily good, but even his footsteps became faster and lighter as compared to other days. All the fatigue and anxiousness were swept away. Thinking about Yuanyi, who was still in bed, he chuckled, then increased his pace once more. Ever since the construction workers came, Wanglo was completely free from helping in the construction of the wall and led his own team of 5 to 6 subordinates to work in his own repair shop. His repair shop was located at the cave, which was cleaned out under the orders of Zhang Xiaokang. Wangla immediately took the cave as his own home and ate and slept in there while working from daylight to night time. Immediately after entering the cave, Zhang Xiaokang stumbled over some steel bars. He looked as far out as he could see and thought that he had entered a junkyard. The originally large interior had been filled up with stacks and piles of materials and tools. The generators specific for the cave kept releasing buzzing sounds from the inside, and along with the cutting tools inside the cave made Zhang Xiaokang dizzy and felt the desire to leave. Zhang Xiaokang endured the torture of his eardrums and found the busy Wangla squatted on the ground. Zhang Xiaokang patted him on his back a few times, awakening Wangla from his focus. Wangla said a few words, but due to the ruckus all around them, Zhang Xiaokang pulled him to the cave entrance. At that moment, Wangla's entire face was covered with sweat, his blue work clothes stained with red rust and black oil, his chest and back wet from his perspiration. Looking at him, Zhang Xiaokang was unwilling to ask him, but Zhang Xiaokang badly needed a bulletproof and penetration-proof battle suit and had no choice but to rely on Wangla. Did you check up on the king rat? Can its leather be used to make a battlesuit? Zhang Xiaokang kept thinking about the king rat's fur. Fur that could block against shrapnel was definitely top grade. Brother Cockroach, the fur is not easy to work with. The 6 of us had to spend an entire day to peel the skin of its body. Oh right. We relied on your spear to break a hole in its weakest point. At its stomach, it was only after producing over 100 small holes were we able to peel the skin out. You don't know about this, but I suspect that the sturdiness of the leather is something even a 14.5 mm bullet can't break through. While Wangla complained to Zhang Xiaokang, Zhang Xiaokang lowered his head and pondered. He did not expect that even cutting tools were unable to cut through the leather. If they could not process the leather, then wasn't it useless? Then what about the claws? What are you guys doing with it? Upon thinking about how easy the claws could cut through rebars, Zhang Xiaokang became anxious. The claws were definitely not as weak as his beast horn spear, and Zhang Xiaokang was unwilling for it to be passed on to others. He wanted such treasures for himself. On the topic of the king rat claws, Wangla immediately became excited. He looked at Zhang Xiaokang and replied enthusiastically, Brother Cockroach, the claws are definitely precious. They can cut through metal like grass, and I even tried it on a piece of D2 skin. Guess what happened with a sweep? The D2 skin, that isn't even afraid of bullets, was cut into 2 like paper. Craft paper. At this point, Wangla looked at Zhang Xiaokang earnestly and begged, take a look at it. Can you leave a few for us here? These claws are extremely good as tools. A pity that only the front claws are usable. There are a total of 8. No, we can't have such things be accessible to anyone. Zhang Xiaokang refused Wangla immediately. To him, the longest claw was 30 cm long, which was slightly short to be a weapon. Even if they added the black joints of the claws, it was less than 50 cm. Have you tried using the claws to cut the leather? Zhang Xiaokang thought about the ancient saying, to contradict oneself. He wanted to test if the claws were sharper or the skin was tougher. Wangla shook his head. We only managed to finish skinning the rat yesterday. The chef took the entire king rat away this morning, and I'm still waiting to check if there are still any claws left. You don't know the chef's conduct. He is a wild goose. Who knows if he will hide? Before entering the kitchen, a large plastic shed could be seen by the side. A lady in chef clothes patrolled by the side. Upon passing through the large plastic shed, Zhang Xiaokang saw green vegetables inside. It seemed as though the female chef was in charge of preventing theft. Upon entering the kitchen, they saw Fat Chef wielding a chopper that had a crack in a daze while facing a skeleton. By the chef's side was a large pot filled with the scraps of meat from the large rat. A large crimson plastic container contained the innards. The skeleton still had dark red meatlet on it. With Fat Chef's personality, he was not willing to waste any of it, and wanted to boil the bones in soup. Looking at the large crack on the chopper, Wangla laughed. He patted on Fat Chef's back and spoke. Ha ha ha, this thing isn't something you or your lousy chopper can handle. You, sigh, just give the rat back to me. Fat Chef turned and was just about to quarrel with Wangla when he saw Zhang Xiaokang. All the profanities at the tip of his tongue were forcefully swallowed back, and as he quickly rushed forward and greeted Zhang Xiaokang, Zhang Xiaokang nodded and walked forward and inspected the large skeletons. Aside from the pieces of meat left on the bones, there was still the massive rat head. There was no need to go into details about the disgusting rat head. The white skeleton framework had skeletons different from the ones Zhang Xiaokang frequently see, although they were white. It was unlike the white of a person's bones, but a type of lustrous and sparkling white. Zhang Xiaokang had never seen elephant tusks, and did not know whether an elephant's tusk would be more lustrous than the bones in front of him. He looks towards Wangla. Chapter 224 King Rat Blade. Wangla saw Zhang Xiaokang's questioning gaze and felt uncertain. He spoke softly. I've never interacted with such a material before, and I can't be sure of its capabilities. Do you want me to bring it back to test it out? Seeing Wangla's uncertain behavior, Fat Chef started to laugh at him. He looked at Wangla. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. I have a big pot here. After adding in water, we can stew it slowly. I promise you, the longer it stews, the better the taste. Fat Chef's suggestion was naturally rejected. Zhang Xiaokang held onto a bone that was the size of an egg, which looked like a yellow stone, and asked, "What's this topaz?" I don't know either. While removing its innards, I found it inside its stomach. At that time, it was wrapped by food waste. After cutting the food, this thing rolled out. I thought it was some stone. Listening to Fat Chef's explanation, Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head and placed the topaz into his pocket. He had found something similar inside a mutated cat before, but it was grayish white and had a rough texture to it, while the stone from the Rat King was sparkling. Could it be that these things have different grades to them? Zhang Xiaokang used the Jing Y blade and carefully scraped the periosteum off the joint, then used the sword to penetrate the joint and rotated his wrist. Kriuk. The sound of a steel wire breaking came out. One of the claws connected to the joint broke out from the leg bone and dropped to the ground. Wangla took the first step and picked the claw that was curved like a blade, and carefully inspected it before reluctantly handing it over to Zhang Xiaokang. The claw in his hand was somewhat heavy, and it was just a single claw of the rat. The shiny claw body was 3,738 cm long with a 78 cm long black joint, with a total of 4,546 cm in length. The joint whip that could be wielded as a handle was smooth to the touch as he caressed the smooth edges with his fingertips. Although it had a tactile sensation like graphite, it was not as dark as graphite. It looked pure and reflected light, even more lustrous than the highest grade ink water. The deepest part of the joint was the darkest, which slowly spread to the rest of the joint. The glossy epidermis of the joints faintly lit up under the light, which revealed another shade of black. The dual reflectiveness was so attractive that it would make people turn their heads to look at it. The claws gave Zhang Xiaokang the same feeling as the sparkling rock. They were of the same color, texture, and glossiness. The only difference was that the touch of the rock was smooth, while the claws felt rough. Zhang Xiaokang gently caressed the blade and looked at its rough body. Although it felt rough, it did not look coarse, as though the blade was made out of corals from the bottom of the sea. The surface was covered with sharp needles that were minute. If they did not know that the claw came from a rat, they would definitely think that the claw was a piece of art made out of corals. The entire claw was arched. Even the point between the joint and the claw was slightly curved, with the largest arc at the third quarter of the claw, making it look like a scythe. The scythe blade looked extremely normal and had no scent of danger. With the naked eye, he could see that the edge of the blade was extremely thin, as though it had never been used before. But Zhang Xiaokang knew that the seemingly harmless blade edge was the sharpest and could even slice through rebars the size of eggs easily into two. Zhang Xiaokang raised the claw towards the light and took a careful look. He realized that the scythe-shaped claw's back was complicated, revealing dense lines of fine barbed tips under the light. On the inch-wide back of the blade, the number of barbed tips could not be considered plenty, spreading in 3 rows in the center all the way from the joint to the tip of the blade. Due to the claw being too fine, a casual look will definitely miss out the fine barbed tips. Upon seeing these tips, Zhang Xiaokang borrowed the chip chopper. It was a smooth movement. The barbed tips on the back of the claw flowed along the blade, and nothing happened to the chopper or barbed tips. He used the chopper to move along the scythe until the joint whip. But the chopper did not suffer from any further cracks or chips. Wangla and Fat Chef stood by the side and watched as Zhang Xiaokang used the chopper and claw on each other. They did not understand his actions. But because of Zhang Xiaokang's prestige, they did not dare to butt in. They simply watched as Zhang Xiaokang used the back of the claw to move around the chopper, all the way until Zhang Xiaokang dragged the chopper on the back of the claw. Fat Chef and Wangla watched as the chopper flew in midair with their mouths wide opened as it flipped a few times before dropping onto the thick wooden chopping board. The two of them looked at each other and swore that they did not even hear a thing. They only saw how casually Zhang Xiaokang had used the back of the claw while dragging the chopper, and the thick chopping board instantly split into two. The translation explaining this part was rather messy. What I think was that the barbed tips on the back were pulled back, and the force of the tips pushing the chopping was so strong that it flicked the chopper outwards. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the claw with satisfaction. It was similar to the mystical and magical weapons in wuxia novels. It could cut and could hack, could strike and could saw. Zhang Xiaokang efficiently removed the other claws with it and became excited. He was able to use the little saw blades on the claws to easily cut bones off. Zhang Xiaokang used the claw as though he was a small child who had found a new toy. He continued to experiment on the skeleton. Wangla watched as Zhang Xiaokang slowly cut the skeletons that he had great difficulty with ease, and felt sadness in his heart. But he could not say anything and only silently pray for Zhang Xiaokang to leave some for him. Fat Chef watched as Zhang Xiaokang break the skeleton down while thinking, what seasoning should I add to that leftover meat on the bones to make it taste better? In the end, Zhang Xiaokang's gaze landed on the large rat head. With the right tool in hand, Zhang Xiaokang wanted to unravel the mystery to the death of the king rat. Wangla had carefully peeled off its leather all the way to its head, revealing the two large eyes on the dark red meat. Zhang Xiaokang naturally was unafraid of a naked and bare rat. The rat's skull could be considered the toughest bone of the entire skeleton. After Zhang Xiaokang allowed Fat Chef to clean the rat head, he used the claw and slowly cut the skeleton apart. It took Zhang Xiaokang a couple of minutes to saw off the other bones into two, but Zhang Xiaokang could not do anything to the skull. After sawing for a long time, he barely managed to leave a shallow scar, to which he could deal no further damage or penetrate further. Seeing that the sharp weapon in his hand had met its match, Zhang Xiaokang became furious. He turned the skull around and started to work from the bottom up. As expected, the lower mandibles loosened up and Zhang Xiaokang slowly broke the skull apart. Aside from the concentrated number of veins and arteries in the skull, Zhang Xiaokang actually did not find the brain, but instead found a wart the size of a duck egg. The wart was wrapped with countless of veins and on it was a long and narrow slit. Zhang Xiaokang believed that the shrapnel piece was inside the wart, and this was the true cause of death to the large king rat. Chapter 225 Where is Home? The wart was slowly cut out as the green gelatin-like colloid slid out of the opening. In the middle of the green colloid was a dark brown shrapnel. But the colloid did not dissolve and remained as though it was frozen. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the strange gelatin substance and took a whiff at it. He turned towards Wangla and Fat Chef. What do you guys make of it? Fat Chef took a whiff carefully. Blood stench. And some filthy smell. Yeah. I smell some fishy smell. It is very fishy. Even more so than fishes. Wangla added. Not only did the odd smell not dissipate, but it got even stronger. Upon sensing that the stench was getting worse and seeing the green gelatin thing in front of him, a sense of thirst surged from the bottom of his heart. He looked at the unknown object in front of it and felt the crazy urge to eat it. This bizarre thought became stronger and stronger. So stronger that it made him out of control. Clank. The claw dropped from his hand and landed on a thigh bone, releasing a clear and loud sound. His trembling right hand unconsciously extended towards the thing. Eat it. Eat it. Eat. A strange voice came out from within Zhang Xiaokang's mind, prompting and urging Zhang Xiaokang to take the thing up and eat it. Zhang Xiaokang was unable to make out where the strange voice came from, whether it was from something or someone else, Or it was just him subconsciously mumbling to himself. The current him had already forgotten about Wangla and Fat Chef beside him. His eyes completely fixated on the strange and green gelatin. Zhang Xiaokang held the soft colloid in his hand. It felt slightly cold and the scent got even more concentrated. From his throat, he felt as though a claw was extending out towards his hand to grab the colloid. Zhang Xiaokang struggled within himself and his mental state became unstable. Ultimately, he found a box and placed the colloid gelatin inside, picked up the claw and without saying a word, left the kitchen and headed out. Inside the densest part of a bamboo forest, Zhang Xiaokang sat cross-legged on the floor with the box in front of him where the green, transparent gelatin object sat in quietly. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the increasingly fragrant object and his heart hesitated more and more. He did not know what would happen if he were to eat it. But it was a thirst coming from deep within his soul, calling out to him to eat the object. Although Zhang Xiaokang was no longer the computer nerd with no self-control and had tempered his willpower and determination through countless of life and death battles, his heart was still struggling against the object. His fingers caressed the object endlessly as the smell got stronger and the desire from his heart got stronger. Darkness. Endless darkness. Zhang Xiaokang walked inside the darkness, a step at a time, unaware of how he got here. He could not recall why he was here. Aside from his own name, Zhang Xiaokang could not remember anything. He could not remember when he got here. Inside this quiet space that had no cold, no warmth, no joy or fear. Yes, there was nothing. Zhang Xiaokang walked within this dark void of emotions, unable to see anything, unable to see the path he was on, unable to see the environment around him. He could not see his shadow and could not think of anything. He just continued walking in the darkness, not feeling any discomfort, as though him walking in the endless darkness was the most real fact, and was the reality. Images of battles, lives, men, women, all lit up in his mind and started to burn. Zhang Xiaokang did not pay any attention to these images. He reckoned that they were illusions and fabrications his bored mind had invented. He thought that the endless darkness was his home, where he was born and grew up in. Even his home that was gone, he felt comfortable. Yes, this is the feeling of home. Home. He suddenly thought about his home. I should use my keys to open the door. He extended his hand to his neck. Where is it? It's gone. Where's the key? The anxiety broke Zhang Xiaokang's strange state of mind. He groped about his own body trying to look for his own key. If I don't have my key, I can't go home. Despite the endless search, he was unable to find the key. For the first time, he stopped in his tracks. Where is my key? Bang. He saw the steel door shut tight. He looked at his home doors. The keys to the steel doors was hanging by his neck as he carried his rucksack and crossbow and headed out. The gloomy sky spiraled over his head. Bang. He entered the car and closed the doors and drove off. He saw the dirty girl inside the car screaming. The doors opened. Yuanyi entered with hot water. She carefully poured the hot water on a towel and gave it to him. The doors in the distance looked so far, yet so near. He crawled on the floor covered with rice grains towards the doors. The furious roars of the D2. He sprinted with his life on the line. The red tide behind him that enveloped the sky. In front of him, the black steel doors were his only hope. He stood on the grass by the quiet lake. He turned and saw the doors to the villa, and saw Yuanyi at the windows. Who am I? Zhang Xiaokang, but I don't belong here. This isn't my home. Where's my home? Zhang Xiaokang started to panic. He looked around him. He wanted to find his own home. He wanted to leave this ghastly place. He suddenly felt himself flying upwards. The darkness around him started to thin and a faint trace of light shone down from above. As his body continued to rise, the light got stronger to the point of being too bright that he could not open his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of coughs woke Zhang Xiaokang up. He dropped on all fours and hacked violently. With great difficulty, he stopped the itch in his throat, but his stomach started to churn and a feeling to vomit followed on. He knelt on the ground and gagged endlessly. As time passed, he spat out the bitter phlegm in his mouth and used the bamboo by his side to pull himself up. After standing straight up for a while, he managed to drive away the faint spell. Waves of fatigue struck him once again, noticing the flipped-over box. Zhang Zhaokai became furious. He had no idea why he was obsessed with eating the object. Bang! Yang Zhaokai kicked the box and sent it flying. He watched it tumble down the hillside and felt slightly better. Yang Zhaokai picked up the bag containing the claw, ignoring the dust accumulated, and swung it onto his shoulders. Then staggered down the hill. The original plan was for him to head to the repair shop and look for He Wenbin, but after the affair, Yang Zhaokai just wanted to sleep. He headed back to his place. Chapter 226 What's Wrong with My Eyes? When Zhang Zhaokai entered, Yang Qier was holding onto the little girl and playing with toy blocks on the table. Yunyu was dressed in her apron and walking in and out of the kitchen while Shangyuan Qiuyun was maintaining her Garand rifle and M1911A1. The moment Yang Qier caught sight of Zhang Zhaokai coming in, she prepared herself to pounce onto him, but his tired look caused her to stop. Zhang Zhaokai nodded towards the people in the house before returning to his room. When Zhang Zhaokai woke up, it was already in the wee hours of the night. The entire house was pitch black. He groped about for the handphone light that he had not used for a long time. The boot-up sound came out, followed by the appearance of the icon of China Telecom. An adorable, angel-like pretty girl appeared on the screen. Looking at her bizarre yet adorable appearance, Zhang Zhaokai sighed. Fucking apocalypse. He used the light from his phone to shine and grope for his clothes. Zhang Zhaokai switched off the phone and placed it back into his rucksack. When Zhang Zhaokai arrived outside, the 100 incandescent lights were long extinguished. The valley was peaceful and quiet, with the occasional spotlight from the watchtower by the perimeter wall. Following the afterglow of the searchlights, Zhang Zhaokai was able to see an AA gun standing tall. By the gun were 2 night sentries, machine gunners who were seated down. One of them had his head nodding away as he napped, the searchlight wobbling and swaying weakly. At this point, Zhang Zhaokai became furious. The first thing to be completed was the 18 tall watchtower situated at the wall. Originally, the base had no searchlights and the night sentry team members would carry torchlights to patrol the outside. After obtaining the large searchlight from the prison's watchtower, the night guards no longer need to be fearful of being blind in the night and could take turns resting in the watchtower. But due to this benefit, those who were not supposed to sleep also took advantage and fell asleep. Zhang Zhaokai walked lightly with the intention to go up to teach the lazy people a lesson. After a few steps, Zhang Zhaokai suddenly stopped and looked towards the watchtower in disbelief. That's right. The 2 men at the Type 54 AA guns were napping while the gun barrel of the AA gun stood still with the neatly arranged 12.7mm bullets hung around the barrel. Under the dim light from the searchlight, the bullets faintly released its gold brilliance. Zhang Zhaokai rubbed his own eyes and looked again. It was the same as before. The people were people. The gun still a gun. He could still see the bullets as clear as day. Zhang Zhaokai turned around and looked towards the hill. The pavilion at the top looked as though it had been pulled close by a pair of binoculars. Although it was night time and he could not make out the paint color, Zhang Zhaokai was clearly able to see the sculptures at the corner of the house. If it was Zhang Zhaokai just the day before, much less the night, he would only be able to see a blur in the day. Zhang Zhaokai no longer had the mood to care about the men goofing off on the watchtower. He kept looking around. That's right. He felt as though his vision had become stronger. Even in the dim night, he could see many things clearly. He did not know what had happened to his body, but he knew that it was definitely due to eating the weird colloid Latin from the rat's brain. He climbed the hill in the darkness, the cement faintly white even in the dark. Zhang Zhaokai under the bamboos that rustled from the wind. Although they were in the apocalypse and the leaves had long withered, Zhang Zhaokai felt joy simply from seeing the fine hairs on the bamboo trees. Ever since he drank the rainwater from the cave, Zhang Zhaokai realized that his vision kept getting better. It was not an instantaneous thing, but a gradual effect. It got better day after day until his vision returned to 1.0, which made him extremely satisfied. But for his vision to become even stronger by a few times, it made Zhang Zhaokai so happy to the point that he could not describe. Standing at the top of the hill, Zhang Zhaokai looked to the plains in the distance. Although he was surrounded by darkness, he could still differentiate the brown-colored ground. He greedily looked around him until his vision moved to the top of another mountain. The pavilion there had been brought down and many graves and tombstones were arranged neatly together. At the very top was a stand-alone grave, all of which were made with cement. The tombstones had the names of the people who died. At this point, Zhang Xiaokang's mood dropped. He quietly looked towards the graves. After an unknown period of time, he turned and walked down the hill. Zhang Xiaokang walked to the entrance of the watchtower, where a machine gun fort made out sandbags resided, and an M1919A6 HMG was installed and aimed outwards. The machine gunner slept by the side, while the assistant machine gunner did not notice Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang walked towards the machine gunner when a faint sound came out from behind him. With a quick swerve, Zhang Xiaokang pointed the Desert Eagle straight at the figure's head. The person who had come forward was the assistant machine gunner. Her helmet pressed down her fringe. She saw the pistol at her face and opened her eyes wide in fear. Her right hand stuck at the Type 77 pistol on her waist. She was too slow in drawing her weapon and seeing the large caliber pistol aimed straight at her. She froze up. Only after identifying the lady did Zhang Xiaokang put down his Desert Eagle. After clarifying that the man was Zhang Xiaokang, the assistant machine gunner heaved a sigh of relief and greeted him. "What are you doing?" Zhang Xiaokang questioned. I heard something there. I wanted to take a look." The lady was shocked by Zhang Xiaokang's solemn tone. She pointed towards where Zhang Xiaokang was previously from. Hearing her words, Zhang Xiaokang was surprised. The location where the lady had pointed to was where he had accidentally stepped onto a tree branch and caused a noise. Zhang Xiaokang thought that it was a mistake, and looked at the machine gunner sleeping soundly. "You weren't asleep. Our machine gun team take turns for the night sentry. I slept in the day and can't really sleep at night." So, the assistant machine gunner looked at the machine gunner in deep slumber and muttered. She so badly wanted to kick his face. He had wasted his sleeping time in the day fawning upon women only to be caught sleeping during his sentry duty. Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head, without waking the snoring man up. He looked at the assistant machine gunner. "You'll be the leader for the night sentry guards from now on. You will announce to all of them tomorrow. All of whom did duty tonight will have their rations cancelled. I'm increasing yours by half. Aside from that, inform the entire team of my spot check." With that said, Zhang Xiaokang turned and left. The lady watched Zhang Xiaokang leave until she could no longer see his figure, before turning and looked at the snoring machine gunner. Of course, she did not dare tell Zhang Xiaokang the truth that she was awoken by the man's snore. But so what, she had just become the pig's leader. Bang! The snoring man received a kick in the stomach. All of his sleepiness dissipated as he jumped up from the ground and pounced to his machine gun and looked around. Half a second later, he turned and looked at the assistant machine gunner unkindly. The lady simply said, "Leader Zhang just came and left. He heard your snoring." Chapter 227 Kill Without Pardon. All the words that the lady said after that were no longer heard by the machine gunner. His mind flew into a complete mess. In a moment he thought about his tendons being ripped apart. The next he thought about Zhang Xiaokang throwing him to feed zombies. It was not until he heard the last sentence from the lady. "Leader Zhang said that's the only punishment for you guys." The machine gunner trembled. He hugged her thighs and screamed, What punishments? Please state them clearly." Seeing the boorish machine gunner hugging her own legs and begging her, the lady felt an intense sense of satisfaction. This stupid man has always been bad to me, and constantly thinks of suppressing me at every single thing. Is this his retribution? Leader Zhang said that all your rations for this month, cigarettes, alcohol, meat coupons will be cancelled. It seems to be all. Oh yes. Leader Zhang said that mine will increase by half. Heh. Increase by half. The machine gunner fell on his butt and wiped the perspiration off his forehead. He did not dare believe why Zhang Xiaokang let him go. So easily didn't it seem that all those who have offended him have all suffered. The machine gunner did not know that Zhang Xiaokang had a bottom line. Although the machine gunner had been lazing off and sleeping while on duty, Zhang Xiaokang did not see it as a huge matter. All the zombies in a radius of 10 li had been cleared. There were no other enemies in sight. So naturally, Yang Xiaoqing was at ease. But in the case of what if, these skiving people still needed a warning. Oh right. Leader Zhang also said that he'll be our leader from now on. Heh. The leader of the night sentries. You. Yes you. There's no one else here. Go up and get those people sleeping to wake up. Tell them that their new leader, Sister Cow, says to get up. The assistant machine gunner rested on the sofa and popped a piece of sweet into her mouth. She watched as the disheartened machine gunner made his way up the 18M watchtower and felt immensely pleased with herself. Happiness is built on other people's pain. The saying is truly real. The two men sleeping atop the watchtower, beside the Type 54 AA gun, were still unaware of what had happened. Their treatment was already considered at the bottom of the food chain. They were dreaming. On the next morning by the osmanthus tree on the hill, the air was silent and atmosphere solemn. Zhang Xiaoqing stood in front of the 9 tombstones. Behind him was He Wen Bin, then 3, Old Frank, and the others. The 100-odd fully equipped combat team members stood perfectly in a square formation, all dressed in yellow military uniform and leather belts, with 80 holding the brand new Type 56 AR and donned on the M1 helmets. Everyone had solemn expressions. They looked at the 9 tombstones on the hillside. It was the first time members had sacrificed themselves ever since the base had been established. It was the first, but definitely not the last. It is simply cruel to live in an apocalypse. In the brutal apocalypse, an individual's strength is too insignificant and definitely insufficient. The combat team members lying in the graves might have had their own lives before the apocalypse, but they were now just waiting to turn into dust. Zhang Xiaoqing looked at the words written on every tombstone carefully, hoping to carve them into his mind. At the highest tombstone wrote, Wang Chong, otaku, spectacled nerd, born 87. When he was alive, he was a negligible person being trampled upon by others. But he was more of a man than anyone can ever be. A real man. Zhang Xiaoqing took one last look at Wang Chong's tomb, then turned and looked at the 100 combat team members standing in formation. When Zhang Xiaoqing turned, all of them who were initially standing at ease immediately stood at attention. Every single person sturdily puffed up their chests, and their eyes remained straight at Zhang Xiaoqing with solemn expressions and waited for him to speak. All of you are standing on the place where your tombstones will be. Of course. I am too. But why do I say that the old members all know it? How many zombies have you killed while following me? How many monsters and how many enemies? It's an endless number. You don't even know how many you've killed. At this point, Zhang Xiaoqing looked at the 20 old team members standing at the forefront. These 20 emotional and agitated old team members were the core members of the group. He led them to fight at the spa, across the highway, recover a town, trapped by large rats, ambushed by enemies in the night. They had endured through all of these and finally transformed into real and strong fighters. But, do you know how many more zombies are there outside? How many more monsters? How many more enemies? We don't. None of you do. But I do. It's never ending. And never ending more battles waiting for you. God knows when will you be struck by a bullet to the head, dragged by a monster to their nest, and most probably, being eaten alive by countless zombies. And even your bodies will no longer exist. At this time, Zhang Xiaoqing glared at all the members with his powerful eyes. The old members maintained their stance and looked back towards him. The 20 of them could be considered dead people who had crawled out of their graves. To them, being able to live another day is a blessing. As long as they could eat and run, they were content. All the members who had fought the rats and got ambushed in the night had no mood fluctuations. They had seen blood and massacre. To them, they had already died on the day the rats dug a hole under the prison walls. To be breathing at the moment was their fortune and blessing. It was Wang Chong who had given them this blessing. If they were to truly reach the day to die, they were willing to go. But for the newly recruited 60 members had differing expressions. Some were excited and so badly wanted to howl. These were the brave individuals yearning for battle. Some remained expressionless and unmoved. They had already considered themselves dying before joining the team and had mental preparation, while some started to hesitate and panic. They had joined the combat team for the material benefit, or the power to be able to go after women, for them to consider death. It caused them to hesitate. They started calculated in their hearts. If I were to die like that, will it be worth it? Yang Xiaokang's new and acute eyes were able to recognize those hesitating. He slowly added, "It's not too late to back out. The old members know this. I have a rule. Anyone who turns and run in the battlefield, I kill without pardon." Zhang Xiaokang clenched his jaws and stressed the words "kill without pardon," causing many people's hearts to turn cold. In the near future, the base will gradually transform. Anyone who performs and contributes well will have a chance to earn the same treatment and material benefit as combat team members. So long as the person works well, they have the opportunity to marry and have children, and can even exchange your contributions for luxury goods. Everyone has the opportunity. I do not believe in pulling strings with relations. As long as you are capable, you will have everything. As Zhang Xiaokang explained further, the hesitation within many people's eyes started to grow. Who would be willing to risk their lives when they have such an opportunity? Last chance. Whoever wants to back out now, this is the last chance you will have. No one here will get another opportunity like this to back out. If you're lucky, you'll continue surviving. Otherwise, you'll be buried here. Of course, people who run away will not have the opportunity to be buried here. This is the burial for fighters. Chapter 228 Clear Distinctions. After Zhang Xiaokang's third warning, a man quietly stepped forward and placed his Type 56 assault rifle down on the ground before him, loosened his helmet and leather belt and placed them beside the gun, then turned and left the group. The man's action was like a signal as more people followed up and stripped themselves of their equipment and placed them on the ground. The clanking of the weapons reverberated around. The old members continued looking ahead calmly, but with an additional sneering curve of their lips. Some of the people had already made their decisions, but upon seeing the people leave, they started hesitating once again. The seemingly excited new members all cursed at the people who shrank back at the risks involved as a combat team member under their breath. They looked down on the trash who gave up halfway. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the cowards leaving his own team, but did not make a sound. He calculated the remaining number of recruits while He Wenbin watched the entire farce and sneered coldly. No one knew, but He Wenbin did. Zhang Xiaokang had established that the fighting force was the most important. In the dangerous and troubled world, development and growth were bullshit. Without a powerful force, without cold-blooded warriors born from battles, any promise on development was just imaginary future plans which would pop like a bubble the moment danger arises. The combat team's welfare and treatment were preceded only by the core management group. But who are they? They are the ones whom Zhang Xiaokang have rescued from the mouths of zombies. They have utmost loyalty towards Zhang Xiaokang, and at the moment, there were only 3. He Wenbin himself was one. Old Frank was another, and 3 was the third. Lu Renyu was not considered one. So one can only imagine how good the benefits were for the combat team members. Zhang Xiaokang's words and promise are true, since only a 7th of the entire base people were under the combat team, and that the number of females had swelled to 300. Zhang Xiaokang brought back close to 100 after killing Liu Tu. There were too many women that the combat team members could definitely not amount to. But if they wanted to marry a wife, they had to work their asses off. Only at that time would the base arrange for a few women to decide. That's right. It was the women choosing and not the combat team members who have the luxury to pick and choose. In here, the women were protected. They were considered an important resource, the indispensable role for the continuity of human beings. Why did Zhang Xiaokang bring Su Qian back at that time? Su Qian was already a trash that can only eat and unable to do anything. Wasn't it because she's a woman and that she can reproduce? As for the rations and supplies to be given out, they will definitely be as such. The daily allocated to combat team members will always have things unwanted by others. Isn't there? As for what He Wenbin found the funniest was that joining the combat team would provide the opportunity that everyone will only get once. In the future, even if they pick up a weapon to train, they can only be considered as assisting to defend. What did that mean? They were not recruited. which meant that if the base was under attack, they still had to wield weapons and defend the base. After the battle, they would lay down their arms and return home. How it was before the attack would be the same after the attack. Even if they die in battle, they will never have the qualifications of being buried in the cemetery on the hill. All of these people who put down their equipment felt relief flood over them. But they did not know that they had given up the only opportunity they will ever have in their entire lives to change their identities. Out of the 100 people, only 88 were left, out of which were 5 women. Gang Xiaokang looked at these 88 and shouted, "Everyone, raise your guns." The gunfires continued firing off in the valley. The memorial service held by Zhang Xiaokang and the new recruits were finished. 1 month passed. Yang Xiaokang led the 80-odd adequately trained combat team in the half-month and drove the off-road vehicles installed with Type 5412, 7 MMA guns, towing a Type 92 battalion gun. They spent half a day clearing the few thousands of zombies in a factory. Yang Xiaokang was satisfied with the performance of the new members throughout the process. At that time, there was only one S2 inside the horde. The S2 rushed through the firepower of the battalion gun and machine gun team, jumped over a few trenches and in the blink of the eye was about to jump to the sandbag structure. Despite that, all the new members at the sandbags stayed put and fired at the S2 despite its speed and agility. Even when it got close, no one moved their feet or turned to run. In the end, the S2 was stopped by a shot fired by Shengyu and Qiu Yun in the chest, allowing another bullet to shoot into its eye, followed by the 12.7 bullets that destroyed the S2. Aside from having the adrenaline rush, they eliminated the zombies in working routine. This time, Zhang Xiaokang's team was sufficient in numbers and had powerful firepower. 2 Type 54 AA guns firing 12.7 heavy bullets easily destroyed the horde. Zhang Xiaokang even witnessed a Type S zombie being shot by the large caliber at its belly, leaving behind the 2 feet while the entire other parts of the body were flung away. With the ample preparations, they no longer fell into peril like they did in the small town. With the Type 92 battalion gun, they were like a tiger that had grown wings. The zombies did not know how to prone down to avoid the bombs. The 70 warheads exploded inside the horde and sent bodies flying. The scattered bodies and shockwaves caused by the warheads were also enough to blow the surviving zombies to the ground. After the battle outside the factory, Gang Xiaokang, Yang Qier, and Guo Fei took the lead with 30 members wielding shields and blades behind them, slowly took the perimeter and moved into the factory. Zhang Xiaokang knew that the factory was too large and the scent of blood could reach up to about a kilometer. Although the majority of the zombies were concentrated at the entrance of the factory, there were plenty of scattered zombies. This time, Zhang Xiaokang's entire full-force mobilization was not for the parts anti-air outfitting. The base was undergoing major reconstruction, and they had to hollow out the 2 hills in the future. At that time, electrical installations and machinery would not be able to keep up, so the larger-scale machinery and equipment inside the factory were what Zhang Xiaokang needed the most. For that, even Wangla had participated in the attack, bundled in a helmet, a bulletproof vest and a Type 92 9mm pistol at his waist. He held his improved sniper crossbow in hand. This improved sniper crossbow was smaller than the average sniper crossbows. He changed the crescent moon front into a holder while the flight groove had been modified by him in which no one knew how. Over 10 different sized arrow retention springs caused people to be confused by the look of the crossbow. The bowstring was made out of a BMW brake string and was tangled and complicated, forming a tight tension. On the trigger of the crossbow was a huge magazine clipped installed onto the body of the crossbow. Whenever Wang pulled on the handle and wound the crossbow, a palm-sized crossbow arrow would automatically insert itself into the flight groove. Instantly, he would be able to shoot. Seeing Zhang Xiaokang staring at his own crossbow, Wangla was pleased. He automatically introduced the characteristics of the crossbow to Zhang Xiaokang. It is partly made out of steel and is heavier than an MP9. Its overall length is 60 cm and has a small scale pulley that has 1.5x the pull of an ordinary crossbow. The magazine holds 7 arrows. is semi-automatic and firing speed is much faster than the Type 38 rifle. In the end, Yang Xiaokang asked Wangla to make a better one for him. Although he might not use it, who knows if it could add as insurance. Chapter 229 Big Killing Machines. All the zombies hiding in the office buildings or cars were sought out and killed. A dozen subordinates wielded their shields and blades and killed to their heart's content. Forming groups of 3, they beat the shields with the blades to incite noises and attract the zombies to themselves. As long as they saw any, 2 of them would run forward and use the shields to hold the zombie down, and the 3rd would behead the zombie. It was no exception even with the Type S zombies. If they encountered zombies that had crowd together, they shouted and called for other groups to gather. They formed a shield formation around the zombies, and a few elites with Type 92 pistols would slowly clear the zombies trapped within. When Zhang Xiaokang and the rest arrived at the warehouse with thick doors, Wangla started introducing it. Zhang Xiaokang suddenly turned and looked towards a 3-story building 100 meters away from them. The building looked old with the cement surface layer already turning black. Countless of withered Japanese creepers had covered the entire surface. Even the old wooden windows were densely filled with the creepers with a thick pile of leaves. From one of the wooden windows, the Japanese creeps had coincidentally formed 2 finger-sized cracks. Behind the cracks was a pair of turbid eyes looking out. After the torment previously, Zhang Xiaokang's eyes had become invisible binoculars. With a glance, he caught a pair of eyes watching them. The owner of the pair of eyes did not believe that anyone could see him, and continued looking at Zhang Xiaokang. What's that building for? Zhang Xiaokang asked Wangla. Till now, zombies did not have proper vision and humans were the only ones capable of utilizing sight. Humans that were alive. That building was already there when the factory was being built. I think it was an office building meant for the Soviet Union people. After they returned home, it became the main office building before being refurbished into a dormitory. It seems that the humidity there isn't too good to stay in. During the 80s, the factory built a new dormitory and this building was left empty. A few youngsters claim that it was haunted. It's abandoned and hardly anyone goes there. Zhang Xiaokang thought about it. If no one's been there, means there's no zombie there. He looked at the standalone building and noticed a small trail into the forest with shrubs at both sides with traces of twigs broken. He pointed to the small forest and asked, "Where does that lead to?" "That's the cafeteria. There's a small trail in the forest that can lead us to the back door of the kitchen." The doors were forced open. The locks were already rusted. So Zhang Xiaokang used an explosive and burst the door open. He knew there were no explosives inside and was not afraid of being blown to smithereens. The explosion attracted a few hundred zombies from the darkness. This time, Zhang Xiaokang did not make a move. He let Guofei and Yongqier handle the zombies. Guofei used the blade that Liu Tu used, which was able to slice a rifle in 2. The warehouse was clean with little dust on the ground. Upon entering, they were greeted by 9 sets of 4-wheel Type 56 quad-barrel AA gun that had been covered tightly by dark green tarpaulins. From their barrel size, everyone could tell how sinister they were. After checking closely, they realized that it was 3 sets of Type 56 quad-barrel AA guns and 6 sets of Type 58 dual AA guns. Zhang Xiaokang looked around and discovered a pile of crates covered in galvanized iron sheets in the corner. There were plenty of them. About 20 to 30. Looking at them, Zhang Xiaokang thought of something. Could it be that there's no ammunition here? All of those crates are the reserve gun barrels that will be swapped out for the hot gun barrels. There are also a few components that are easy to wear and tear. All of these are rather new. In the future, we won't have to worry about having no replacement parts. Wangla introduced the crates to Zhang Xiaokang. Pieces of dark green tarpaulin laid on the floor. One of the Type 56 quad-barrel AA gun revealed itself, its green barrel and seat. The 4 jet black gun barrels gleamed with its glossy jet black and 2 large ammunition crates beside it. The 4 thick rubber tires supported the thick and heavy base plate that had 2 jacks by the sides of the chassis. The Type 58 dual-barrel AA guns did not look inferior to the Type 56 quad-barrels AA guns. With 2 Type 56 14.5 mm AA barrels, The Type 58 quad-barrel AA gun's precision lens and two frames that were also painted green attached to two large wheels. All of the AA guns were maintained to perfect condition. All they had to do was to wipe the entire guns with gun oil. Zhang Xiaoqing inspected the absolute killing machine in front of him, while Wang Le could no longer wait and brought a few men to dismantle the Type 56 quad-barrel AA gun's gun barrel for immediate maintenance to be used as and when they want. Deng Xiaoqing did not stop Wang Le's enthusiasm. No one knew when would be the next moment they encounter danger in the dangerous apocalypse. With a few extra means, with large caliber guns that could fire at any time was an additional insurance. The Type 56 AA gun replaced the gun barrel with recoil operation. Wang Le easily separated the 130mm gun barrel from the spiral notch. Throughout the process, Wang Le generously layered the parts with gun oil. He diligently handed over a gun barrel over to Zhang Xiaoqing to see. On the gun barrel were English alphabets. ZUP 4. Zhang Xiaoqing looked at the excited Wang Le in confusion. Wang Le. This was made in the Soviet Union. China bought it from them to fight against Korea. It is not made in China. Seeing Wang Le's excitement, Zhang Xiaoqing was speechless. Could it be that China's products are that bad? But that's true. In that era, China was unable to produce the steel for such a gun barrel. Wang Le found a cotton cloth and went over the gun barrel to remove the gun oil. Looking at the glistening gun barrel preserved to its best state, he took out a heavy from a member's bag and filled up 2 crates worth of ammunition. Then pulled the extremely thick and heavy 14.5mm bandolier onto the gun body. This Type 56 AA gun was revived. Da-da-da. The sound of the Type 56 assault rifle could be heard in the distance. Wang Le looked at Zhang Xiaoqing in shock, while Zhang Xiaoqing looked back at him emotionlessly. The other members all looked to the outside. Not long later, 3 led more than 10 men suppressing a group of shabby-clothed men and women over. Upon seeing the malnutrition group, Wang Le immediately became emotional. There was a total of 50 people, aged from 21 to 50. More than 10 women made Zhang Xiaoqing surprised. Although they looked thin and on severe malnutrition like the other men, their skin had long dulled due to not being taken care of. Their lips were pale and white, but they by far the ones with the best complexion aside from the women Zhang Xiaoqing saw in the cave being protected by the police. Chapter 230 Wang Le's Old Superior. Women were the miserable gender in the apocalypse. Not only do they have to cope with starvation and zombies, they have to face the pressure from men who give in to their desires. The majority of the women Zhang Xiaoqing found had turned numb from torture with the occasional dilemma on their purpose of living. The women in front of them were not numb or had vacant looks. No doubt they were afraid, covering themselves up to the greatest extent and concealing their genders while hiding behind the men. When they realized that the combat team members with their guns sizing them up unbridled, they trembled in fear. Countless muzzles pointed at the shabbily dressed and skinny men when they arrived before Zhang Xiaoqing. Like quails that had gone through a torrential rainstorm, the men did not dare do anything aside from lowering their heads and waited for the man before them to decide their fate. Before Zhang Xiaoqing could even speak, Wang Le took the initiative. He looked at the 50-year-old bald man and spoke up. Ha ha ha. Isn't it Director Ma? Oh my, where did your famed size 43 tummy disappear to? In the past, Director Ma was someone clearly unsure of how to dress. His clothes never fit or were coordinated badly. His outer shirt and pants were obviously larger than his body. Regular people used belts, but he used a nylon rope to tighten his loose pants. As his pants were too large, it constantly revealed his skin that had turned black. Director Ma squinted his eyes and stared for a long time. Before the apocalypse, Wang Le was a prudent and careful man. With a family and children, he had to act cautiously to earn his rice bowl. After losing everything after the apocalypse, he relied on his own skills and continued to live as such to earn his fill. It was only after he came across Zhang Xiaoqing did things change for the better. Due to his contributions and reports, he was promoted to be the director of a small repair factory. Relying on how Zhang Xiaoqing saw Ho's importance, he lived a life better than he did prior to the apocalypse. With the authority, he gained self-confidence. now that he was high-spirited. All the familiar people that knew him from before had difficulty connecting him to the petty and minor figure that he was in the past. Leslie. Your Leslie. Director Ma finally remembered him. He shouted Wang's factory nickname. At that time, someone took the opportunity to nickname him as Leslie, and Director Ma had coincidentally heard of it. Director Ma could not remember his real name, thus naturally called him by his nickname. No. I'm not Leslie. That has never been my name. Do not call me that from now on. My name is Wangla, the director of the spa base repair shop. Wangla, you better remember it well for me. When he heard Director Ma call him by his nickname, Wangla immediately stopped fooling around. After all, he was considered the top 10 figures out of the 700 people of the base. How could he allow people to call him by a name that had stuck to him before the apocalypse? A bead of perspiration immediately rolled down from Director Ma's glossy bald head. He had obtained his position not from bootlicking and pulling strings. He had a knack in looking at people and was an old fox with extensive experience. Wang's dressing and aura were different from the soldiers that came with him. The others were dressed in uniform yellow military uniform and impressive M1 helmets. But Wangla was armed completely to the teeth. Dark gray stab-proof vest with SWA tissued bulletproof vest over it. His head covered with polymer protective helmet. His waist equipped with a glossy gun holster with a Type 92 pistol. The others were equipped with Type 56 AR. But Wangla had a bizarre-looking sniper crossbow. All these information led Director Ma to know that Wangla was no simple character amongst them. Wang. Director Wang. Haha. Welcome. Director Wang. Are you here to inspect the place? Director Ma became anxious, and immediately delivered a welcoming speech that he used to welcome superiors. Wangla became intoxicated by how Director Ma's salutation. But he did not forget his place. He interrupted Director Ma and introduced Zhang Xiaokang to the situation. Director Ma used to be Wang's factory director. At that time, he was an extremely obese man. Obviously, the apocalypse did not treat him very well, causing him to lose most of his weight. As for the rest of the men, Wangla was not familiar with them. His social circle was not large in the past, and as a person who kept low profile, he naturally would not recognize the majority of them. But from his experience, he could tell that there were about 30-odd men that used to work in the factories. The calluses and scars on their fingers could not escape his eyes. Wangla recognized over 10 of the women. They were all clerks from the office and handled cut-in salaries or punishments. The other women were most probably clerks as well, especially for a 40-year-old lady whom Wangla had a deep impression of. Every time he went to the cookhouse to eat, she would give him half less streaky pork compared to others. Upon thinking about this, Wangla immediately became furious. For many years, he had to eat less meat than others. After listening to Wangla's explanation, Zhang Xiaokang understood and considered Wangla to be fortunate. The factory had urgent taskings and required people to work the night shift. Naturally, no one was willing to do so. So Director Ma got the relatively naive and less pain-anxious people to work the night shift. Due to working for decades and behaving well, Wangla was naturally the first to be selected. Although Wangla was skillful, he was constantly bullied and the factory never raised his salary. He had to cycle 2 hours every day to return to his home that was out of the city. And it was during this cycle that the outbreak occurred. Zhang Xiaokang looked at Wangla, not knowing to consider him lucky or unlucky, then turned to look at the other factory workers. All of you take a good look. This is our leader. You guys have no rights to know who he is and only need to know that our leader has over 1,000 men under him equipped with guns and mortars. As for those monsters that have caused all of you to scream and shit in your pants, we have killed thousands of them. We only have one rule here. Y'all survive by being obedient. If not, y'all just die. With the opportunity of revealing his success in front of his ex-colleagues in hand, Wangla began exploiting Zhang Xiaokang's might. Fortunately for him, Zhang Xiaokang was too lazy to even care and led a few men and headed towards the other warehouses. With his sharp eyes, Director Ma immediately followed up upon seeing him leave. Zhang Xiaokang did not comment on his actions. Thus the other members did not stop Director Ma from following. Upon seeing that, Wangla had the thoughts to follow, but upon seeing the remaining 8 sets of AA guns, he stayed behind. After all, he was a man who treated his work as a priority. These factories were extremely efficient, so the warehouses were filled with materials. Looking at the warehouse full of steel cables, Deng Xiaoqing did not know what to do. He was not building any machinery, so what was the use of them? Deng Xiaoqing's gloomy face was caught by Director Ma. He walked up a few steps in an attempt to get closer to Deng Xiaoqing, but was met with multiple muzzle holes pointed at his head. His bald head started to perspire once again. Deng Xiaoqing stole a glance at him and waved his hand. The members lowered their muzzles and made way, allowing Director Ma passage to Deng Xiaoqing. Holding the urge to pee in his pants, Director Ma walked up. "Leader, are you disappointed by what you see here upon approaching?" Director Ma started pandering. Deng Xiaoqing frowned and looked at Director Ma and nodded his head. All of these materials were usable by the base. Non-essentials were plenty as well, and their harvest was already considered good. 9 sets of 14, 5 MMA guns. Adding the available installations and workshops. 30-odd men with engineering knowledge. It could be said that they have searched the base a couple of times well. But upon looking at the materials arranged in neat rows inside the warehouse, Deng Xiaoqing felt disheartened. "Leader, there's good things there. Clothes, food, oil, everything." They stood in front of the standalone building that Deng Xiaoqing noticed earlier. Above the doors hung a black signboard with the name, "Chain Shut." The doors that looked rusted seemed as though nothing had passed through it for a long time. By the side of the building was a small road just big enough for a car to squeeze in that led to the back. Faintly visible was a smaller size warehouse that looks to be of the same structure. Deng Xiaoqing and the group walked behind while they listened to Director Ma's introduction. The factory gave out good benefits and welfare to the workers with the occasional gifts of perfume, shampoo, toothpaste, towels, etc. When there were occasions, it was even better. Rice, oil, and edibles were the basics. With the addition of wine, fruits, preserved food packages, biscuits and sweets, peanuts, melons, etc. All of these were for the ordinary workers. As for the managerial positions, they were even better off. Famous brand cigarettes and wine were transported to their homes. Dried goods, a balloon, and even shark fin included. While listening to Director Ma ramble on, Deng Xiaoqing walked ahead. Earlier on, he had sensed that something was amiss. There were dried zombie corpses lying in the corner that had no bite marks, which left one possibility. The zombies were killed and dragged to their corners. Upon thinking that there were survivors around, Deng Xiaoqing gave the combat team members a look. The 4 members immediately raised their weapons and cocked them. Their actions shocked Director Ma, causing him to be anxious once again until he realized that none of the guns were aimed at him. Deng Xiaoqing discovered more traces and clues. Due to the long abandonment, the dust had covered up the floor around him, but there were footprints around. They were not large and did not belong to a man. Another set of footprints was so shallow until it was barely visible, while some other footprints were fresher. Chapter 231 Gen Omega Humans. Swish. Deng Xiaoqing unsheathed the Jing-Y blade from a new sheath made of steel slung to his back. The footprints on the ground that were like footprints covered up by snow were only visible to his sharp eyes. Deng Xiaoqing did not believe that the person knew unparalleled King Gong, which left one possibility. The person was the same as Liu Tu, a person that had drunk the rainwater and evolved to an Agilita-type human. Deng Xiaoqing had decided to label the people who evolved from drinking the rainwater as Gen Omega humans because they were much faster, much stronger, much more capable than ordinary humans. Also, they had a higher probability of surviving in the apocalypse. Deng Xiaoqing knew that an Agilita-type Gen Omega human was around and held great vigilance towards such people. After fighting to a standstill with Liu Tu the previous time, if not for lunatic Guo Fei wanting to die together with him and Liu Tu was too afraid of dying, Deng Xiaoqing might not have killed him. The most probable outcome would have been Liu Tu escaping and hiding in the darkness to do a reversal. Yang Xiaokang and his combat team members moved carefully, with Director Ma being anxious despite not knowing the situation. He merely thought that Zhang Xiaokang and the team were doing routine checks and naively followed them. Arriving at the retractable metal doors made out of aluminum alloy, Zhang Xiaokang discovered that the footprints were more crowded together. The crowded footprints extended from the entrance of the building all the way into the small steel doors behind. He suddenly raised his head and looked up, instantly noticing the slight swaying of the curtains on the second floor. Yang Xiaokang did not disclose the movements and looked back to his two subordinates who had rolled the sluice gate, allowing light to enter the building, allowing them to take a better look. At this time, Zhang Xiaokang discovered even more evidence of people living in the small building. The sluice gate did not have any locks, and the steel doors did not even make any creaking sounds when it was pulled open. Yang Xiaokang noticed that the door frames were covered in grease that had stained the ground. Someone had obviously oiled the steel doors. Taking a whiff of the smell in the building, Yang Xiaokang was positive that it was food oil. From the outside, the building did not look too big, but after entering, Yang Xiaokang realized that the room within was not small. After thinking about it, it had to be buildings that were capable of storing festival supplies for thousands of people. How could a building be small if it were to hold them? Inside the empty room were densely packed rice sacks worth up to 25 kg. Branded peanut oil bottles that looked to amount up to 5 m tall leaned against the wall. The air had the stench of rotting fruits coming from rotting cardboard boxes filled with fruits. Yang Xiaokang saw plenty of empty, easy-open cans beside the peanut oil that had the sign of what seemed to be fruit juice printed on them. Yang Xiaokang walked around the room. Aside from seeing plenty of empty cardboard boxes, there were no longer any of such cans remaining. Aside from food, Zhang Xiaokang also noticed plenty of empty bags and sweet wrappers by the corner that had piled up to the height of a normal human. Without looking further, Zhang Xiaokang actually walked out of the building. Zhang Xiaokang stood at the entrance of the building with the 30 combat team members standing behind him, and a Land Rover with a Type 53 HMG installed on it at the back. Yon Qier and Guo Fei held their respective weapons and stood by the side while Shangyu and Qiao Yun held her Garand rifle and stood inactively behind Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang had gotten a good look of the building. The building had a 6 m wall perimeter behind that had countless broken glasses stabbed into it. The only way to enter was from where Zhang Xiaokang stood. Zhang Xiaokang had no thoughts to fight with another Gen Omega human, so he brought his army and weapons to bully them. People inside, heed my words. Drop your weapons and come on out. Otherwise, we will start firing. People inside, heed my words. Out of nowhere, 3 found a large paper cone and shouted through it. The other combat team members made their preparations and aimed their guns at the building. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the curtain that was swaying slightly once again, and left 3 to continue shouting. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Zhang Xiaokang raised his right hand and swung it down. Da-da-da-da. The doors were instantly smashed into smithereens, following the penetration of the countless bullet into the walls. The smoke caused everyone to be unable to witness the situation at the doors. Zhang Xiaokang raised his head up and looked at the window. The curtains were trembling incessantly. Zhang Xiaokang raised his right hand again, and the HMG stopped. After the dust scattered, the mess appeared in front of everybody's eyes. Pieces of wood and metal of differing sizes laid all around, and the 7.62 mm bullets had produced a hole the size of a head in the wall beside the door. Beside the hole were countless fist-sized pits, revealing the remaining half-brick wall within. The rest all crumbled into pieces on the ground. Despite the barrage, the floor upstairs remained quiet. Zhang Xiaokang knew that someone was watching him right behind the window. He drew his Desert Eagle and fired off at the window pane of the second window. Bang! Following the quick flick of his wrist, the second-floor window shattered and dropped to the ground. Zhang Xiaokang prepared for a second shot. Ah! A scream came out from the upstairs. Zhang Xiaokang stopped his fire. The additional screams informed him that there was not only one woman upstairs, but a group of them. Zhang Xiaokang did not find a need to care for a single lady, but he could not ignore a group of them. In the apocalypse, Women were considered a type of precious resource. Don't fire. We are coming out. I don't have a weapon. Please don't. After the shout, many ladies walked out unsteadily and stood at the door. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the young ladies, doing mental measurements and calculations with regards to the footsteps and frequency of the swaying of their bodies. The 21 women stood in a row below the muzzle of the HMG. But Zhang Xiaokang did not discover the Gen Omega human. These survivors were completely different from Director Ma and his team. They were all young, or more accurately pretty. Their faces still had a luster to them. It seemed as though they never starved. But Zhang Xiaokang's eyes saw more than that. These women had their faces and hands injured before. It was only that the majority of the wounds have already healed. Ordinary people might not be able to notice the injuries. But Zhang Xiaokang's powerful eyes were able to see the shallow scars left behind on their skin that were of a faintly different shade from the rest of the skin. Additionally, Zhang Xiaokang noticed that when they walked, they were extremely light on their steps. They were extremely similar to the women back at the base. Even the female members under Zhang Xiaokang had heavier footsteps than them. From this, Zhang Xiaokang knew that the Gen Omega human was not amongst them. The 21 young ladies stood in front of Zhang Xiaokang with their heads lowered and eyes staring straight at their feet. The members behind Zhang Xiaokang turned restless. They were all evaluating the fresh and young ladies in front of them. Some even greeting the ladies or arguing with others on who had the first dip. There were even 2 men who had their eyes set on the same lady, causing some heated debate to occur. The members' argument and quarrel were naturally picked up by the ladies. Some of them trembled. Some had teardrops dropping from their eyes to their feet that mixed into the dust. Some raised their heads up and gave Zhang Xiaokang pleading looks, pleading for him to not send them to his subordinates. And there were some who did not cry or plead. They raised their heads up and looked at the combat team members carefully, as though they had already resigned to their fate. Their eyes a deep, emotionless pit. Chapter 232 Show Yourself. Ninja. Zhang Xiaokang did not stop the whispers coming from his members. He carefully watched every single lady's expression. He knew that once a person had a superhuman ability, they would think that they have control over their own fate. He did not believe that the women were able to hold their emotions and well like him. Even if he were to fake his emotions, he would definitely reveal some true feelings. But none of them revealed even the slightest amount of anger or fear. Zhang Xiaokang suddenly turned and stared at the combat team members behind him. In that instant, all noise ceased to exist. Every member returned to their solemn and disciplined look, as though the hubbub from before had no relation to them. Are there anyone else inside? Zhang Xiaokang looked at the ladies in front of him and asked. None of them gave a reply. When Zhang Xiaokang questioned them, they lowered their heads immediately, including those who had resigned to their fate. Zhang Xiaokang walked over to a girl who looked slightly older than the rest and used his pistol to push her chin up. Allowing their eyes to meet, the girl felt the cold metal touching her skin and she looked at Zhang Xiaokang with eyes filled with fear. The sudden dilation of her pupils made it feel as though Zhang Xiaokang was looking right into her soul. The girl was terrified, but she kept her mouth closed and did not utter a word. Zhang Xiaokang was left with no choice. He placed the gun down and walked in front of the women and stopped when he reached the seemingly youngest girl. She was extremely small and had an extremely naive look. She was definitely younger than 20 years old and was the first to cry. She was also the one with the most scars. She was extremely timid. When Zhang Xiaokang stopped in front of her, her eyes started tearing up again. Looking at the girl that was on the verge of crying, Zhang Xiaokang almost turned and walked away. But upon thinking about the dangerous agility type Gen Omega human that was still in hiding and watching him, he forced himself to remain firm. Zhang Xiaokang was not afraid of power type Gen Omega humans. Yan Qir had immense power, but Zhang Xiaokang could fight 8 of her. Regardless of how much power they wield, they had to be able to land a hit on him. But an agility type was different. They were born to be assassins. Zhang Xiaokang did not want to be on guard against such an assassin for the rest of his life. So he had to draw the assassin out. Tell me, where are the others? Zhang Xiaokang's cold and harsh tone entered the girl's ear. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. I don't. Wow. The girl was frightened to the point of bawling right after a few words. Zhang Xiaoqing had his focus on the upper level. When the girl cried, the shadow behind the broken windows wavered slightly. Although the figure recovered quickly, Zhang Xiaoqing caught a glimpse of the worry in the person's eyes. The person was worried about the crying girl. Shua! Zhang Xiaoqing suddenly swung his hand out and aimed his pistol at the girl's head. Come out here, or I'll kill her. Zhang Xiaoqing thought to cheat the person out. But before he could even finish his sentence, a black figure shot out of the window and revealed a bright katana and slashed down towards his head. Zhang Xiaoqing's eyes were fixed onto the second window and already knew when the figure jumped out. He retreated a few steps backward and looked at the person in midair. Beside him, Shanguan Qiao-yun raised her Garand rifle. After the gun was fired, Shanguan Qiao-yun looked at Zhang Xiaoqing in confusion. When she pulled the trigger, her perfect-aimed rifle was pushed up by Zhang Xiaoqing, causing the bullet to fly into the sky. Zhang Xiaoqing did not have the time to explain. He stared at the black figure all the way until it dropped to the ground. That was when Zhang Xiaoqing almost blurted out an insult. The black figure was about to pounce at Zhang Xiaoqing, but realized that more than 10 guns were aimed at her and the other women. She hesitated. As long as she moved, countless bullets would fly at her. She could dodge. But the girls behind her did not have her abilities. She stopped moving, threw the katana to the ground and watched Zhang Xiaoqing silently. The reason why Zhang Xiaoqing wanted to curse was due to the Jan Omega girl in front of him. When she jumped down from the building, Zhang Xiaoqing thought that a Japanese ninja had appeared, dressed completely in black, a cloth covering her face and a katana in hand. If she was not a ninja, what was she? The girl that resembled a ninja was completely wrapped all over. Aside from her short and jet black hair and bright sparkling eyes, Zhang Xiaoqing could not see any other parts of her body. After throwing her weapon to the ground, she stared at Zhang Xiaoqing with eyes that emitted cold intent and rage. The eyes of the girl that was unwilling to reveal her face made Zhang Xiaoqing fall into a bad mood. Although what he did to scare the girl was despicable, but Zhang Xiaoqing's true aim was for the Gen Omega human to reveal herself. So why the disdain in her eyes? Remove the cloth off your face. This is China. Don't try and act like some Jap. Zhang Xiaoqing wanted her to remove the cloth. But the girl did not care about him. Her jet black eyes kept moving between the combat team members on the HMGs. As for Zhang Xiaoqing that was standing in front of her, she did not even look at him. Obviously, the lady never saw Zhang Xiaoqing as a threat. She gave off a condescending look, angering the M.C. P. Zhang Xiaoqing. He hated being looked down by women the most, and he was actually being looked down by his own captives. Zhang Xiaoqing picked up the katana on the ground. With a look, he could tell that it was a work that was not approved as an official weapon, merely an ornament some pretentious person had exhibited in their living room. He threw the katana back to the girl. Seeing the katana being thrown towards her, the girl moved her right hand slightly, instantly catching and wielding the katana once more. The blade slanted downwards parallel to her legs. She looked at Zhang Xiaoqing, confused. Zhang Xiaoqing holstered his pistol and drew the Jing-Wai blade. I know you're not happy. You think that no man can compare with you. Zhang Xiaoqing's words caused the girl to turn surprised. She never revealed any of her skills. Why would Zhang Xiaoqing say that? I know what you're relying on. Aren't you rather fast? When the girl heard Zhang Xiaoqing talk about her speed, it was not surprise, but fear that filled her eyes. It was her greatest secret. Even her sisters that trained with her did not know about it. But how did Zhang Xiaoqing know? Ha ha ha. Did I get it right? Don't think that you're the only one in the world with this ability. The girl opened her mouth and interrupted Zhang Xiaoqing with her hoarse voice. You're one too. No, I'm not. Zhang Xiaoqing raised and waved a finger, then stared at her. But I've killed someone similar to you. And who knows? He was even faster than you. At least a dozen guns were unable to land a shot on him. But, can you? The girl no longer spoke, and suddenly exerted power from her right hand that held the blade, causing the veins on her hand to pop up. Zhang Xiaoqing gave her a disdainful smile and used the Jing-Wai blade and pointed towards her. I'll give you a chance. If you win me, you can choose whom you want to take with you and leave. If you lose, then die. Before Zhang Xiaoqing could even finish his words, her eyes constricted. With a flash, she appeared right before Zhang Xiaoqing, the glaring katana slashing horizontally towards his neck. Right before she made her move, Zhang Xiaoqing's sharp eyes already caught sight of her shoulders moving slightly. By the time she made her move, Zhang Xiaoqing had already preempted her aggression and moved his body to the side, using the Jingwei blade to deflect her katana. Clang! The Jingwei blade met directly against the katana. Zhang Xiaoqing had completely suppressed her with his strength. As both of them were single-handedly wielding on their weapons, the girl was forced backward and lost her balance, resulting in her taking a few steps back. Right when the girl managed to stabilize herself, she grabbed the katana hilt with both hands and swung at Zhang Xiaoqing again. Please don't. I beg you. Don't kill her. Don't kill her. She's a good person. Let her go. I'll do anything. Ah. Woo. Woo. Big sis. You can't die. Chapter 233 Origin. The masked girl wielded her katana with both hands and stood there quietly, a black and dull sword pointed straight at her throat. The 21 young girls behind her either begged, cried, or screamed, all of which wanted Zhang Xiaoqing to let the masked girl go. The girl's eyes flashed with a cold glint and she suddenly shot forward as she intended to allow the blade to impale through her own throat. Zhang Xiaoqing had experienced countless life-and-death battles in the apocalypse. Although he could not boast that he had an abundance of experience, he knew that it was the perfect opportunity when he noticed the girl standing unsteadily. The moment she turned her body, his sword had already reached her face. Although the crying and pleadings kept on entering his ears, his eyes were fixed onto the masked girl. When her eyes revealed the resolve to die, his right hand that held the Jingwei blade moved slightly to the side. The girl's neck narrowly avoided the sharp blade by a hair. When she pounced into the air, the katana in her hand had changed positions. The smooth and reflective sword body had moved near to her throat as well. Clang! The Jingwei blade flashed past her and collided into the sharp katana. Cling clang! Half of the katana dropped to the ground. The girl looked down towards the remaining katana in her hand. Stunned, she did not know what to think. When Zhang Xiaoqing saw the vacant look in her eyes, he knew that the situation had completely turned to his control. He looked at the other girls and thought to have someone ask about their situation and to be prepared to accept the base. Zhang Xiaoqing's previous fanfare was to lure the masked girl out. After experiencing what Liu Tu, a Gen Omega human, can do, Zhang Xiaoqing's caution towards them became extremely strong. As he had finally suppressed the agility-type girl, he naturally had no qualms. When the girls saw that Zhang Xiaoqing did not have the intentions to kill the girl, they quietened down. Following Zhang Xiaoqing's questions, a few of the more fluent girls started to narrate their experience. They were members of the performing arts troupe of J City University and had received invitations from the factory to perform at the New Year's Day evening party conducted for the internal department. Originally, they had planned to tour the site a day before and had arrived in the afternoon to liaise with the person responsible for taking them around. Just as they arrived at the gates, the virus erupted. The fortunate members followed the big sister of the factory in. At that time, the troupe had a total of 30-odd people. 28 of them were girls while the rest were guys. The hosts had a total of 3 people, 2 large men, and a 40-year-old lady. In the beginning, the survivors took turns to keep watch and helped protect each other. They hid inside the abandoned building and waited for rescue. But with the large group came contradictions. In the beginning, no one gave much heed to it. But as days went on, months passed. Some of them became fidgety. They started quarreling with one another. A few guys and girls started messing around. Even the 40-year-old big sister started to mess around with her 2 subordinates, causing the atmosphere in the building to become strange. 26 of the girls were brought up well. They rejected the advances of the guys and formed a small team and managed to live in harmony for a while until they discovered that one of the girls was missing. The group, became anxious until a boy that was not liked by anyone came up and testified that the girl left for the warehouse in the morning and had not returned. The boy was a logistic member of the troop and was an honest chap, so everyone liked to call him the filer. They searched the warehouse but did not find anything, adding that there were countless zombies around. They gave up on finding the girl. As days passed, the feeling of despair grew even denser. Every sentence spoken was a spark that triggered quarrels. The eyes of the men towards the girls became even more unnatural. Finally, the two men from the factory kidnapped one of the girls and raped her, completely igniting the fuse. The school and the factory people were split into two groups. The factory people thinking that the supplies belonged to them and that the students had to pay to eat, while the students ignored their demands and ate what they wanted, drank what they wanted. With all these pettiness, how could the factory people hold back? The 6 boys tied the 2 men that belonged to the factory, and while discussing what to do with them, Filer stood forward and informed them that the food would not last for long. They had to lessen the consumption. Thus the 2 tied-up men were knocked out and fed to the zombies. Due to the excitement from killing people, the boys went mad. They howled and screamed, and started exhibiting themselves in front of the girls. They toyed with the big sister of the factory, and after playing with her, they threw her to the zombies as well, without any outsiders. The boys naturally started targeting their own female classmates. Maybe it was the last bit of humanity in them that they did not do anything overboard. But girls started going missing. All of the girls fell in fear, not knowing when would they be the next target. There were no connections between the missing girls. Some were virgins and loved themselves. Some enjoyed fooling around with the boys, but their disappearance was too strange. So the girls remained united and viewed all men as evil. As long as they saw any of the boys, they would hide. One day, one of them caught a whiff of a stench. She found it unbearable and started looking for the source. Slowly, she came across a sewer at the back of the building which was not sealed properly, leaving a small crack at the side. The stench came from within and was extremely strong, making her have the urge to leave immediately. Before she could turn, her eyes landed on a piece of cloth stuck to the side of the sewer entrance. It was extremely familiar, and that it belonged to one of the missing girls. She opened the lid and looked down in horror. 5 naked female girls with their facial features distorted along with cuts and bruises all over their bodies laid beneath. Their tattered clothes were mixed with them, with the most bottom one already rotting. The girl turned and ran back up the building. She dared not speak, afraid that she would become the next target. She believed that the boys were the perpetrators. Upon thinking back that the dead girls were all beautiful, she became even more afraid as endless fear drowned her. She found a piece of glass and started cutting her face, destroying her beautiful features, and only after drawing crisscross patterns did she finally stop. When the 6th girl went missing, the girls became infuriated. They sought out the boys to question them, wanting an answer, but resulted in them blowing their tops as well. The 2 factions started denouncing each other until they got tired and gave up. On the next day, 3 boys choked to death laid in the living room. Filer and 3 other boys finally revealed their true selves, causing the girls to surrender. They had been toyed endlessly by the perverted boys. As for the girl that had cut her face, she was chased out of the house to stay in the warehouse. After that, the girl that seemed to have turned into a devil came back. She found a decorative blade in an office and used the back of the blade to cripple the boys. She pulled them by their hairs and dragged them to the zombies and watched them get eaten. After killing all the zombies around, she protected the group of girls quietly, until Zhang Zhou appeared. Chapter 234 Danger Approaches. Brother Cockroach. 3's call woke Zhang Zhou up from his daze. He turned and saw 3 running towards him. Behind 3 was a 15 m tall perimeter wall foundation that was already in place. Workers moved and worked on the scaffolding like worker ants crawling about. A tall crane worked endlessly as it transported cargo after cargo of concrete and mud up. At the foot of the 2 hills were 2 complete defensive structures where 2 Type 92 battalion guns were installed. Brother Cockroach, I sense that there's something wrong with the zombies. After leading the 100-odd people from the entire factory out, the base construction capability saw a huge upgrade. If they were able to locate a few specific raw materials, Zhang Xiaokang could build bombs and bullets. After returning, 3 also gained more self-confidence. He led a group of more than 10 men to look for supplies and survivors daily. It was much more difficult to discover a camp of more than 100 people at one go. But there were plenty of smaller groups everywhere. Zhang Xiaokang's base grew up to 1,000 odd people, with about 40 women per 100 people. The gender ratio of the base became more equal. While exploring, 3 noticed changes in the zombies. The zombies that were originally obstinate and stationary started to disperse. It was not 1 or 2 zombies, but a phenomenon of all the zombies dispersing, leaving only a few elderly zombies in their usual positions. Initially, 3 did not care too much about it, but while exploring near a town, he realized that the zombies all over the town scattered like soybeans. Sensing something amiss, he returned and reported it to Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang's heart skipped a beat, but did not reveal a change in expression. He looked at 3. Escalate the base's alertness to grade B. Cancel all scouts outside temporarily and increase the manpower to get rid of all moving things in a 20 km perimeter. Send people to the nearby towns to check them out. And also inform He Wen Bin and the rest. We are holding a meeting. On the way to the meeting room, Zhang Xiaokang's mood turned heavy. The thing that he was most worried about had occurred. All along, Zhang Xiaokang had a pressing feeling that made him feel stifled, especially after gaining strength. The feeling did not disappear, but become even stronger. An important note to know was that they had ammunition and grenades sufficient for the combat team to take care of 1,000 zombie tied. At the side of the road, there would be occasional carts pushed around emitting steam, filled with rice, salted vegetables, and diced meat. This was the workers' lunch. The diced meat was found at the factories. Looking at the ladies that had smiles on their faces once again, the emotions grew heavier. Zhang Xiaokang did not know if the base would still exist if they did not deal with the dangerous situation. When he reached a small lake, Zhang Xiaokang noticed 20 women dressed in military uniform practicing their aim. The instructors were 2 ex-policewomen who had followed Zhang Xiaokang to battles. Initially, they had knots in their hearts. From ex-police, they had turned into cannon fodder bandits. But as time passed, their thoughts changed. They instead became Zhang Xiaokang's most firm supporters. As 3 brought back even more women who suffered from sexual assaults, they realized the reality of the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, very few powers were willing to treat women well, almost to the point of being negligible. The 2 ex-police were women. How could they not know that Zhang Xiaokang's rules were mainly to protect them? Looking at the 20 newly recruited women team, Zhang Xiaokang felt slightly better. The combat team was too small and needed more manpower. But the main crux of the base was the walls, and they could not recruit strong and able men to join the combat team. Upon thinking about the assistant machine gunner on guard that night, Zhang Xiaokang decided to recruit a few women. The matter of recruiting these women to replenish the fighting force was a major move Zhang Xiaokang acted on. The selection process was initially painfully thought about by He Wen Bin, but in the end, Zhang Xiaokang used the way he thought Yuan Yi. He gave all of them a shield and a blade, captured a few crippled zombies and had them kill the zombies. In the end, out of the 30 women selected, 20 of them were qualified. Zhang Xiaokang walked over and watched them practice. Suddenly, he noticed a female team member that had her face covered up. Her hair was extremely short as she wielded a Type 53 rifle and aimed straight at her target. Zhang Xiaokang walked over to her. Chen Yi, in the future, you'll be handling more close-quarters combat. Just have a touch of the guns and it'll be fine. It'll be a waste of your skills if you continue to train on guns. Obviously, Zhang Xiaokang's advice was ignored by the girl called Chen Yi. Slightly embarrassed, Zhang Xiaokang turned and walked away, no longer caring about whether this agility-type Gen Omega human lived or die. It was as though that all Gen Omega humans aside from Yang Qir were all abnormal. Zhang Xiaokang walked to the familiar building up the familiar stairs and into the meeting room. As usual, everyone waited for him. Zhang Xiaokang pulled his chair, sat down, and looked around. All the main in-charges of the base were present, except for Guo Fei. After the first meeting, he never participated in it. Zhang Xiaoqing was about to speak up when he saw old Frank fishing out a stack of sealed papers. It looked as though old Frank was prepared for his routine reports. He had written down the everyday events of work daily. Old Frank, you don't need to report for today. I need to discuss our current situation. A major issue that will decide our base's life or death. After allowing 3 to narrate the changes in the zombies, the expression of everyone present in the room changed. Yuan Bin's expression turned dark. Old Frank kept on flipping through his own notes, assessing the progress of the construction, wanting to see if they could complete the perimeter walls before anything happens. Wang Lo was seemingly indifferent. With the enlarged factory, he had plenty of matters at hand, working day to night. He did not have time for any other things. On one note, Director Ma had become his deputy, something he requested for. Although Wang Lo did not like Director Ma, they were familiar with each other, an encounter difficult to find in the apocalypse. The only one who became afraid was Fat Chef. Upon hearing that the zombies had scattered and were showing signs of restlessness, he thought about his encounter with them and became afraid. Now, our most pressing task is the completion of the perimeter wall. Old Frank. As Zhang Xiaoqing highlighted the point, Old Frank stood up with passion burning in his eyes. Split your workers to 2 shifts. Continue to work on the walls day and night. Don't conserve on diesel fuel. I need speed. Think of ways to increase the completion of the wall. Put your engineers at the construction sites and get them to stand watch there. Tell them that if the walls are completed quickly, there will be a reward. For those who delay the time, they will be fed to the zombies. Old Frank nodded his head. He knew Zhang Xiaoqing was for real. At that time, if his subordinates were to be punished, he would be shamed as well. Old Frank sat down. Zhang Xiaoqing looked at Zhang Huiyan, who had his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaoqing the entire time. He immediately stood up and waited for his orders. Chapter 235 Bad News. You haven't been here for long. After Old Frank took charge of construction, I made you responsible for the base defense. Even with the issue of 1,000 zombies looming over us, you managed to maintain order and keep things proper. It proves that you're still capable. After hearing Zhang Xiaoqing's praise, Yang Huiyan became excited. His eyes were bright and emotional, the kind that was willing to die for their master. But your work is hardly done. You have to maintain strict vigilance over the mood below. I do not want everyone to fly into a panic if a few zombies were to appear. You'll have to come up with plans on what to do if the zombies besiege us. I want to see the citizens having unity to deal with the problem together. Zhang Huiyan turned solemn. He looked at Zhang Xiaoqing and nodded his head. Following that, Zhang Xiaoqing turned to 3. I've already told you about your task. Just doing it will be considered a success. Other than that, Zhang Xiaoqing turned to Yuan Bin. From now on, ammunition for the combat team will be unrestrictedly supplied. Heavy weapons must have 3 times the ammunition prepared on hand, and surveillance vehicles will have as many as they can store. When Yuan Bin nodded, Zhang Xiaoqing turned to 3. Tell all the scouts to count and carry all their ammunition with them. When they return, transfer the ammunition back. If anyone has a missing bullet, punish them. This implementation would prevent members from hiding ammunition. In truth, Zhang Xiaoqing wanted them to kill any zombies they saw. He was afraid that the scouts turn lazy, and thus gave that order. Dispatch all the combat team members to go out on surveillance. I want you to ensure that there are absolutely no lurking zombies within the perimeter of a 20 km region from us. Aside from that, ensure that there are no hordes in a 30 km region. And if possible, have some scouts to go near J City and check on the situation there. After the adjournment of the meeting, everyone moved in quick steps and got busy. On the way back to the villa, the girls that sent food for the workers were seen pushing the empty carts back to the kitchen. Zhang Xiaoqing then realized that he had not had food. He quickened his pace toward the kitchen. No matter what, eating was the most important. Upon entering the kitchen, he saw Yang Kier holding the dirty and small young boy by his throat. Yang Kier was shoving him to the point that his eye whites were showing while screaming. Quick! Spit it out! Quickly! Are you spitting it out? Zhang Xiaoqing watched the bizarre scene. unsure of what young Kier was doing. But he knew that if he did not step in, the young boy would definitely die. Young Kier looked adorable and gentle, but she wielded strength far stronger than a bull. Seeing that the boy was about to faint, Zhang Xiaokang immediately stepped forward and pulled them apart. He carried the boy in his arms and massaged his neck. He shouted at young Kier, "Brett, why are you choking him? Didn't you see that he was already fainting?" Young Kier did not reply. After catching his breath, the little boy in Zhang Xiaokang's embrace smacked Zhang Xiaokang's hands and pulled himself out. He turned and ran towards the door, but was pulled back by young Kier. The little boy struggled and clawed, but young Kier was too strong. In the blink of the eye, he was back in her arms. Young Kier grabbed his neck and continued to shake him and repeated, "Spit it out." Zhang Xiaokang was completely baffled by the two of them, but when he saw how serious young Kier was, he knew that they were not playing. "Young Kier, what's going on? Exactly, tell me." Young Kier held onto the boy's collar and pointed to an empty teacup on the table. "He drank the poisonous 84 disinfectant that I had prepared to sterilize my mace. Why were you so careless and allowed him to drink it?" Zhang Xiaokang immediately entered the kitchen and found a chopstick with the intention of gagging to incite the little boy to vomit. Just when I placed it on the table and turned, he rushed in asking for water. When he saw the cup, he took it to drink. Young Kier felt wronged and tried to explain herself. Zhang Xiaokang suddenly stopped. He threw away the chopsticks and picked up the teacup and took a whiff of it. There was no pungent smell. "Kier, where did you find this bottle of 84? Zhang Xiaokang became anxious and he shouted at young Kier, "Tian, if no one can remember what this bottle is, check out chapter 144. Young Kier was stunned and became afraid of Zhang Xiaokang's roar. She hesitated. "Isn't it the bottle from your bag?" Young Kier's words verified the thought that terrified Zhang Xiaokang. His eyes looked around frantically. Finally, he saw the bottle with a piece of paper stuck onto it with the words 84 disinfectant. "Do not drink in the rubbish bin. Spit it out. You better spit it out for me." "Fu, CK, even if I sold you, you can never repay me." Zhang Xiaokang did the exact thing that young Kier did. The young boy was once again shoved to the point of showing his eye whites. This time, it was young Kier that erupted in rage and pulled Zhang Xiaokang away. "Can you be gentler? Wait for him to spit it out before you kill him." Zhang Xiaokang grabbed a red stool weakly and looked at young Kier. "Don't bother. It isn't poison. He won't die. I'm the one dying. I'm dying from the ill fortune." Time next day afternoon. Location at the top of the bamboo hill. People Zhang Xiaokang, young Kier, Shanguan Kiao Yun, Yuan Yi, Zhu Mengzhu, and the dirty boy that constantly scratched his butt. The protagonist of the day was the boy that had never cleaned his face. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the dirty boy with a fiery gaze. Young Kier and Yuan Yi looked at the almost completed perimeter wall in the distance and watched the people rushing about. Shanguan Kiao Yun played with her Type 85 SR that had no scope. Zhang Xiaokang's constant advice finally made Shanguan Kiao Yun give up on the Garand rifle. The reason for her change in rifle was simple. The Type 85 SR could load up to 10 bullets, 2 more than the Garand rifle. The 4 kg weapon was not cumbersome as well. And more importantly, it utilized HMG bullets. HMG bullets were capable of penetrating through armor from a distance of 800 m. It could effectively kill enemies and damage equipment in battle, which was a capability the Garand rifle did not have. After staying in the room to research and study medicine for so long, Zhu Mengzhu and Zhang Xiaokang finally met again. This time, Zhu Mengzhu was no longer dirty like before, clean and whiter due to hiding from the sun. She stood by Zhang Xiaokang's side and watched her son with worry. Zhang Xiaokang felt that Zhu Mengzhu had failed as a mother. After following Zhang Xiaokang to the base, she no longer cared for her own child. It was fine if a child played for an entire day and got dirty. But as a mother, how could she not know how to clean her own child? Aside from that, Zhang Xiaokang felt that the child was strange. He had never heard the boy speak before, or even make a sound. The boy that was said to be named Miao Miao looked at Zhang Xiaokang, unaware of what was going on. After drinking the water the previous day, The man who always tolerated him had completely changed into a man filled with rage. Furthermore, after a long dump in the morning and stopping the leak with much difficulty, Zhang Xiaokang instantly pulled him and his mother out to the fields. What did the crazy man want? Zhang Xiaokang looked at him, then at the coiled path. Use your fastest speed to run down and come back up. Go go. The boy looked at Zhu Mengzhu. Seeing his mother nodding her head, he started running. By the time the boy came back gasping for breath, Zhang Xiaokang knew that he was not an agility type Gen Omega human. Zhang Xiaokang took Yang Qir's mace and placed it in front of the boy. Pick it up. The little boy looked at the steel mace and scratched his head. He looked at Yang Qir for her opinion. The last time he asked her for the mace, she beat him up instead. Yang Qir nodded her head nonchalantly. She wanted to gain clarity on what Zhang Xiaokang was trying to do. The little boy lifted the mace that was almost 50 kg up. Seeing how the boy was able to wield the mace with 2 hands, Zhang Xiaokang became slightly excited. Try it with 1 hand. The boy let go of a hand. In a few seconds, his face turned red. Boom! The boy dropped the mace on the ground and plopped onto the floor and gasped for breath. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the mace that was swaying side to side. Disappointed. The boy's strength was substantially stronger than an ordinary mature man, but was far inferior to Yang Qir. There was not even a need to mention Yang Qir. Zhang Xiaokang himself could wield the mace with 1 hand and spin a few rounds with it. The group headed down the hill. While walking, Zhang Xiaokang thought about the issue. Could it be that the rainwater has an expiration date? Upon thinking about that, Zhang Xiaokang shook his head. He did not dare to continue thinking about it. He still had 5 kg worth kept to pass down for generations. Having received bad news all day, Zhang Xiaokang felt extremely depressed. Coincidentally, a Land Rover drove right in front of him. Without thinking, Zhang Xiaokang stopped the vehicle. This Land Rover had been modified by Wengla and brought over. The car roof had a machine gun installed onto it along with a metal board that acted as a shield that protected the Type 53 HMG. The car body was strengthened. The glass windows had steel wiring welded over them. The wheels were changed for large tires and high chassis. This scout vehicle could fit 4 people, which also meant that the vehicle could have 2 more people. Zhang Xiaokang opened the car door and sat inside. When he noticed Shangyu and Qiuyun was about to join him, he spoke up. I'm going out to take a breather. Don't wander too far off. Just stay in the base. Give me another term for Gen Omega human if guys want. The Chinese term is literally new humans. Inhumans. TN just a note. Yang Qir's mace isn't the normal mace. Alang Yabang is an ancient Chinese weapon. https:// Wikipedia. Orgwiki E78. BBs E78999 E6 A392. Shafter 236 Old Tractor. Zhang Xiaokang sat in the bumpy rover and looked at the desolate scenery outside. Zhang Xiaokang's old home belonged to central China. Although the weather was hot and humid throughout the year, there was constant green no matter how far he looked. After the apocalypse, everything had dried up and turned yellow. Countless trees were barren, and most of them would probably not last a year. A small village appeared in front of the rover, which was currently far from the national highway. The village was not developed and had few houses, the majority made of tiles and bricks. 3 had previously led people to clear the zombies in the area, and the village was considered a safe area. The cars did not enter the abandoned village and drove straight on, where a county town sat. 3 had provided information that zombies came from there. The county, which had a population of 100,000 before the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaokang never dared to investigate the county, afraid of the 100,000 zombie horde. But with the zombies being stirred, Zhang Xiaokang was afraid of the county. Zhang Xiaokang's base could be considered remote, but the inner regions of China were never truly remote. This small county was only a few 100 km away from Zhang Xiaokang's base. Assuming that a zombie could travel 5 km in an hour, they would only take 20 hours to arrive at Zhang Xiaokang's spring base. This thought made Zhang Xiaokang anxious. Screech. The Land Rover came to a sudden stop. The HMG on the vehicle suddenly produced the sound of the gun bolt being pulled. Yang Xiaoqing opened the door and came out of the vehicle. Aside from the driver, 2 other subordinates came out with Type 56 ARs and followed him. They were on a straight path that led straight into the county, and ahead of them were many buildings. Behind the buildings were small hills covered with all sorts of plantation. Within the plantations were jet black zombies roaming around. On the contrary, there were very few zombies lurking around in the buildings. Zhang Xiaoqing looked at the county that had many tall story buildings, then looked at his surroundings. Using his enhanced eyes, Zhang Xiaoqing was able to view anything within a kilometer with extreme detail. The buildings in the county were closer to the roads and were placed close together. The dense buildings represented a dense horde of zombies, and if they were to scatter, they would be scattered on the main road. Zhang Xiaoqing looked at the zombies that covered the hills and dales. In his eyes, a network between each zombie started to form. The closest distance between the zombies were 78 m and the furthest being 30 m. They were slow in movements, but their search radius was extremely meticulous, to the point that any area that the zombie crossed had no hiding spots for any survivors, unless the survivors can hide 40 m beneath the ground. On the slope of a hill, a zombie slowly staggered and swayed its way forward where a large hole was. The soil within was red, which evidently meant that there was a mine nearby, and the crater was the spot where bricks were burnt. Plop. The zombie rolled into the hole. Above, more than 10 zombies continued to walk towards the hole. Zhang Xiaoqing assessed the hole and calculated its rough dimensions. How many zombies could fit in there? Suddenly, the 10 zombies stopped and walked around the hole while continuing to look around. Plop. Another 2 zombies fell into the hole, after which the distance between the zombies increased. In the end, the zombies crossed the hole that could originally fit about 100-odd zombies, but only had 30 zombies. At this point in time, Zhang Xiaoqing started to perspire in cold sweat. The zombies were behaving too strangely. Zhang Xiaoqing was still in denial and did not believe that the zombies had gained sentience, until the last few zombies that walked past the hole. It was even more drastic. Only 1 zombie fell into the hole while the others got past it safely. After taking in a long breath, Zhang Xiaoqing forced himself to calm down. The zombies at the beginning did not know how to scatter and search. They merely went in any direction. In Y City, the 200 zombies that suffocated themselves in the corner of the building beneath Zhang Xiaoqing was proof. The old zombies did not know how to communicate. Where Zhang Xiaoqing's design to trap and burn a few 100 zombies and a D2 was proof. Even the powerful D2 had helped Zhang Xiaoqing kill off close to 600 zombies. But why are the zombies able to work together in groups now? Why do they have the knowledge of the hole where other zombies dropped? Do the zombies know how to communicate at long distances? Zhang Xiaoqing started preparing to bring his 2 subordinates to kill and provoke a few zombies and test their reaction when suddenly, a building made out of wooden planks exploded and launched debris all over the sky. The wooden house was close to the suburbs and was not large. To Zhang Xiaoqing's subordinates, the wooden house was the size of a peanut, and no one would ever notice any change to a peanut. But it was different for Zhang Xiaoqing. To them, the wooden house was the same as a toy house. An old-fashioned truck colored green suddenly burst out from the mess and increased its speed upon reaching the road. Behind the truck were countless zombies. Zhang Xiaoqing turned and took the binoculars from the neck of his subordinate, found from one of the houses in a small town. It looks to be an antique from WW2. The dark-colored binoculars allowed only 6 times magnification, but was entirely different with Zhang Xiaoqing's perverse eyes. Through the windscreen, Zhang Xiaoqing saw a 40-year-old full-beard middle-aged man driving the vehicle, and a child less than 10 years old on the seat beside him. As the old tractor shook, the little kid inside shook with it. On the back of the tractor were 20-odd men and women kneeling down, and the 2 wooden fences on the sides had countless blood marks all over. Everyone buried their heads beneath their legs and held onto the wooden fence with a hand while using the other to grab onto their comrades. Behind the old tractor were countless Type S zombies that occasionally jumped and pounced towards the old tractor. Due to the skillful driving, they were always a step ahead of the Type S zombies. These zombies that pounced into the air would fall to the ground and get trampled by the other zombies. Before the apocalypse, the county experienced a large migration and countless vehicles were left on the roads. The large old tractor could only maneuver around the vehicles, which slowed the old tractor down. A Type S zombie leaped and collided onto the back of the old tractor. The impact caused it to fall back into the zombie horde, but even though it was the first one to collide onto the tractor, it was definitely not the last. The old tractor's endless escape attracted the combat team members' attention. They turned to look in its direction, which was only a kilometer away from them. They held their guns and waited for Zhang Xiaokang's order. Zhang Xiaokang did not say a word. He used the binoculars and looked at the ordinary zombies. As expected, Zhang Xiaokang had guessed it and was the thing he never wanted to see. The scattered zombies slowly made their way towards the same convergence point from all around the tractor, the road that the old tractor was moving on. Chapter 237. Do you guys dare to go? Zhang Xiaokang held onto the Jingwei blade on his back and looked at the HMG that was ready to fire. The old tractor was still moving around the abandoned vehicles at the rate at which the horde of zombies was gathering ahead. By the time the old tractor arrived, unless they had a bulldozer in front of them to create a path, they would not be able to get past the zombies. Once the old tractor got held down by the zombies, the passengers on the car would be eaten by them. Upon thinking about the child on the passenger seat, a thought flashed past Zhang Xiaokang's mind. The large toy cabinet in the corner of the room, the white ceiling with plenty of colorful flags, the various cartoon posters pasted on the wall, and the pile of small bones and tiny skull, where its dark eye sockets remained fixed on him. When he thought back to the toddler's room in the small town, Zhang Xiaokang gritted his teeth and turned. This is a suicide mission. Do you guys dare to go? The two subordinates stood behind him and had their eyes fixated on him, followed by the driver and HMG marksman who ran and arrived before them. All of them stood there and listened to Zhang Xiaokang. This mission will be dangerous. It'll lead you guys to rush into the zombie horde. Any mistake will turn you guys into zombies. Of course, him included as well. This isn't the plan in the mission. I have no power to ask any of you to throw your lives away, and refusing isn't considered running away. Your treatment in the base will still be unchanged. The four subordinates listened to Zhang Xiaokang without any reaction and simply looked at him, noticing that there was not a trace of fear in his subordinates. Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head. Their off-road vehicle drove downwards and they encountered even more human bones and trash. Zhang Xiaokang held onto a Type 56 AR and squatted inside the HMG post where the machine gunner remained fixed on the scope and took aim on the zombies ahead of them. Ta-ta-ta. The Type 53 HMG beside him spewed out a meter-long blue flames as the Gatling sound struck Zhang Xiaokang's eardrums endlessly, and the hot empty bullet shells landed on his thighs. Feeling the warmth of the bullet shells, Zhang Xiaokang drew up the Type 53 AR and fired at the zombies. The vehicle's windows were pulled down as well as two muzzles fired out from within. Countless bullets sprayed out of the vehicle and struck the heads of the zombies on all sides, and the zombies started to fall like grass. The Type 56 AR in Zhang Xiaokang's hand continued to unleash 7.62 mm bullets. The recoil from the butt of the gun caused his entire body to tremble. He did not know whether his bullets landed on the zombies or not. He simply pulled the trigger and allowed the empty bullet shells to drop in the HMG post and caused clanking sounds while taking in the smoke from his rifle. Plop. The rover flew in the air. Bang. The vehicle had a momentary lapse in the air before dropping to the ground. The huge impact almost caused Zhang Xiaokang, who was in that moment changing magazine, to fly out. He successfully changed the magazine and threw the empty magazine into the horde. Before he could climb back up, the vehicle that had squashed a couple of zombies on the ground recoiled up into the air again, causing a ceasefire. Aside from the driver, everyone in the car grabbed onto the vehicle and stabilized themselves. Bang! A zombie was sent flying into the air after being knocked by the car and rolled multiple times after dropping to the ground. The off-road vehicle broke through the outer layer of zombies and drove towards the gathering point of the horde. Before the vehicle could reach half its distance, countless zombies rushed out of the buildings on both sides of the road. Deng Xiaoqing did not have the time to think about why the zombies were hiding inside. Wherever his gun fired, the HMG would spew out bullets. When the off-road vehicle passed a three-story building, Deng Xiaoqing's eyes caught sight of a shadow. He turned and pointed the muzzle at the spot, but did not discover anything. He continued firing at the other zombies. Bang! The roof of the vehicle shook. Deng Xiaoqing did not bother about the horde in front of them. Da-da-da. The Type 56 AR spewed out flames while sending bullets into the horde. The gunfire struck Deng Xiaoqing's eardrums endlessly, and he could no longer hear anything else. After finishing the magazine, Deng Xiaoqing was about to change magazines when he realized the HMG had stopped firing. He turned to look, and the scene before him almost made his eyes split. A healthy S2 stood behind the HMG post on the roof of the vehicle. It used the sharp hook-shaped nails on its black feet to latch itself on the roof. The nails stabbed deeply into the metal. Although the vehicle was unsteady, the S2's petite body was able to stand steadily, and its body constantly fine-tuned its center of gravity. It had its 15 cm claws on the neck of the HMG gunner. The sharp claws dug into him and causing blood to spill out, dyeing the claws a dark red. The gunner's chest had been ripped apart as well, revealing his ribs and muscles. Blood from the wound dyed the yellow uniform a dark red, but even as the uniform got stained, the machine gunner was not completely dead. His body twitched while his legs continued to struggle. The S2 held the gunner's hand and looked at him while its other claw held the fist-sized heart, and was about to throw it into its mouth that was filled with sharp teeth. Everything that happened infuriated Deng Xiaoqing. Holding onto the empty rifle, he used both hands and smashed the gun barrel onto the S2, which stabbed onto the S2's arm. The red parts of the gun smashed into pieces. Following the break of the gun barrel, the S2's arm twisted at a 40-degree angle. No longer being able to hold the gunner's heavy corpse dropped onto the roof of the vehicle. The S2 became furious with its broken arm. The heart that it was holding onto in its other arm was smashed into pieces as it used its arm to strike at Deng Xiaoqing. Bang! The metallic body of the Type 56 AR collided with the sharp claws. The S2's claws were deflected away while the metallic body dropped parts onto the vehicle. Bang! The S2 lifted its leg and kicked towards him. The sharp hooked nails on its legs struck the vehicle roof and unleashed sparks while the claw swung back towards Deng Xiaoqing. Chapter 238 Converging. The claw that possessed 5 sharp talons dropped onto the roof of the car and almost dropped off. The S2 that had suddenly lost its arm lost its balance and dropped on the roof. It wanted to regain its balance, but before it could stabilize, Deng Xiaoqing's right arm swung across its feet. The S2's left thigh separated from its body. Even if the talons on its right leg could hook onto the metal roof of the vehicle, its body was slanted to one side. By the looks of it, it was about to fall off the vehicle. The talon stuck inside the metal roof screeched and drew multiple holes as the claws were drawn out. A yellow gleam swept past the S2's remaining thigh. The second thigh dropped from the S2's body, turning the S2 into a cripple as it dropped off the roof and its body swayed endlessly along the side of the vehicle. Deng Xiaoqing's pupils dilated. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the S2 beneath him, and his grip tightened on the Rat King blade that glistened with a crystallized light. The side-like blade had not a trace of stain on it. As Deng Xiaoqing swung the blade once more, the sharp blade drew a long and thin cut across the roof of the vehicle and missed the S2's broken arm, but cut off the arm that was holding onto the vehicle, which fell beneath the vehicle. Deng Xiaoqing kicked the zombie off the vehicle. He did not behead it. There was no need to do so. The crippled S2 could only live its life as a worm and crawl on the ground forever, and that was the torture Deng Xiaoqing had bestowed it. Deng Xiaoqing pulled the gunner's corpse into the HMG post and took out a loaded magazine from the ammunition chest, pulled on the safety and started firing on the HMG. The hot flaming tongue from the muzzle reflected in Deng Xiaoqing's eyes, making it difficult to differentiate whether it was the anger or flames that were within. Deep in his heart was a faint sense of guilt. If not for him wanting to save the people from the horde, the machine gunner would not have died. But he was already dead and there was no use of thinking about it. So Deng Xiaoqing vented all the anger on the zombies. Zhang Xiaokang's use of the assault rifle was merely trying his luck, but the use of the HMG turned him into a god's assistant. His superhuman strength prevented him from feeling the intense recoil from the HMG. His sharp eyes allowed him to instantly revise his aim. He did not bother using the standard equipment of the machine gun provided, and had both hands on the trigger. Zhang Xiaokang treated the HMG as a rifle. Although he engaged with single firing, the rate of fire was not slow at all. The gloomy gunshots connected into a single sound and gave off the feeling as though it was on auto. The HMG bullets resembled shooting stars that smashed apart the zombies' ugly faces and exploded their heads like watermelons. Broken bone pieces, brain fluid, and black blood fell like rain. One bandolier had 250 bullets. Zombies' corpses laid all over the ground and both vehicles were converging towards the same location. Zhang Xiaokang stood up and pointed to an exit, to which the driver in the old tractor nodded to. He stepped on the pedal and swerved the old tractor around the off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle did a 180 turn and collided into 4 zombies before following the old tractor behind. The group of Type S zombies that followed the old tractor now followed the off-road vehicle. Zhang Xiaokang loaded up another bandolier, turned behind and fired. The HMG bullets entered the crowd and exploded the head of the most front zombie. Zhang Xiaokang had already cleared the route once, and they only had to wipe out the zombies ahead that was slowly forming up again. The people squatting at the back of the old tractor started to show signs of hope. 2 of the 20-year-old male leaned on the wooden fence and gesticulated at the zombies Zhang Xiaokang killed. Bang! The old tractor drove over a corpse and jerked upwards. Ah! 2 screams were heard as the 2 brave young men were flung out of the car. As the 2 fell, the people inside screamed for a stop. Just as the old tractor showed signs of slowing down. Bang! A Type 53-7, 62 mm bullet shattered the left side mirror of the old tractor. The old tractor revved up once again, and even the people at the back no longer called for the tractor to stop. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the 2 men who were drowned by the zombies. He turned the muzzle and sent 2 bullets into their glabellas, instantly shattering their heads. To Zhang Xiaokang, it was merely a brief interlude. He turned back to the Type S zombies and fired at them again. When his vehicle passed a building, he opened the ammunition box and retrieved the remaining 10 grenades and threw them to the side, then changed to a new bandolier and waited. The changes in the zombies made Zhang Xiaokang suspect that they were no longer lacking in cohesion and made him warier. In the distance was a 4-story cafeteria with the signboard Mother Yon's restaurant that was established recently, evident from the reflective ceramic tiles on the outside. A head the size of a monkey appeared at the corner of the building. Any ordinary person might not be able to see it, but Zhang Xiaokang's sharp eyes caught sight of its bald and black-patched head. Zhang Xiaokang no longer cared about the zombies behind him. He carefully inspected the various buildings ahead of them, unsure how many zombies were laying in ambush inside them. He did not know the exact numbers, but there was a 15,001 chance of evolved Type 2 zombies. There were about 1 million zombies in the town. Even if half of them were Type D or S zombies, there would be about 10 S2s. A shadow fell from the sky and landed on the old tractor, causing the people squatting inside to endure the impact. No one realized that an S2 had appeared above them. It was like a death god waving its scythe, coming to claim their lives. The S2's body was compressed when it dropped onto the old tractor, while Zhang Xiaokang's HMG was constantly aimed at the moment it leaped into the sky. When the S2 landed on the carriage, he pressed on the trigger and unleashed a barrage of fire onto it. Sparks flew off the S2's black body and formed blood holes on it. The S2 was shocked and could no longer compress its body. The power of the HMG bullets was capable of pushing it back, and Zhang Xiaokang did not stop firing for a moment, causing black blood to burst out of its body as it was pushed backward. The old tractor sped along while the S2 was flung out into the air, which was all caught by the driver of the off-road vehicle. Chapter 239 Mysterious Black Figure. The scene of how Zhang Xiaokang sent the S2 flying kept replaying inside the mind of the driver, and he would live on to brag about it even after a few decades. Even on his dying day, his mouth never stopped talking about it. At his deathbed, His few sons thought that their father still had something to say and placed their ears close to his mouth. Heh! None of you saw it. The monster flying in the air. Heh! Only I caught it. Heh! With that said, this man that became Zhang Xiaokang's loyal soldier, from a small soldier in the armor unit to the highest ranking official, passed away, leaving his children perspiring in cold sweat. The S2 fell from the sky while bullets continued to rain down on its body, dropping pieces of flesh into the back of the old tractor. Fortunately, the people inside were unaware of everything that was happening above their heads. Even when the pieces of flesh dropped onto them, they did not dare look up. Finally, the S2 died from exhaustion as pieces of its corpse fell like rain. By the time the S2's main body dropped to the ground, the off-road vehicle that Zhang Xiaokang was on ran over it and turned it into black meat paste. The old tractor and the off-road vehicle continued to advance forward and left the buildings behind. Zhang Xiaokang let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at the horde of Type S zombies chasing after them. He took out a hand grenade, released the safety pin and threw it down. The oval-shaped grenade bounced on the hard ground before being pushed underneath the horde of zombies. Boom! The loud explosion instantly wiped out the front few rows of Type S zombies that were trampled upon by the zombies behind. By the time these zombies trampled over the Type S zombies, the off-road vehicle had pulled a large distance away from them. Zhang Xiaokang took aim with the HMG and helped pave a road for the old tractor. Countless headless zombies littered the ground, and in the blink of the eye, both vehicles were about to charge into the wilderness. It was as though some almighty being did not want to let the survivors that had struggled inside the city for half a year escape. 2 Type S zombies charged to the old tractor from the left and right. Zhang Xiaokang's off-road vehicle steered to the right of the old tractor, allowing Zhang Xiaokang to blast the zombie's head off. But the zombie at the left was free to engage the old tractor as they watched it jump into the carriage, which was followed up by screams. Seeing the situation falling apart, Zhang Xiaokang jumped onto the roof of the vehicle and climbed to the windscreen. Using both legs to hook onto the steel HMG post, he smashed the window apart with his right hand. The driver was the bearded man that carried Su Kan out of the disgusting house. After trimming his large beard away, he looked rather young and different. Without his signature beard, Zhang Xiaokang did not recognize him, but he looked at Zhang Xiaokang sprawled across his windscreen in shock. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the unfamiliar yet slightly familiar driver and used his right hand to point at the old tractor, then gestured for them to get closer. The driver nodded his head and increased the speed of the off-road vehicle. Zhang Xiaokang watched as blood flew out of the back of the old tractor and held onto the king rat blade anxiously. 8 meters. 4 meters. 2 meters. Zhang Xiaokang could clearly see the Type S zombie chewing over the remains of a twitching corpse. The remaining survivors huddled to one corner together and buried their heads beneath their legs. None of them dared to look at the Type S zombie. 1 meter. Seeing that none of the weak survivors dared to fight back, Zhang Xiaokang thought of giving up on them. But upon thinking about the young child at the front passenger seat, Zhang Xiaokang jumped over with the king rat blade. Ah! Zhang Xiaokang's sudden entry naturally shocked the cowards in the corner. His heavy body smashed into the crowd and caused them to scream. Lazy to explain, Zhang Xiaokang used his left hand to push himself up. At this time, Zhang Xiaokang felt something amiss as he groped onto something soft and full. Zhang Xiaokang continued regardless. From the corner of his eyes, he saw his hand grabbing onto the full breasts of a lady. Without seeing how she looked like, he released his ferocious grab. The Type S zombie continued to dedicate itself to eating. It did not care about the additional human being that appeared. Their brains worked simply. Life humans food. Why the need to be afraid of an additional one even when it raised its head just in time to see the king rat blade slashing through its neck? It still maintained its feasting posture. Covered in fresh blood, Zhang Xiaokang stood on the roof of the vehicle and used the 6x binoculars to observe the zombies in the distance, adding his sharpened eyes. It was comparable to an astronomy lens. Through it, Zhang Xiaokang saw the 2 dead men corpse being dragged by a few Type D zombies into the city. The blood stench from the corpses attracted layers of zombies, yet none of them dared to move recklessly. There were even a few large D2s standing together with ordinary zombies around them. The D2s stood tall like trees with a clearing in the center. Zhang Xiaokang's vision was blocked by the large statures of the D2s, adding that the distance was too far. He was unable to see anything. The Type D zombies that dragged the corpses walked towards the D2s. The ordinary zombies in their paths actually opened and made way for them. Zhang Xiaokang used the binoculars to watch them and watched as the zombies suppressed their primitive instinct of eating the corpses to make way for the corpses to be dragged. The front D2 that blocked the zombies dragging the corpses moved. It did not grab and eat the corpses but made way, allowing the corpses to be dragged to the empty space behind it. When the D2 made way, Zhang Xiaokang caught sight of a faint figure. It was not big, just slightly taller than the D2's calves. When the D2 moved again, it blocked the figure and prevented Zhang Xiaokang from seeing it. The most distinctive feature of the figure that Zhang Xiaokang caught sight of was its large head, which was about 3/4 of its entire body. Zhang Xiaokang put the binoculars down and jumped into the off-road vehicle. His 3 subordinates bundled the dead machine gunner's body, the few of them clearly affected by his death. They were a group and lived together. Although they had scuffles and small contradictions daily, they were on friendly relationships and considered comrades in arms. Seeing their brother that they communicated and played with bundled up in the cold tarpaulin, their eyes turned slightly red. The old tractor stopped at a side and the passengers on board unboarded the vehicle. The dead Type S zombie and the unlucky male were left in the back. The men gathered together and whispered to each other. The ladies except for one knelt down at the side and vomited. The lady that did not vomit had disheveled hair and Zhang Xiaokang was unable to make out her appearance, but concluded that she was still young from her busty figure. This lady that stood out from the mass walked in circles on the spot and muttered to herself incomprehensibly, her hands occasionally waving about as though trying to grab onto something. At this point, Zhang Xiaokang knew that she had gone insane from witnessing the zombie eating another person. Chapter 240 Cruel and Unscrupulous. The slightly older driver brought the children over to Zhang Xiaokang and expressed their gratitude and to indirectly ask if Zhang Xiaokang was a person that belonged to the state. Zhang Xiaokang ignored the question. To save them, he lost an outstanding machine gunner, which meant the base defense had lost a part of its strength. But the performance of the survivors from the old tractor disappointed him greatly. How many of them were even qualified to be recruited? Zhang Xiaokang did not even think about it. While the old driver attempted to question him, Zhang Xiaokang turned to look at the main person or people that he intended to save, and realized that there were 4 children, 3 girls and 1 boy, a total of 4 kids, the oldest around 78 years old and the youngest 56. They looked at Zhang Xiaokang timidly. Zhang Xiaokang looked at their dirty faces, their jet black eyes that were filled with fear, and sighed in his heart. After the apocalypse, everyone that survived lived even more miserably than the other. The women lived far worse than the men, but the worst were the children that had not gone through their childhood or grown up yet. They had the lowest chance of survival, and the ones to be given up on first once the adults encountered danger. Even if they were brought to a safe camp, they belonged to the useless group. After the apocalypse, the human race had long turned cold and emotionless. Everyone struggled to survive, so why should they take care of a child that had no relations to them? Seeing that the children still had some color on their skin, unlike the little Lolita's initial weak state while she stayed in Zhang Xiaokang's home, he felt more favorable towards them. Zhang Xiaokang ordered 2 of his subordinates to discard the 2 corpses from the old tractor. They ignored the zombie's corpse and poured gasoline and burnt the man. While they watched the corpse burn, Zhang Xiaokang got the men and women to board the vehicle. A few of them were unhappy by how Zhang Xiaokang spoke to them, but with the muzzles occasionally pointed at them, they behaved. When Zhang Xiaokang and the 3 subordinates carried the machine gunner's corpse down and were about to put it into the back of the old tractor, the people inside could no longer tolerate it. The men all portrayed annoyed looks and said that it was calamitous, while the women made sarcastic remarks. Zhang Xiaokang's expression turned cold and his gloomy mood was about to explode. A 40-year-old, obese middle-aged man stood out. "Dear comrade, I am Roman 20 Towns Forestry Bureau Chief. The majority of the people here are members of the forestry bureau. I hope you can understand them. We are all suffering. You see, we only managed to rush out after the sacrifice of one of our comrades. He is a good comrade and worked in the firm for more than a decade. At this point, the bureau chief looked saddened. He wiped his eyes and sobbed lightly. He's really gone. This is really terrible. He was killed by the monster right in front of us. You see, he pointed to the insane lady. Our female comrade was frightened to the point of insanity. Although she's crazy, but we will love her more and protect her still. We want her to feel the warmth of family. Comrade, don't put the remains in our vehicle. It might instigate her and cause her chance of recovery to become slimmer. Ha ha. Zhang Xiaokang laughed when he heard the bureau chief's words. Although laughter came out of his mouth, the coldness in his eyes became thicker and thicker. The forestry bureau chief felt his bones turn cold when he looked at Zhang Xiaokang, and he felt himself going numb to the point of being unable to speak properly. Good. Very nice explanation. Not to instigate her, Zhang Xiaokang pointed to the insane woman and continued. Then where do you suggest I place my subordinate's body at this point? Zhang Xiaokang's threshold had been met. He was fuming with rage and wanted to toy with the cruel, unscrupulous and ungrateful group. What about this? The roof of your vehicle is rather spacious. You can tie him up on top. But if you find it troublesome, you can. The forestry bureau chief pointed to the burning corpse, but suddenly stopped talking. He no longer dared to speak as two Type 56 AR muzzles were pointed at his head, causing beads of perspiration to trickle down his face. He looked at the two men that aimed their rifles at him and stammered. Don't be agitated. Please stop moving your fingers. It might misfire. Zhang Xiaokang raised his right hand, instructing his two subordinates that were infuriated to put their rifles down. You want me to burn him? You want me to burn the unlucky man that charged into the zombie horde to save all of you? The coldness in Zhang Xiaokang's eyes had turned substantial, and no one on the vehicle dared to look at him. A few of the guys looked at each other and started to rummage through the bunch of items behind them. No, it's not. It's not like that. The armed forces that you belong to. I can talk to your superiors. Why can't you burn him? Our friend is also being burned. You should treat everyone equally. A clear voice interrupted Bureau Chief Lin Yes' words. Zhang Xiaokang turned and looked at the lady on the vehicle that spoke up. She was young and beautiful with long and black luscious hair. Her face glossy like porcelain. She had the appearance that made any men want to protect her, immediately informing Zhang Xiaokang that she was a lady that never suffered before in the apocalypse. Seeing the bloodied handprint on her flowery and silk shirt, Zhang Xiaokang knew that she was the one that he had taken advantage of previously. Zhang Xiaokang lowered his head and looked at his toes. His right hand wavered around the desert eagle and unstrapped it from the holster. I have no superiors. We aren't soldiers as well. Zhang Xiaokang enunciated each word clearly. He raised his head and stared at the group of survivors, so cold that it made them felt as though he saw through their souls, and spoke each word through gritted teeth. Who said anything about treating you guys as equals? Do not move. Just as Zhang Xiaokang finished his sentence, three men suddenly raised their rifles at him and his subordinates. Who was Zhang Xiaokang? His eyes were capable of catching everyone's expressions and capable of seeing every minute movements they made. When he saw the signals between the men, he already knew. His action of unholstering his pistol was not to shut the woman up. It was actually aimed for the few men. Initially, Zhang Xiaokang saw on the account that they treated the children well, and felt that the group was not that bad that he wanted to give them a chance. But through communication, Zhang Xiaokang became completely disappointed in them. They forced Zhang Xiaokang and his subordinates to turn cold. So Zhang Xiaokang intentionally toyed with them while considering about what to do with them. For them to actually become hostile against Zhang Xiaokang and his team who saved them in the depths of danger. Zhang Xiaokang immediately saw them as enemies. And naturally, Zhang Xiaokang had his means to deal with enemies. Chapter 241. Do you want to know why I killed him? The moment the three men raised their rifles, Zhang Xiaokang changed the direction his subordinates' rifles. His right hand moved to his waist and drew the Desert Eagle. With quick and precise aim, he fired a bullet at one of the three men. Bang! The Desert Eagle spewed an angry flame and the head belonging to one of the men exploded. Brain fluids, broken bones, and blood flew all over the place as the headless corpse dropped onto the floor of the vehicle with a loud plop. Ah! The other two men standing beside the headless corpse felt the broken bones hit on their faces. They threw their rifles and screamed as their knees gave way, forcing them to kneel on the ground. The blood and brain juice splattered and reached the group behind them. Regardless of gender, everyone screamed. No one could endure the disgusting tofu brain juices splattering all around and trembled incessantly. The forestry bureau chief standing outside the vehicle dropped to his knees and kowtowed endlessly towards Zhang Xiaokang. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. Please don't kill me. I didn't give them any orders. The two bloodied men were pulled down the vehicles like dogs, tied up and forced to kneel. The others quickly got down from the vehicle and stood by the side. Zhang Xiaokang's driver climbed on top of the off-road vehicle and aimed the Type 53 HMG at the perspiring crowd. Zhang Xiaokang held the large caliber pistol and walked back and forth in front of the crowd. Aside from the insane woman, everyone else dare not look at Zhang Xiaokang, and the one trembling the most was the lady that was taken advantage of by him. To tell you the truth, I'm very disappointed. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the group that had lowered their heads and said, then turned to look at the four children standing in a line. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, I saw your old tractor colliding blindly within the horde, and that your route was being blocked by an even larger horde. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaokang started to laugh in mockery. Do you know what's the result of being stuck by them? Every single one of you will be. Zhang Xiaokang pointed to the headless Type S zombie and continued, dragged out and eaten. Do you know how they eat humans? They will not bite you straight to death. They will slowly peel off the skin and flesh off your bodies and let you watch as you get eaten alive, piece by piece. Also, those things have no eyes and will bite wherever they can. At this point, their expressions changed. Even for Zhang Xiaokang's subordinates, a few men were even trembling at their knees. You will not faint, truly, because the moment you faint, their next bite will cause you to jolt awake in pain, and they eat really fast. At this point, Zhang Xiaokang walked over to the talkative woman and used his large caliber pistol to raise her chin. He forced her to look straight into his eyes, but she did not have the courage to, and her eyes flickered left and right. These things will not let you live just because you're a woman, or because you're beautiful. They will not hold you captive, because all they want is food. And you're the most beautiful and tasty delicacy for them. Here, Zhang Xiaokang put his pistol down and pointed it straight onto her soft and glossy cheeks. Maybe your tender skin will be even more delicious to them. Who knows? Feeling the cold pistol body and Zhang Xiaokang's rough fingers, the lady trembled even more intensely. She did not understand why he was saying it to her alone. Maybe, all of you are thinking, why do I know so much? Could it be that I have witnessed it before? Yes. I've seen it. I've personally watched as my men got eaten alive by these things. Zhang Xiaokang suddenly turned to the group. Not just once. Plop, the talkative woman knelt to the ground. She kowtowed towards Zhang Xiaokang, to his two subordinates, and even to the dead machine gunner's corpse while crying. Zhang Xiaokang no longer looked at the lady that disgusted him. He looked at the corpse wrapped in tarpaulin quietly for a moment before continuing. I saw that you guys were in imminent danger and hesitated. I was unsure whether or not to save you guys. It was extremely dangerous. Too dangerous. And any misstep will have killed us. Zhang Xiaokang then looked at the four children standing quietly at the side. But in the end, I still decided to rush in to save you. But it was too dangerous, and I did not want my subordinates to risk their lives for people they don't know. For nothing. Two of his subordinates became emotional as they looked at Zhang Xiaokang with reddened eyes. Leader, we don't regret it. We will follow you to death and not regret it. Hazy too. He did not regret it. Not for a second. You guys see that they are my subordinates. Mine, cockroach subordinates. I gave them the power to choose. I told them that this mission was most likely going to end up in death. and asked if they dared to go. None of them shook their heads. They stood in a line and looked at me, awaiting my others. Just because of me God fucking damn it, actually chose to save you assholes. At this point in time, Zhang Xiaokang felt the flames within his heart burning him inside out, causing his chest to feel burnt. He quickly walked over to the two tied-up men and raised his silver pistol. Bang! Zhang Xiaokang was so infuriated that he did not even take aim. The large-caliber bullet found its way into the man's neck and instantly broke it, splattering blood all over the flood and his head to roll on the ground. His headless corpse dropped to the ground and blood flowed out like an endless stream, forming a puddle that extended out further and further. Ah! The other man screamed as he fell on his butt and used his legs to push himself backward, bringing along the urine smell and stain at his crotch that grew larger and larger, all while he struggled to climb up and run away. Bang! One of his subordinates used the gun stock and smashed it to the back of the man's head and instantly knocked him out to the ground. Zhang Xiaokang glanced at the fainted man and ignored him. Some of them were no longer able to stand when they saw Zhang Xiaokang kill their own comrade and immediately knelt on the ground. Zhang Xiaokang tilted his head and thought for a bit, then allowed the old driver to bring the 4 children back into the seats. He had decided to bring the children to receive the teachings of the apocalypse, to start from killing zombies. Do you want to know why I killed him? Chapter 242. Let her plant manure fertilizer. Zhang Xiaokang looked at the group kneeling in a line. Their frailty and cowardice caused deep grief to surge in his heart. When the apocalypse occurred, he brought Yang Kier and went all around. Without a home or a base that could give them supplies, they had to fight for their lives and run from the grasps of zombies. He succeeded. With his own bare hands, he established a small base, built up a huge organization 1,000 strong from 30 men. What did he rely on? He relied on his unwavering confidence and courage. He believed that the difficult times was only temporary, that humankind with rationality would ultimately wipe out the zombies. He also believed that the fellow countrymen would once again multiply and reproduce on their motherland and continue to thrive and survive. On this day, he was disappointed. An intense sense of defeat surged in his heart. The people he saved disappointed him, and this disappointment made him feel despair towards the future of humankind. He was not the savior. He was only a mere otaku from before the apocalypse. He did not possess any professional knowledge and never held a weapon prior to the apocalypse. The zombies had left the cities and countless zombies were scattered throughout the lands, like packs of wild dogs hunting down every single prey from their scent of life. The existence of humankind was at the brink of destruction, and no one could afford to be weak against the zombies. But why were they able to hold their guns against their own kind? Zhang Xiaokang suddenly recalled a saying from the history books and sighed. If the Chinese had no internal strifes, we would have conquered the entire world. When the bureau chief heard the words, his body trembled and the cold perspiration trickled quickly down his back. Where did you get your guns? Zhang Xiaokang suddenly asked an unrelated topic. They are our forestry bureau's guns. Meant to protect our staffs. When we have nothing to do, we bring it out to hunt. Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head. The biggest poachers of the motherland were from the forestry industry. Then, who can tell me? When the thing climbed onto your vehicle and ate your friend, why didn't you kill it with your guns? Why did you have to wait for me to jump over vehicles to kill it? No one could answer his question. All their courage had been broken. How could they find the time to use the guns? Then who can tell me? If you guys didn't dare to kill the monster, why are you guys able to point your guns at your benefactors that saved your lives? Still, no one was able to answer him. Did it mean that humans were easier to bully than zombies? Zhang Xiaokang continued to stare at the quiet crowd, but was no longer bothered to question them. It was in the Chinese blood. If there were no internal strife, they will never know their ancestors' last name. Bang! Zhang Xiaokang blasted the fainted man's head into pieces. He did not want to take such a toxic person back to his base. He was lacking in manpower, but definitely not in such people. There's no longer a country. Don't pin your hopes on an army. Let me tell you the truth. The entire world have changed exactly like your town. Now, you all belong to me. You're all my possessions. Remember this. I am not treating you guys as humans. No one refuted Zhang Xiaokang. No one dared to. They carried the machine gunner's corpse up the vehicle and followed Zhang Xiaokang's off-road vehicle back to the base. Zhang Xiaokang sat in the front passenger seat and watched the scenery, while the driver occasionally turned his head and looked at him, as though he had something to say. Speak. What is it? Receiving the consent, the driver finally asked. Leader, why did you bring along that insane woman? She's only going to waste our food. Why not kill her? She might be crazy, but her children will not be. As long as she can give birth, why won't I keep her? Remember, in such times, human resource is the best resource. The driver kept quiet upon hearing the explanation and remained fixed on the road while he thought to himself, how many children must she birth to not suffer a loss? But in the end, he was not at the losing end. The perimeter wall appeared before everyone's eyes. When they saw the tall and lofty wall that had numerous workers on it, their expressions turned ugly. Only the talkative lady started to use a pocket mirror to fix her makeup. She felt that the base would definitely have leaders more powerful than Zhang Xiaokang, whom she assumed was a party leader of 5. She wanted to grab hold of that supposed man. Then what will she do to Zhang Xiaokang? The vehicle stopped outside the wall, where Zhang Huiyan was coincidentally patrolling. He caught sight of Zhang Xiaokang and diligently ran over for a report. I don't have the mood to listen to your bullshit today. Go. Gather the combat team members. Zhang Xiaokang and the survivors waited outside the base. The machine gunner's corpse laid on the ground while Zhang Xiaokang looks towards the flower mountain where the tombstones were vaguely visible. Ta-ta-ta. Uniform footsteps were heard from the inside. Close to 100 combat team members dressed in military gear and helmets jogged out. By the time they arrived before Zhang Xiaokang, they stood in formation. As the formation leaders gave the orders, the members formed 2 rows and made way. The 2 rows were 5 m apart and faced each other, forming a line between them. They wielded rifles with bayonets installed. Muzzles pointed to the sky. Yuan Bin appeared, dressed in yellow military uniform as he walked over. He was almost recovered and walked quickly, swaggering with his sleeves flinging every step he took. Behind him, Old Frank, 3, Lu Renyi, and Zhang Huiyan carried a coffin over. The black-painted and empty coffin was made out of steel plates, the standardized coffin for combat team members. A large crowd followed behind and even the workers on the wall stopped what they were doing and came down. They looked at the coffin being carried over and immediately took down their safety helmets and placed them at chest level. They knew that another guard of the base had sacrificed himself, and was the 10th member to have died for the base. When Yuan Bin appeared, the talkative yet beautiful lady assumed that he was the real leader of the base and started to flaunt herself, occasionally giving him a few winks. Yuan Bin never even looked at her once. He walked over to Zhang Xiaokang, who was covered in blood, and lowered his head. Brother Cockroach, you're back. The ceremony is ready and we can begin. Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head. The machine gunner, Hazy, was carried to the side and cleaned up before being placed in the coffin. Not long later, 4 combat team members carried their rifles on their backs and lifted the coffin towards the mountain while the other members followed along by the sides. Zhang Xiaokang then called for Zhang Huiyan. For the people that I saved today, make arrangements for them. Their treatment will be the lowest rung, but their workload must be the highest. As for that lady over there, Zhang Xiaokang pointed to the talkative lady, who immediately turned pale. Even a pig would know that Zhang Xiaokang was the biggest head of the base. Watch her well. Don't let her flirt around. And if any members want to chase after her, make it clear to them. Whoever tries to find this woman will have their skin peeled by me personally. Zhang Xiaokang did not want the disgusting woman to break the unity of the base. At least the few subordinates that had followed him knew what she had said. What do you want her to work as? Zhang Huiyan's question reminded Zhang Xiaokang about the women who were not willing to plant fertilizers in the vegetable garden and infuriated Fat Chef. Let her plant manure fertilizer in the vegetable garden. With that said, Zhang Xiaokang turned and walked towards the mountain. The face of the lady behind turned pale white. Chapter 243 Small-Scale Rescue Mission. The situation is like that. have a discussion and see how we can get through it. Inside the conference room, cigarette smoke lingered in the air. Aside from old Frank that did not smoke, the ashtrays in front of Zhang Xiaokang, He Wenbin, and 3 were filled. Behind them on a bench, Zhang Huaiyan, Wangla, Lu Renyi, and Fat Chef all held cigarettes in their hands, adding to the smoke and dropping ashes all over the floor. Zhang Xiaokang narrated what he saw in the city. Everyone turned silent. The migration of the zombies was a large calamity the base faced. One wrong mistake would lead them to be drowned by the immense horde, and no one was able to bear the responsibility. No one dared to take responsibility for the 1,000 human lives and waited for Zhang Xiaokang to make a decision. Zhang Xiaokang waited for a few minutes as he looked back at them. Seeing that none of them spoke and waited for him to make the decision, Zhang Xiaokang hesitated as well. How many days had he been the leader of the base before? He was just a minor and quiet otaku character trying to survive. But now he had to decide the problem that would determine the future of 1,000 people. He too felt the immense pressure. Zhang Xiaokang kept silent with the rest. Time crawled by and the second-hand smoke inside the house became denser. Old Frank was unable to tolerate it any further and pulled open the window, allowing ventilation into the room and caused the substantial and dense smoke to pour out of the window. Watching the smoke being pulled out of the room, Zhang Xiaokang thought of something. When can the wall be completed? Zhang Xiaokang looked at old Frank and asked. As of today, the perimeter wall has been in construction for a month-half. The main body requires another 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, the main bulk of the wall will just be like a framework and all the electric lines, pipelines, interiors and supply reserves will be barely started. Zhang Xiaokang did not really care about the miscellaneous things. What he needed was not a small-scale military facility but a wall capable of stopping a D2 and prevent any zombies from passing through. Can it be faster at the very best? Within the next half-month what Zhang Xiaokang was lacking the most was time. If the zombies moved after a month, what did he have to fear? With the machine guns and mortar at hand, all they had to do was to stay within the base. What could the zombies do? My estimations are already at the fastest time of completion. The workers work 12 hours a day at 2 shifts. The construction site operates 24 hours a day, and they are all extremely tired already. If we give them more tasks, I cannot ensure the quality and the fatigue might even cause injuries or death. At this point, Zhang Xiaokang knew that old Frank never spoke empty words, which gave him insufficient time. He only had 3 weeks to do something to stop the large migration of zombies. I asked you to send people to J City to check it out yesterday. What's the situation there? The moment 3 heard the question, his solemn face became black. He thought back about the report from his subordinate. Brother 3, we're back. Fuck man. We almost didn't make it. The 4 of them were covered in soot as they reported back to 3. What's going on there? What's happening to the zombies? 3 ignored their complaints and chased for the main issue. Brother 3, you received it but did not take a look. They number so many and covered everything. As far as we could see, I did not dare to count them. My eyes hurt just from looking at the large number. I reckon that there are a few 10,000s of them. Right. The chicken farm that we had turned into a zombie nest. Are the zombies scattered or in groups? 3 did not care about the numbers. The more scattered they were, the easier to kill. We ran around the entire J City yesterday, but were unable to get past the west and north part. On our side, we noticed that the zombies split into 2 large forces and searched in 2 directions. One of them was about 10,000 zombies. And let me tell you this, wherever they passed through, they didn't let off a single living thing. Here, the member recalled back the scene and continued. In the past, I never really saw any animals, and I thought that they had all died. But after the zombies combed the place, I realized that there were many animals inside. Foxes the size of dogs, hens the size of geese, rabbits that run extremely fast. Oh, I remember seeing 2 newborn wild boars. All of these creatures were surrounded by the zombies and torn to shreds. No, another member interrupted. I remember that only the small animals were torn to shreds. The bigger ones were sent to the zombie horde behind. Right. Brother 3. I saw many survivors as well. When the zombies rushed in, All of them were forced out of hiding. Many of them were caught. Some of them almost reached us and we wanted to bring them back. But in the end, we were almost caught ourselves. The 4 members had equipment similar to patrol teams, with an off-road vehicle that had a heavy machine gun attached to it. But the machine gun was a water-cooled Maxim gun. The biggest difference between it and an air-cooled machine gun was that as long as there was water supplied to lower the temperature and the gun barrel and rifling had not worn off, the Maxim gun could continue firing. They noticed 3 men and a lady 300 m away with over 100 zombies on their tail. The scout team used the HMG and sprayed at the zombies while attempting to rescue the 4 survivors. Who would have known that when they were about to converge, an S2 suddenly jumped out from the grass. 2 of the men were immediately ripped apart at their chest, leaving only a couple that ran towards the members. But they did not know the habit of an S2. It would always target and kill those who resist and run first before feasting on them. The S2 quickly caught up to the man and dug his heart out. But before it could enjoy the blood, 11 43 mm HMG bullets shot into its body and formed a few large holes. The S2 no longer tried to attack the members, but instead ran away. The members drove over and pulled the woman into the vehicle when more than 10 Type S zombies appeared with the injured S2 behind them. The Maxim gun employed a constant 333 bullet 6 by 4 meter long bandolier to supply the ammunition. The bandolier was continuous, allowing the 2 gunners to unleash a barrage of bullets that sprayed across the zombies while the off-road vehicle reversed. Countless large bullets penetrated and killed the zombies and it looked as though they were about to escape. But the 333 bandolier was emptied out and the machine gun stopped firing. This was when the S2 pounced onto the vehicle. The Maxim gun no longer had any bullets to fire and held the machine gun. Stupefied, his assistant held onto a new bandolier, which meant the 2 of them had no weapons. And no weapons in front of the S2 meant that they were streak naked. Chapter 244 Crisis and Opportunity. Whoosh! A golden bandolier flew and struck the S2 in midair. The weight and momentum of the bandolier forced it to coil around the S2's chest, loosely tying it up as it fell to the ground. The 2 machine gunners drew out their Type 77 pistols and got down the vehicle and fired at the S2 along with the member inside the car that drew out a Type 56 AR and fired from the window. The driver was an old member and had witnessed the might of an S2. With such a good opportunity in front of him, he full-locked the steering wheel and moved the wheels to squash the head of the S2 that was struggling on the floor. But the news of them killing the S2 did not make Zhang Xiaoqing happy. The spring was situated on the south of J City and was only less than 300 km away. Provided that the zombies moved day and night, they would arrive in 3 days. Zhang Xiaoqing's current base already had to deal with the zombies from the county. Adding those from J City, the number of zombies would hit 20,000. If even more scattered zombies join in the horde, the number could easily hit up to 40,000. How many more manpower can we allocate to the construction site? Zhang Xiaoqing asked. Fat Chef has 30 ladies helping to cook. We can allocate half of them. Fat Chef glanced at Zhang Huaiyan, but did not say anything as he lowered his head and smoked his cigarette. It was not his place to speak. Lu Renyi's back-end logistics team can all be allocated. All the miscellaneous things in the past few weeks are not too urgent. Lu Renyi glanced at Zhang Xiaoqing, who had his head dropped low while pondering, and did not dare speak. Wangla quickly stood up and glared at Zhang Huaiyan. No way. No way. I only have so many men and am responsible for maintaining the scout vehicles and machinery. I need to restore ammunition and manufacture the BO. At this point, Zhang Xiaoqing was glaring back at Wangla. The BO battlesuit was Zhang Xiaoqing's secret. He could not let Wangla freely declare it out. Wangla immediately cowered back but continued to mutter. No way. No definite way. Why not you get Ma Fudo over? Ma Fudo was Director Ma. Although he had no skills, he had a knack in managing others. In the past, Wangla was just an ordinary skilled worker and had never tried on a managerial position. He only managed the subordinates that he had. That were the disciples he was grooming. After being designated to the repair shop, Ma Fudo immediately turned into a new person. He packed and arranged materials neatly and tidily, arranged duties for the people within and ensured the smooth turnover of tasks every time one was completed. Wangla admired Director Ma in his heart, but never showed it to him. The people in the repair shop will not be touched. The other people, regardless of male or female, will be commanded by Old Frank. He Wenbin, gather and manage the people. Zhang Huiyan, watch out for their emotions. Some people will try to cause trouble at this juncture. Zhang Xiaokang's eyes turned cold. Kill. Without discussion. Everyone nodded their heads. Yu Wenbin looked at Zhang Xiaokang. Why not recruit another 100 combat team members and form another battle team? Zhang Xiaokang shook his head. Now, building the wall takes priority. If the wall is not built, even if all the men are equipped, it will be pointless. I saw a new type of zombie in this small town but am unaware of its ability. But it seems that it is able to control over 1,000 zombies and D2s. That is what I saw. So I'm not sure as to what else there is. The news of the possible new zombie being able to control thousands of others scared everyone. What did it insinuate? It meant that zombies that used to be loose and now had the ability to form together. If the zombie that could control others had some intellect, then the human race would truly be in danger. Right now, we cannot rashly approach and kill the zombies. I suspect that the zombies already have the ability to communicate. Assuming that that's true, we might instead attract the zombies to our base. 3. Send some people farther out tomorrow to test it out. See if they can lure the zombies away. With that said, what else could the others say? Nothing. Fat Chef raised his fat palms, to which Zhang Xiaokang nodded to. That, the coal in my kitchen is almost running out. Without it, I can't cook. It'll be impossible to make fire. Deng Xiaokang interrupted Fat Chef and looked towards Lu Renyi, who used to be a coal transport driver. This town doesn't have coal and we get the coal from X town, which is right beside us. There are many coal shafts there and a coal preparation plant. There should be a few kilotons of coal there. Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head and turned to 3. Send 20 men with Lu Renyi to obtain the coal tomorrow. Bring the excavator as well. It'll give you 2 days. Grab as much as you can. We don't know when will this be over. At this point, everyone felt depressed. After stabilizing down through many difficulties, they had a new problem. A home that everyone had worked so hard to build was on the brink of collapse. Although they could run if all else failed, in the end, how many could actually run? The majority of them would still be left to feed the zombies. I think that all of this isn't necessarily a bad thing. He Wenbin suddenly spoke up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. His words sparked some hope in them. Look at it this way. Although the zombies are coming out from the cities, we still have the power of deciding the battlefield. I'm thinking like the possibility of sniping and fighting at suburban areas. And we can ambush them in Midway and fight them there. At this point, He Wenbin turned and looked at Zhang Xiaokang. We can first have 3 send some men to lure the zombies away. If the zombies do not take the bait, we can form layers and layers of snipers. The zombies can walk 5 km a day, then we'll disrupt them and prevent them from walking the 5 km. As long as we can sustain until the wall is built, what do we have to fear? He Wenbin's words caused everyone's eyes to light up. That's right. Zombies walked on 2 legs. But they had cars. Zhang Xiaoqian deployed men to sweep the petrol stations once more, bringing the amount of fuel they had to last for 10 years. Aside from that, it's more like a large risk and reward thing to me. Maybe it has higher risks, and I will not know how many zombies will remain in the city, but I know that as long as we kill them all, we will have a city worth of supplies. It is difficult to fight them in the city due to the complicated and unfamiliar terrain. If we send people to attack the city, not everyone will survive to get in. But what do we have to fear if the zombies comes out on their own accord? He Wenbin turned and looked at Zhang Xiaoqian again. I think that our combat team has to expand. We can't just focus on defending. I feel that we need to initiate combat. As long as we obstruct their path and stagger the attacks, we will give the wall construction sufficient time. At that time, we will have the final battle against the zombies. With the wall completed, between us. Chapter 245 Resolution. Here, Hu Wenbin turned and looked towards the others. If we win, we can sweep the city empty and gather all the resources back. At that time, Old Frank can dig the mountain hollow. If we can't kill off all the zombies, at least we can defend and protect ourselves here. I reckon that at that point, the food supply in our base will be sufficient for more than a decade. Seeing how confident Hu Wenbin was, Gang Xiaowang nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaokang's train of thoughts was to act passively to defend, with the only course of action as 3 luring the zombies away. Hu Wenbin's idea was to take the opportunity while the zombies leave the city to destroy them in open areas. He had even laid out the best and worst case scenario for Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaoqian understood Hu Wenbin's intent to clear the zombies, remove the huge threat towards the base, and even obtain supplies and equipment from an entire city. If they failed, at least they would have provided extra time for the construction of the wall. 3. Go and prepare. Gather a 100 of the bravest. This time only men. There isn't time for them to train, so we will let them learn on the job. If they survive, they'll be entitled to weapons and rice. If anyone tries to run on the battlefield, the members can fire first. Report later. Shue 3 stood up, nodded his head towards Zhang Xiaoqian and turned to leave. Wangla, lead your men and help me overhaul 2 trucks overnight. Install the 14 5 caliber AA guns on them. Make sure they are capable of firing at any time, and able to run the moment they are finished. Wangla stood up, nodded, and left. Old Frank, take 500 kg worth of meat tickets and 10 cartons of cigarettes. Take whatever else you need. All I want is for you to make more incentives for your subordinates. Tell them, the first 3 to complete their tastings first can marry wives, be hailed as team leaders, enjoy the benefits as the combat team members. I don't care about anything else. If the work can be completed a day before or an hour before, do it. Do what you need. But remember that the time you have is earned by the combat team members. Old Frank nodded his head and left. Yang Xiaokang looked at the others. What are you guys still waiting for? Get to work. Now. Everyone except Hu Wenbin scurried out. Even the clumsy fat chef ran. And actually ran the fastest. Yang Xiaokang turned and nodded towards Hu Wenbin. He'll have to depend on you for matters inside the base. Now that ammunition isn't a problem, I want everyone to have 3 magazines each. And every vehicle should have 3 times their current amount as well. After Hu Wenbin nodded in agreement, Gang Xiaokang walked out. On the next day, the greatest difference of the survivors was that no ladies were seen wandering near the lake. There were no combat members standing at the villa entrance with gifts waiting for their loved ones, as though the entire base had immersed into a strange and tense atmosphere. Aside from Zhang Xiaokang and the few ladies by his side, there was no one else idling. After suffering from the serious injuries for 100 days, Yuanyi finally healed from the deep gash on her chest and could move as per normal. But Zhang Xiaokang knew that she had not truly recovered. Without a CT scan or X-ray, no one in the base could dare confirm Yuanyi would not have any residual effects. Zhang Xiaokang brought the ladies and did the morning training. The only difference was the participation of the dirty young boy. The young boy was unhappy that Zhang Xiaokang pulled him out of bed early in the morning. Looking at the young boy, Zhang Xiaokang felt puzzled. He had attempted to drag the boy out to wash his face, but the boy acted like a cat when he saw the water and immediately turned crazy. He struggled with all his might to escape and even bit Zhang Xiaokang. In the end, Zhang Xiaokang gave up. Seeing the lively and enthusiastic little boy, Zhang Xiaokang thought back of the time when he was young and caught fish in the river. Then thought about the danger the base was in, and the silver lining of opportunity from the danger. His emotions ran wild as he continued to watch the boy goof off, and diligently, he went forward and kicked the boy in the butt. The little boy held his butt and jumped up and stared at Zhang Xiaokang with his bright and innocent eyes. Looking at the angry boy, Zhang Xiaokang scolded him. Why are you still running so slowly? Little boy, are you going to hide in your mom's arms and drink milk all day? You're now considered a man already. And very soon, you'll have to hold a gun in the battlefield. When the boy heard the word gun, the look in his eyes turned passionate. He no longer stared at Zhang Xiaokang and focused on running. Seeing that the boy was serious, Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head. Fortunately, he did not kick too hard and used the same amount of strength his father used to kick him when he was young. I used to be kicked by Dad. Now it's finally my turn to kick others. At this thought, Zhang Xiaokang's gloomy mood started to turn better. The meeting room changed into a wargaming room. The projector screen on the wall now hung a large map of J City, a map found when Zhang Xiaokang was sweeping a small town. On the map was a small sesame-sized blue dot, which indicated Zhang Xiaokang's base, the hot spring base. On the map were various red circles drawn with pencils, while Zhang Xiaokang's blue dot stood right in the center of the middle-most circle. The red circles represented the scattered zombies, and by the looks of the map, the hot spring base was already completely surrounded. It was not that the location Zhang Xiaokang found was bad. It was coincidentally in the center of the zombie hordes, and at the current state of the country where over 1 billion zombies roamed all over China. So regardless of where one's base was, they would definitely be surrounded by zombies. Looking at the large circles, Zhang Xiaokang felt like wrapping up the entire base and bringing it into an empty desert. The desert definitely would not have so many zombies. Around the blue dot was a small blue circle, which was the area of definite control the base had. Inside the blue circle, no zombies existed due to the scout members' frequent missions to wipe them out. The blue circle was surrounded by a black circle. In the past, 3 had brought people to sweep this entire safe region where not a single horde of zombie existed. But due to the large area, they did not look for wandering and scattered zombies. Beyond the black safe region laid a blank space, which was the so-called buffer zone. Here, many of the zombies were killed as well, and the initial goal of the combat team members were to plunder the goods and kill the zombies. As the zombies spread out further, this opportunity was stopped as well. Seeing the red lines gradually extending into the blank space, Zhang Xiaokang fell into deep thoughts and started to sketch with the pencil in hand. In the end, he threw the pencil away, sat on the floor with his hands on his head as he looked up at the map on the wall. Aside from staying at home all day in the past, Zhang Xiaokang was completely oblivious to anything related to the army. Looking at the map, he could roughly gauge the situation between the zombies and them. But as to where to attack, ambush and utilize terrain, Zhang Xiaokang was completely blind. After rubbing his temples, Zhang Xiaokang stood up once more and walked to the map. J City's terrain was not complicated. Aside from a few scattered hills and a few mountain peaks, there were no natural strongholds. Looking at the map, Zhang Xiaokang finally knew why the civilian army would surrender in the civil war. The city was open at all 4 sides, and once surrounded by the military, what else could they do but surrender? Zhang Xiaokang's current situation was exactly like a civil war, but it was a pity that the zombies would never surrender. And aside from fighting to the death, there were no other options. Zhang Xiaokang ruffled his hair and looked at the map. The cigarette in his mouth emitted smoke until he felt the heat on his lips. He immediately spat out the cigarette butt out and took out a box. Zhang Xiaokang threw the crushed box in his hand on the ground. He then looked back at the map and walked out, back to his room for more cigarettes. Downstairs, the usually bustling main building was quiet. The logistic members that were usually busy moving things on a daily basis had gone to help out at the construction site. Zhang Xiaokang walked towards his home when a Prince motorbike approached him from a distance. The red paint on the bike body was like a dazzling flame that sped across. In the blink of the eye, it arrived before him. Chapter 246, First Sighting of the Sea of Corpses. The Prince motorbike did a drift that unleashed a sharp and screeching scream. It was actually Zhang Huiyan who was seated as a pillion rider, and the stunt had scared his wits out. The rider wore a covered helmet and fiery red jacket. He had to support the trembling Zhang Huiyan down, who took a few deep breaths before being able to calm down. The situation is bad. Leader Zhang 3 and his men are surrounded at the coal town along with their drivers. Upon hearing that, Zhang Xiaokang felt a pain in his head. He did not understand what Zhang Huiyan was saying and roared at him. Speak properly. They are all holding guns. Even the HMG gunners can't be defeated that easily. Can you explain everything properly? Upon hearing that Zhang Xiaoqing was angry, Zhang Huaiyan tugged at the writer's sleeve. Quickly explain it to Leader Zhang. I didn't hear it well just now. You do the explaining. Zhang Xiaoqing looked at the wrinkled Zhang Huaiyan for a long while before lowering his head, speechless. Was Zhang Huaiyan here to report to me or make me feel worse? When the helmet was taken off, Zhang Xiaoqing saw someone familiar. It was the chauffeur that had driven into the horde of zombies. Zhang Xiaoqing did not recognize the young man as the bearded man, who was rather good-looking after removing his thick beard. He looked towards Zhang Xiaoqing and explained. It was the second day where 3 and his men were transporting coal. The location where the coal was situated was not far from the base, and they could make a round in 3 hours. Additionally, the county which the coal belonged to required a 4 hours journey. On the first day, 3 brought back 100 vehicles worth of coal, each vehicle carrying 6 tons of coal, which meant that in a day, they had brought back 600 tons worth of coal. According to the plan, they were to transport the coal and be back on the same day. With 1,000 tons worth of coal, it could potentially last time for a few years. But in the afternoon, scouts from the area discovered a convoy of vehicles driving towards them. The convoy was not small, totaling up to more than 50 cars. As the convoy had kicked up a storm of dust, the scouts did not check clearly and immediately returned to the coalfield and informed 3. Upon hearing of the news, 3 became worried. The base was already lacking in manpower. How could the convoy hold 300 to 400 men? Upon thinking about that, 3 led his subordinates and drove 4 off-road vehicles with machine guns installed out. After going through the painful lesson in the prison, 3 no longer made rash decisions. From a height, he used the 10x binoculars Zhang Xiaoqing gave him and observed the convoy. The scale of the convoy was truly large and was not just the 50 cars that his member had stated. Inside the storm of dust behind the convoy were at least another 30 off-road vehicles, 10 large buses, 2 large oil tankers and more than 10 large trucks. At this point, 3 threw the idea of bringing his men to charge at them. He noticed something amiss. The cars were moving extremely quickly with no proper formation in the convoy. They traveled in disorder and in random, as though they were escaping from something. As the convoy got closer, 3 heard occasional gunshots. At this time, 3 knew that the convoy had encountered a problem. But according to their speed, it was impossible for a zombie horde to catch up to them. So what were they escaping from? When the convoy was about a kilometer away, 3 finally saw small black dots within the cloud of dust. S2s. Many S2 zombies. There were at least 10 of them. And if it was Zhang Xiaoqing himself, he would have turned and run. He would have ordered for them to evacuate with all the fast-moving vehicles and give up on the excavators. But 3 was different, for he had never personally experienced the terror of the S2s. He had seen them twice before and knew that they were fast. But at that time, the S2 had not unleashed its full potential in its charged, and was shot down by Shangyu and Qiaoyun. To 3, the S2s were just slightly stronger than Type S and Type D zombies. Even when his members had told them about their encounter with an S2, he never kept it to heart. 3 brought 4 off-road vehicles and moved in recklessly to save them. But his HMG only wounded a few of them before being locked. The S2s were extremely cunning. After experiencing the power of the HMG, they dodged and scattered about. Although they were scattered, they never gave up. Some of them dealt with 3's off-road vehicle while another group made a detour and charged in from the side. When he saw how slippery and cunning they were, 3 finally realized the trouble he got himself into, and quickly ordered them to head back to the coalfield. 3's vehicles had been revamped by Wangla, and upon driving, they quickly reached the front of the convoy. 3 no longer cared about the potential few hundred manpower and rushed towards the coalfields. He only cared about getting his own people to leave. Who would have thought that 3's bold and formidable firepower would have gained the acknowledgement of the other convoy as they followed behind 3. Seeing them behind, 3 immediately regretted his actions, but he was unwilling to use the HMG to explode one of the vehicles behind him. Just like this, all the vehicles drove along with his team into the coalfields. Fortunately, the coalfields' value was high prior to the apocalypse. To prevent thieves from entering and stealing his coal, The owner of the land built a wall around the coalfields, to which 3 installed 4 HMGs to seal and cover the big gates. 3's plan was to hold the fort like that, but the chauffeur, before Zhang Xiaokang, had witnessed the scene where the S2 jumped down a building, but was killed by Zhang Xiaokang. He quickly informed 3 that the S2s could climb walls, which caused 3 to be anxious. They then informed everyone to retreat to the coalfield's main building. Regardless of whether it was the hot spring base people or convoy, everyone worked together and sealed themselves in. The main building was also constructed in a strange manner with 5 stories built with quality materials. The most crucial thing was that the upper floors did not have windows and vents the size of human heads. Liu Renyi explained the rationale behind the vents. The quantity of soot in the coalfields was high, and whenever the wind blew in, all the glass windows would turn black. If they opened the windows, the soot would dirty the interior of the building. Angered by this, the owner bricked up all the windows and used lights to illuminate the rooms within. But due to this, the building became warm in winter and cool in summer, with fans installed to ventilate and circulate the air in the room, which pleased the owner for a long time. The pleased owner was either turned into bones or into a zombie that 3's subordinates had killed. But the entire building became 3's. And just like that, everyone got stuck in the building while the S2s gathered outside. 3 had everyone work together and pile large furniture against the entrance doors and had the machine guns aimed at the doors. 3 regretted that they had used explosives to burst down the locked doors the previous day. Aside from a few zombies that died from starvation, there was nothing inside the building. If old Frank is around, they would have simply opened the lock. That way, the S2s would have been locked outside. Initially, the S2s attempted charging into the building, but after the first few were burst into smithereens by the machine guns, the other S2s no longer dared to charge in. The 5-story building had a flight of steps that led to the roof. On top, 10 members held onto binoculars and observed the S2s climbing the walls. But without windows, the S2s had no way to climb up to the roof, aside from firing down from the roof and causing the S2s to jump about. The members also discussed on the strange and small build of the S2s. In the end, they finally realized that all the S2s were female. Zombies did not distinguish themselves by gender and could not reproduce, just like the D2 Zhang Xiaokang killed at the granary. The large D2s that were comparable to giants had minute little brothers that did not mutate along with the rest of the bodies. Even if Zhang Xiaokang had somehow chopped it off, it would not have caused a serious wound to the D2. The fact that the S2s below were all females only proved that all of them were female before the apocalypse. If Zhang Xiaokang was present, he would have shocked by this revelation. Zhang Xiaokang did not have any thoughts on the Type S or ordinary zombies before, but the D2s that he had killed were all male. While the members stayed vigilant and chat all day, hoping to ease the tension in their hearts, they caught sight of the slow-moving zombie horde from far away. 3 and the leader of the convoy, a robust man about the age of 30, arrived at the roof. As they looked into the horizon, they could faintly make out a long black line that had no end, slowly surging in like the Kayantang River. Not knowing how long it would take for the zombies to move towards them, 3's face quickly became pale. The leader of the convoy remained calm. As he commented, "The Earth no longer has a safe haven for humans to live in anymore." Chapter 247, Preparing for the Rescue. A Prince motorbike was pushed out from the back door of the building, under the cover fire of 20 rifles from the roof. 3 brought a few men and used explosives on the perimeter wall. Bang! A cloud of dust soared to the sky. Countless brick pieces struck the metal doors and made clank sounds. 2 robust men rushed from the doors to the collapsed wall and cleared the debris all over. Upon returning back to the building, a red shadow charged out towards the opening. The journey to and from the base and the coalfield was 3 hours. When the informer returned to the base after 1.5 hours later, Zhang Xiaokang brought 160 combat team members and stood on a small sand dune 2 km away from the coalfield. Gunshots from rifles and machine guns could be heard from the coalfields, as the sea of zombies that extended over the horizon like an ocean, but had yet to enter into the coalfield. Seeing the endless horde, Zhang Xiaokang hesitated. The horde was half an hour away from the coalfields. But how was Zhang Xiaokang going to clear over 10 S2s in the same time, and bring the survivors out? The answer was impossible. Zhang Xiaokang knew how powerful the S2s were. Ordinary members did not even have the power to retaliate against them. And the coalfield was filled with over 100 vehicles that distorted and complicated the terrain, narrowing their field of fire. Additionally, the S2s enjoyed sneaking about, thinking about the 60 veterans and 100-odd new members behind him. The complicated terrain in the coalfield, and the scene whereby the S2s appeared from above and the side to slaughter his combat team. Zhang Xiaokang dispelled the silly and absurd idea. Order. Type 92 mortar team will bombard the zombies 2 km away. Stop them from approaching the coalfield. Zhang Xiaokang then shouted. Zhang Huaiyan. Yes, the usually mischievous Zhang Huaiyan stood out solemnly and looked at Zhang Xiaokang with a never-before-seen seriousness. Facing the zombie horde, Zhang Huaiyan was impatient once again, eager to get on with his new mission. Take 50 members and protect the infantry mortars. I'll give you another 3 machine gun teams and 2 mortar groups. You don't have to kill zombies. Just ensure that the 2 mortar teams are safe. Remember, always maintain a 2 km distance from the horde. Yes, even if I have to die, I will not let the mortar team die or lose any mortars. With that said, Zhang Huaiyan chose his members and infantry mortar teams and moved towards their designated location. Seeing the large truck holding ammunition for the Type 92 mortars drive towards the right of the zombie horde, Zhang Huaiyan led his subordinates and sat in the off-road vehicle and drove off. Zhang Xiaokang then turned to the fully armed He Wenbin. After breaking his arm, the cheerful and easy He Wenbin changed. He became much calmer, unlike his proud and loud past, and became more reserved. Unlike his unsophisticated self in the past, he became impossible to predict. Became a perfectionist that completed all kinds of taskings given to him down to the smallest detail. That was how Zhang Xiaokang was able to become free, as He Wenbin assisted him 80 of the time. Aside from the people from the chicken farm, those that joined later did not know of He Wenbin's past personality. In their eyes, he was a swift and decisive man with a horse second only to Zhang Xiaokang. He held the authority to punish others and was never soft-hearted towards those who erred. Regardless of them being robust men or frail women, he viewed them all as equals. In other people's eyes, he was emotionless and stuck to the book. Even when the people from the chicken farm made a mistake, he would punish them equally. If Zhang Xiaokang did not have the habit of throwing people to the zombies, who knows, others might even feel that Zhang Xiaokang was much kinder than He Wenbin. On this day, He Wenbin was different from his usual solemn and calculative look. Completely dressed in military uniform, glossy weapons hung around his waist, and a black Type 92 pistol holstered on the pistol belt emitted killing intent. He Wenbin raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiaokang. He was excited. Excited about the fact that he was able to fight the zombies. He was born to be restless. If not for his old man's deathbed advice, he would have never appeared on the highway. After sustaining his injury, he felt that he owed Zhang Xiaokang his life, and was willing to do all sorts of taskings to repay the debt. Now, finally, it was his day of battle. He looked towards Zhang Xiaokang with fervent in his eyes. Take the remaining men and clear out the zombies on the circumference. Do your best to deal the most severe wounds, and if possible, kill as many as you can. Pay attention to communicate with Zhang Huaiyan. Zhang Xiaokang stopped and thought for a moment. Don't think of sniping them. You guys cannot stand on the same spot and wait for the zombies to come. Take initiative to engage and move, constantly maintaining a distance with the zombies and at the same time gaining time for me. Don't put too much risk on yourself. If we can't get out, don't keep holding ground and just retreat. With that said, Zhang Xiaokang turned towards the moving sea of zombies with a frustrated look. He Wenbin nodded, then looked at him. Brother Cockroach, are you prepping to personally enter the coalfield? After asking, he looked at Yang Qier, Shinguan Qiao Yun, and Guo Fei, who were standing beside Zhang Xiaokang. On this day, Yang Qier had abandoned her loved mace and changed it to the large scimitar that was used previously by Yuanyi, along with a composite steel shield. The shield was covered with a black skin that belonged to the porcupine rat. It was tanned by Wangla and riveted onto the shield. Yang Qier was unwilling to hold a new weapon. But under Zhang Xiaokang's threat, she finally relented. She knew it for herself. Even before she could swing her mace, the rat-like zombies would sneak up on her and prevent her from hitting them. Shangyun Qiao Yun had tied her Lara Croft braid at the back of her head and left a neat fringe at the front. She exuded a natural grace and maturity even though her long sideburns were slightly messy. She gave off a sweet sense and adding the sniper rifle on her back and the M1911A1 on her waist. She was a mix of being wild and seductive. As for Guo Fei, he was still the same, squatted and having the anxious look as though he was looking to die. When he saw the endless sea of zombies, his eyes lit up with a strange light. The knife that he used to poke the ground in impatience started to tremble along with him as more and more small holes appeared on the ground. Looking at the few people by Zhang Xiaokang's side, He Wenbin did not dare believe it. 3 had over 20 members with Type 56 AR and 4 HMGs, but was still surrounded and trapped by the 10-odd S2s. Where did Zhang Xiaokang's confidence come from? Chapter 248 The Sea of Zombies. Brother Cockroach. Don't you have too few people? He Wenbin reminded him with a good intention. He had great confidence in Zhang Xiaokang against 2 S2s, but not so when Zhang Xiaokang and only 3 other people were up against more than 10 S2s. Back at the granary, He Wenbin was almost eaten by the S2, and even Zhang Xiaokang had great difficulties against it. How many months has it been only? Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head. Get Chen Yi to follow us. Zhang Xiaokang sat in the machine gunner's seat on the top and watched as 10 off-road vehicles and 2 large trucks drove towards leftwards of the sea of zombies. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions occurred at the front and back of the dense horde of zombies. As the red light scattered, more than 10 pairs of limbs flew into the air. The shockwave from the explosions caused the zombies around to fall and was instantly trampled upon by their comrades. The 2 high explosive rounds were fired 100 m away from each other, but the radius in which was affected was more than that. The zombies that had assembled so close to each other prevented anyone from finding out exactly how many there were. As the saying goes, 100,000 people is boundless. Here, the zombies definitely numbered far more than 10,000. The vast number of zombies made it look as though they had poured out from the horizon like a black wave. I have no clue on what that saying is. It's literally saying a population of 100,000 is boundless. If the zombies numbered a few hundred or a few thousand, 270 mm high explosives right in the center would empty out 2 10 circles. If they were lucky, it would also induce a temporary mess in the zombie horde and disrupt their moving speed. And it was only possible in a situation whereby a sea of zombies that comprised of countless zombies moved together that 2 powerful and high explosives would be like 2 stones dropping into a marsh. Aside from a few ripples, it would not leave a trace. Looking at the endless sea of zombies, Zhang Xiaokang became somewhat confused. He was confident in the might of the Type 92 mortars, which he used to destroy the rats. The rat tide was nowhere smaller than the zombie horde, and the rats were even faster than them. But Zhang Xiaokang never thought that the difference in size would affect the result of the blasts. The shockwave caused by one high explosive bomb was strong enough to lift all the light-weighted and smaller rats into the air, and the majority of them would be flung about. But it was different for the zombies. Although their bodies had lost most of the moisture content, they still weighed at least 10 kg. The force produced by the explosive was absorbed by the surrounding zombies. As the zombie horde moved constantly, the empty space produced by the explosion was quickly covered up. At a location where Zhang Xiaokang had no vision of, a half-meter bomb crater emitted smoke. Various zombie limbs were scattered in the vicinity. Mixed with charred soil, the air around the crater was slightly distorted due to the heat, and behind this slightly distorted space, a wall of darkness moved extremely slowly. It was a large zombie with black and dried skin. The 2 large hands with blades as claws gave off sinister auras. This zombie was not fast and slowly moved like a wall towards the edge of the crater where a Type D zombie with half of his body remaining struggled on the ground. It used its two strong and powerful arms to crawl on the ground. After losing its two legs and the ability to stand on its own, it crawled and howled, constantly receiving the response from other Type D zombies around. All the zombies around moved on silently, while this particular zombie continued crawling towards an unknown location. Concentrated rows of parallel black thighs appeared behind its back. These countless zombies inched forward as souls slowly pushed off the ground, where only darkness could be seen between the spaces of the legs. No one knew how many zombies were following along and moving together. Just that this black wall of zombies trampled over the Type D zombie. The Type D zombie grabbed onto a leg and pulled the owner down with it. Another zombie followed behind. Following that, the same wall of zombies trampled over them, to the point that they became a filler for the crater. Layers upon layers, rows upon rows of zombies formed the horde that resembled a silent army. The zombies, like a mountain, staggered towards Zhang Xiaokang, making it feel as though the off-road vehicle he was on was merely a blade of grass on the mountain. Da, da, da. When the horde was 800 m close, Zhang Xiaokang pulled the safety on the Type 5412 7mm gun and fired at them. Zhang Xiaokang's enhanced eyes and strength gave him the advantages to become a gifted firer. His spray with the gun was so accurate that it could be compared to a sniper. Although the off-road vehicle was bumpy, Zhang Xiaokang's sharpshooting skills were not affected in the least. The long and glowing 12.7mm bullets penetrated through the hordes. Every 5 bullets would follow up with a trace around that unleashed a bright and dazzling light. The frontmost zombie instantly exploded into 5 pieces. Before the body parts even dropped to the ground, the zombie behind it had its chest blast apart. After the first zombie, 4 to 5 other zombies in the straight line were blown apart into incomplete corpses. Bang! The high-velocity 12.7mm bullet penetrated a few zombies and finally exhausted its thrust. The slightly deformed bullet ignited the explosive within it and burst a zombie into pieces that burned and fell onto other zombies. Of course, the amount of incendiary within the bullets did not amount to much, but the penetrative power of the 12.7mm bullets was not something a 7.6mm bullet could possibly compare to. If a HMG was enough to unleash a wall of bullets to prevent zombies from taking a step closer, the 12.7mm AA gun was effective enough to be a meat grinder within a kilometer distance. All the zombies that were tagged by Zhang Xiaokang were left as incomplete bodies. Aside from a few lucky zombies that had their bodies split right into two, the majority of zombies had their limbs separated from their bodies, and every 12.7mm bullet Zhang Xiaokang unleashed was strong enough to penetrate through a minimum of 3 to 5 zombies, and even reach up to 8 zombies. The 12.7mm explosive bullets that were capable of penetrating through a 10mm steel plate at an 800m distance unleashed a storm of bullets that shredded the zombie horde. The zombies either exploded in flames, or their bodies were burst into multiple pieces. Chapter 249 Entering the Coalfield. Suddenly, the zombies at the front lines turned chaotic. The few human-shaped flames moved randomly in the horde and spread the incendiary to other zombies. These numb zombies continued to endure the heat of the flames while the other zombies continued onwards. The flames got larger to the point of enveloping a large crowd of zombies. The zombies' natural instincts overrode the mysterious zombies' orders and started moving in chaos all around, transferring the flames onto other zombies. It was a pity the chaos was only a small portion of the sea of zombies. A larger wave suppressed the zombies on fire and trampled over them. Although countless of them were burned alive, many more drowned them out. The Type 5412 7mm AA gun's bandolier only held 70 bullets and had a firing rate of 80 rounds per minute. In less than a minute, the AA gun in Zhang Xiaokang's hand was emptied. While swapping for a new bandolier, consecutive explosions boomed out like thunder that caused Zhang Xiaokang's heart to tremble. Golden lights sprayed across the zombie horde like shooting stars, flashing past Zhang Xiaokang's sharp eyes. The power from the golden lights flung the zombies and dirt into the air, as though a powerful storm had arrived, instantly breaking the sea of zombies that moved like a wall of darkness apart. After having the mutation in his yes, Zhang Xiaokang was able to witness everything that transpired within the chaos. The power from the large caliber bullets forced the soil and rocks up into the sky, along with the broken limbs from the zombies and organs that dropped like hail. More than 10 lone zombies stood in place amongst the mess, unsure of why the mysterious sound that ordered them around had suddenly disappeared. As the rays of light slowly extended deeper into the horde, more zombies were torn into pieces and flung into the air. The continuous golden lights were like heated fuel that spread across the black snow of zombies, instantly dissolving them and decreasing the horde at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the middle of the sea of zombies was a flipped-over truck. The blue and charred truck had rusted over months of rain and shine and looked like an isolated island in the sea of darkness. Countless zombies moved around it, with the occasional Type S zombies jumping over it and into the sea of zombies. At the same time, the large truck was slowly pushed forward by the power of the horde. The rain of limbs and soil brought about by the gold bullets moved over. Instantly, the zombies to the right of the vehicle were ripped to shreds by the large caliber bullets. The sky full of limbs and sand landed on the vehicle, producing clanking sounds as they struck the metallic surface. Countless beams of light struck the vehicle. Boom! The incendiary explosives within the 14.5 mm bullet exploded the truck and produced red flames that flew in all directions. The entire truck burned and formed a large gold storm as countless zombies were ripped by the metal pieces. The zombies that were not ripped apart were set aflame by the burning metal, causing all the zombies around the vehicle to burn. As a result, the entire 100 m space around the vehicle became empty without any standing zombies left. This was the last scene Zhang Xiaokang saw before entering the coalfield. Ahead of them were countless vehicles of various sizes. The windows and bodies of these vehicles were yellow from the soil and muddy water. After drying up, all of these vehicles formed a thin and yellow layer of dust. Almost all of the vehicles had different scars and claw marks on the bodies. A large bus even had more than 10 claw marks. The entire metal surface had been clawed out by sharp blades. Over at the main building, endless gunfires could be heard from HMGs and rifles at a location 100 m away from them. Countless vehicles blocked their line of sight, and over 10 members on the top of the building waved their rifles towards Zhang Xiaokang. Beneath the main building was a couple of S2s that attempted to scale the building with great efforts. One of them dropped on all fours and retreated over 10 m and suddenly shot forward. When it was 2 m away from the building, it leaped upwards and planted itself onto the wall and used all 4 limbs to propel itself upwards. In the end, it was unable to find an object for it to propel itself further. It started descending and used its sharp claws to slow its speed, leaving behind deep claw marks. The black soot and white cement drawn out from the claws descended down along with the S2. Countless deep claw marks were left on the surface of the wall. Yet another S2 sped forward and used the momentum to jump up the wall. Following its intense speed, its claws coincidentally grabbed onto the claw marks left behind by another S2. By relying on this support, it pushed itself up another 2 m. A loud shot came out as a 12.7 mm caliber bullet shot onto its back. The S2's small body was instantly blasted apart. Bang! A fiery light appeared at its chest as a flame enveloped its body. The burning corpse and some cement fragments dropped down, and a small hole appeared at the 6 m height of the building. Due to the powerful impact of the fire, a hole was formed. Zhang Xiaokang was startled by the hole. Did he just create a platform for the S2? In the driver's seat, Shangyu and Qiao Yun drove the vehicle along the perimeter of the coalfield in a zigzag pattern around the various vehicles. Young Kier sat by her side and watched the S2s climbing the wall. Stupid! Why did you fall down? You almost reached the top. Do your best. Good. Grab it. Quickly climb up. Oh my god. You're really an idiot. You wasted such a good opportunity. Guo Fei sat at the back. He raised his head and looked at the S2 with disinterest. Using a spotless and pure cotton handkerchief, he gently wiped the mirror-like blade. The blade in his hand was the weapon left behind by Liu Tu and was made of unknown materials that did not chip even after deflecting many strikes from the Jingwei blade. Guo Fei did not have any disgust towards this blade that had carved over 10 scars on his body. The difference in quality between this blade and the broken blade he had before was like heaven and earth. To him, this blade was his lover, his hope, and the only thing that would be buried with him when he dies. Beside Guo Fei was Chen Yi, who had the Jingwei blade placed right by her feet. Gang Xiao Kang had the Rat King blade and no longer held any attachments towards the blade. Furthermore, the Jingwei blade could not pierce through the D2. What's the point of keeping it? Unlike lunatic Guo Fei, Chen Yi did not keep her weapon well. She casually laid the Jingwei blade to the side and leaned in her chair as she looked at the back of the seat in front of her. She was in her most natural state, and quietly waited for the battle to come. Chapter 250 Charging in. The same black cloth covered her face, only revealing 2 pitch black and clear eyes that looked to be lost in thought. The skin around her eyes was spotless and soft, shifting slightly downwards to the side of her face. A small and faint scar could be seen. After driving past an oil tanker, the off-road vehicle drove to an empty space left of the coalfield, where a few abandoned vehicles were left behind. A small Toyota vehicle continued to burn while the other vehicles were ridden with bullet holes. The windscreen at the front of the vehicle was covered with spiderweb-like cracks with a few scattered bullet holes. An S2 corpse laid near the few vehicles. The skin on its body boiled away and half of its head gone. 4 S2 zombies were still attempting the impossible. While one of the S2 turned, the off-road vehicle's engine had attracted its attention. Hearing the engine that was approaching, the S2 shot towards the vehicle like a hunting dog. The blazing hot Type 54 AA bullet shot towards the incoming S2. Right at that moment, Deng Xiaokang suddenly realized that everything around him seemed to have turned into slow motion. In his eyes, the S2 that was sprinting towards the vehicle like a hunting dog was like a puppy walking unsteadily, and he was able to see the trajectory and wind behind the bullets shooting out from the gun that was supposedly flying at 830,850 ms. Bang! The S2 exploded like a water bag. Countless bones, flesh, and innards flew and spun in the air in slow motion in Zhang Xiaokang's eyes. As the S2's parts fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaokang's vision suddenly returned to normal, inducing a burst of immense vertigo in him. Deng Xiaokang almost puked, but endured the spinning vertigo and aimed the gun at the remaining S2s. Wave after wave of the pain struck at him and prevented him from aiming well. The Type 54 AA gun's loud gunshots alerted the 3 remaining S2s. They no longer attempted to climb up the building but turned and rushed at Zhang Xiaokang's off-road vehicle. Kriuk. The off-road vehicle came to a sudden stop. Deng Xiaokang dropped the handle of the gun immediately and drew out the beast horn spear and king rat blade before jumping out of the post and onto the hood of the vehicle. The distance between the vehicle and the S2s were not far. In the blink of the eye, the 3 S2s were right in front of him. 2 of them pounced towards the vehicle while 1 pounced at Zhang Xiaokang, who was on the hood of the car. In that instant, Zhang Xiaokang had barely landed on the hood and used the momentum to leap outwards. In midair above the S2, Zhang Xiaokang leaned to the side and avoided the S2's left claw while directing the beast horn spear in his left hand to stab straight into its heart from below the claw. The inertia from his jump and his weight was enough for the beast horn spear to stab into the S2 and forcing it to fall. Plop. He and the zombie fell to the ground. Kai. Zhang Xiaokang used the beast horn spear and nailed the S2 into the ground, which retaliated by swiping its claw out at him. Deng Xiaokang continued wielding the beast horn spear while staring at the incoming claw. He braced himself and raised his left arm. Chua Zhang Xiaokang's sleeves were ripped into pieces. The claw broke his sleeves and got caught onto a greenish-black skin. Zhang Xiaokang released the beast horn spear and rolled to the side. Looking at his broken sleeves, Zhang Xiaokang could still feel the fear in him. If he did not look for Wangla to prepare a set of battle uniform made out of the porcupine rat skin before moving out, he would have died there. The 80 cm beast horn spear remained stuck in the S2's chest. Knowing that it was no longer capable of climbing back up, He turned and faced the other two S2s. Everything happened in a few seconds. After jumping off the hood and going against the S2, the other two zombies arrived at the side of the vehicle. As one of them was about to claw at the door, it was kicked open. The door was broken by Yong Kier's kick and collided onto the S2. The immense force pushed the S2 backward. Bang! It collided into the other S2 behind and both fell to the floor. Without losing its inertia, the car door struck the other S2 and continued flying. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. The two S2s that were struck and fell did not even have the time to climb back up when a large scimitar hacked down on them. That was how the two fearsome-looking S2s were hacked into 4 pieces on the ground. Zhang Xiaokang turned at the time when Yong Kier finished chopping them and kept the scimitar. She turned towards him and gave him a smile. Zhang Xiaokang ignored her smile and threw the Rat King blade over to her, resembling a scythe. The Rat King blade spun in the air and sliced through the head of one of the S2s. The teeth on the Rat King blade sawed through them with ease and released brain fluids and black blood from the head. When the S2 fell to the ground, its sharp claws were only a few millimeters away from Yong Kier's trousers. She looked at it and showed it her tongue, then raised the blade in her hand and hacked down on the remaining S2, while Zhang Xiaokang glared at Yong Kier after throwing the Rat King blade to her. Shang Yu and Qiu Yun and the other 2 passengers got off the vehicle. Shang Yu and Qiu Yun checked the magazine that stored 10 bullets before pulling on the safety of her gun and looked around. Guo Fei and Chen Yi stood by the side and waited for orders. Yong Kiers walked over to the S2 that was nailed to the ground and beheaded it, then pulled out the beast horn spear and returned it to Zhang Xiaokang in an attempt to curry favor from him. Zhang Xiaokang and the group inspected their equipment before walking to the large doors. They had to bypass obstructions made out of various cars and he wanted them to take caution. After thinking about it, he kept the Rat King blade back into its leather sheath slung by his right leg. The leather sheath had layers of cotton inside to prevent the Rat King blade's teeth from cutting it apart. Zhang Xiaokang held the Desert Eagle in his right and the Beast Horn Spear in his left hand and took the lead. Beside him, Shang Yu and Qiu Yun held onto her sniper, followed by Guo Fei and Chen Yi and Yong Kier taking the rear. The loud gunfires from the 14.5 mm AA guns continued to occur outside of the coalfield wall, along with explosions caused by Type 92 battalion guns. A bright and red light descended from the sky as the loud explosives reverberated in everybody's ears. Zhang Xiaokang's military boots stepped on the ground filled with slack and produced creaking sounds. He carefully walked through the pathway formed from the vehicles. The narrow and rugged pathway barely had light within and was extremely dark. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The weather was gloomy and downcast. The dark clouds covered the blue sky. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Zhang Xiaokang quickened his pace. Occasionally, Yong Kier would look behind them. The entire team were extremely careful. They raised their heads and looked at the roof of the vehicles. At the bottom of the vehicles and even at the crevices between each vehicle, Shen Yi and Guo Fei caught an S2 rushing towards them from across the field and knew that the narrow space would only hinder them. Only by taking the initiative and attacking the S2 could they win. Chapter 251 Ambushed. Tian changed Yong Kier's weapon from a scimitar to a dogleg machete. Realized that scimitar isn't the right translation. Sorry guys. The gunfires from the main building continued incessantly. The battle outside the walls became even more intense and only Zhang Xiaokang's location was strangely quiet. Bang! The sound came from the roof of a car on their right as a black figure appeared. The few of them turned to look. An uneasy feeling surged from Zhang Xiaokang's mind. He knew that they were being eyed by the zombies, but did not know how many S2s had their attention on them. He continued to lead them through the dark and narrow space. As they advanced slowly, the unease became even stronger. More and more black figures flickered around them. It was definitely more than one S2, and 3 black figures would occasionally appear in front of them. The black figures appeared more frequently, heightening their sense of cautiousness even higher. S2s appeared at different corners and moved silently on the car roofs. From the cracks between the vehicles, figures of the S2s could be seen flitting across. most possibly after eating a few HMG bullets. They had learned to be prudent. This prudence made the S2s the most difficult to handle. They were like assassins lingering around in the darkness. Having given up their berserk frontal assaults, they moved around Zhang Xiaokang's team slowly, seeking a dead angle to kill them. They had come to recognize that the group of humans before them were not food on a platter being served to them. The team kept looking left and right. The black figures that moved constantly caused ripples of emotions to stir within them. Guo Fei's right hand that held the blade trembled slightly. Eyes bloodshot. He remained fixated on the phantom-like S2s and could not resist, but to lick his dry lips. Shen Yi gently unsheathed the Jing Wei blade. She stared at the S2s and held onto the handle tightly. The black cloth covering her face prevented others from seeing her emotions, but her calm and steady steps, straightened back and clear eyes revealed that this girl, that enjoyed hiding in the shadows like Guo Fei, was not afraid. Young Kier held her blade and shield and followed behind. The previous fight almost turned her into a zombie, causing her to become even more careful, to the point that she reacted to every slight sound behind her, the dog-leg machete in her hand ready for action. Zhang Xiaokang moved quietly at the front. He was not afraid of his back with Shangyu and Qiao Yun by his side. He had complete trust in her with her mysterious marksmanship, but was unsure of how long the firepower outside could hold the sea of zombies. His plan was to converge with three and withdraw quickly. He was not afraid of fighting the S2s lurking around them as long as they returned to the battalion guns. Bang! A loud gunshot occurred behind him. An S2 dropped from the bus to the left of Zhang Xiaokang and fell to his feet. The 7.62 mm bullet had struck the side of its skull, but its brain was miraculously spared from any injury, allowing the S2 to continue struggling. The brain resembled a walnut kernel within the black blood vessels. As some yellowish fluid flowed out from the hole, Zhang Xiaokang looked at the moving S2, and used the beast horn spear in his left hand to penetrate through its defenseless head. After twisting the spear gently, the S2 stopped moving like a machine without electricity. This S2 was perfectly hidden at Zhang Xiaokang's dead angle, but Shangyu and Qiao Yun caught sight of its black leg. Seeing that Zhang Xiaokang was walking right past the zombie, she did not even hesitate and fired off. As the shot came from a difficult angle, the S2 did not die instantly. The Type 85 sniper rifle's shot was a signal for the surrounding S2s to attack. It was unknown whether there were 10 or 12 of them, but many black shadows jumped from their corners. Some of them sprinted on the vehicles. Some appeared at the cracks between the cars. Some rushed from the front and some from the back. Following another fire from the sniper rifle in Shangyu and Qiao Yun's hand, an S2 on the vehicles dropped and rolled down until it struck a car that had its hood opened. Zhang Xiaokang did not have the time to witness Shangyu and Qiao Yun's victory. Two S2s were running side by side towards him. The two zombies used four limbs and charged at him like two black panthers. A motorbike brake chain swung out from Zhang Xiaokang's right hand, colliding onto the two S2s. The metal chain barbs bit onto their black and withered skin and hooked onto them. Zhang Xiaokang then used the chains to tie around the two zombies. The two wrapped-up zombies were like two kittens tangled in yarn. They scratched the floor while being pulled by Zhang Xiaokang. Bang bang. Two gunshots exploded the two S2 heads. Yang Kier faced three S2s, but the tunnel only had a width that allowed two S2s to run side by side, forcing one to take the lead with the other two behind. Yang Kier stared at the first zombie coldly and drew the steel shield on her left hand closer to her body. In an instant, the S2 jumped towards Yang Kier and unleashed two sharp and black claws. Yang Kier swung her left arm, connecting the steel shield with the two claws, instantly breaking them apart. The strength behind the steel shield was so great that the impact did not lessen her speed as it continued to smash onto the S2's chest. The S2's ribs were immediately shattered, and this unfortunate S2 was smacked aside like a ping-pong ball. This S2 was swung back faster than it ran over. Bang! The S2 smashed onto a small vehicle, shattering all the glass that dropped to the ground. The S2's lifeless corpse dropped to the ground with broken glass all around. The large pit on its body hinted that all the bones in its body were broken. Yonkir looked at the remaining 2 zombies and raised the large dogleg machete in her hand. Woo! The dogleg machete unleashed a sharp howl as it slashed through the air. The added spin from her body allowed the dogleg machete to sweep past the cars by her side and landed on the next zombie, slicing its head into half. The force behind the dogleg machete was powerful enough to cleave the zombie's head away and forced the body to fly outwards. The body bore into the metal surface and got stuck, along with the machete. Even without her main weapon, Yonkir did not panic. She used the steel shield in her hand and smacked out again. The last S2 received the same treatment as the first zombie. The only difference was that the first was flung into the air while this zombie was smashed onto the ground. This S2 spun on the ground like a spinning top before being stuck beneath a small vehicle. Chapter 252 Close Quarters Entanglement. Seeing that the S2 could no longer move, Yonkir gave a smirk. She walked over towards the dogleg machete when suddenly, an S2 appeared from behind a vehicle covered in grime. It launched its 2 black claws at Yonkir and opened its mouth, revealing its yellow and darkened teeth towards her throat. Yonkir's direction was towards the machete, and the S2 appeared from her right, which prevented her from reacting immediately with the shield that was on her left hand. It was already too late as Yonkir turned her body to face the zombie. In a panic, Yonkir used the shield to cover her face and did a half-kneel, which caused the S2 swiped the air above her head. In the air, the S2 that could not feel anything was pulled by its left thigh. By the time it landed on the ground, its black leg was torn off its body. Yonkir stood up with her heart beating quickly. She walked over to the S2 on the floor, stepped on its back, used the dogleg machete and hooked onto the S2's throat. The S2's black and round head was instantly nicked off from the body by the extremely sharp blade. Looking down on the S2, Yonkir stuck out her little tongue before turning towards Zhang Xiaokang. She wanted to see if he had noticed her mistake again. Zhang Xiaokang did not have the time to look at her. He was the leader and also the main target of the Type S zombies. Although he had killed off 2 S2s at the beginning, even more of them were coming towards him. He had thrown the empty Desert Eagle on the ground. He had finished up the remaining 5 bullets. And although Shangyun Qiuyun was able to handle the S2s, the sniper rifle in her hand fired off Type 53 HMG bullets. The recoil from it was not something the Garen rifle could compete with, and thus needed his protection. 2 S2s jumped down from the left and right towards Zhang Xiaokang. One of them had its head blasted off in midair, perfectly timed by Shangyun Qiuyun, who had just reloaded her rifle. The brain juice and blood splattered all around its body the moment it landed on the ground. With one down, Zhang Xiaokang faced off against the remaining one that had appeared before him. The features of the hideous zombie were extremely clear in his eyes, his sharp eyes able to capture the white cement slags and soil particles between the creases of the withered and black skin. He was able to see flesh between its sharp teeth, and could naturally see the sharpness of the claws coming towards him. The gold spiral's beast horn spear smashed onto the S2's frail shoulder, distorting the entire arm into an extremely weird angle. He placed the bright tip of the Rat King blade at the S2's throat and exerted strength, and was flung onto the car. Used to the Jingwei blade, Zhang Xiaokang used the scythe-like Rat King blade like a sword and pierced into the S2's throat. But it was fine. His right hand pulled in the opposite direction, allowing the teeth on the blade to saw the head off. The sharpness of the Rat King blade penetrated through the S2 and drew a long scar on the blue-colored vehicle as well. Zhang Xiaokang retracted the Rat King blade and stabbed downwards with the beast horn spear in his left hand. The beast horn spear stabbed and nailed into a claw that had extended out beneath the car. Zhang Xiaokang swung the Rat King blade and was about to kill the S2 hiding below the vehicle when a phantom flickered past the corner of his eyes. He turned to look, only to see another 2 S2s jumping down from the top of the vehicle. Their target was Shangyun Qiuyun, who had just finished changing magazines. Bang! The Type 85 SR unleashed its might once again. The Type 53 HMG bullet flew into the S2's throat and ripped apart the S2's cervical vertebrae, leaving its head to slant with only skin left to connect it to the body. The other S2 ignored its dead companion and pounced onto Shangyuan Kyo-yun. Seeing the disgusting face approaching her so quickly, Shangyuan Kyo-yun did not have the time to draw the M1911A1 at her waist. She helplessly closed her eyes and waited for her death. A leg kicked her by her calf. Shangyuan Kyo-yun was flung into the air and flew horizontally across. The sniper rifle that was released from her hand spun a few times in the air before falling to the ground. She fell to the ground with her arms spread wide out and did a faceplant, producing a low thump when her forehead struck the ground. The S2 missed and landed on the ground. In the next second, it pounced towards her again. The pale eyes, sinister and hideous fire, yellow and black razor teeth and the pair of black and sharp claws were unsightly features that hurt Zhang Xiaokang's eyes. The current him became helpless against the S2. To prevent the S2 from reaching Shangyuan Kyo-yun, he had kicked her away, resulting in him falling and could not climb back up in time to save her. Right in front of him, the S2 pounced towards Shangyuan Kyo-yun. A dazzling blade light flashed past and the figure of the S2 in the air started to distort. Of course, it was not a transformer and did not become even stronger. Its body became longer as a long split appeared at its right shoulder. As its body continued to move forward, the laceration became even larger and split until its left waist. The S2 was split into two pieces. The head and upper body dropped beside Shangyuan Kyo-yun while the rest of the body dropped to the side. Filthy and smelly organs dropped out from the body and splattered all across the floor. Guofei pulled the dazzling blade back and gave the struggling S2 a disdainful glance. He flipped his blade and stabbed it into the zombie's head, then twisted and drew a circular hole in the S2's head with his blade, before trampling down on it and pulling his blade out. After pulling his blade back, Guofei did not even turn to look at Shangyuan Kyo-yun or Zhang Xiaokang. He turned and welcomed another zombie that appeared behind him. Watching Guofei tangle with the S2, Zhang Xiaokang fell into a bad mood. He turned and beheaded the S2 beneath the vehicle, then stood up and supported Shangyuan Kyo-yun up. The kick was too strong and resulted in her being unable to stand steadily. Zhang Xiaokang got her to sit at the side while he walked towards Guofei. Looking at his rear, Shangyuan Kyo-yun drew the pistol from her waist and looked around cautiously. Lunatic Guofei had killed off the first S2 with ease, but that was from a sneak attack. When he faced against the S2, he became the one at a disadvantage. He and the zombie fought intensely. He was fast but was still much slower than the S2. He yearned to fight to the death. But the S2 did not have the same thought. The S2 flickered to Guofei's side and would occasionally grab towards him. By the time his blade reached the direction of the sound, the S2 would have jumped to another location. Guofei naturally missed. If not for the stab-proof vest beneath his torn clothes, Guofei would have turned into a zombie a long time ago. Chapter 253 Eliminating the S2s. Guofei gasped for breath. His blade aimed at the S2 that was constantly moving around him. His bloodshot eyes were almost bulging out of the sockets. It was unfortunate that he could not kill with his stare. The S2 remained sprawled on the ground. It was perfectly unharmed aside from a small nick on its collarbone. The S2 took a few steps before pouncing towards Guofei, who swung his blade horizontally. Unfortunately, the S2 was not pouncing straight to him but behind him, causing his blade to miss. Boom! The S2 used its two strong legs and stopped behind Guofei, then turned and grabbed towards his head. Guofei turned his head only to see the claw right in his face. In that instant, Guofei's mind went blank. That split second made him unable to think. When the claw was just 10 cm away from his eyes, a heavy pair of military boots kicked onto the black arm. When the S2 had clawed towards Guofei, a figure had jumped into the air and used his powerful legs to kick over. The S2 was kicked to a vehicle at the side. Following the powerful collision, it stumbled down onto the ground. Zhang Xiaokang appeared before it and kicked its head. The S2's head was kicked upwards and revealed its throat. Zhang Xiaokang used the sharp beast horn spear and stabbed into its chin. The beast horn spear penetrated through its chin and out the back onto the metallic surface of the vehicle. The final pose of the S2 was in a kneeling position with both its arms stuck onto the vehicle in a T shape. Zhang Xiaokang exerted all his strength and twisted the beast horn spear, twisting the patterns further into the S2 and metallic surface of the car behind. The head turned into what seemed like a mushy tomato as the zombie dropped to the ground. Zhang Xiaokang swung the beast horn spear and cleaned off the black blood and brain juice. He turned to see that Guo Fei was still in the same position where his neck was turned and spoke indifferently. Killing them is easy. Aim for the head. Guo Fei turned and responded to Zhang Xiaokang's tease with silence. Guo Fei was toyed by the S2, but Chen Ye's performance was not too bad. Her speed was almost equal to the S2, and although she did not have much fighting experience and was in grave danger multiple times, she managed to rely on her agile body to avoid the disasters. Fighting against the S2 gave her a taste and experience on how the S2 fought. When the S2 lowered its body, she would lower her body. As the S2 continued to move from different angles, she would constantly move her own position. Although it was her first time faced against an S2, she did not lose out much in the initial bouts. Of course, the most important factors that led to her victory was her bright eyes and adaptive brain, things the S2 did not have. The S2 began its NTH assault. Chen Yi maintained her focus on the S2 and the moment it moved, she took action and charged towards the S2. In the narrow pathway, the girl and the zombie were not able to expand their battle too far out and could only engage in close quarters combat. She did a sudden stop and turned upon reaching the S2 and avoided its claws. With a spin, the Jing Y blade in her right hand slashed onto the S2's back. Both figures moved at the same instance and ended with Chen Yi standing at the S2's original position and the S2 moving to Chen Yi's previous position. Seeing that she was able to fight well on her own, Zhang Xiaokang did not help her. The experience was something she had to accumulate and gain slowly. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaokang was just an otaku who did not know anything. After going through many battles and gaining his own experience, he finally had enough to take care of an S2 easily. The S2 zombie's main direction of attack was from the front and back. The front cleared by Zhang Xiaokang and Shangun Qiuyun. The back cleared by Yang Qier. Although Yang Qier was not fast, she had immense strength to make up for it, adding that she also had the shield to protect her. It was sufficient for her to engage the S2s. The dogleg machete was a negligible weight in her hand. Every time she swung, no one was capable of seeing the blade, no matter how fast an S2 was. They were only dangerous up close. Yang Qier only had to smash her shield out to send the closer zombies flying. Even if the zombie was lucky enough to avoid the shield, the powerful and fast blade was unstoppable. Yang Qier held her blade and shield and watched Chen Yi fight the S2, occasionally giving out compliments. But no one knew if the compliments were to encourage Chen Yi or the zombie. The scene behind her was a wretched sight. 3 zombies laid on the floor, dead. And further away, 7 to 8 zombie corpses were stuck on vehicles in extremely bizarre stances or laid by the vehicles with shattered glass around them. One even had its body stuck in the window of a car with its 2 legs dangling above the ground. Chen Yi knew that everyone was watching her, but maintained steady. She became even more focused on handling the S2. When the S2 pounced over, she sidestepped on the wheel of a vehicle and jumped up to the roof. In midair, the unknowing S2 collided onto the car with a bang. The S2 took a step backward from the impact. Before it could even climb back up, 2 leather boots stepped on its back. The S2 was about to retaliate when a sword stabbed right through the back of its head. Zhang Xiaokang did not know how many S2s were hiding inside the coalfield. From the time they entered, they had already killed over 30 S2s. In the past, this would be an unimaginable scene, but at the present, Zhang Xiaokang and 4 subordinates had accomplished it. Upon thinking about how Yang Qier had easily destroyed 7 to 8 S2s, he made the decision to throw her mace into the lake. Yang Qier was naturally gifted in using a blade. The 5 of them continued walking on calmly. Their appearance at the door gave 3 and the rest a fright. The 3 S2s at the door took a bullet from Shangun Qiuyun, a bash from Yang Qier's shield and a hack of her blade, and the place was cleared. There were only a few people in the main building. Aside from the 4 machine gun teams and the 2 members to load the bandoliers, there were 10 odd men in uniform wielding different guns. They held a myriad of weapons. They had dual-barrel hunting gun, 5-bullet hunting gun, and 2 shotguns. The person most familiar to Zhang Xiaokang was one of the logistic member, who was wielding a black and short gun. Aside from that, Zhang Xiaokang also noticed 2 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles and 2 Type 79 ARs. A 30-odd-years-old man had a Type 54 pistol at his waist and a blade in his hand. It was an ancient blade that was about a meter long. The metal blade spanned 80 cm with tri-pointed tip. Tian check out Erling Shen's weapon. Something similar to that. Seeing that Zhang Xiaokang led only 4 people to fight their way in, 3 looks towards them with gratitude. Brother Cockroach. I've caused trouble again. Chapter 254 Post-haste retreat. Your luck isn't bad. Just by relying on these 20 members, you managed to protect over a few hundred people. But you have to be more observant in the future. You won't be so lucky the next time. Are there more S2 zombies behind? Bring me. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Xiaokang brought Yang Qir and Shanggu and Qiao Yun to the back and cleared the S2s behind. With the majority of the S2s were killed. Initially, Zhang Xiaokang had the intention of leaving half of the survivors and bringing the rest to escape from the back. Although he had confidence in his own team, he was less confident against a large group of S2s. But everything turned out fine. Yang Qir changed her equipment, explosively increasing her lethality. This difference increased their overall strength by an entire level, and with this opportunity, Zhang Xiaokang naturally took it to kill the remaining S2s. This way, it was possible to bring the few hundred people back safely. Zhang Xiaokang returned to the main hall and looked at 3. How many S2s do you think chased all of you before? Zhang Xiaokang took on the aggressive stance and led the 2 girls to the back. Aside from the mess outside and the broken wall, they did not see any S2s. The rubble from the broken wall sealed the path to the outside, but they did not have the time to clear a path. Therefore, Zhang Xiaokang led the group back to the hall. He wanted to lead the survivors to charge out of the coalfield's main entrance. 3. Not too many. I think there were less than 40. Zhang Xiaokang immediately did some mental calculations. They had killed 7 of them at the entrance of the main building. 4 were killed by HMG fire. Another unfortunate died to a random bullet when they entered the coalfield, and Zhang Xiaokang's team had killed over 30 of them. Did it mean that all the S2s were killed? Right, Brother Cockroach. This is the leader of the flea. 3 pointed to the man with the blade and introduced, but was cut short. Zhang Xiaokang, gather everyone immediately. Prepare to evacuate. Get everyone to board the vehicle outside. Those who are unable to, run with me towards the doors. Following that, Zhang Xiaokang turned to the stranger with the weird weapon combinations on him. Hand over all your weapons. I'm in charge around here from now on. This is my territory and no one can hold personal weapons. Zhang Xiaokang's words caused the men to become anxious. One of the younger and rash men spoke up. Based on what? Who do you think you? He stopped abruptly. The 4 HMGs in the hall turned and aimed at him simultaneously. The assistant gunners already loaded the bandoliers and the machine gunners had their fingers on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Seeing that it was unfair, the man with the blade stood forward and thought to speak up. Bang bang bang. Zhang Xiaokang drew the Desert Eagle and fired 3 shots at the ceiling, causing paint, debris and cement chips to fall. He ignored the dust that had fallen to his shoulders and looked at the man. I don't have time to negotiate with you guys. Drop your weapons immediately or I'll kill you without mercy. Clank. A shotgun was thrown to the ground. Following that, all the other weapons came forward as well. Zhang Xiaokang glanced at the weapons from the corner of his eyes and looked back to the man with the blade. The man laughed bitterly, then took the pistol from his waist and handed it over to Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang took it without looking at it and threw it to the ground. The man then proceeded to throw his blade to the ground. Keep that to yourself. Sometimes, the blade is better than the barrels. With that said, Zhang Xiaokang turned towards the door. The 3 machine gun teams carried the HMGs out of the doors, leaving behind a small group who stared blankly at one another. 3 looked at the man with the blade. "What are you guys stoning for? Quickly get your people to come and do whatever my big brother says. Get your people to be quick on their feet. Or are you guys waiting to be eaten by the zombies? But those things are still out there. HMPH. Didn't you see how my brother and his people came? Let me tell you this. All of those things have been exterminated. They were all killed by my big brother. Quickly. I can't be bothered to explain anymore. Get your people to move quickly. Don't bother about your things. We have everything." The man listened to 3, looked at Zhang Xiaokang who was already outside, then turned to his companions and roared, "Are all of you deaf? Why aren't you guys greeting him? Inform everyone else. Discard everything. Whoever's unwilling can just stay here. We won't wait for them." "Instructor, are we just going to let them manipulate us? Don't you think we should?" The man hailed as instructor looked at the boy who spoke as though he was looking at an idiot, then turned to the rest. "Why aren't you guys moving? Are you guys itching for another beating?" All of the men ran down the building quickly. One of them too anxious and fell down, without even making a sound. He climbed back up and continued down the building. The instructor turned and glanced at the HMG behind him and muttered to himself, "How did I even train out a group of idiots? Didn't they see the guns aimed at them?" While the group ran down, 3 brought the 10 members from the rooftop down and ordered them to protect the group before running ahead to Zhang Xiaokang's side. "Brother Cockroach, it's chaotic outside and the zombies are less than 500 m away from us. Regardless of how we use our guns and cannons, those things are still rushing towards us. It's pointless to talk about it. Just urge them to be faster. We only have 10 minutes left for them to retreat." A female scream in the distance interrupted his words. Zhang Xiaokang quickly ran to an off-road vehicle and jumped onto its roof. In the distance, he noticed a group of people that had blockaded a path and stopped moving. He turned to 3 and shouted, "Go and check them out. If anyone's intentionally causing chaos, kill them." Zhang Xiaokang suddenly thought of an idea. He pulled a coalfield driver to a large truck and pointed to the abandoned vehicles. "Create a path for me." The latter did not even say a word and took action. He rushed up the large truck and started the engine. With a loud roar, the small vehicles in front of the large truck were either pushed or flipped away. The sore and high-pitched metallic sound came out as the abandoned vehicle beside Zhang Xiaokang got deformed. When the large doors appeared, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaokang kicked open the car door and spoke to the driver. "Drive straight back to base. Get old Frank to prepare and welcome the new people. With so many of them, he'll definitely be busy." With that, Zhang Xiaokang jumped down the vehicle. After witnessing the large truck driving out of the gates, Zhang Xiaokang looked behind him and noticed 3 off-road vehicles with HMGs installed on them driving over. He flagged one of them down, entered the HMG post and spoke to the gunner. "How much ammunition left?" "4 boxes. I guess that we still have around 6,000 bullets." Zhang Xiaokang looked at the crowd behind, waved his hands and ordered the 3 off-road vehicles to drive out of the coalfield. From the inside, everyone could hear the cannons and fires of heavy machine guns. But when they came out, the scene before them shocked the entire group, including Zhang Xiaokang. Firstly, the original earth-colored ground had turned completely black. Within the black sea of zombies, occasional bright, dazzling flashes and smoke would appear. 8 thick beams of light that consisted of numerous small lights fired away within the black sea of zombies, instantly shredding apart the countless zombies. Wherever the beams of light went, the space within the area would instantly turn blur. Chapter 255 Rescue from the Depths of Danger. Soil and mud were blasted off the ground and spewed into the sky like fountains with countless body parts mixed in between. The chaos mixed of soil, body parts, and fragments dropped down like rain and isolated the space within like a brown wall, with only the bright and dazzling flames caused by the explosions visible. By the side of the 8 thick beams of light were several thin beams, some faster, some slower. The dense lights varied in brightness as well, cutting the edge of the sea of zombies like thin blades. Uncountable zombies fell under these lights, while even more zombies stepped on the bodies of their fallen comrades and reinforced the fringe. Bang! Bang! 270 incendiary bombs exploded 10 meters apart from each other within the zombie horde, producing an empty circle of 10 radius. The wave of zombies was disrupted temporarily as 10 off-road vehicles suddenly charged in and stopped 100 away from the edge. The machine guns on the fired endlessly against the horde while 40 combat team members quickly unloaded from the vehicles, carrying jerry cans of reserve gasoline closer to the zombies before pouring the contents out. The two large spaces formed by the explosions were quickly covered up in 2 minutes. The chaos of zombies at the edge of the horde formed up once again and moved towards the team members in unison. When the frontmost zombie was 30 to 40 meters away from the members, 10 Type S zombies suddenly pounced towards them. The ordinary zombies behind were stirred as well. Although the dense firepower of the HMGs had ripped apart the other zombies around, their speed increased and even started swinging their claws outwards. Seeing that the zombies were closing in, the survivors threw the jerry cans down and retreated. Right beneath their feet was gasoline, preventing them from using their firearms. One of the newer members saw the wall of zombies approaching and was instantly enveloped in fear. His legs turned weak as he retreated with his comrades, but accidentally tripped over a jerrycan thrown by another member. In that instant, the slippery jerrycan flew out as he lost his balance. He fell to the ground and twisted his leg. He tried to climb back up, but realized that he could no longer apply strength in his right leg. As he laid on the ground, he saw a Type S zombie pouncing straight towards him. He screamed in despair, but used the last bit of clarity left in him and found a lighter on his body. His current spot was on withered grass covered in gasoline, and he was more willing to be burnt to death than to be eaten and ripped apart by the zombies. He managed to draw the lighter out as he used his trembling thumb and attempted to draw flame when something suddenly pulled on his leg. His body was instantly hauled along the slippery floor as the sudden force caused the back of his head to hit the floor. His trembling right hand accidentally dropped the singless lighter as it dropped onto the grass. His body continued sliding without his control. He turned and looked at the lighter that was moving further and further away, and screamed, "Fuck. Damn zombies. Why don't you fucking die?" When the unfortunate guy fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaokang's heart tensed up. There were more than 10 Type S zombies behind the man, followed by an uncountable number of ordinary zombies behind. The others had lowered their heads and retreated. Obviously this single member was doomed, but his decision to draw out the lighter had been caught by Zhang Xiaokang. "Move there! Move there!" Zhang Xiaokang shouted in the vehicle. He was not willing for the member to be burned alive and would rather shoot the man dead himself. This way, he would feel less pain. His off-road vehicle drove straight towards the horde of zombies, leaving the other two in the dust. Seeing that Zhang Xiaokang's off-road vehicle was driving off, they followed behind. The HMG in Zhang Xiaokang's hands was the Type 24 Maxim HMG, and it was the most common weapon found in army camps. The number of other models in total still numbered less than the Type 24. In the past, the country mass-produced Type 53 HMG and gave it to Vietnam, while keeping these old weapons to equip the civilian army against Japan and in the Civil War. Ever since the water-cooled HMGs were installed onto the off-road vehicles, Wangla modified them. Their originally small water base were swapped for larger tanks. Automatic water refiller was installed when the amount of water inside the barrel was below a specific light. The Maxim HMG was durable, and so long as the rifling within the barrel was maintained, it could fire continuously, as long as the gunner could ensure that the firing pin and shells did not cause any issues. This machine gun could keep on firing, since the unlucky member was still far from the HMG's furthest range. Zhang Xiaokang naturally carried on firing. A robust and muscular member suddenly turned and ran back. He ran over to the member with the sprained ankle, lifted and supported the sprained leg, and started retreating. Seeing the teamwork, Zhang Xiaokang could not resist but shout out a compliment. When the member turned his body, Zhang Xiaokang immediately recognized him. He was the driver that had charged into the horde with him and was the rider that rushed back in the afternoon to ask for rescue. The speed of the men pulling the team member was naturally slow. In the blink of the eye, The Type S zombie was catching up. The man did not even look back and focused on supporting the other as they ran, while the man with the sprained ankle started struggling when he saw the zombie catching up. Xiaobu, just run. Leave me behind. I'm grateful to you. But if you don't run now, we will both die. The man called Xiaobu did not reply. He did not have the additional energy to speak and focused on running. In the distance, an HMG fired behind him and protected their rear. It was a pity. Aside from 3 zombies that were shot, the other 10 zombies were already close on their tail. The team member with the sprained ankle stopped struggling. He laid on the ground and looked up towards the sky as bullets flew past like shooting stars in the sky. He quietly counted down his remaining time left. Although 10M was not far, it was the furthest distance to them at that moment. A black figure appeared at the corner of his eyes. A Type S zombie had arrived before them. Another one appeared, and a third one caught up. He quietly counted the seconds with guilt overwhelming him. He felt guilty that he had pulled Xiaobu down with him. The zombies were right behind them, but Xiaobu continued sprinting and gasping as he avoided the angles of the machine guns. 3 zombies took action at the same time and pounced towards them. Behind the Type S zombies, even more hideous zombies appeared. The member did not close his eyes and watched as the zombies pounced onto him. Chapter 2 and 5 Sluggish. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of the 3 Type S zombies exploded at the same time. The member was able to make out the clear sounds of the heads exploding. Before the 3 headless corpses even fell, the member tilted his head back to look. Behind them, countless running zombies had their heads blasted off as their bodies fell to the ground, one of which continued to roll towards another Type S zombie that was about to pick up its pace. Right as they were about to collide, the Type S zombie leaped up into the air and avoided the rolling zombie. But before it could even land on the ground, a 7.62 mm heavy bullet exploded its head. The power of the bullet blasted the Type S zombie's frail body away. Whoa! The member heaved a sigh of relief as he laid on the ground and continued to watch the bullets streaking above him like shooting stars in the sky. He had no interest as to who was saving him. He only that he could live on, and that Xiaobu that was pulling him was alive. It was enough. After blasting off the last Type S zombie chasing after them, Zhang Xiaokang stopped and looked at the form of the entire battlefield. The 2 men with new leases of life were dragged into the vehicle. As the fleet started to retreat, the dense sea of zombies became soaked with the gasoline from the grass. 270 mm incendiary rounds landed in the sea of zombies. Aside from a few zombies that were blown away by the red explosion, the rest were instantly ignited into flames. The flames expanded and grew larger as a large regiment of smoke rose from the horde. It started from one explosion, followed by a second and a third. The smoke rose from the bewitching red flames. Although the area with gasoline was not large, the flames were not something a sea of zombies could extinguish with numbers. Countless more zombies blazed into flames. The proteins within their bodies produced a pungent smell that disrupted their senses. The mysterious commands no longer suppressed them and the zombies became chaotic. Countless human torches moved in all directions within the horde. The flames on their bodies ignited those that were unaffected. Some of the zombies that were set aflame turned crazy and started attacking anything around them, resulting in many other zombies being ripped into shreds. The scale of the flames was not considered large, but as the human torches scattered, the flames started to spread even further. The fatality of the flames was not due to the high temperature, but due to the pungent smell produced from the flames and their bodies which disrupted the commands. Additionally, the air around those unaffected zombies that were further away were blown apart by the sudden heat wave, forming a half vacuum. Zombies did not need to breathe and this vacuum did not harm them, but the half vacuum pulled the pungent smoke which spread to the unaffected zombies. This caused the zombies behind to turn chaotic as well, either charging forward or retreating backward. Some that were pushed to the ground was even trampled into mincemeat. The original unstoppable wall was broken. Countless bullets penetrated into the chaos and caused even more harm. The flames burned on. The smoke churned and became thicker. Bullets flew across. Zombies were burnt to death, trampled to death. Some even blown apart by the large caliber bullets. The originally curved sea of zombies slowly formed the hole. At this point in time, Deng Xiaoqing became more reassured. Regardless of how many zombies were there, they were finally somewhat stopped by his team. He looked at the coalfield gates behind him, where vehicles drove out in succession towards the cannons. The badly damaged yet overloaded buses were the first to take the lead, followed by a few dirty cars. Then 2 large oil tankers, seated in an off-road vehicle at the front. 3 shouted towards the other vehicles behind him endlessly. The HMG by the side aimed at the vehicles filled with people. If they tried to escape, the machine gunner would instantly take fire. With the powerful HMG behind, they became well behaved. With his sharp eyes, Deng Xiaoqing was able to clearly see the man with the blade seated in a vehicle with a bitter smile on his face. The off-road vehicle with the 12.7mm AA gun charged out and did a drift outside before driving over to Deng Xiaoqing. Yang Qier stood loftily in the machine gun post and looked at the sea of zombies. She then turned the muzzle of the AA gun towards Deng Xiaoqing and waved at him, almost scaring him to death. When the off-road vehicle came over, Deng Xiaoqing climbed over and knocked Yang Qier on the head. He shouted at her, "How can you point this thing at people?" Looking at the fleet of vehicles, Deng Xiaoqing was happy. The initial assessment was that there were over 500 people. The real numbers even able to hit 700. With them, the time of completion for the construction of the perimeter wall would be reduced to a week. Thinking about it, Deng Xiaoqing became more confident in facing the future. The sea of zombies was temporarily stopped. But, unfortunately, good things never last forever. A tall figure suddenly appeared from within the smoke. In the beginning, Deng Xiaoqing did not notice it. His focus was on the zombie hordes by the sides, which were steadily advancing and not affected by the chaos in the middle. Slowly, the zombies by the sides formed a distance from the horde in the center and outflanked the center like a pincer. Deng Xiaoqing shouted at the 3 off-road vehicles with HMGs installed on them, and waved his right hand for them to follow up. He ordered Shang Yu and Qiu Yun to drive closer to the sea of zombies near him. The 4 off-road vehicles traveled quickly on the uneven terrain as more and more vehicles drove out of the coalfield gates. Deng Xiaoqing was trying to gain more time for them. These people of unknown origins were sluggish due to all sorts of various reasons. 8 out of the 10 minutes that Deng Xiaoqing had to give them had passed. But vehicles continued to pour out from the coalfield. 3 continued shouting outside the gates, but the speed did not pick up. 3 HMGs and 1 large caliber AA gun formed a small formation as the pincer-shaped horde of zombies melted under the firepower. Countless bullets shredded the sea of zombies like a powerful hurricane. The endless zombies were instantly ripped apart, their bodies turned into small pieces, even before the corpses could touch the ground. Bullets that struck the ground blasted pillars of soil that spewed out and dropped onto the zombies like rain. Oh! A furious roar came out as a large D2 charged out of the sea of flames. IT continued to walk towards the source of bullets. More than 10 machine guns immediately turned simultaneously at it and unleashed bullets onto it. The endless bullets formed many small holes in its body. As the small holes became larger, the D2 could no longer hold on. It laid on the ground and avoided the bullets awkwardly while crawling forward. Bang! A large caliber bullet struck its bald and glossy head. Bang! The 12.7mm bullet produced an explosive effect as a red burst of flames enveloped the head. Oh! The D2 unleashed a howl and shook its head before moving forward again. Chapter 257 A Successful Retreat. Deng Xiaoqing looked at the indomitable D2 in shock as the incendiary agent inside the combustible metal did not affect the D2 as much as he hoped it would. Deng Xiaoqing's sharp eyes were able to clearly see the white bones under the scalp of the D2 that received the explosion, and the faint and thin cracks that resulted from it. Wangla was right. The 12.7mm bullets were capable of penetrating through the D2's skin. But he never expected that the toughest part of the D2 was not the skin, but its bones. Most probably, the D2 might have suffered from a serious injury, but the injury was far from being able to incapacitate it. It was still able to withstand the dense concentration of firepower and draw closer towards the formation of machine guns, its mouth constantly releasing howls of pain. Jiang Xiaokang aimed the AA gun at the D2 and was just about to fire. Bang! Bang! The D2's robust body was instantly engulfed in flames. 4 thick beams of bullets fired 14, 5mm bullets on the D2's body. As the flames blew up, the tall body was flung off the ground by the force of impact from the explosion and bullets. The concentrated firepower unexpectedly avoided the D2's smooth head and attacked its body. The D2 that flew in the air no longer made another appearance on the battlefield. Its arm and leg were blown apart and it was left with a broken arm dangling from a layer of skin, a large hole in its stomach, and its internal organs flying out along with its body. Jiang Xiaokang watched in shock as the D2 flew in midair, all the way until it fell to the ground and rolled a few rounds. In the entire process, Jiang Xiaokang did not blink or close his mouth. The D2 that could easily break a bus with its bare hands, could destroy cement walls, was so easily taken out by 14mm bullets. The D2 unleashed another howl of anguish on the ground. It was a pity it could no longer stand, and having lost its 2 arms, it lost its lethality and had turned into a docile sheep. Oa! Oa! A few furious roars came out in unison as 10 large and robust figures appeared from within the sea of fire. Seeing the 10 D2s with differing heights, Jiang Xiaokang muttered under his breath, "Did we stir up the D2 nest? Fuck. Jiang Xiaokang cursed out loud as the AA gun in his hand continued to spew bluish flames from the muzzle. The moment the D2s appeared, it was as though they were possessed. They instantly sprawled on the ground and sprinted their way forward. Although they were not as fast as S2s, their top speed was comparable to Type S zombies. What was even more nonsensical was that besides using their 4 limbs to sprint, the D2s would make small movements to dodge the bullets. Although they looked clumsy, they were truly able to avoid the bullets firing towards them. While the D2s moved, the sea of zombies behind them moved along with them. Waves after waves of zombies charged into the sea of fire. Those with flames on them sprawled straight to the ground and extinguished the flames. As the sea of zombies blanketed the sea of fire, the flames started to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flames got smaller and smaller, but the smoke got denser. The originally scattered and aimless zombies once again moved into formation and advanced in a zombie wall formation under the smoke. At that moment, whatever survivors in sea of zombies were completely forgotten by Jiang Xiaokang. The D2s were moving quickly and prevented Jiang Xiaokang from having any plans for advancement. The previous kills of the 2 S2s were by chance. One was stuck on the wall and the other was charging straight at him in a straight line. That was how Jiang Xiaokang was able to hit them. But to fight against a fast-moving target, that was much harder. A fast-crawling D2 was shot by a 12.7mm bullet in the waist. Following the explosion from the incendiary agent within, the D2 was sent rolling. This D2 rolled back a couple times before climbing back up and advancing once again. The bullet having ripped a large hole in its waist with a few white bones and reddish-black muscles visible. But it continued to crawl as though it felt no pain. It might have been due to the large bullet hole that had harmed nerves of the D2. But its movements turned somewhat sluggish and its body became slower. Bang! Another bullet landed right at the wound and shot inside. Instantly, a large burst of flames exploded from the wound and the fried internal organs spewed out from the enlarged wound. The damnable thing was, despite its charred internal organs, the D2 continued to howl and crawl its way forward, unknown to what was urging it and pushing it on. A third bullet shot its way into the wound. Bang! The explosion forced the D2 rolling again. The skin and flesh at its waist were completely gone and the only thing linking its upper body and lower body was the spine. The D2 struggled on the ground trying to get up, but its efforts were futile due to it being unable to control its lower body. It opened its large mouth and howled once more before a large caliber bullet shot into it. Bang! Its chin was shot apart. The D2 no longer struggled and laid on the ground and let the flames burn from where its chin used to be. Whew! Jiang Xiaokang heaved a sigh of relief. It only took him 4 bullets to kill the D2. And he finally realized how dependable firearms were by himself. But of course, other people who used the 7mm bullets might not be able to kill a D2. But a 12.7mm sniper rifle might be able to kill the D2 if it howled and the bullet was accurate enough to shoot into its mouth. At the same time, the thunderous Type 56 quad AA gun spewed out four beams of light towards the incoming D2s. The sea of zombies behind had formed up once more, whereby the other HMGs took action and sprayed at them in hopes of lessening the horde. The task of handling the D2s was given to the 214.5mm caliber machine gun teams. Countless large bullet holes were formed in the path of the D2s, resulting in soil spewing all over the place. The D2s had their flesh broken apart by the bullets, but as long as there were no fatal wounds, the D2s were still capable of moving towards the gun formation. A D2 howled and dropped to the ground. One of its thighs was blasted apart and the rest of its leg lay by its side. Once its leg was broken, the machine gun that had landed the shot turned its aim towards another D2. As for this disabled D2, it rolled on the ground a few times before using its two arms and remaining thigh to crawl towards the formation. 3 off-road vehicles protected the gates and allowed the rest of the people to retreat. Yang Xiaoqing continued to shout as Shangu and Qiao Yun moved closer to the formation. With both hands on the trigger, large caliber bullets flew out towards the D2. At that moment, there was 2 focus on the battlefield. One was on the approaching D2s. The other was the sea of flames meant to destroy the horde of zombies. Out of 10 D2s, only 3 were left healthy. The others were mostly injured or impaired, but this did not stop them from advancing forward. After emptying the 80 bullets bandolier, he did not rush to change for a new one. He gestured towards the gun formation and wanted them to retreat. No more vehicles appeared from inside the gates. 3 brought another 3 off-road vehicles and started retreating. Yang Xiaoqing no longer wanted to stay on and fight the zombies. He wanted to bring all the members back to base. With their strategy implemented successfully, it was time to retreat. Chapter 258 Sea of Zombies on Their Tail. When Zhang Xiaoqing's vehicle arrived at the vehicle formation, He Wenbin was already prepared. Zhang Xiaoqing's Type 92 battalion guns were back in their vehicles and the survivor fleet could be seen retreating. The battlefield instantly calmed down. The original formation position had been occupied by the D2s. Aside from reaping the harvest of empty bullet shells, they found nothing. Zhang Xiaoqing joined up with 2 large trucks that carried the quad AA guns. When the zombies finally extinguished the sea of flames, the outermost zombies finally arrived outside the coalfield. Suddenly, 3 small vehicles charged out with the intention of fleeing in another direction. More than 10 Type S zombies pounced onto the 3 vehicles. 7 to 8 of them were sent flying by the collision, while the windscreen glass was broken. The driver inside stepped on the pedal hoping to increase his speed, but the Type S zombie on his vehicle clawed into the roof of his car. One of them charged straight into the dense horde. After colliding into a few zombies, it was instantly drowned and disappeared. The driver in the second vehicle could not see the road as 2 Type S zombies had the windscreen blocked. The car accidentally knocked a slanted mound and flipped to its side with its 2 wheels in the air. The 2 Type S zombies on the vehicle fell off. The vehicle then knocked into an abandoned car and flipped in the air. Bang! The vehicle smashed onto the ground and all the glass shattered. By the time the vehicle was drowned by zombies, no one managed to climb out. When the last vehicle saw the demise of its companions, they swerved their vehicle in hopes of throwing off the Type S zombie on their roof, but it stayed plastered on their vehicle. The zombie used its claw to tear at the galvanized sheet metal while using another to claw at the vents. After colliding into a few ordinary zombies, the vehicle came to a sudden stop. The intense inertia flung the Type S zombie away. When the car started up again, it actually started driving towards Zhang Xiaoqing's fleet. A pity their windscreen had been broken. The spiderweb cracks blocked the driver's vision. After driving out 100 meters, it collided into something again. The car doors opened as 3 men jumped out and waved their hands frantically while running towards Zhang Xiaoqing. The men screamed and ran at the same time with more than 10 Type S zombies hot on their tail. At that moment, if Zhang Xiaoqing just gave the word, he could have easily saved them, but he did not do so. He quietly watched as the men ran for their lives. In truth, these men had hurt Zhang Xiaokang's feelings. He had brought so many people and wasted their ammunition in saving them. But they were unwilling to trust him, since they have already made their choice. They were responsible for themselves. Even if they were eaten by zombies, they could not hate Zhang Xiaokang for it. The men watched as Zhang Xiaokang's fleet drove further and further away. The last man knelt down in despair and dropped his head to the ground. Following that, a Type S zombie pounced onto him. The two men ahead of him were finally exhausted and fell to the ground as the zombies closed in behind them. Standing on a small mound, Zhang Xiaokang raised his binoculars and watched as the darkness converged together. While an abandoned car yellow with dust drove over to Zhang Xiaokang, creak, the car stopped. 3 jumped out and walked towards Zhang Xiaokang. How is it over there? Did the zombies split up? Zhang Xiaokang placed the binoculars down, and the dense darkness in his vision became small. Brother Cockroach, I'm afraid that the situation is not great. The zombies are still forming together and not letting our backsides off. Zhang Xiaokang's face immediately darkened. Trouble? This is going to be huge trouble. Zhang Xiaokang's initial strategy was a success. He had destroyed the fastest S2 zombies. Safe 3 and the other survivors, that included a strong number of 600,700 that would increase the completion speed of the perimeter wall. At the same time, they probed and tested the strength of the zombie horde and even killed off 4 powerful D2s. But the troubling part was the zombie horde at the county had been attracted to Zhang Xiaokang's fleet and followed behind the fleet tightly like spirits demanding for vengeance. The power from the internal combustion engine was strong enough for the vehicles to shrug off the zombies easily, especially after the S2s with fast reactions were wiped out. But Zhang Xiaokang run to? He could hide away temporarily. But he could not run forever. His base was in the direction of the horde, and if the sea of zombies were to engulf the place, where could he possibly lead his 2,000 over people to? We need to get rid of them outside the base, Zhang Xiaokang decided. Having spent so much effort on building his base, his initial plan of getting rid of the zombies outside had to be pushed earlier in advance. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaokang shouted at 3. Get He Wenbin to bring 30 members to detain the citizens. Get Wangla and his men and all the AA machine guns over. We have sufficient ammunition and he had the time to fix them up. If any of the guns get stuck while firing, he'll be the first to shoot him instead. 3 immediately took off. Zhang Xiaokang had long prepared for martial law. How could he not? A few minutes later, He Wenbin brought the man with the blade and 3 over. Brother Cockroach, I got Zhang Huai and to lead his men to detain the people. He is more than enough to handle that while I can aid you here. Zhang Xiaokang nodded his head. Zhang Huai's main job in the base was to guide and lead the people after all. He looked at the man with the blade, then spoke to 3. What happened in the coal field? Why were they so confused? It's nothing much. Just that they witnessed how Brother Cockroach killed those S2s. But there were 2 that were still alive and struggling. After being saved by Zhang Xiaokang in the coalfield, 3 and his men pushed their way among the crowd and attempted to move forward. Although 3 and his members used the stock of the guns to hit the people, they were still resistant. Only with the appearance of the man with the blade and his holler did the people start to listen. Apparently, the man with the blade was trusted by them, and upon hearing his shouts, the crowd immediately took the initiative to open a path. After that, 3 and the rest saw Zhang Xiaokang and the others being ambushed by the S2s but succeeded in killing them. Corpses and pieces of flesh laid around the battlefield. But that was not the main point. The most crucial thing was how Yong Kier simply stopped and ignored the S2 after beating the S2 half to death. The 2 S2s that had their heads smashed by her shield did not die immediately. They rolled on the ground until the crowd got close. They opened their mouths and revealed their sharp teeth. After being chased by the S2s for the entire night, all the male and female survivors no longer dared to advance. 3 cursed and was about to shoot the zombies when a figure charged up. With 2 blade strikes, the 2 half-dead S2s had their heads sliced off. It was the man with the blade that did the job. Chapter 259 News of City X. What's your name? How did you become their leader? Where did you guys come from? And where are you heading towards? Zhang Xiaokang stared at the man and asked. The man was dressed as sloppily as the other survivors. Most of the clothing were covered in mud, blood, and stains but were relatively intact. He had short and messy hair, a beard that had not been shaved for a long time and looked like a sage that had seen the world. This man's spirit was entirely different from the other survivors who remained scared and anxious. His eyes were deep and reserved, as though nothing in the world could shock him. Before Zhang Xiaokang, the man did not falter at all and maintained silent throughout until Zhang Xiaokang questioned him. My last name's Ding and my name's Ding Liuo. Everyone in the fleet calls me instructor. We came from City X and was heading to WH City. Hold up. Zhang Xiaokang interrupted Ding Liuo's introduction. He looked at the man before him carefully. You said you guys came from City X, the City X that takes 3 hours from City Y by train. The City X that resisted the Mongolians for over 20 years in the Song dynasty. The man nodded his head. He was just about to continue speaking. Is there a family in the fleet that used to stay? The 600 to 700 survivors were called down the vehicles. They stood in lines and endured Zhang Xiaokang's inquiries. Those in the outskirts were isolated and separated out. Those in urban districts were separated as well. They were all questioned with regards to a few names and a particular district name of City X. The survivors that were intercepted once again boarded the vehicles and drove towards the base. Zhang Xiaokang sat on the dusty ground and looked at the grime on his boots and got lost in thought. The smoke from the cigarette in his mouth lingered around his squinted eyes as a large black ant crawled beside his leg. Zhang Xiaokang observed the ant and watched it climb up his boots. The burning end of the cigarette came down onto the army boots and killed the ant. It was instantly buried within the ashes of the cigarette. Zhang Xiaokang raised his head and looked towards the horizon. It was late afternoon at 5 p.m. and the sky was slowly turning dimmer. The smell of smoke from his clothes lingered around his nose. His heart was growing in pain. He did not think about his sister. He never dared to. The entire time, he escaped from the fact that he might have lost his own sister. The pain and despair. But Ding Liuo's appearance from City X and bringing news along was like a sharp saw-tooth that ripped apart Zhang Xiaokang's seemingly tenacious heart. The self-deceit was instantly broken. He completely forgot about the sea of zombies approaching, about the D2s that was approaching, of the dark hands that were approaching. He chased after the fleet and interrogated every single survivor. Even the identities of the survivors in the 3 vehicles that were killed were made known. The absence of any information regarding his sister resulted in his current state. 4 combat team members carried their rifles and guarded around Zhang Xiaokang, who was at the center. In the distance, 2 off-road vehicles were parked where Yang Qier and Shengyun Qiuyun sat inside and looked at the dispirited Zhang Xiaokang. Ding Liuo was the leader of the fleet. Originally an instructor from an MMA club in City X, was in a cultural festival held by the city on the day of the outbreak. He and his MMA team were participating in the opening ceremony when it happened. Although the ceremony had a large population of people attending, the place was large and many managed to escape. Ding Liuo and the fortunate survivors carried their cold weapon props and charged out. Ding Liuo's best ability was not his medical expertise but his cool-headedness. Time after time, he led the group to avoid large zombie hordes and killed scattered zombies. When the foolish and blind survivors were all eaten, people saw Ding Liuo's professional team advancing and retreating at crucial moments with weapons and started to gather to them. Humans are social creatures. After seeing everyone going towards them, they started joining. Ding Liuo welcomed everyone, brought up by medical parents who were merciful and kind. He brought the weak and young on a road of blood and brutality. The cultural festival was held near the outskirts. After securing themselves, they charged out of the crowd, only for Ding Liuo to realize that the group numbered close to 300 people. Furthermore, there were even more people following the dead zombies' trail and joining them after, as Ding Liuo was the one who led them out with his own MMA team helping out. Ding Liuo was unanimously chosen to be the leader. After that, Ding Liuo led the few hundreds to hoard foodstuff, store up water and various supplies. At that time, the zombies had not gone through any mutations. Relying on the blades in their hands, Ding Liuo and the fighters killed many zombies and seized countless supplies and vehicles. after killing a group of gangsters that wanted to seize their belongings. They took their weapons as well, with Ding Liuo's group holding down and clearing the zombies in the outskirts of City X. The odds of survival for the unaffected people became higher, as more survivors were saved. The population reached the highest of 1,200, and the number of men wielding blades grew to 500. After the heavy downpour, it became even more difficult for Ding Liuo and the others. Many of his members died in battle. The zombies mutated and became stronger and faster. Fortunately, they prepared for reserves and migration like Zhang Xiaokang, to search for a secluded place to recover. While resting at the side of a clear water river, their group was nearly destroyed by a sudden attack. Their group carried their water reserve in an oil tanker, and some people detested the smell of oil from the water decided to drink from the river. In the middle of the night, over 200 people turned into zombies, and this chaos plunged the entire camp into hell. When morning came, the entire camp was left with 800 people, 300 of whom were injured. The injured were isolated, and less than half survived. The base was built, but Ding Liuo did not think as far as Zhang Xiaokang. They lived like beggars, and when the zombies from City X moved, they could only run. Their goal was the largest camp, WH City. Along the way, they accepted over a few hundred people and increased the population over 1,000 once more. On one night, they decided to stay in the wilderness and planned to leave early in the morning. By the time morning came, more than 10 S2s pounced into their encampment. Half of the vehicles and more than 300 people were left behind under the orders of Ding Liuo. With the rest, they drove away with the S2s chasing them. In the distance, the sea of zombies could be seen moving towards them. In that critical moment, the ultimate scapegoat, 3, appeared, deep in his own thoughts. Zhang Xiaokang threw the background of the people to the back of his mind. Upon thinking about the sea of zombies that was capable of engulfing mountains and plains, he stood back up and walked over to the designated checkpoint. Time evening 800. Location intersection between two counties. Warring parties humanity 1.05 million. Zombies estimated count of 57 million. TN This last number figures between humans and zombies are a guess from me. The author didn't really write it well. We'll leave the original for all of you to guess. 1055 W7W. Chapter 260 Machine Gunner and Sister Cow 1. Chapter 260 Machine Gunner and Sister Cow 1. The sky quickly got dark. Zhang Xiaokang stood on the mound and observed his surroundings. The intersection between the two counties was laid with mounds of all sizes. At the same time, plenty of abandoned vehicles littered across the land, from trucks to sedans, to vans and minibuses. There were even tractors used by villagers all over the place. When the outbreak occurred, the survivors from one side ran to the other, and the survivors from the other ran here. All of their vehicles converged on the small narrow path, which was coincidentally in between the hills, both of which around 10 m tall. But their bases were over 200 m wide. Even if they managed to detour around, they would encounter all sorts of concave depressions and a 7 m wide river channel that had a depth of 4 m that had no water in it, but instead filled with rocks and large pits at the base with the occasional rusted nets by the banks. Zhang Xiaokang had no choice to pick such a location. It was only an hour away from their base. According to the speed of their vehicles per hour, the distance between their current location to the base was roughly 80 km, which was 160 li. The huge sea of zombies was most probably a tad slower than an ordinary zombie, but could clock up a distance of at least 3 km every hour. In other words, the zombies could most probably arrive by their doorsteps in the morning the next day. The sea of zombies was different from the other scattered zombies around. They had a fixed goal. They had identified that Zhang Xiaokang was their prey. With that said, they no longer had the need to search for prey and simply followed behind Zhang Xiaokang. Zhang Xiaokang was forced to engage in battle with them in the night, as the space between their current location to their base was an empty and open space. They had no strategic grounds or any terrain that they could take advantage of. Zhang Xiaokang did not dare to let them go just like that. Additionally, it was not as though Zhang Xiaokang did not think of having a few members lure them away. The thing was, a few vehicles could not do the job, and Zhang Xiaokang was unwilling to send the entire team off. It was already evening, and by the time it was night, the entire place would be pitch black. If they had the slightest miscalculation and end up charging back into the sea of zombies, it would mean definite annihilation. Their current location was the most suitable for bottlenecking the zombies. The continuous undulated hills forced the zombies to split up, and the 7 wide river channel could easily hold up a few thousand zombies. The 4 height river channel was capable of storing up to 10,000s of zombies for them to become flat. On his other side, although there were no river channels, there were plenty of hills that formed plenty of potholes and hill slopes. Any ordinary person with the ability to see could not even scale the entire terrain, making it even more improbable that the blind zombies could. With the terrain to his advantage here, the zombies would have to fork out at least a third of their numbers to cross through. This way, Zhang Xiaokang was able to reduce the area to defend and at the same time reduce the consumption of ammunition while improving the life of the gun barrels. All of these little advantages were to stall for time. As long as they survived to the next morning, Zhang Xiaokang would bring the people to retreat to the flat and open terrain to kill the zombies. Ahead of them, the sea of zombies was at least a few tens of thousands, with many D2s, but without the S2s that could catch up to them and attack them. Zhang Xiaokang believed that as long as he infuriated the mysterious zombie, they would stop chasing after them. At that time, getting rid of them would be easy. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds came out. Amidst the smoke, the side of the hills that were closer to the zombies was removed, and the precipitous slope prevented zombies from climbing up and threatening the combat team members' lives. Up above the 10 tall hills were the hidden machine gun formations, with 20 sets of HMGs well distributed along the edge. The machine gunner relied on the bonfire near him to maintain his weapons while the assistant machine gunners inserted heavy and pointed bullets into the empty bandoliers. Creak! The bolt of the gun was restored. He pulled on the bolt and looked ahead of him into the darkness, then turned and looked at the assistant machine gunner who was covered in the smoke, revealing only her white teeth. Sister Cow, today might be where we forfeit our lives here. Why are you scared? This old woman here knew that you brutes will always succumb to pressure at such crucial moments. Sister Cow teased while loading the bandolier. What are you talking about? When have I ever been afraid? Since following Brother Cockroach, the machine gunner was infuriated. He hated to hear people calling him scared. No matter what, he was a person that had stood within a pile of zombies and peed on them before. How could he be afraid? What are you trying to say? If you have something to fart, fart it out now. Can't you see that I'm busy? Sister Cow became annoyed. The machine gunner walked over to the ammunition crate and grabbed a bandolier, a few bullets, and started loading them with her. I'm just saying. Did you see the sea of zombies in the afternoon? They were endless. And did our Maxim fire out over 5,000 bullets? The way I see it, the rifling inside it must be smoothened out already. But how many zombies have died? Did it reach even 10,000? How many are left? What are their exact numbers? Upon hearing that, Sister Cow immediately turned and looked around, only to ease up when she realized that the other machine gun groups were all 10 away. Brute, can you lower your voice? You wanna die if others heard you. Leader Zhang will kill you right now. The moment she finished her words, Sister Cow's face changed. She dropped the bandolier and drew out her Type 77 pistol and pressed it on the machine gunner's head. The pressure she applied on his head pushed down his hair to his scalp. Sister Cow. Wah. What are you doing? The machine gunner was confused by the sudden turn of events. Speak. Are you thinking of running? Let me tell you this. If you dare escape, I will kill you. It was the machine gunner's turn to become annoyed. He was merely talking about the bad day and was instantly accused of trying to escape. He extended his hand out and pushed the pistol away from his head. Bang! Cow Jai's pistol struck the machine gunner on his cheek and caused him to fall to the ground. Following that, she pounced onto him and pointed the pistol at his throat. Brett, don't try and play dumb with me. You ain't thinking of running and you're spewing such nonsense. Let me tell you this. I was found by Leader Zhang inside the granary. He fed me and prohibit men from touching me. My life belongs to him. If Leader Zhang wants me to die, I will not speak a second word. But if you want to run from here, I will kill you first. It's not that. Sister Cow Aw. Granny Cow Aw. Listen to me. Speak. Sister Cow pointed the pistol at his head once more while confiscating his Type 77 pistol. It's my fault. Upon thinking that I am going to die here, I immediately thought about my biggest regret in life. Stop beating about the bush. Spill it now. If it is something ordinary, I'll let you write your own will. If you want to run and live, I will kill you first. Can we change you for a man? I can't say it in front of a lady. Sister Cow did not speak. Her thumb pulled on the safety of the Type 77 pistol. The crisp sound came into the machine gunner's ear. He swallowed his saliva and shouted immediately. I'll talk. I'll talk. Vol 1 Part 2 Returning from the Dead. Saving Earth from the Brink of Extinction Fantasy Best Novel.